Chapter 1: The Crimson Stars Appear. This story is purely fictional, and the characters and locations involved have no relation to the real world. Additionally, this world does not possess nuclear weapons. On September 23, 2029, Sunday, in Star City, at a key university. After finishing a day's part-time work, Yang Bin returned to school in a good mood. He earned 300 yuan over the weekend by moving bricks, and if he saved a bit, it would be enough for a week's living expenses. Upon returning to the dormitory, he saw two gaming enthusiasts engrossed in their phones. "Yang Bin, you're back. Hurry up and log in. I've been completely ruined by Wen Liang. I can't carry him anymore." Lu Bo exclaimed, as if he had found a savior upon seeing Yang Bin. "Who's carrying whom? You should take a look at your own performance. 1 to 8, and you still have the nerve to say you can carry me," Hu Wen Liang retorted. "Isn't it your fault? Every time I help you with a gank, you don't follow up, insisting on last hitting those minions. The minions are already at the tower. Can't you wait for me to last hit them before going in? By the time you last hit them, they've already run away. And if you go in by yourself, you still get killed." Yang Bin shook his head and smiled. "All right, stop arguing. You both are equally bad, so don't blame each other. Both of you are useless. By the way, has Chen Hao come back yet?" Yang Bin asked. "Not yet. He went on a date. He might not come back tonight," Hu Wen Liang replied. "Okay, but you two just stay in the dorm every day? Don't you know to go out and find girlfriends? You're both in your 3rd year and still single. How can you show your face? Girlfriends aren't as fun as games. With that time, wouldn't it be better to play a few more games?" Lu Bo said. "Exactly, don't talk about us. You're the same. I haven't seen you find anyone either," Hu Wen Liang chimed in. "I don't have money. The little I earn from my part-time job is just enough for me to live on. If I open my mouth more, they'll have to eat the northwest wind," Yang Bin said helplessly. "With your looks that are comparable to a reader's, why do you need to spend your own money to pick up girls? There are plenty of rich girls at school. Just flirt with one. Isn't that better than doing part-time work? I have good teeth. I can't eat soft rice." He took out his phone and dialed Chen Hao's number, but it showed that it was turned off. Yang Bin frowned. This guy, not even charging his phone while going out on a date? Shaking his head, Yang Bin lost interest in it. He played a few games with the two and helped them win a few rounds before taking a shower and going to bed. Moving bricks for 2 days was no joke. In the dead of night, the dormitory was silent. Everyone was asleep. "You are my little apple." Suddenly, the explosive ringtone of a phone broke the tranquility of the night. Yang Bin was startled and quickly covered his phone, looking at the caller ID before hastily answering, whispering, "How's he? Where have you been? I've been looking for you all day and couldn't find you." I couldn't even get through on the phone. There was silence on the other end for a while before Chen Hao said, "Bin Ge, can you come and drink with me? What's gotten into you at this hour? We have classes tomorrow." Yang Bin replied, speechless, but still asked, "Where are you?" "On the rooftop." "Damn." Yang Bin instantly sobered up, flipping over and climbing out of bed. "Don't act impulsively, it'll be right there." He quickly threw on some clothes and ran out of the dormitory towards the rooftop. He and Chen Hao had known each other since middle school. Their relationship was so close that they shared underwear. Hearing that this guy was on the rooftop in the middle of the night, how could Yang Bin not worry? He ran straight from the 3rd floor to the 7th floor. Normally, students were not allowed on the rooftop of the dormitory building, and the iron gate was almost always locked, but this was naturally not a challenge for some talented students. That lock had probably been duplicated countless times. He didn't know where Chen Hao got the key, but the iron gate to the rooftop was already opened. When Yang Bin got to the rooftop, he saw Chen Hao sitting dejectedly on the ground, surrounded by a pile of beer. Yang Bin sighed in relief, but was a bit angry. "What are you doing here in the middle of the night? I thought you were going to jump off the building." Chen Hao looked at Yang Bin, whose face was filled with anger, but whose eyes were full of concern, and a flicker of gratitude crossed his face as he said softly, "I'm sorry, Bin Ge. I worried you." Yang Bin shook his head, walked over, and sat down next to Chen Hao, casually grabbing a bottle of beer and taking a sip. "Talk to me, what's going on?" Chen Hao chugged a mouthful of beer, a pained expression appearing on his face, and after a while he said, "I broke up with her. Our 3-year relationship ultimately succumbed to reality." Yang Bin paused for a moment, but didn't feel surprised seeing Chen Hao's dejected look. He had already guessed it. This guy was too deeply in love with that woman, and in relationships, people like this usually end up suffering the most. Patting Chen Hao on the shoulder, Yang Bin comforted him. "Look on the bright side. It's hard to find a 3-legged frog, but 2-legged women are everywhere. You still have a long road ahead. You're not ugly. Are you afraid of not finding a woman?" "But I really love her," Chen Hao said with a choked voice. "Can love be eaten?" Ikin, when I look at her, I don't feel hungry. But she still cheated on you. How do you know? With your personality, if she didn't cheat on you, would you break up with her? Come on, tell me, whose bed did that woman sleep in? Bingo, are you here to rip open my wounds? Shinhao looked at Yongbin speechlessly. Of course not. I just want to know which bastard had the guts to cheat on my brother. This grudge must be avenged, Yongbin said with righteous indignation. Hearing Yongbin's words, Chunhao's eyes showed gratitude again as he gritted his teeth and said, "It's that bastard Wang Yuehao. Relying on his family's money, he actually set his sights on Xia. The hardest thing for me to accept is that Xia really betrayed me because of him. So it's him," Yongbin nodded. "Don't worry, brother. I'll help you break his third leg later." "Don't, Bingu. That's illegal and not worth it," Chenhao quickly said. True. Then I'll help you cheat him as well. But he's already with Xia now. Are you really going to go after Xia?" Chenhao's eyes widened. "You're overthinking it. That guy has plenty of girlfriends. Lu Xia isn't even on a list. Why would she betray me for someone like him?" Chenhao said in pain. "Because he has money." "Bingu, are you really here to comfort me? I feel like you're here to irritate me." "You're rubbing salt in the wound." Chenhao broke down. "Haha, I just want to tell you that women like that aren't worth it. Remember, you're a man. You have to be able to take and let go. Don't lose yourself over one woman. Cool me. Tonight, they'll drink with you until we're wasted. And tomorrow, well, start fresh." Yongbin patted Chunhao's shoulder. But Bingu, we have classes tomorrow morning. Forget it, brothers come first. Bingu, you're the best. Shut up, don't be mushy. Close the door, or we'll get caught by the teacher. Okay, the academy was silent in the dead of night, with occasional whispers coming from dorms. Clearly some people were still staying up late. All-nighters for gaming and attending classes the next day were common occurrences in college. Tonight, the moonlight was particularly dim, but the starlight was exceptionally brilliant, casting a bright glow over the earth. On the rooftop of the boys' dormitory in Building 21, two young men lay on the rooftop, surrounded by a bunch of beer cans in a daze. Chunhao suddenly pointed at the sky and said, "Bingu, don't you think? The Big Dipper. The 9 stars are particularly bright tonight. Hey, you guy, really drunk. I've only heard of the Big Dipper. Where does the Big Dipper 9 stars come from? Yeah, it seems I really am drunk. Yeah, it seems. There are indeed 9 stars. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. There really are 9. Haha, it seems. We are both drunk. Yeah, the feeling of being drunk is really strange. I even see the North Star falling down. I see it too, dragging a long tail. It's really spectacular. Much prettier than a meteor. Yeah, how come there's another North Star coming out? Really, it's even red. Haha, I'm really drunk. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to sleep. Everything will be fine tomorrow." After Chunhao finished speaking, he fell asleep. At this moment, Yongbin was also hazy with drunkenness, but he curiously stared at the crimson North Star in the sky. After a long time, Yongbin could no longer resist the drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. After the strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, it seemed to have lifted some kind of restriction, and countless spiritual energies suddenly surged across the blue planet, quickly covering the entire blue planet. However, the newly emerged spiritual energy carried a hint of decay. Ultimately, the spiritual energy infiltrated the bodies of all living beings on the blue planet. Some people showed no unusual signs, but most experienced mutations. Their eyes turned blood red, their bodies began to rot, and their consciousness was devoured, ultimately becoming mindless zombies that only knew how to consume. There were also a very small number of people who gained special abilities, and most of these individuals were those who had been directly illuminated by the Crimson Star. Chapter 2: The Arrival of the Apocalypse. September 24th, 2029, early morning. Help! There are monsters! Countless screams and cries shattered the morning tranquility, and the entire academy was filled with desperate howls. What's with all the noise? Yongbin was awakened by the screams from downstairs, rubbed his still aching head, and groggily got up from the ground, then walked to the edge of the rooftop to look down. This glance made his scalp tingle. He saw that the open space in front of the dormitory was littered with mutilated corpses, the entire floor stained red with blood. Figures covered in blood were gnawing on severed limbs. Their blood-soaked mouths, blood-red eyes, and rotting skin were horrifying to behold. Yongbin quickly stepped back, even with his strong mental fortitude. He was visibly shaken. I must still be dreaming. Yongbin shook his head and pinched his thigh hard. A scream escaped, and Chun Hao was jolted awake by the pain. Bingo, why are you pinching me? Chun Hao said with a resentful expression. Does it hurt? Of course, try pinching yourself. Isn't this a dream? Yang Bin frowned, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, and peeked out again. What met his eyes was still the same horrific scene. The hellish sight stimulated his vision, and Yang Bin quickly retreated again, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. What's wrong? Chun Hao asked, puzzled at Yang Bin's expression. You see for yourself, Yang Bin said weakly, being all mysterious. Chun Hao shook his head, then walked to the edge and looked down. This glance made Chun Hao sit down on the ground in fear, his face as pale as paper. Ugh! He immediately doubled over and started vomiting on the ground. Yang Bin ignored Chun Hao and quickly took out his phone to call for help. However, the call could not be connected no matter how many times he tried. At this moment, Yang Bin finally realized the severity of the situation and quickly opened Weibo, finding countless posts pleading for help. Opening these posts, the pictures and videos inside were identical to the situation before them. Filled with these mindless creatures, these were friends and family who had suddenly turned into this, biting anyone they saw. This situation spread globally overnight, and the entire internet exploded. Many speculated that it might be the apocalypse, that these were zombies, as this scenario resembled so closely to apocalyptic movies. This speculation was accepted by the majority, and so far, there had been no official denial, further confirming this viewpoint. Yang Bin browsed through the images and videos on the post. Most of the shooters were hiding in their homes or corners, capturing the scenes stealthily. The angles weren't great, but they still clearly showed horrifying images. After going through several posts, Yang Bin's heart sank. He too accepted the idea of zombies. Perhaps the apocalypse really had arrived, and no one knew why this situation had suddenly occurred. After a while, Chun Hao, having nothing left to vomit, finally raised his head and said in horror, Bin Ge. What is going on? The apocalypse has come. Yang Bin sighed. The apocalypse? Chun Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Just look online. Chun Hao quickly took out his phone, and after checking for a while, his face turned pale again. Then, Bingo, what should we do? Chun Hao asked, somewhat panicked. We should find something to block the iron door, so the zombies can't get in here. After all, Yang Bin had survived alone since childhood and had experienced a lot. His mind was still relatively clear. The two searched for a while and finally found a long ladder left by a maintenance worker in the corner of the rooftop. They moved the ladder over, propping one end against the iron door and the other against the wall at the edge of the rooftop. It was surprisingly secure. The rooftop was seldom visited, so the zombies probably wouldn't discover them quickly. They were temporarily safe here. Bingo, what should we do next? Just hide here and wait for rescue? Chun Hao asked. Waiting for rescue is definitely not an option. From the information online, the entire world is in chaos right now, and the authorities are likely overwhelmed, so there won't be any rescue capabilities in the short term. If we keep waiting, we might starve to death. Yang Bin said seriously. What should we do then? First, let's observe the situation of these zombies that we need to understand clearly before making any plans. Our location is good. We can observe what's happening below and also check online for any methods to deal with zombies. Okay. At this moment, the screams from downstairs were dwindling. Those who were calling out had likely perished. The zombies seemed particularly sensitive to sound, and yelling was pointless other than hastening death. Aside from their dormitory building, the nearby dormitories were in the same situation from the initial shouting to now gradually quieting down. Only the growls of zombies remained. Bingo, how do you think these zombies came to be? So many people downstairs turned into zombies, yet we are fine. Could it be that we have special physiques? Chun Hao asked curiously. I don't know, either perhaps we were just lucky. After all, while many have turned into zombies, quite a few are still normal. Just the two of us, the odds aren't low. After Yang Bin spoke, for some reason, the image of the Big Dipper 9 stars and that crimson star he saw last night flashed through his mind. Could it be related to this? He looked up at the sky again, but there were no signs of those things, so he could only shake his head and put the thought aside for now. That's true. Then, Bingo, do you think Lu Bo and the others might? Chun Hao said with some worry that in the dormitory, there are 4 people. Although he has the best relationship with Yang Bin, he also gets along well with the other 2, so naturally, he is worried about the situation. I don't know. Yang Bin shook his head and said, at times like this, we can only leave it to their luck. With the 2 of us not around, it's just them 2 in the dormitory, which is relatively less dangerous compared to other dormitories. But if one of them turns into a zombie, the other will be in trouble too. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Chun Hao fell silent, praying in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly picked up his phone to make a call. Yang Bin hurriedly stopped him, asking, "Are you planning to call that woman or your family?" "Of course, I'm calling my family. I'm worried about my parents and want to check on them," Chun Hao replied. "Oh, then don't call." "Why not? You saw the situation down there. The whole world is like this now. If your parents are fine and you call them, the ringing phone is likely to attract nearby zombies. By then, they might be in danger when they weren't before." "Ah." Chun Hao was startled and quickly put his phone away, feeling a bit shaken as he said, "Thank goodness you're rational. Been good at if you really want to make a call, you can call that woman to check on her. I'll forget it. Although she did wrong me, I wouldn't go as far as to harm her. Since we've already broken up, let's just act like strangers," Chun Hao said with a bitter smile. "Yeah, I was just joking. It's good that you can come out of it," Yang Bin smiled. "Don't worry, Bingu. I'm not that fragile." That's good." "Bingu, do you think our phones will lose signal later?" "They will if the zombies destroy the communication base stations. The phone will only be useful as a flashlight. So, while we can still use it, download some movies to watch when we get bored later." "What if it runs out of battery?" "Then it can only be used as a brick." Chapter 3. Special Ability. On the rooftop, the two were observing the situation with the zombies while browsing the latest news online. Suddenly, Chun Hao looked at his phone, a bit excited, and said, "Bingo, look! There's a video of someone fighting a zombie." Yang Bin quickly leaned in to see. The video was uploaded on Bilibili and seemed to have been filmed from a window, with a good angle. In the video, a man dressed in a security uniform was fiercely fighting a zombie with a baton. The man was tall and appeared to be someone who exercised regularly. Each time he struck the zombie with the baton, a dull sound echoed, indicating he had considerable strength. However, the zombie seemed to feel nothing, continuing to lunge the man regardless of how hard he hit it. Fortunately, the man was agile and managed to dodge just in time, striking the zombie again. After more than 2 minutes of fighting between the man and the zombie, 2 more zombies heard the commotion and came over. The man was startled and quickly decided to abandon the zombie in front of him and escape. However, due to his panic, he was a bit slow to react and got tackled by a zombie that bit his ankle. "Ah!" The man let out a scream and fell to the ground. Soon, the other 2 zombies surrounded him. The next part of the video might not have been filmed because the cameraman was too terrified, but everyone could imagine the man's fate. After watching the video, both of them fell silent. The danger outside was far more terrifying than they had imagined. After a long while, Yang Bin said solemnly, "From the video, it seems that the strength of the zombies is about the same as that of an ordinary person, but zombies don't feel pain. Like an indestructible cockroach. That's very troublesome. Bingo, we won't have to fight those zombies, will we?" Chun Hao asked anxiously. "What do you think? If we want to survive, we have to face these zombies. If you don't kill it, it will eat you," Yang Bin stated directly. "But I'm scared," Chun Hao murmured. Yang Bin sighed. "Don't say that I'm scared too. We're just ordinary people who have never killed anyone. How many people dare to kill zombies? But since the world has turned into this, we have no choice but to face it." Yang Bin patted Chun Hao's shoulder and continued, "Our position is good, and we still have time. But during this time, we must overcome our fear. Otherwise, when we face the zombies for real, fear will cost us our lives." "I understand. I'll try." Chun Hao's face turned pale. Yang Bin nodded. He himself wasn't much better than Chun Hao. He was just an ordinary student. However, he had experienced more and thought about things more than Chun Hao over the years. He knew very well that if they couldn't overcome their fear, death awaited them. Looking down again, he could no longer see any living people, only zombies staggering around. At this point, all the surviving people had hidden away and no one dared to come out. Yang Bin frowned. Under such circumstances, leaving the dormitory building was impossible, but the food in the dormitory was limited. If they couldn't leave, they would eventually starve to death. "We must find a way to solve this predicament," Yang Bin thought. He lifted his head and glanced at the girls' dormitory across the way, but suddenly saw shadows moving in the girls' dormitory, seemingly engaged in a struggle. Since the boys' dormitory was quite far from the girls' dormitory, he couldn't see the specifics. Yang Bin guessed that someone was likely fighting a zombie, which made him curious about the situation over there. Who on earth would be bold enough to take such a risk? Yang Bin stared intently in that direction, wanting to see more clearly. Just then, the surrounding scenery suddenly became blurry, and the girls' dormitory in front of him began to enlarge, as if he was adjusting the focus of a telescope, becoming clearer and clearer. Soon, The situation in the girls' dormitory was clearly presented before him. He saw four tall women in the corridor on the sixth floor of the girls' dormitory, wielding benches, drying racks, bedboards, and various other items, fiercely striking at several zombies in front of them. Judging by their physique, these women were likely from the sports department. The four of them were evidently from the same dormitory, and none had turned into zombies, which was quite lucky. However, in such a situation, they still dared to leave their dormitory, which was truly bold. Fortunately, compared to other girls, they had a significant physical advantage, and the zombies in front of them were shorter than they were. The corridor of the dormitory was relatively narrow, and they kept swinging their weapons, seemingly trying to push the zombies back, appearing to want to go to a certain dormitory. In front, Yongbin shook his head. These women were thinking too simply. Although they had weapons and a physical advantage, doing so would attract more and more zombies, and then they would realize their mistake. Sure enough, as Yongbin expected, not long after, zombies from other dormitories, hearing the noise, came out one after another and rushed towards them frantically. Seeing this scene, the four women turned pale with fright and quickly retreated back to their dormitory, locking the door immediately that a group of zombies rushed to the door, banging on it wildly. Looking at the violently shaking dormitory door, if they had nothing to brace against it inside, it probably wouldn't hold for long. Yongbin withdrew his gaze and suddenly felt a bit dizzy, his body swaying as if he might fall. Luckily, Chun-Hao quickly supported him. "Bingo, what's wrong with you?" Chun-Hao asked with concern. Yongbin shook his head and pointed to the girls' dormitory in the distance, saying, "Haozi, can you see what's happening over there?" "Are you kidding? How could you possibly see that clearly from so far away?" Chun-Hao said, speechless. Yongbin nodded thoughtfully, filled with doubt. "I have over 100 degrees of nearsightedness. Although I don't need glasses, my eyesight isn't great. How could I see something so far away? Moreover, it was so clear from such a distance. This isn't just a matter of eyesight. Could it be a special ability?" Yongbin suddenly brightened. "But why didn't I notice such an ability before? It couldn't have suddenly appeared last night, could it? Could it be that this apocalypse not only turns people into zombies, but also grants them special abilities?" A glimmer of light flashed in Yongbin's eyes. Although there had never been any such claims in reality, we are all people of the 21st century who hasn't seen similar movies. This situation could only be explained by special abilities. After all, zombies are already out, so the existence of special powers seems quite normal. To further verify, Yongbin focused his attention on Chun-Hao again. Chun-Hao suddenly felt a bit flustered under Yongbin's gaze, as if he were being stripped bare. He instinctively covered himself, as if that would help. "Stop covering up, it's not like I haven't seen it before," Yongbin said with a smile. At this moment, he was extremely excited. Initially, he just wanted to verify if it was a special ability, but unexpectedly, he discovered a new ability. He could see through things. This was a power that countless men dream of, and it had appeared in his own body. Even the usually composed Yongbin couldn't contain his excitement. Yongbin continued to look at Chun-Hao, wanted to see how far his vision could reach. Suddenly, Yongbin's expression changed to one of shock, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Chapter 4. Someone is coming. "What's wrong, Bingo?" Seeing Yongbin's expression, Chun-Hao asked, puzzled. "Haozi, try to make yourself invisible for me," Yongbin suddenly said. "Are you sick, Bingo? If I could become invisible, what would I need a girlfriend for? I could just hang out in the girls' shower room every day." Chun-Hao replied, speechless. "I say you can do it. Just concentrate and silently think about becoming invisible," Yongbin said seriously. Seeing Yongbin's serious expression, Chun-Hao felt it was a bit absurd but still complied. Soon, Chun-Hao's body began to fade, and before long, he completely disappeared from sight. Bingo, I think. I really became invisible." Chun-Hao's excited voice echoed on the rooftop, but he couldn't be seen anywhere. Yongbin also looked at the suddenly vanished Chun-Hao, surprised that he could really see someone else's special ability. He then focused again on the spot where Chun-Hao had disappeared. In no time, Chun-Hao's figure appeared before him, looking excited as he waved his hand around. "Haha, I can be invisible. This is great, I can finally go into the girls' shower room without being stopped." Chun-Hao exclaimed. "Can't you have a little ambition?" Yongbin rolled his eyes. "What ambition? Is there really a point in watching beautiful girls shower? It's the apocalypse now. There are no beautiful girls in the shower, only zombies want to take lives. Do you want to go see?" Maybe not," Chun-Hao said awkwardly. But Bingo, what's going on? Why can I suddenly become invisible? Is it a superpower? Well, sort of, Yangbin nodded. But why did I suddenly get a superpower? It should be caused by this apocalypse. I don't know if it's good or bad, but regardless, since we have special abilities, it at least gives us a better chance of survival in this apocalypse, which is a good thing, Yang. Bin said, yeah, Bingo, what's your special ability? Chen Hao asked curiously. Yangbin thought for a moment and said, I can see things that others can't. Like your invisibility. Damn, aren't you just destined to counter me? Chen Hao replied, speechless. Looks like I'll never get the upper hand in front of you in this lifetime. What's wrong? Do you want me to call you bro? Yangbin said with a half smile. No. Chen Hao quickly waved his hands. But Bingo, since we both have special abilities, do you think we could do something big in this apocalypse? Chen Hao said excitedly. That's a bit premature to say right now. Let's first figure out how to survive. Our abilities aren't meant for fighting. It won't be easy to survive in a world full of zombies. Yangbin shook his head. True, but I can become invisible, so I can sneak and steal food. At least we won't starve. Don't be too optimistic. From my observations, these zombies seem to have particularly sharp hearing. If you can't move silently, then being invisible won't help much against them. You'll need to practice more in the future, trying to move without making a sound. Later, we can find a zombie and test whether it can detect you. Are you sure it won't end with me dead? It won't. You have to believe in yourself. All right, .b, by the way, Howsy, it seems that when you become invisible, your clothes can also become invisible. Can the things you hold also become invisible? Yangbin suddenly asked. I'll try. Chen Hao picked up a brick from the ground and then activated his invisibility again. Sure enough, as he became invisible, the brick in his hand also disappeared. It really works, Chen Hao said excitedly. Yangbin nodded and asked again, then let's see if you can make me invisible if you hold on to me. Okay. Chen Hao became visible again, then grabbed Yangbin's hand and activated invisibility once more. However, he found that not only could he not make Yangbin invisible, but he couldn't even remain invisible himself. It seems it doesn't work. Chen Hao frowned. Yeah, it seems you can't take living things with you. Yangbin speculated that in that case, does that mean if you encounter a living thing while invisible, you will also become visible? I'll test it again. Chen Hao decisively decided to experiment. Since they knew nothing about their special abilities, they had to keep trying. Only by understanding their powers could they better utilize them in the future. Chen Hao became invisible again and then tapped Yangbin on the shoulder. As soon as his hand touched Yangbin, his figure immediately became visible again. He then tested multiple times. Whether it was touching with his body or with the brick, as long as he touched Yangbin, his body would show itself. That it seems that way as long as you touch a living thing. Invisibility will fail, Chen Hao said helplessly. Yes, so you need to be careful in the future. Invisibility isn't omnipotent. Don't touch anything while invisible, Yangbin said seriously. Understood. Chen Hao nodded earnestly. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, someone suddenly started banging on the rooftop iron door. Who's inside? Open the door. Open the door. There are zombies. Urgent voices came from outside, and the banging grew louder. This sudden turn of events startled both of them. Bingo, what should we do? Should we open the door? Chen Hao frowned. Yangbin stared intently at the iron door, his gaze piercing through it to see three terrified men standing behind it. One of the men was anxiously pounding on the door, while the other two held an 80-centimeter-long steel pipe and a high stool, frantically hitting the two zombies that were chasing them. Due to the stairs, they were positioned relatively high up, and as the zombies rushed up, they were knocked back down by the man. Yangbin frowned and said helplessly, let's open it. Otherwise, if they keep banging like that, who knows how many zombies will be attracted. By then, this wooden ladder might not hold up. But be careful. There are three of them, and one has a steel pipe in hand. We need to watch out. Even though they are classmates, in the apocalypse, people's hearts are hard to gauge. Don't worry, Bingo. I understand. Chen Hao nodded. Okay, I'll move the ladder away in a bit. You go open the door. Once they come in, immediately close the door. All right. After the two discussed it, Yangbin looked again at the situation behind the iron door. Seeing that the other party had once again repelled the incoming zombies, he quickly moved the ladder aside, and Chen Hao immediately opened the door. The three people at the door rushed in as soon as it opened, and then quickly closed the door. Yangbin hurriedly propped the ladder up again. Soon, there was a banging sound from outside the door. Clearly the zombies had charged up, but the strength of the two zombies was not enough to push open the iron door propped by. The ladder, whoa. The three men who had survived sat on the ground, panting heavily, clearly scared. After a while, the three looked at Yongbin and Chun Hao. One of the thin men said nervously, "You scared me to death. Why'd it take you so long to open the door? We almost got eaten by zombies. How can you talk like that? We saved your lives, and instead of thanking us, you blame us?" Chun Hao was immediately displeased. "The rooftop is a public area. Anyone can come up. It's a bit unethical for you to block the door like that," said the tall man holding the steel pipe. "Exactly. Our dormitory door was broken by zombies. We were planning to come to the rooftop for refuge, but you blocked the door, almost getting us eaten by zombies. Isn't that harming people?" said the dark-skinned man in the middle. Chun Hao wanted to argue with them, but was stopped by Yongbin. "You are right. We indeed shouldn't have blocked the door," Yongbin said seriously, and then prepared to move the ladder. "Hey, don't. Brothers, let's talk it out. Let's talk it out. Please don't move." "Yeah, brothers, there's no need. No need for that. Brothers, you're right. Blocking is good. Blocking is brilliant." Seeing Yongbin about to move the ladder, the three were instantly scared and broke out in cold sweat. There were 2 hungry zombies outside. If they charged in, there would be no way to survive. "Weren't you just saying blocking the door is unethical?" Yongbin said with innocent eyes. "No, it's ethical, quite ethical. Not harming anyone. Not harming anyone. Not at all." "Oh, that's good." Yongbin nodded innocently and slowly moved his hand away from the ladder. Just as the three were about to breathe a sigh of relief, Yongbin placed his hand back on it again. "I feel like it's better to move it. What if more people come?" The three's breath caught in their throats again, and oh, no one will come. We live on the 7th floor, and all the dormitory doors are tightly closed. There are still many zombies in the corridor. No one will go out, the tall man said anxiously. "Oh, then I can relax." Yongbin nodded again, then shook the ladder and frowned. "Why does this ladder feel a bit unstable?" The three's hearts tightened again. "Then hurry and find something to wedge it. This thing is not a joke." "Okay." Yongbin looked at the foot of the ladder and then at the steel pipe in the tall man's hand. "Hey, brother, can I borrow your steel pipe? I want to see if I can wedge it under this ladder. It seems your steel pipe should fit." "Sure." The tall man directly threw the steel pipe over, not thinking much about it. He just wanted to make sure the zombies didn't get in. Yongbin smiled, picked up the steel pipe and pretended to measure it a few times, then clapped his hands and said, "All right, it's stable now." Hearing this, the three finally breathed a sigh of relief, but did not realize that their weapon had changed hands. Chapter 5: Conflict with Weapons in Hand. Yongbin also revealed a smile on his face. He couldn't be blamed for being small-minded during such a special period. He had to crush all threats in the cradle to live a little longer. "We are from dorm 308. My name is Yongbin, and this is Chun Hao. What do you call yourselves?" Yongbin introduced himself actively. "We are from dorm 716. My name is Zhao Kuan, and this is Shouho and Lao Hei," the tall man said. "Is it just the 3 of you in your dorm?" Yongbin asked curiously. "There's one more, but he turned into a zombie. Luckily, we discovered it early this morning. Otherwise, we would have been done for," Zhao Kuan said, somewhat lingering on the fear. "Not bad. You managed to escape from a zombie," Yongbin said, a bit surprised. It wasn't exactly an escape. There were 3 of us and one of him, and he fell from the upper bunk. We tied him to the bed with a blanket, and that's how we survived, Zhao Kuan explained. "That's still impressive. What about you guys? You're from the 3rd floor. How did you end up here?" We were drinking and chatting up here last night, and never went back to the dorm," Chun Hao replied. "Well, you're quite lucky," Yongbin said with a smile. "I think so too," Yongbin smiled back. The 2 sides started chatting, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Since they were all classmates and there were no conflicts of interest, it was easy to get along. Until noon. A few rumbling sounds emerged. Shouho covered his stomach and awkwardly said, "Do you have anything to eat?" "We haven't eaten anything since this morning, and we're a bit hungry." "Do you think there's food up here?" Yongbin shrugged, helplessly. They hadn't eaten since last night either, just managing to hold on. "What do we do then? If there's no food, even if the zombies can't get in, we'll starve to death sooner or later," Zhao Kuan said. "Just hold on. Maybe official rescue will arrive soon," Lao Hei suggested. "What if they don't come for days?" "That's impossible. Nothing is impossible. We can't rely on others for hope. We have to find a way to get food ourselves," Chun Hao insisted. "How do we do that? There are 2 zombies guarding the entrance. We can't even get out, let alone find food," Zhao Kuan said. "Maybe we can lure them in and deal with them. Then find a way to go down to the dorm for some food," Yongbin said seriously. "Are you crazy? If we let them in, we'll all die." The others were shocked. They had fought zombies before and knew how terrifying they were. They were finally in a safe place and didn't want to face zombies again. There are only 2 zombies outside, and there are 5 of us. We still have a chance to deal with them. If more zombies show up, we wouldn't be able to get out anyway, Yongbin said. You're thinking too much. You haven't fought zombies before, so you don't know how terrifying they are. These things don't feel pain at all. If they catch or bite you, it's over, Zhao Kun frowned. Yeah, letting them in is no different from seeking death. We want to live, Shouho shook his head. Even Shun Hao looked at Yongbin with some concern and asked, Brother Bin, are you sure? Whether I'm sure or not, we have to take this step. We're on the rooftop, and zombies have no intelligence. As long as we find a way to push them off the roof, it'll be solved. This is the easiest way to deal with zombies. If we can't do even this, then we shouldn't think about getting out, Yongbin replied. Well, Brother Bin, I support you, Shun Hao said firmly. No way. We absolutely do not agree to let the zombies in. The other 3 shook their heads. We were here first. When did we need your approval? Yongbin said, somewhat angrily. Humph, we don't agree. Let us see who dares to let them in. Zhao Kun was also furious. He wanted to grab the steel pipe, but found it had ended up in the other party's hands, and his face darkened. Give me back the steel pipe. Do you think that is possible? Yongbin sneered. That was mine to begin with. It's mine now. Without the steel pipe, I'll definitely not let you bring the zombies in. This isn't up to you. Yongbin shot him a cold glance and suddenly kicked the ladder, knocking it over. What the hell? The 3 of them were immediately alarmed and rushed to brace the iron door with their bodies. You're insane. You're going to get us all killed, Zhao Kun shouted angrily. Rather than waiting here to die, it's better to fight for it. If you're too scared to fight, then just hold the door. Let us see how long you can hold out, Yongbin said coldly. The atmosphere between both sides became extremely tense. Bang, bang. The iron door was once again slammed against, and the zombies outside heard the commotion and crashed into the door again. The 3 of them desperately held against the door, and when they saw that Yongbin and Shun Hao had no intention of helping, their faces turned ashen. What do we do, Kuin-gu? Shouho asked anxiously. At this rate, we won't last long. Zhao Kun's expression changed several times, and finally, he gritted his teeth and said to Yongbin, If we're going to fight, we need a battle plan. What is the point of just kicking the ladder away like that? Well, you make a valid point. Yongbin nodded seriously, then slowly moved the ladder back and propped it up against the iron door again. Phew. The 3 of them slumped back to the ground. They had thought they would be safe once they reached the rooftop, but it turned out to be so thrilling. After a while, Zhao Kun looked at Yongbin and said, Tell me, how do we fight? Yongbin looked around and said, In a moment, Shouho and Lao He will move the ladder aside. Once the zombies come in, you use the ladder to hold one zombie against the wall, and the 3 of us will deal with the other zombie. We'll try to push both zombies off the roof as quickly as possible. Sounds easy. But zombies are fast. The ladder is so heavy. If the zombies get close, it won't be a weapon anymore, but a burden. And then we'll be in danger, Zhao Kun retorted. From my observation, zombies have physical qualities similar to ordinary people. Their advantage is that they don't feel pain. But they also have a fatal weakness. They have no intelligence and don't know how to dodge attacks. As long as the zombies come in, the 2 of you just need to hold one against the wall with the ladder. I don't think it will have a chance to get close. If even that goes wrong, then it's our own fault, Yongbin said. All right, even if you're right, what about the remaining one? I have no weapon. I can't fight a zombie barehanded, Zhao Kun said, looking unpleased at the steel pipe in Yongbin's hand. That thing was originally his. There were originally a high stool, but it was left outside when we rushed in. Now we have no weapons at all. There are so many bricks on the ground. Just grab a couple as weapons. Bricks? How could you think of that? Why don't you use the bricks to fight the zombies yourself? I have a steel pipe. No need for it. Chapter 6 First Encounter. Are you ready? Yongbin looked at the others seriously. Yeah. The others nodded nervously. Although Zhao Kun and the others were somewhat displeased, they couldn't resist Yongbin's strong stance, so they had to compromise. I'll count to 3. Lao He, you guys move the ladder. Okay. Lao He and Shouho were sweating a bit as they held the ladder. 1, 2, 3. As Yongbin's voice fell, Lao He and Shouho quickly moved the ladder aside. Bang! With a crash, the iron door swung open, and 2 blood-soaked zombies rushed into the rooftop. This was Yongbin and Shun Hao South's first close encounter with zombies. The blood-red eyes sent chills down their spines, and the overwhelming stench made them want to vomit. Fortunately, the 2 had prepared themselves mentally, and, although uncomfortable, they were not paralyzed by fear. The moment the 2 zombies rushed in, They locked onto the group on the rooftop and charged at them. Lao He and Shouho quickly lifted the ladder and pushed it against one of the zombies, pinning it against the wall. The zombie struggled frantically, but how could one person's strength compare to that of two? In the end, it was pinned firmly against the wall and unable to break free. Yongbin and the others immediately rushed towards another zombie. With a roar, the zombie lunged directly at the forefront, Yongbin. Yongbin quickly sidestepped, dodging the zombie's attack, and then swung the steel pipe in his hand fiercely at the zombie's head. A dull thud echoed, and Yongbin even felt a slight numbness in his arm. However, the zombie seemed unfazed and lunged at him again. Damn, didn't the TV say that zombies' weak point is their heads? Why is this thing so hard to hit? Yongbin complained, quickly retreating. At that moment, Chun Hao, who had rushed over, smashed a brick hard against the zombie's head. With a loud crack, the brick shattered, and dark red, foul-smelling blood flowed from the zombie's head. Clearly, this hit was harder than Yongbin's steel pipe, successfully diverting the zombie's attention. Chun Hao decisively turned and ran. The zombie abandoned Yongbin and chased after Chun Hao. At that moment, Zhao Kuan charged in from the side, also armed with a brick, and slammed it against the zombie, but instead of hitting its head, he struck its shoulder. The zombie didn't even glance at Zhao Kuan and continued to chase after Chun Hao. The rooftop was limited in space, and soon Chun Hao was cornered at the edge. Just as the zombie was about to catch him, his figure suddenly vanished. Zhao Kuan's eyes widened in shock upon seeing this. Where did he go? Yongbin was not surprised at all and immediately pursued after him. The zombie, having lost its target, quickly refocused on Yongbin. With the steel pipe in hand, Yongbin felt somewhat reassured and kept striking at the zombie, preventing it from getting closer. At this moment, Zhao Kuan caught up, his face filled with shock. Where's Chun Hao? I'm right here. Chun Hao's figure reappeared. Why did you suddenly disappear? Zhao Kuan spoke somewhat haltingly. Look at you, scared to death. Haven't you ever seen a magic trick? Chun Hao casually replied. Are you telling me that was magic? Zhao Kuan's eyes widened. What else could it be? Am I supposed to turn invisible? Chun Hao rolled his eyes. You two stop chatting and find a way to get it down. I can barely hold on. Yongbin urged. Zhao Kuan finally suppressed the countless questions in his mind, picked up the brick, and prepared to help. No need to come over. We're at the edge now. Just kick it down, and it'll be fine. Yongbin said. Chun Hao and Zhao Kuan exchanged glances, and in the end, Chun Hao said, let me do it. Then, Chun Hao fixed his gaze on the zombie grappling with Yongbin, took a few steps back for a run-up, and suddenly charged forward, delivering a fierce kick to the zombie. The powerful kick sent the zombie flying over the railing and off the rooftop. Nice, Yongbin exclaimed. The three of them immediately leaned over to look down. A dull thud sounded as the zombie's body crashed onto the floor below, and dark red blood flowed from it. Just when the three thought this zombie should be dead, it wobbled and stood up, looking around in confusion, then began hunting for prey like the other zombies. It doesn't die? The three of them stared wide-eyed. These zombies are too disgusting, Zhao Kuan complained. Stop complaining. Let us quickly help get the other one down first, Yongbin said. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lao He and Shouho were desperately holding the zombie at bay with a ladder, unable to break free despite the zombie's struggles. When Yongbin and the others arrived, both were already drenched in sweat. Let go, then we'll push it out together with the ladder, Yongbin instructed. Okay. It was much easier to deal with one zombie with 5 people. When the ladder was released, the zombie lunged wildly at the group. They lifted the ladder, pushing it against the zombie until they reached the edge of the rooftop, then directly shoved it off. Thud, another dull sound. The group ran to the edge of the rooftop again to look down. They saw the zombie lying in a pool of blood, not getting back up. Huh. Why did this one die? Zhao Kuan wondered. Its head was smashed. How could it not die? Chun Hao replied. True. Yongbin nodded thoughtfully. It seems the TV wasn't lying. To kill a zombie, you really have to hit its head. Let us close the door and take a break. The group used the ladder to prop the door shut and then collapsed onto the ground. Although the encounter with the zombies was brief, the psychological pressure was immense. They were just ordinary college students, and facing zombies was already a testament to their strong mental fortitude. At this moment, recalling the events, each of them felt a tremor in their hearts. A hissing sound broke the silence as Chun Hao clutched his foot, his face contorted in pain. What happened? Yongbin hurried over. Chun Hao cautiously rolled up his pant leg, revealing 3 long, bloody scratches on his foot. What is going on? Yongbin asked nervously. I must have gotten scratched when I kicked that zombie, Chun Hao said with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and Zhao Kuan and the others quickly distanced themselves. Yang Bin frowned, his gaze heavy as he looked at the wound on Chunhao's foot. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Chunhao quickly realized something, his face turning ashen as he trembled. Brother Bin, am I going to turn into a zombie? Yuan-Ti, don't think about it, you'll be fine, Yang Bin comforted. How can I not? It said online that if you get bitten or scratched by a zombie, you'll quickly turn into one, Shouho said. Shut up, if you don't speak. No one will think you're mute. Yang Bin yelled angrily. The facts are what they are, can't we talk about it? Is it fun to deceive yourself like this? Zhao Kuan retorted. This is my business, whether you believe it or not. I'll make sure you can't talk anymore. Yang Bin picked up the steel pipe, staring coldly at the others. What? Do you want to take on 3 by yourself? Zhao Kuan stood his ground. He had long been displeased with Yang Bin. You can try, Yang Bin said coldly. Chapter 7. A false alarm. The atmosphere grew tense again. At this moment, Chunhao patted Yang Bin on the shoulder and whispered, Brother Bin, there's no need for this. I know what's going on. Yang Bin withdrew his cold gaze, looking at Chunhao with red eyes. Howsy, I'm sorry. If I hadn't told you to kick it, this wouldn't have happened. Brother Bin, it's not your fault. It's my own carelessness. Chunhao said with a bitter smile. Brother Bin, do you know? You are the person I admire most in my life. Being your brother is my proudest achievement. If I really do turn into a zombie, can you kill me first? I don't want to become a zombie and hurt others. As he spoke, Chunhao's eyes grew moist. Yuan-Ti, don't think about it. There must be a way, Yang Bin said, activating his special ability and focusing intently on the wound on Chunhao's foot. Soon, he noticed a faint gray energy continuously eroding Chunhao's wound. But it seemed there was also a special energy within Chunhao resisting this gray energy, and the two sides were momentarily at a standstill. Seeing this, Yang Bin's face lit up with surprise. Although he didn't know why Chunhao could resist the gray energy's erosion, he realized that perhaps Chunhao wouldn't turn into a zombie after all. Brother Bin, can you promise me one thing? Chunhao continued, lost in his own thoughts. After I die, can you check on my parents? They haven't replied to my messages, and I'm a bit worried about them. Yang Bin, however, was too preoccupied to listen to Chunhao ramble. He noticed that the gray energy eroding Chunhao was slowly diminishing, which finally eased his anxious heart. He knew Chunhao would likely be fine. Brother Bin? All right, stop dawdling. You should be fine. Really? Chunhao showed a surprised expression on his face. Who wants to die if they can avoid it? Trust me. Good. Chunhao nodded firmly. You guys are too early to celebrate. He hasn't changed yet. It's just that the time hasn't come. I advise you to let him leave quickly, otherwise, we'll have to push him down, and I can't bet our lives on this. Zhao Kuan suddenly said. Try it. If you dare to make a move, don't blame me for breaking your legs. Yang Bin said coldly. You. Zhao Kuan was so angry he was about to jump up and fight back, but he was wary of the steel pipe in the other's hand. So he could only grit his teeth and say, Fine, you're tough, but don't blame me for not reminding you. You're the closest to him. If he turns into a zombie, you will be the first to be eaten. After finishing, he took the two away far away. Brother Bin, why don't you stay away from me too? I'm afraid just in case, Chunhao said with some concern. There is no just in case. If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Sit tight. I'll help you bandage it up. Although the wound isn't deep, the weather is too hot, and we need to prevent inflammation. After Yang Bin finished speaking, he directly tore off a piece of his sleeve and crouched down to carefully help Chunhao bandage the wound. The gray energy on the wound had basically dissipated, so there shouldn't be any problems. Chunhao looked at Yang Bin helping him bandage the wound with red eyes. He didn't say thank you. They no longer needed to say such things between them. All right, you should rest well. By tomorrow, it should be fine. Yang Bin patted his hands and stood up, and then suddenly saw Chunhao's red eyes and was startled. Don't scare me like that. You aren't really going to turn into a zombie, are you? No, it's just sand in my eyes. Chunhao hurriedly rubbed his eyes and said, That's good. Yang Bin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Bin, actually my foot is fine. It's just a few scratches. As long as I don't turn into a zombie. It won't be a problem. It won't affect me, Chunhao said. Still, you should rest more. We have to fight later. Half an hour later. Zhao Kuan and the others saw that Chunhao still looked normal and became puzzled. Didn't the internet say that if you were scratched by a zombie, you would turn into a zombie in a few minutes? Why is he fine? Exactly. It doesn't make sense. Could it be that the internet is all lies? It can't be. I have a video here that clearly records the whole process of a person turning from a normal person into a zombie. It can't be fake. So what's going on with him? I don't know. Should we go ask? I'm not going. That Yongbin is really fierce. I'm a bit afraid of him. Kuin go. You go. I already said harsh words. If I go ask, wouldn't that be slapping myself in the face? Then forget it. He probably wasn't scratched deeply. Or maybe Chunhao has a special constitution. Who knows? Now that you mention it, I suddenly remember that Chunhao seems a bit off, Zhao Kuan suddenly said. What do you mean? You probably didn't see it just now. That zombie was about to catch up to him, and he suddenly disappeared. Then that zombie turned around to attack Yongbin. Really? Why does it sound so mystical? The skinny monkey said with disbelief. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it, but it's true. That guy told me it was magic, supernatural magic. Does he think I'm an idiot? Which magic doesn't need props? Damn, could it be that he can turn invisible? I don't know. But that guy is really a bit strange. We need to pay more attention. I'm alright. Enough talk. That Yongbin is coming over. Yongbin walked directly in front of them and said, I'm going to open the door and continue to lure the zombies up to kill. What do you think? Coming again? The other's eyes widened. What else? Do you want to starve to death up there? We don't want to. The skinny monkey and Lao He shook their heads immediately. Who's going to lure them? Zhao Kuan frowned. I'll go. As long as I lure the zombies on the 7th floor one by one, we can go to the dormitory on the 7th floor to find food. Upon hearing Yongbin's words, the other's eyes lit up. Even Zhao Kuan had to look at Yongbin with a new level of respect. They had only thought about hiding here and waiting for rescue, while he had already figured out how to get food. And the most important thing was that he didn't let them go to lure them, but went himself, which left Zhao Kuan with no room to criticize. Can you handle it? If you can't, I can go. I'm a bit more familiar with the 7th floor. Zhao Kuan still habitually threw in a comment. Okay. Then you go, Yongbin said. Zhao Kuan was instantly dumbfounded, staring at Yongbin with wide eyes. Yongbin ignored him and picked up a few stones from the ground and stuffed them into Zhao Kuan's hand, saying, Be careful later. If you see a zombie, just throw stones at it from a distance, then bring it up. Just don't attract too many. Zhao Kuan held the stones, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He just wanted to slap himself. Why did he talk so much? And so, under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhao Kuan walked down the stairs with a face full of despair. Chapter 8. Luring zombies. Zhao Kuan cautiously walked down the stairs, afraid of encountering a zombie around the corner. Luring zombies is a very dangerous task, but who made himself talk too much? He could only bite the bullet and swallow it. When he reached the corner of the stairs, he didn't encounter any zombies. Just as Zhao Kuan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly saw 2 pairs of blood-red eyes staring directly at him from below. Damn it! Zhao Kuan cursed and quickly ran back. Roar! 2 zombies excitedly chased after Zhao Kuan. Soon, Zhao Kuan ran back to the rooftop entrance. A few. Yongbin immediately asked. 2. Damn it! Didn't we say to lure them one by one? Is that something I can control? Zhao Kuan complained. Same old trick. Skinny Monkey and Lao He will hold one with a ladder, and we'll deal with the other one. Yongbin quickly arranged the tactics. With the first experience, the second time was obviously much more skillful. As soon as the 2 zombies rushed in, one was held back by the ladder, and the other was still figuring out the situation when it received 2 bricks and a steel pipe, all aimed at its head. The zombie roared angrily and quickly chased after the 3 who had attacked it. The 3 quickly led the zombie to the edge. And then Yongbin fought it with the steel pipe, while Zhao Kuan and Chunhao picked up the high stool that Lao He had brought and slammed it hard into the zombie. They now dared not kick it, fearing they might get grabbed again. The high stool was very useful at this moment. It slammed hard into the zombie. And without any accidents, the zombie was directly knocked off the rooftop. Next, the group worked together to use the ladder to push the other zombie off as well. The whole process was smooth and took just over a minute to resolve everything. Great teamwork. Yongbin came to Zhao Kuan and proactively extended his hand. Although there were some conflicts between them, when facing the zombies, the other 3 didn't play any tricks and were all doing their best, which made Yongbin have a much better impression of them. After all, there was no real hatred between them, just some verbal conflict. They still needed to continue cooperating. So personal grievances had to be set aside, otherwise, it could easily lead to trouble. Seeing Yongbin extend his hand, Zhao Kuan was taken aback for a moment. But he quickly reached out and shook hands with Yongbin. He understood Yongbin's meaning, and he also knew that at such a time, personal grudges must be put aside. Since the other party had taken the initiative, he naturally wouldn't hold on to his pride. Great cooperation. But can we take turns luring zombies? This is indeed quite dangerous, Zhao Kuan said awkwardly. All right, I'll go lure the next one. Yongbin didn't hesitate at all. In fact, he had planned to lure them himself from the beginning. He could see through walls and could detect zombies in advance, minimizing the danger. It was just that Zhao Kun had to throw in that comment, so he could only accommodate him. Zhao Kun saw Yang Bin agree so readily and couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. Although he didn't want to admit it, the other party indeed had a larger perspective than him. After everyone rested for a while, Yang Bin casually picked up a few stones and went downstairs to lure the zombies. At the corner of the stairs, Yang Bin activated his true sight ability and scanned the area. This was the name he had given to his special power, which allowed him to see things that others couldn't. The name True Sight was very fitting. After confirming there were no zombies, Yang Bin cautiously made his way down. When he reached the 7th floor, he activated his True Sight again to look around. In the dormitory on the left, there were 2 zombies swaying. While the dormitory on the right was completely empty, both rooms were in disarray, as if they had been ransacked. In the corridor, 3 zombies were very close to the stairway on the left, and there was another one on the right, also nearby. If he carelessly walked down, all 4 zombies would likely notice him immediately. After thinking for a moment, Yang Bin took out a pebble and threw it to the right, quickly hiding back around the corner of the stairs. The sound of the pebble attracted the attention of several zombies. However, the 3 zombies on the left only glanced over before losing interest, while the zombie on the right walked over to where the pebble had landed, tilting its head at it. Seeing this, Yang Bin threw another pebble, this time landing it below the stairs. The curious zombie walked over again, looking at the pebble on the ground. Hey! Yang Bin peeked out and quietly greeted it. Upon seeing a living person, the zombie immediately became excited and rushed towards Yang Bin. He decisively turned and ran back up the stairs, quickly returning to the rooftop. On the rooftop, Zhao Kun and the others were on high alert. When they saw Yang Bin come up, they quickly asked, "How many?" "1. All right." Soon, the zombie chased Yang Bin to the rooftop. As it entered, it was met by a ladder sweeping across and hitting it hard. The zombie didn't even have time to react before it was knocked several meters away, landing at the edge of the rooftop. Just as it got back up, the ladder struck again, directly sending it flying off the rooftop. The zombie didn't even get a good look at the person before it was thrown off from a height. In a dormitory on the 1st floor, 3 boys were hiding inside, trembling as they watched the zombies continuously fall from above. These zombies really know how to play. What's there to worry about? They don't feel pain. What's the big deal about jumping off a building? Sigh. It seems we not only have to be careful of the zombies outside, but also prevent them from jumping down from above. At this rate, when can we get out? It's already good enough to be alive. There's still some bread in the dormitory. If we save it, we should be able to last for 2 days. And maybe help will arrive by then. Now it's my turn, Zhao Kun said as he prepared to go downstairs. That's just how he was. He never shied away from what was his responsibility. I'll go, Yang Bin said. There were 3 zombies at the stairway, and Zhao Kun couldn't see them due to his inability to use true sight. If he went down blindly, he could easily be surrounded and beaten by the 3 zombies, which would be dangerous. Zhao Kun looked at Yang Bin seriously and then nodded. All right. It was too dangerous to lure zombies. If he could avoid it, that would be best. Soon, Yang Bin went downstairs again, using the same method to throw a pebble. However, the 3 zombies actually approached the stairway together, which made Yang Bin frown. After several attempts, the 3 zombies did not separate, leaving Yang Bin speechless. Finally, he gritted his teeth and decided to lure them all together. As Yang Bin revealed himself, the 3 zombies immediately charged towards him. Yang Bin quickly ran towards the rooftop with them following. Be careful, 3 of them, Yang Bin shouted to the others. Damn, that's fierce. The others were startled. Same old trick, Shouho and Laohong. Hold one back with the ladder, Haoko and Zhao Kun. Deal with one using a stool, and I'll take care of the last one. Yang Bin quickly devised a tactical adjustment. Soon, the 3 zombies followed Yang Bin onto the rooftop. Shouho and Laohong immediately used the ladder to hold one back, while Zhao Kun and Chun Hao pushed another zombie against the wall with a high stool. Yang Bin brought the last one to the edge of the rooftop, and with a steel pipe in hand, he struck the zombie's head hard. With a muffled thud, Yang Bin used almost all his strength this time. Dark red blood gushed from the zombie's head, and the steel pipe emitted a buzzing sound, numbing his arm. However, this blow had a significant effect. As the zombie's movements became noticeably slower, Yang Bin's eyes lit up, and he struck the zombie's head again with all his might. With 3 zombies, Chun Hao and the others could no longer assist him. He had to figure out how to deal with one on his own. If he couldn't get it downstairs, he would have to kill it directly. Chapter 9. Special Zombie Yongbin continued to smash the zombie's head with the steel pipe. Hitting other parts was useless, so he focused on the hardest area. As Yongbin attacked relentlessly, blood flowed more and more from the zombie's head, and its movements became increasingly sluggish. Ultimately, after Yongbin's furious strikes, the zombie's head was smashed to pieces. The zombie finally stopped moving, collapsing straight to the ground. In an instant, red and white substances splattered everywhere. Ugh! Upon seeing this scene, even with Yongbin's courage, he immediately crouched down and began to dry heave. He hadn't thought much while striking earlier, only wanting to bring it down quickly. Now that he stopped and saw the mess of blood and guts on the ground, he felt nauseous. His stomach was already empty, and that wretch almost made him spit up bile. Ugh! The others, although standing farther away, also saw the scene clearly. Their faces pale as they vomited uncontrollably. They were just ordinary college students. When had they ever seen such a scene? Moreover, they were worse off than Yongbin. While vomiting, they couldn't let go of their holds, or else if the zombie broke free, their lives would be in danger. It was incredibly tough. After a while, Yongbin finally got up from the ground, not daring to look at the zombie lying on the ground, and quickly approached Chun Hao and the others. Looking at the zombie they were holding back, still clawing and flailing, Yongbin weakly said, "We should get rid of it." Yeah. Zhao Kun and Chun Hao hurriedly nodded, genuinely fearing that Yongbin would smash its head as well. At this point, even Zhao Kun looked at Yongbin with some fear. After all, smashing a person's head to pieces was something he believed he couldn't do. Even if it was a zombie, it was still a person transformed. Yongbin didn't waste words. He had the two of them let go of the zombie, then took it to the edge. Chun Hao and Zhao Kun repeated the process, using the high stool to push it off. Following that, they all worked together to push the other zombie off as well. After doing all this, the group felt utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground without wanting to move. It wasn't that this was more tiring than the previous times. It was mainly from vomiting. Especially upon seeing the headless corpse nearby, it made them feel nauseous again. After a while, Yongbin got back up from the ground and, amidst the terrified gazes of the others, walked straight towards the corpse. If one wanted to survive in this apocalypse, such situations would be unavoidable in the future. He had to quickly overcome this mental barrier. Yongbin thought to himself. Standing in front of the zombie's corpse, Yongbin suppressed his nausea and stared directly at the body. Seeing Yongbin like this, Chun Hao hesitated for a moment before ultimately gritting his teeth and walking over as well. Zhao Kun and the others looked at the two with expressions of disbelief. Zhao Kun understood their purpose, but still lacked the courage to approach. After a while, Yongbin turned to Chun Hao beside him and said, "Haozi, well done, Brother Bin. No matter what you do, I'm with you." Chun Hao declared firmly. "Good brother." Yongbin nodded. "Let's throw it down." Yeah. The two of them lifted the corpse together and threw it off the rooftop, finally allowing the others to breathe a sigh of relief. However, they didn't realize that after this incident, Yongbin and Chun Hao had already surpassed them in certain aspects. Rest for half an hour, then continue, Yongbin said. Okay. No one refuted it. At this moment, Zhao Kun and the others had already begun to fear Yongbin from the bottom of their hearts. Even the unruly Zhao Kun was no exception. "Next time, can you not attract so many? It's a bit overwhelming," Zhao Kun whispered. "I don't want to either. But those three wouldn't separate, so I had no choice but to bring them all along," Yongbin said helplessly. "How about I attract them next time?" Zhao Kun suggested. "No need. If we attract any more, we'll have to go down to the 7th floor. And I'm afraid you'll end up attracting all the zombies in the corridor there," Yongbin replied. "How can you be sure you won't?" Zhao Kun asked. "I have my ways. If you insist on going, I won't stop you. But I must tell you that there are at least 30 or 40 zombies in the 7th floor corridor. If they all rush at you, you might not even find your bones," Yongbin warned. Hearing this, Zhao Kun involuntarily shivered and then awkwardly said, "Then forget it." Half an hour later, Yongbin went downstairs again. The next part went relatively smoothly. There were indeed quite a few zombies in the 7th floor corridor, but they were quite scattered and not gathered together. Moreover, the zombies weren't standing still, they were wandering around aimlessly. Yongbin hid at the stairway, carefully observing the zombies' movements with his true vision eye. When he noticed a zombie approaching, he cautiously used a pebble to lure it to the stairway and then led it to the rooftop, where everyone worked together to push it off. Using this method, Yongbin successfully lured more than 10 zombies until the 17th one, when an unexpected situation occurred. Yongbin hid in the corner as before, observing the zombies' movements through his true vision eye, and then stealthily tossed a pebble a short distance in front of it. The earlier steps went smoothly, and Yongbin gradually led the zombie to the stairway. However, when the zombie saw Yongbin, it became just as excited as the others and chased after him. The speed of this zombie startled Yongbin. It was much faster than the previous ones. If Yongbin hadn't run quickly and had maintained some distance, he would probably have been caught before reaching the rooftop. When the zombie charged onto the rooftop, the group once again tried to use the ladder to push it off the edge. However, when the ladder hit the zombie, it merely staggered a few steps before stabilizing, which stunned everyone. The zombie then charged directly at them at high speed. At this moment, the heaviness of the ladder became apparent. The four of them found it difficult to move with it, and soon the zombie was right in front of them. Without hesitation, they decisively swung the ladder at it, and then quickly retreated. The zombie swiped the ladder aside effortlessly and continued charging at them. At this moment, Yongbin seized the opportunity and swung the steel pipe hard at the zombie's head. With a muffled thud, the steel pipe bent slightly. Yet the zombie's head showed no significant damage, not even a drop of blood. How could this be? Yongbin's eyes widened. He had used almost all his strength for that hit, yet it didn't even draw blood. At that moment, the zombie's gaze locked onto him again, and it let out a roar before lunging at Yongbin. Yongbin rolled to the side to dodge the attack, and the steel pipe struck the zombie's head once more. Again, it inflicted little damage, and the zombie lunged at him again. Everyone, be careful. This zombie is different, Yongbin shouted, quickly dodging the zombie's attacks. However, this zombie was too fast, making it extremely difficult for Yongbin to evade. Several times, he almost got knocked over. Facing this zombie, Yongbin felt utterly powerless. The steel pipe hitting its head barely registered. What could he even do? The others were anxious, but had no suitable weapons to help. Chunhao picked up a piece of brick and was about to rush in, but was quickly stopped by Zhao Kuan. Going in like that is just asking for death. If a steel pipe can't even hurt it, what good is a brick? Zhao Kuan said. Then think of something. Brother Bin can't hold out much longer, Chunhao urged. Chapter 10. Red Crystal. Watching Yongbin being chased by the zombie in a life-threatening situation, the others were also extremely anxious. If Yongbin was killed by the zombie, they would all be doomed. Zhao Kuan looked around, trying to see if there was anything they could use, and suddenly spotted the fallen ladder. After thinking for a moment, he said, I have an idea. Let's position the ladder horizontally, 2 people on each side, and charge at it. With the combined strength of the 4 of us, we should be able to knock it down. If we do, we can use the ladder to pin it down. Upon hearing Zhao Kuan's suggestion, Chunhao's eyes lit up. This plan is feasible. The group quickly picked up the ladder, and 2 people on each side positioned it horizontally, charging at the fighting duo. Brother Bin, duck! Chunhao shouted. Yongbin reacted quickly, rolling to the ground in an instant. Boom! The center of the long ladder collided with the zombie, successfully knocking it to the ground. As the zombie was about to get back up, the 4 of them immediately pressed down on the ladder. The middle of the ladder was on top of the zombie, with 2 people on each end applying pressure. The zombie struggled continuously, but ultimately, its strength was no match for the 4 of them, and it couldn't break free. Great job, Yongbin praised. However, before they could celebrate, a sudden cracking sound echoed. The group was horrified to discover a crack had appeared in the middle of the ladder, causing their pupils to constrict. Seeing this, Yongbin was also startled, then decisively rushed over and swung the steel pipe wildly at the zombie's head. Bang! 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 Each dull thud rang out as Yongbin put all his strength into every strike, accurately hitting the zombie's head each time. Finally, blood began to flow from the zombie's head, and its struggles became increasingly frantic. The crack in the ladder widened, and everyone's hearts raced. Yongbin disregarded everything, continuing to smash the zombie's head, targeting the injury. The steel pipe became deformed from the blows, but Yongbin dared not stop. The deep thud sent shivers down everyone's spines. Finally, after an unknown number of strikes, the zombie's resistance gradually weakened and eventually came to a complete stop. At this moment, Yongbin's steel pipe was nearly wrecked, and he was covered in red and white substances, looking as if he had just emerged from hell. Except for Chunhao, the other 3 looked at Yongbin with fear in their eyes. This time, right before them, he had smashed a zombie's head to pieces, leaving a tremendous psychological impact on them. Seeing the zombie motionless, Yongbin directly sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. That zombie was terrifying. If it had broken free, they would all have died, which was why he had gone so wild. At that moment, his only thought was that he had to kill it, or else he would be finished. After stopping, Yongbin suddenly felt a burning pain all over his body and quickly looked down, his expression darkening. He saw multiple torn wounds on his body, and without needing to think, he knew they were from the zombie's struggles just now. The others also noticed the situation, and their expressions changed instantly. "Brother Bin, you won't be hurt, will you?" Chen Hao asked, a bit terrified. Yang Bin didn't speak, but activated his true vision eye to look at the wounds. He saw gray energy continuously eroding into his body, but he also had a force within him resisting it. Seeing this, Yang Bin breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he, like Chen Hao, had an energy within him that could resist the zombie virus. However, he didn't know where this energy came from. It was a well-established fact that being scratched or bitten by a zombie would turn one into a zombie. But both he and Chen Hao were fine, which made him feel strange. After thinking for a while, if they had any differences, it could only be that they both had special abilities. Could it be for this reason? Yang Bin thought to himself. "Bin Gu, say something, don't scare me." Seeing Yang Bin silent for a long time, Chen Hao became anxious. Yang Bin came back to his senses, shook his head, and smiled. "It's fine. You're okay. How could I be in trouble?" Chen Hao let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Great. You scared me to death. Are you sure you're okay?" Zhao Kuan and the others still looked at him warily. "What? Do you want to push me down?" Yang Bin squinted at them. No. We were just concerned," Zhao Kuan said awkwardly. "Just kidding. This madman can crush skulls when he's angry. Who would dare to push him?" "Bin Gu, what the hell is this zombie? Why is it so strong?" Chen Hao asked, still feeling uneasy. "I don't know either." Yang Bin shook his head, then activated his true sight to look at the corpse ahead. He was also curious about what was different about this zombie. After scanning the zombie's body from head to toe, he quickly noticed something unusual on the zombie's head, a red crystal the size of a grain of rice. Curiosity appeared in Yang Bin's eyes as he approached the zombie's body, suppressing his nausea, and directly reached out to touch the zombie's shattered head. Ugh! Zhao Kuan and the others, who had been holding back their vomit, immediately threw up at the sight. However, their stomachs were already empty, and they couldn't bring anything up, only dry heaving. Chen Hao's face turned pale as he hesitated whether to follow. He had said he would follow whatever Bin Gu did, but this was too crazy. Chen Hao complained inwardly. Fortunately, Yang Bin quickly withdrew his hand from the zombie's head, and at that moment, he held a red crystal the size of a grain of rice. Yang Bin carefully examined the crystal, which felt warm to the touch and very comfortable. "Bin Gu, what is this?" Chen Hao approached and asked quietly. Yang Bin shook his head and activated his true sight again to look at the crystal in his hand. Under true sight, Yang Bin could see that the crystal was composed of countless condensed energies, without any impurities. Moreover, he felt a strong desire within himself for this thing, though he wasn't sure if it was just an illusion. After thinking for a moment, Yang Bin gritted his teeth, wiped it on a clean spot on his body, and, to Chen Hao's astonishment, directly swallowed the crystal. Ugh! Chen Hao, who had been holding back, couldn't withstand it this time and immediately fell to the ground to vomit. It couldn't be blamed on his weak stomach. It was just that Bin Ge's actions were too bizarre. After just vomiting, Zhao Kuan and the others saw this scene and started retching again, even bringing up bile. Yang Bin ignored them. He was now shocked by the changes happening inside him. After the crystal entered his mouth, it quickly transformed into energy and merged into his limbs and bones. Yang Bin felt an incredible sense of comfort, as if his body was continuously strengthening. Once the energy was fully absorbed, Yang Bin felt that his physical qualities were almost doubled compared to before. Moreover, the gray energy that had been eroding him had completely vanished. Feeling the surging power within him, Yang Bin's eyes showed excitement. Just then, he suddenly felt something new in his mind. Closing his eyes to sense it, he quickly discovered a dim image of the Big Dipper constellation appearing in his mind, with one corner of the first star among the 9 dim stars shining. Yang Bin's expression changed in shock because he had seen this Big Dipper constellation last night. He had originally thought it was just a drunken hallucination, but now the distribution of the constellation in his mind was exactly the same as what he saw last night. Was it coincidence or causality? Yang Bin fell into deep thought. Chapter 11. Searching for food after a long time, Chen Hao finally finished vomiting, and his gaze towards Yang Bin changed. "Bin Gu, I know you're hungry, but you can't just eat anything. That thing was taken from a zombie's head. You dare to eat it?" Yang Bin smiled and said quietly, "This is a good thing. I'll tell you later." He then looked at Zhao Kuan and the others, only to find that they were staring at him with strange eyes, as if looking at a monster. Yang Bin helplessly said, "Is it that serious? It's just a bit of food to fill the stomach. You're not really going to turn into a zombie, are you? How could you eat anything like that?" Zhao Kun said, somewhat terrified. You won't know until you're starving. You might even eat human flesh, Yongbin said. Impossible. Even if I starve to death. I want to eat human flesh, the skinny monkey said firmly. Exactly. We're not as twisted as you. Old Black added. Yongbin shrugged. I hope you guys stick to your words. Yongbin had never eaten human flesh, but he knew the feeling of extreme hunger well, at that time. He had even fought wild dogs for a bit of food. Let us rest for a bit. Then continue, Yongbin said to the others. I can't go on. I have no strength left. I was already starving, and now I've just vomited. I probably can't even lift a brick. Old Black lay on the ground weakly said. Me too. If I don't eat something soon, I won't be able to stand up, the skinny monkey said. Yongbin shook his head. Who told you to have such weak stomachs, always vomiting? The others stared wide-eyed at Yongbin, thinking, isn't this all your fault? Yongbin, we need to find some food. Otherwise, we won't have the strength to move, Zhao Kun said with a bitter smile. Yongbin nodded. He didn't feel very hungry now, probably due to the energy he had just absorbed. However, seeing the condition of the others, he knew it was impossible for them to continue dealing with zombies in this state. All right, let us go down and find something to eat. The zombies near the stairwell have been mostly cleared out, and there is a dormitory near the stairwell that doesn't have zombies. Let us find a way to get in there and see if there is anything to eat. Okay. Hearing about finding food, the others' eyes suddenly lit up, as if they had regained their strength. I'll go with Chun Hao. You guys stay up here. Too many people will easily attract zombies. The others hesitated, clearly worried that the two would eat alone. How about I go with you? Zhao Kun suddenly said. Yongbin thought for a moment and nodded. He originally thought it would be safest for him to go with Chun Hao since he could turn invisible, but they were now two groups. So it wasn't suitable for just the two of them to go. In the end, he decided to go down to find food with Zhao Kun, while the others stayed above to wait. The two cautiously made their way to the 7th floor stairwell. Yongbin activated his true sight and confirmed that there were no zombies in the dormitory, and the zombies in the corridors were also spaced far apart. Giving Zhao Kun a signal, Yongbin crouched down and carefully moved to the dormitory door, finding it open, and decisively slipped inside. Zhao Kun followed Yongbin's lead and quickly entered the dormitory as well. However, being taller than Yongbin, he perhaps moved too much, causing two zombies in the distance to glance over in confusion and then stagger toward them. Once inside, Yongbin immediately locked the door and the two began searching inside. The entire dormitory was in disarray, clearly having been the scene of a battle, though the final outcome was obvious. After searching for a while, they finally found 2 buckets of instant noodles, a few sausages, and a bag of bread. This little bit isn't enough for even one person, Zhao Kun complained. Having something is already good. Who would keep too much stuff in a dormitory? Yongbin replied. True. Shall we head back? Not yet. Let us find some weapons first. Without weapons, we'll be too passive, Yongbin said. His steel pipe was almost scrap, and even the ladder had broken. Now they didn't even have a decent weapon. Although his physical fitness had greatly improved and he believed he could handle ordinary zombies barehanded, it would be a problem if there were more than a few, without weapons. He truly couldn't manage. Indeed, not having weapons was a hassle, Zhao Kun deeply felt. However, I just searched the dormitory and didn't find any suitable weapons. Where did that steel pipe you had come from? Yongbin asked. It was from before. I kept it hidden under the bed, thinking it would be useful for fighting. But I never got to use it for that. Instead, I ended up using it against zombies. The most frustrating part is, I barely got to use it a few times before it was taken away by someone. Zhao Kun said with resentment. How can you say it was taken? Don't you think it works better in my hands than in yours? Yongbin replied awkwardly. It worked so well that it completely ruined my steel pipe. Zhao Kun rolled his eyes. What else could it do? If the pipe wasn't ruined, we would have been the ones in trouble. Forget it. I won't pursue the matter of you taking my steel pipe anymore. It's obvious there are no hidden weapons in this dormitory. Where can we find some? If there are none, we'll have to dismantle the bed. After Yongbin said this, his eyes turned to the ladder of the bunk bed. This ladder was made of iron, and the length was just right. If they could take it down and remove the crossbar in the middle, they would have 2 excellent iron rods. Don't look at it. This thing is welded on and can't be taken down without tools, Zhao Kun said. Yongbin ignored him and walked over to examine the welding points of the ladder carefully. The ladder was fixed to the upper bunk and below it. One end of an iron pipe was welded to the ladder's lower crossbar, while the other end was welded to the lower bunk frame. This welding was merely to secure the ladder in place and was not meant to bear weight. Seeing this, Yongbin felt confident. If it were before, he might not have been able to do it, but now that his physical fitness had greatly improved, he might be able to break it. With this in mind, Yang Bin grabbed the bottom of the ladder with both hands and suddenly pulled hard outward. Then, to Zhao Kuen's astonishment, the welding point between the iron pipe and the ladder was directly torn apart by Yang Bin. Holy crap, did you take some Viagra? Zhao Kuen's eyes widened. This welding point was only meant to keep the ladder from moving. It wasn't welded too securely and could be pulled apart with a bit of force. Yang Bin casually said, "Really?" Zhao Kuen walked over to the other bed, imitating Yang Bin, grabbed the corner of the ladder, and yanked it outward. But the ladder didn't budge. Not believing it, Zhao Kuen pulled several times in a row, but the ladder remained as stable as a mountain. "Is this what you call pulling it apart with a bit of force?" Zhao Kuen said speechlessly. "You probably really are hungry and out of strength." Yang Bin smiled. "If it were that easy to pull apart, this ladder would have broken long ago. With the bottom of the ladder broken, the top would be easy." Yang Bin shook the ladder up and down a few times, and the welding point on the top soon broke off. In no time, a ladder about 1.8 meters long appeared in Yang Bin's hands. He waved it around a few times. It still didn't feel very handy, but they would have to make do for now. Once they got up, they could knock off the crossbars in the middle, giving them 2 iron pipes each about 1.8 meters long. "Here, take it." Yang Bin handed the ladder to Zhao Kuen and then went to the other bed to dismantle the second ladder in the same manner. Once they were done, they would have 4 iron pipes. Yang Bin grinned. Just then, a loud banging sound suddenly came from outside, startling both of them. Yang Bin immediately activated his true sight and looked outside, where he saw 2 zombies banging incessantly at the dormitory door. "How did zombies come here?" Yang Bin frowned. "Did they see us just now?" "I don't know. What do we do now?" Zhao Kuen asked worriedly. "What else can we do?" "We charge out. If we don't, with them banging like that, soon other zombies will come over too, and then we won't be able to get out at all." Yang Bin said seriously. "Okay." Zhao Kuen nodded. After so many battles, Zhao Kuen, who initially doubted Yang Bin, no longer questioned him. Deep down, he had recognized Yang Bin's abilities. "I'll clear the way in front, and you follow behind with the stuff." "All right." Chapter 12. One strike kill after the two discussed. Yang Bin tightened his grip on the ladder and walked to the door, giving Zhao Kuen a look. Zhao Kuen nodded and suddenly yanked the door open. Before the 2 zombies could react, Yang Bin raised the ladder and slammed it down on them. Immediately, the 2 zombies were knocked out. Zhao Kuen's eyes widened in shock, clearly startled by Yang Bin's strength. Seeing Yang Bin rush out, Zhao Kuen didn't hesitate and quickly followed. The 2 zombies on the ground quickly got up and charged at them again. Yang Bin swung the ladder directly, and with his immense strength, he knocked the 2 zombies down once more. However, the noise quickly attracted the attention of other zombies in the hallway. Instantly, over 20 zombies began charging towards them. "Run!" Yang Bin shouted, and the 2 quickly ran towards the stairs. Behind them, more than 20 zombies were howling and chasing after them. Soon, they reached the rooftop door. But Yang Bin suddenly stopped. "I'll guard here. You take the stuff up and share it with them." "Why aren't you going in together now that we're at the door?" Zhao Kuen frowned. "That long ladder is broken and can't hold the iron door. If those 20 zombies rush onto the rooftop, we're all done for. The stairs are narrower, so we can only face 3 zombies at a time. It's best to hold here. I'll hold them off first, and you hurry back after eating," Yang Bin said sternly. Zhao Kuen glanced at the horde of zombies behind him, nodded, and said nothing more, pushing open the iron door and stepping onto the rooftop. Soon, a group of zombies rushed up, and Yang Bin swung the ladder hard. The zombies in front were immediately swept down, and those behind were knocked over as well. However, the zombies, undeterred, charged again after falling. Yang Bin could only keep knocking them down. Yet, as more and more zombies came, Yang Bin felt the pressure mounting. The zombies in front would soon be pushed up by those behind, and the relentless ones would continue to charge forward. The people on the rooftop also saw this situation and, not daring to waste any time, quickly finished off the food. Zhao Kuen grabbed the ladder Yang Bin had taken from the bed, while the thin monkey picked up a high stool. And Lao He and Chun Hao broke a fractured wooden ladder in half, each carrying a section to help out. It must be said that their ability to survive until now is greatly related to their cooperation. Although their relationships weren't great, they all put their all into fighting zombies. And no one slacked off. This is also why Yang Bin was willing to keep cooperating with them. With their arrival, Yang Bin's pressure was greatly reduced. Although they were only 5 people against more than 20 zombies below, they held a favorable position, and with each of them armed. The zombies couldn't come up for a while. "Brother Bin, here." Chun Hao took half a piece of bread from his pocket and handed it to Yangbin. He had taken the bread when they were dividing food, but he had only taken a few bites and saved the rest. Yangbin smiled and shook his head. "You eat it, I'm not hungry." Yangbin wasn't surprised at Chunhao's behavior, as that was his character since childhood. He always thought of others first. "But you haven't eaten since last night either, right? After fighting so many battles, you did the most work. How could you not be hungry?" "I'm not hungry at all. When have I ever been polite to you? Hurry up and eat more, or you won't have the energy to fight zombies," Yangbin said. "All right," Chunhao replied, not being pretentious anymore and directly stuffing the bread into his mouth. "Yangbin, we can't keep this up indefinitely. These zombies don't get tired, but we do." Zhao Kun frowned as he watched the zombies constantly rushing up. Yangbin nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "You guys hold them off. I'll deal with the ladder." "Okay." Back on the rooftop, Yangbin picked up a piece of brick and knocked off all 3 crossbars in the middle of the ladder. Soon, he had 2 iron pipes in hand. Although the pipes weren't solid, the walls were thick enough to be quite sturdy. Returning to the stairway, he handed one of the iron pipes to Chunhao and said to the others, "You guys hold them off. I'll take care of them." After finishing his sentence, Yangbin focused on the zombie at the front, and with a swift motion, he thrust the iron pipe violently into the zombie's head. With Yangbin's immense strength, the pipe pierced straight through the zombie's skull and into its brain. Instantly, the zombie's movement stopped, and its body slowly slumped to the ground. "Wow, Brother Ben is amazing," Chunhao exclaimed. The others were equally shocked. Everyone knew how hard a skull could be, and Yangbin had managed to pierce a zombie's head with a pipe that wasn't even sharp. What immense strength that required. Yangbin pulled the pipe out from the zombie's head and laughed. "Not bad. It works quite well. Let me try," Chunhao said excitedly. And he immediately thrust the pipe at one of the zombies' heads. The pipe struck accurately, but unlike Yangbin, it didn't pierce through. It only made a dent and splattered a lot of blood. "All right, you just hold them off. I'll do the killing," Yangbin said. "Okay." Chunhao awkwardly retracted the pipe. Next, under the astonished gazes of the others, Yangbin quickly dispatched one zombie after another with the iron pipe. As the number of zombies he killed increased, Yangbin's technique became more and more proficient. Each strike resulted in another zombie's head being pierced. However, even though Yangbin was killing them quickly, the number of zombies did not decrease because the noise was attracting more. Zombies that had been hiding on the 7th floor, as well as those from the 6th floor near the stairway, were drawn to the commotion. Unlike the rooftop, where fighting could barely be heard below, the sounds in the stairway made it easy for zombies to pinpoint their location. Therefore, not only the 7th floor zombies, but also those from the 6th floor came rushing. As time passed, Yangbin killed more and more zombies, and he felt his arms growing heavier, almost unable to lift them. Even though his physical fitness had significantly improved, thrusting the iron pipe into zombies' heads required immense effort each time. Such high-intensity combat would be unbearable even for an Iron Man. Fortunately, as the number of zombies killed increased, the stairway became piled high with their corpses, making it increasingly difficult for the zombies behind to get up. After a while, the stairway was almost completely blocked by zombie bodies, and finally, no more zombies could come up. Yangbin directly sat down on the ground, his hands trembling and almost unable to lift them. "Brother Ben, are you okay?" Chunhao asked with concern. "I'm fine, just really tired. I'll be okay after resting a bit." Yangbin shook his head, perhaps due to their experiences, even with the stairway packed with zombie bodies. No one felt like throwing up. However, their faces were pale as paper, possibly because they had just eaten something and were reluctant to vomit. Chapter 13. Clearing the zombies, the group returned to the rooftop once again. Besides Yangbin, everyone else was also extremely exhausted, as stopping the zombies had consumed a lot of energy. Yangbin took out his phone to see if there were any updates online, only to find that it was out of battery. He put the phone back in his pocket, realizing that cheap phone batteries really don't last long. "How's he?" Check online for any news, especially if there are any official updates. It's already past 4 in the afternoon. The apocalypse has been going on for more than half a day, so the officials should have released some information by now. Chunhao quickly turned on his phone and began checking. Soon, he showed an excited expression, which quickly dimmed. "What is going on? Your expression is so rich." Yangbin asked curiously. "Brother Ben, the officials did release some news, but it's not useful," Chunhao said with a bitter smile. "What did they say?" "The officials said that zombies aren't that scary and encouraged everyone to bravely take up arms against them. They will handle their internal issues and will start rescue operations soon, so everyone shouldn't worry," Chunhao explained. "Haha, that does sound official," Yangbin chuckled. It seems relying on the officials is not an option, Zhao Kuan said helplessly, but the officials are not entirely wrong. If there are weapons, normal people should be able to deal with ordinary zombies. It's just a matter of whether they dare to take action. Yeah, but there are plenty of tough people in the world. I estimate that many have already faced off against zombies during this time, Yangbin said. You're right, Brother Bin. There are a lot of such videos online now. Many people are forming small groups to fight against zombies, Chen Hao added. There are also many videos from campuses where several dorm buildings have started forming teams to combat zombies, Shouho said. Don't we have any? Chen Hao asked. Aren't we one of them? Yangbin laughed. All right, it seems we can't count on anyone else to help. Not necessarily. Maybe people on the lower floors have already taken action. Yeah, let us rest for an hour. Then find a way down to clear the remaining zombies on the 7th floor. Check how many people are still alive, and look for food and water, Yangbin suggested. Okay, everyone nodded and immediately lay down on the rooftop to rest. Facing dozens of zombies at once had already left them physically and mentally exhausted. An hour later, Yangbin sat up, lifted his arms, and still felt some soreness, but at least he was able to fight. During this time, Zhao Kuan had also dealt with his ladder, turning it into 2 iron pipes, one for him and one for old Hay. As for Shouho, he picked up the previously bent steel pipe that Yangbin had knocked and used a brick to straighten it out, making it barely usable. Let us go? After Yangbin said this, he led the way toward the stairway. At this point, the stairway was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the moment they entered, a nauseating odor hit them. The group held their breath against the unpleasant smell and looked down. At the bottom of the stairway, which was piled with corpses, 2 zombies were still persistently trying to climb up, but the stairway was blocked, preventing them from reaching the top. How do we get down? Zhao Kuan asked. Yangbin pointed to the railing and said, the stairway is blocked. We can only jump down from here. Are you sure? That is about 3 meters. Jumping down could break our legs, and there are 2 zombies down there. Are you trying to send us to deliver ourselves? Look at your lack of ambition. Yangbin shook his head. I'll go down first. After I deal with these 2 zombies, you can come down. Without waiting for a response, Yangbin directly flipped over the railing with one hand and leaped down. After landing, he slightly crouched to absorb the impact and stood steadily in the corridor on the 7th floor. His improved physical fitness wasn't just about strength, it was a comprehensive enhancement. A height of 3 meters posed no significant challenge for him. When the 2 zombies saw the sudden appearance of food, they immediately charged excitedly towards Yangbin. Yangbin thrust the iron pipe forward, instantly piercing one zombie's head, then kicked the other zombie hard, knocking it to the ground. He quickly pulled the pipe out and fiercely stabbed it into the head of the downed zombie. The entire sequence of movements was fluid, leaving the others above wide-eyed. Impressive. They all gave him a thumbs up. Stop flattering. Come down, Yangbin said as he looked at them. The few of them exchanged glances, feeling a bit scared. Yangbin shook his head, directly dragging over 2 zombie corpses, saying, Is this good enough? I'll go first. Chen Hao stepped forward, took a deep breath as he flipped over the railing and jumped down. His feet landed on the zombie corpses, and with the cushioning from the bodies, there were no issues. In fact, 3 meters may look high for an ordinary person, but as long as one knows how to dissipate the force, there shouldn't be any problems. The key is overcoming the fear in one's heart. Haozi's courage has increased quite a bit, Yangbin laughed. Of course, I can't embarrass you. Chen Hao puffed out his chest and said. Seeing that Chen Hao had jumped down, Zhao Kuan and the others exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and followed suit. The poor zombies, after being killed, had their bodies used as foot mats, nearly having their guts stomped out. There were no zombies left in the corridor on the 7th floor, but there were quite a few in the rooms. The dormitory has 20 rooms on one floor, with 10 on each side of the stairwell, and each room accommodates 4 people, meaning there were at least 80 people on that floor. They had killed nearly 60 zombies, including some from the 6th floor, so there were at least 20 or 30 zombies remaining on the 7th floor, and some of them were likely survivors. Let us clear one room at a time, Yangbin said. Okay. Yangbin led the group to the left, arriving at the first dormitory door, which was open, and there were no zombies inside. The group went in and rummaged around, but aside from finding half a bottle of mineral water and a pack of gum, they didn't find any other food. Boys' dormitories are not like girls', as only a few like to stock up on snacks. So the food they could find was very limited, relying entirely on luck. Yangbin took a swig of the mineral water and passed it to Chen Hao, who took a sip and then handed it to Zhao Kuan. At this moment, they weren't being picky. They were all extremely thirsty and naturally didn't care if someone else had drunk from it. Water was more precious than food. After passing it around, half a bottle of mineral water was finished, and Yongbin took the opportunity to dismantle the ladder from that room, turning it into 2 iron pipes, handing one to the thin monkey and replacing the one he was holding, as this had become deformed from stabbing too many zombies. The group then chewed on their gum and leisurely walked towards the second dormitory. This dormitory was also empty, and after rummaging through it, they continued moving forward. After passing several dormitories without encountering any zombies, it was likely that the rooms near the stairwell had been scared away by the noise and had fled to seek their doom. It wasn't until they reached the 5th room that they finally came across a tightly closed door. Yongbin activated his true sight and saw that there were 3 zombies inside, gnawing on a mutilated corpse. Yongbin signaled to the others and then kicked open the door. The 3 zombies that were dining looked bewildered at the suddenly opened door, and before they could react, they were met with a flurry of strikes from the people who rushed in. By the time they snapped out of their daze, they were already dead. 2 were killed by Yongbin stabbing through their heads, while 1 was dealt with by Chun Hao and Zhao Kuan, who worked together to snap its neck. They didn't have Yongbin's strength to crush a zombie's head, so they went for stabbing its neck, and surprisingly, it was quite effective. Stabbing the neck was much easier than the head. After searching the dormitory again, they continued deeper inside. Finally, in the 8th room, they found 4 survivors. None of them had turned into zombies and had successfully survived. When they saw Yongbin and the others, they were instantly excited, thinking they were saved. However, Yongbin's next sentence poured cold water on their excitement. Grab your weapons and come with us to kill zombies. Chapter 14, Happy Birthday. No way. The 4 people in room 708 shook their heads in unison. Are you kidding? Zombies eat people. Why risk our lives? Let us just hide in the dormitory and wait for rescue. As long as we keep quiet, the zombies won't find us, said a bespectacled, refined man. What if help doesn't come for days? Zhao Kuan frowned. It's okay. We still have plenty of food in our dormitory. We can hold out for a few days, another curly-haired guy replied. Upon hearing this, Yongbin's eyes lit up. They had rummaged through so many rooms and only found a few snacks, and none of them were full yet. He didn't expect these guys to have food for several days. Can we come in and sit for a bit? Standing in the corridor might attract the zombies. Yongbin said with a smile. Come in quickly. The moment they heard it might attract zombies, the people inside panicked. Yongbin led the group into the dormitory, and what greeted their eyes was a table full of snacks, as well as cola, Sprite, and cake, making Chun Hao and the others drool. Did someone celebrate a birthday last night? Yongbin asked. Yeah, it was my birthday. They bought a bunch of stuff to celebrate for me. The curly-haired guy smiled. Happy birthday, Yongbin said with a smile, then naturally walked over to the table and started eating, acting completely at ease. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Chun Hao and the others followed suit, congratulating the curly-haired guy and then rushing to the table to gobble down the food. Thank you, the curly-haired guy said, stunned. Wait, this isn't right. They're eating our food. What are we going to eat later? The bespectacled man panicked as he watched them devour everything. Shut up. The others also reacted quickly and rushed over to grab the food. However, by the time they got there, the table was nearly cleared by this group of starving ghosts. Not only were they stuffing their mouths, but they were also shoving food into their pockets. What are you bandits? The curly-haired guy shouted angrily. How could we? We're just celebrating your birthday, Yongbin said, holding a cola in one hand and bread in the other, speaking indistinctly. My birthday is over. I don't need you to celebrate. Pay us back for our food. The curly-haired guy glared, his curls nearly straightening out from anger. The other 3 also shot angry glares at them. These people were so shameless. Saying that while already having eaten the food, Yongbin laughed. But I'm not taking your food for free. After saying that, Yongbin walked over to the bed, directly dismantled the ladders from 2 beds, and tossed them to them, saying, these are far more important than food in the apocalypse. With this, you might save your lives. The few of them were stunned as they took the ladders, momentarily speechless, clearly intimidated by Yongbin's strength. Yongbin stuffed 2 bags of peanuts into his pocket and led everyone away. If you're too scared to kill zombies, then just close the door. I hope you can wait for rescue to arrive. Once the group left, the few in the dormitory finally dared to speak. These damn bandits. They just ate several days' worth of our food. How are we supposed to wait for rescue now? Exactly, they are cutting off our escape. Outside the corridor, the group happily drank soda and ate cake. This is awesome. Yongbin, do you think we went too far? Zhao Kuan frowned. Too far. Hee hee. Do you really think rescue will come? Yongbin asked. Even if it does, it'll at least take 10 days to half a month. Do you think they can last that long with this little food? No. Then that is settled. We ate their food, but I also gave them weapons. In relative terms, the hope of survival that weapons bring them is greater. That makes sense. Zhao Kun nodded, clearly agreeing with Yongbin's words. After that, a few people dealt with several zombies in the 2 dormitories at the back and then walked to the other side. They spent more than half an hour clearing all 10 dormitories on the right side. During their search, they found some snacks, bottled water, a few clean clothes, and daily necessities. They each carried a backpack filled with everything they had gathered. Yes, the backpacks were also scavenged. There were no survivors in the 10 rooms on the right side, which shows how low the survival rate is. In the entire 7th floor, nearly 80 people. Only 4 from dormitory 708 and 3 from Zhao Kuen's group survived. The rest either turned into zombies or were eaten by zombies. With a survival rate of less than 10%, everyone felt extremely heavy-hearted. However, this was also due to the large number of people living in the school dormitories. Other places were probably better off. After clearing the 7th floor, the sun was about to set, and everyone decided to find a clean dormitory to stay for the night and think about other things tomorrow. For now, food and water were temporarily sufficient, so there was no need to worry about hunger. Eventually, they found 2 undamaged dormitories. Zhao Kun and his 3 companions occupied one, while Yongbin and Chunhao took the other. After tidying up the rooms a bit, Yongbin and Chunhao lay directly on the beds. Utterly exhausted after the day, Yongbin took out a charging cable he had scavenged and plugged in his phone, then fell into deep thought. Brother Bin, do you think we can survive the apocalypse? Chunhao asked softly. Yes, Yongbin said firmly. Chunhao nodded, his eyes filled with uncertainty. In the past, watching movies about the apocalypse seemed thrilling, but experiencing it for real made him realize how terrifying the feeling of potentially dying at any moment was. Don't think too much. Just focus on the path ahead. Later, you will come with me to the 6th floor, Yongbin said. Why go to the 6th floor? Isn't it fine here? Chunhao asked, puzzled. When I was clearing the zombies, I activated my special ability and saw a special zombie in the corridor on the 6th floor, Yongbin replied. A special zombie? Is it the kind that almost wiped out our 5-person team? Yes. Isn't it dangerous to have such a zombie around? Why would we go down? Chunhao asked, confused. Do you think my strength suddenly increased so much? Yongbin suddenly asked. Oh, I was wondering about that too. How did your strength become so much greater? Is it because of that crystal? Chunhao's eyes widened. Exactly. After eating that crystal, my physical fitness improved significantly. Yongbin nodded. This crystal might be the key to surviving the apocalypse. Therefore, we need to get more of it before others find out. Brother Bin, do you mean that this kind of crystal only exists on special zombies? Chunhao asked. Yes, we've killed so many zombies and only encountered one, which shows that special zombies must be extremely rare. It's a rare opportunity, so we can't let it slip away. Okay, I understand. Should we call them? Chunhao pointed to Zhao Kuen's room. No need. We're just in a cooperative relationship with them. As long as there are no conflicts of interest, it's fine. But once interests are involved, there will inevitably be problems. I can't share this kind of thing with them. All right, so when do we go down? We'll rest for a bit and then go down, trying not to alert them. Okay. Chapter 15. The second crystal in another room, Kun Go. Don't you think Yongbin's strength seems to have increased a lot? The thin monkey whispered. Yeah, I noticed that a long time ago. His strength is ridiculously high now. Zhao Kun frowned. What is going on? At first, that guy was fierce, but if we really had a fight, the 3 of us could definitely take him down. Now I feel like even if the 3 of us teamed up, we would still be beaten badly, Old Black said grimly. If I'm not mistaken, it should be because of that red crystal he dug out of the zombie's head, Zhao Kun pondered. Hearing Zhao Kuen's words, the thin monkey and Old Black reflected on it. Now that you mention it, it is possible. It seems like he became stronger after eating that thing. But how did he know that there would be that thing on that zombie's head? And how did he dare to eat it? Old Black asked, puzzled. That's what I can't figure out either. It feels like those 2 are a bit unusual. They were scratched, but didn't turn into zombies. And did you notice that when we were clearing zombies in the afternoon, Yongbin seemed to know if there were zombies inside, always able to plan ahead? Zhao Kun said. Yeah, I noticed that too. I wanted to ask at the time, but I held back. The thin monkey nodded. Thinking about it, it seems like both of them are freaks. Should we still stick with them? Old Black frowned. Zhao Kun thought for a moment and said, it's better to stick with them before leaving the dormitory. At least our lives are more secure that way. But we also need to find a way to get some crystals ourselves. I don't want to be under his thumb all the time, Zhao Kuan said. Right. Don't worry, Kuan Gu, we will definitely help you get some. In the sixth-floor stairwell, Yang Bin frowned as he looked at the zombies in the corridor. Although some zombies on the sixth floor were attracted to the rooftop battle, there were still more than 10 zombies in the corridor, and the special zombie was among them, which was quite a headache for him. Although he was confident he could take on the special zombie one-on-one, dealing with so many zombies, especially with one being special, was definitely not feasible. After thinking for a moment, Yang Bin looked at Chun Hao beside him and said, Howsy, that special zombie is right in the middle of that group of zombies. The tall one in black clothing, is it? Do you have a way to lure it over, or into a specific dormitory? Chun Hao peeked at the distant zombies and thought for a moment. I can give it a try. Be careful. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Remember, using special abilities consumes mental energy, so if you feel dizzy, retreat quickly, otherwise, your invisibility will fail, Yang Bin instructed. After that, he took out a handful of stones from his pocket and handed them to Chun Hao. These stones were what he had prepared for luring zombies, and he had plenty. Don't worry, Brother Bin, I understand. Chun Hao took the stones and quickly disappeared from sight. Under Yang Bin's true vision, Chun Hao cautiously walked over and stopped about 5 meters away from a group of zombies. The zombies were still wandering aimlessly and didn't notice Chun Hao. Seeing this scene, Chun Hao let out a sigh of relief, then took out a stone and threw it into the adjacent dormitory. Soon, the sound startled several zombies, and 2 of them immediately rushed into the dormitory. Seeing that this trick was effective, Chun Hao repeated the process and successfully lured away 7 or 8 zombies. At this point, the special zombie was now exposed, and Chun Hao took a few steps back, throwing a stone at its feet. The special zombie looked curiously at the stone on the ground, but didn't move. It seemed to be a bit smarter than ordinary zombies. Chun Hao didn't get discouraged. He kept throwing stones while retreating. The special zombie finally couldn't help but follow him, but the 2 zombies behind it also followed along. Seeing this, Chun Hao felt a headache coming on. He just wanted to lure the special zombie over, but he didn't want to attract 3 of them. After several attempts, he found that the 2 zombies were like clingy followers. Wherever the special zombie went, they followed. Chun Hao helplessly looked at Yang Bin in the distance. Yang Bin also noticed the situation and gave Chun Hao a signal to bring them over, then stepped up the stairs and hid around the corner. With Yang Bin's permission, Chun Hao cautiously threw stones all the way, slowly leading the 3 zombies to the corner in the middle of the stairs. Yang Bin was now gripping a metal pipe, poised to strike. At the moment when 3 zombies approached, the iron pipe suddenly stabbed out and fiercely pierced the head of an ordinary zombie. Instantly, the zombie's head was punctured, and it fell to the ground. It wasn't that Yang Bin didn't want to stab the special zombie, but he knew very well that he couldn't kill a special zombie with one hit. They would then have to face the attacks of 3 zombies. Therefore, Yang Bin simply decided to kill one first. As Yang Bin made his move, the other 2 zombies also noticed him and directly pounced toward him, especially the special zombie, which was extremely fast. Yang Bin pulled out the iron pipe and swept it horizontally, striking both zombies. The ordinary zombie was directly knocked down the stairs, but the special zombie only took a step back before pouncing again. Yang Bin quickly thrust the iron pipe, accurately stabbing it into the opponent's head. However, this time it didn't penetrate like it did with the ordinary zombie. The iron pipe made a hole in the opponent's head, but couldn't go any further. The special zombie was stronger in terms of power, speed, and body strength than the ordinary zombie. The iron pipe in Yang Bin's hand was not sharp, and it was clearly not easy to directly pierce through the special zombie's head. However, Yang Bin was mentally prepared. After failing a thrust, he quickly pulled out the iron pipe and struck it again to push the zombie back. At that moment, the zombie that had rolled down the stairs also got up and rushed over, but was stopped by the suddenly appearing Chun Hao. The 2 battlefields ignited simultaneously. In the narrow stairwell, the use of iron pipes by both men was particularly cumbersome. Fortunately, the zombies' fighting style was very straightforward. They only knew how to keep pouncing at their opponents, and with the length of the iron pipes, the zombies couldn't get close. Yang Bin repeatedly forced the special zombie back, thrusting the iron pipe into its head again and again. Finally, after 7 or 8 continuous thrusts, a sound of bones breaking echoed, and Yang Bin's iron pipe finally pierced through the opponent's head. The special zombie finally stopped moving and slowly fell to the ground. On the other side, Chun Hao had also broken the neck of his opponent. At this moment, a roar erupted from below, evidently. Their noise had attracted the zombies on the 6th floor. Yang Bin quickly reached into the special zombie's head and soon pulled out a red crystal. Let us go. The two quickly ascended the stairs, returning to their dormitory before the zombies noticed them. Chapter 16. Chunhao's improvement in the dorm. Chunhao looked at the red crystal in Yang Bin's hand with surprise and said, "Brother Bin, can this thing really significantly enhance one's strength?" Yang Bin nodded and then directly handed the crystal to Chunhao, saying, "You'll know if you try it." "Huh? For me?" Chunhao's eyes widened. "Who else would I give it to?" Yang Bin rolled his eyes. "Brother Bin, I think you should eat it. If you eat another one, your strength might increase even more, and then these zombies will be easy to handle." Chunhao handed the crystal back to Yang Bin. "What's the deal? You want to be a burden and let me do all the work?" "No, Brother Bin, that's not what I mean. I just think it would be better for you to eat it. Giving it to me feels like a waste," Chunhao said softly. Yang Bin sighed and patted Chunhao's shoulder, saying, "Haozi, this is the apocalypse. To survive in the apocalypse, you must have strength. You are the only person I trust to watch my back, so we need to improve together. If I improve while you stay stagnant, you will eventually become a burden. And you wouldn't want that, right?" I don't want to be a burden." "Then it's settled. It's just one crystal. Once your strength improves too, the two of us can handle anything together, right?" "That's true. All right, I'll eat this one." Chunhao wasn't one to dawdle. After understanding, he stopped hesitating, took the crystal, wiped it on his body, and then closed his eyes and tossed it into his mouth. Soon, the energy crystal transformed into energy and merged into Chunhao's body. After a while, Chunhao opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and his face was filled with excitement. "This is amazing. I feel like I can kill a cow now." "Feel around and see if there's anything new in your mind," Yang Bin said. Chunhao closed his eyes, suddenly opened them wide, and looked at Yang Bin in disbelief. "Brother Bin, a diagram of the Big Dipper appeared in my mind. Exactly like the Big Dipper I saw in the sky last night." "Sure enough, it's the same." Yang Bin nodded. "What is going on? Why does a star map like the one in the sky appear in my mind?" Chunhao exclaimed. "I don't know either. I've been pondering it for a while, and the only explanation I can come up with is that we might have activated a cultivation system." "What do you mean?" "The Big Dipper diagram in my mind is all dim, but we swallowed an energy crystal which lit up one corner of the first star, nearly doubling our strength. If I'm not mistaken, as more stars in this diagram light up, our strength will increase even further, and we might even gain various abilities in the future." Yang Bin pondered. "Why does this sound so mystical?" Chunhao said, a bit incredulously. "Then what about your invisibility? Isn't that mystical?" "It is." "Then there you go. With abilities like that, isn't cultivation quite normal?" "I guess that makes sense." "Well, don't think too much about it. Rest well tonight. We need to keep fighting tomorrow." As night fell, a sense of fear pervaded across the globe. The sudden outbreak of zombies caught everyone off guard, leading to a drastic change in the global situation. In just a day, the bustling streets turned into a zombie domain, and humanity could only hide in secluded places seeking a glimmer of hope. The official internal situation was equally chaotic. Many people in important positions had turned into zombies, and social order was nearly paralyzed. On the roads, it looked like a car accident scene, with cars piled up haphazardly and zombies wandering among them. From the houses, muffled cries could occasionally be heard, as everyone hid away, afraid to go outside. Of course, there were some brave individuals who stood up to fight the zombies, but they were still in the minority. Most people became weak at the knees upon seeing a zombie, let alone fighting them. In such circumstances, the number of humans was rapidly decreasing, and almost every industry had come to a halt, with everyone worrying about survival. On the first day of the apocalypse, the world was in chaos. Late at night, the Big Dipper reappeared in the sky, but the brightest North Star was no longer present, and the mysterious Red Star did not reappear. The roars of zombies gradually faded, and the world became eerily quiet. Humanity could hardly remember the last time they had such a quiet night. Except for a few streetlights stubbornly shining, the lights in countless homes had vanished, with families tightly closing their doors and not daring to turn on the lights. Bars, nightclubs, and other nighttime entertainment venues were all tightly locked. Zombies lifted their heads to gaze at the Big Dipper in the sky. In the dimness, it seemed that some star power was drawing the surrounding spiritual energy slowly into their bodies. Besides zombies, various mutated beasts also stared at the Big Dipper, as strands of spiritual energy slowly merged into them. The next morning, Yang Bin woke up early and casually picked up his phone, discovering a message. Upon opening it, Yang Bin's face lit up with joy because the message was from Hu Wanliang. He was still alive. Yang Bin excitedly opened the message. Brother Bin, are you still alive? The apocalypse has come. Lu Bo has turned into a zombie. I hid in the bathroom and narrowly escaped, but it seems he has already discovered me. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. If you're still alive, find a place to hide and make sure to survive. Seeing Hu Wenliang's message, Yang Bin felt a bit heavy-hearted. Lu Bo had ultimately turned into a zombie. However, it was good that Hu Wenliang was still alive. How's he? Wake up quickly. Yang Bin kicked Chun Hao's bed and shouted, What's wrong, Brother Bin? Chun Hao groggily got up. Liangzi is still alive. Yang Bin said excitedly. Really? Chun Hao immediately sat up in surprise. What about Lu Bo? He turned into a zombie, Yang Bin said in a low voice. It's okay. At least when Liang is still alive, Chun Hao forced a smile. Yeah, he's hiding in the bathroom and in a bad situation. We need to find a way to go down and rescue him, Yang Bin said. Okay. The two quickly went to the bathroom, washed up briefly, and changed into a set of clean clothes they had scavenged. Their clothes were already tattered and covered in blood, which they had discarded before going to bed last night. After each grabbing a backpack, they arrived at Zhao Kuan and the others' dormitory. They knocked on the door, and soon, Shouho opened it. The others were already ready and waiting for them. What's the plan for today? Zhao Kuan asked. We're planning to go to the 3rd floor to rescue people. Are you coming? Yang Bin said directly. Zhao Kuan frowned. To get to the 3rd floor, we have to go through the 654 three-story building. If we go down like this, we'll definitely attract the zombies on these floors. If we're surrounded, we're done for. Yeah, it's very dangerous. So I'm asking if you want to come. If you don't, then I and Chun Hao will go. Zhao Kuan thought for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't take that risk with you. I have to be responsible for Shouho and Lao He. I understand, Yang Bin nodded. Their relationship was merely one of cooperation. They weren't particularly close, so there was no obligation for them to take risks together. Then Chun Hao and I will go. You all be careful, Yang Bin said, and then he and Chun Hao left. Yang Bin, I hope you can survive, Zhao Kuan said, watching their backs. Don't worry. If you die, we won't die, Yang Bin waved his hand. Chapter 17 Going to the 3rd floor. Brother Bin, are you confident? Chun Hao asked with some worry as they arrived at the stairwell. Who would dare say they're confident in this situation? But our strength has improved, and with our abilities, we should be able to give it a try, Yang Bin said. What if I go down invisibly to check the situation? No need. Your invisibility can't hold for long. And we don't know how many zombies are down there. If you accidentally come into contact with one, it's over. It's best if we work together, Yang Bin replied. All right. The two cautiously started to go down. There were no zombies in the 6th floor stairwell, and they made it to the 5th floor. But they saw the last thing they wanted to see. There were 3 zombies staggering in the 5th floor stairwell. With their current strength, it would be easy to deal with these 3 zombies, but once they acted, it would definitely make noise, attracting a horde of zombies, which would be troublesome. Even with their current abilities, if they were surrounded, they would be doomed. What should we do, Brother Bin? Chun Hao looked at Yang Bin. Yang Bin thought for a moment and said, try not to engage if we can avoid it. You try going invisibly down and see if you can distract them with some stones. Okay. Chun Hao nodded, then directly went invisible and slowly moved down. Be careful. Don't make any noise. Chun Hao carefully approached the zombies from behind and took out a stone to throw into the corridor, trying to lure the zombies away. However, instead of the zombies in the stairwell moving, it attracted the zombies in the corridor. Seeing this, both of them felt helpless. Chun Hao, unwilling to give up, threw another stone to the other side, but 2 zombies came out from that side as well, while the 3 zombies in the stairwell remained unresponsive. Chun Hao didn't dare throw any more, fearing it would attract even more zombies. In this situation, unless Chun Hao could go down and throw the stones into the corridor to distract them, it seemed impossible to get those zombies to leave the stairwell. But with 3 zombies right in the middle of the stairwell, Chun Hao would have to pass right by them, which was like walking a tightrope. Although the 3 zombies weren't standing side by side, they were very close to each other, and they were walking back and forth. If Chun Hao accidentally touched one of them, it would be over. Yang Bin was just about to call Chun Hao back to reconsider when Chun Hao gritted his teeth and continued down. Yang Bin was startled and wanted to call him back, but it was too late. He could only grip the iron pipe tightly, ready to act at the first sign of trouble. Chun Hao took slow steps, inching closer to the zombies. And Yang Bin's heart was in his throat as he saw the distance between them shrink. On the contrary, Chun Hao was exceptionally calm at this moment. The instant the first zombie walked past him, he took a step forward, bypassed the first zombie, and slowly approached the second one. He patiently waited for the second zombie to move away before sidestepping past it. Just then, a few zombies coming from behind suddenly staggered toward Chun Hao's position. In that moment, both Chun Hao and Yang Bin broke out in a cold sweat. If they came over, they would definitely bump into Chun Hao. At the critical moment, Chun Hao quickly took out a few stones and threw them behind the zombies. The zombies stopped, turned their heads to look behind them, and then walked over with puzzled expressions. Phew! Both Yang Bin and Chun Hao let out a sigh of relief. The zombie that had just been in front of Chun Hao was almost right next to him. If it weren't for Chun Hao's experience, that scene would have made him vomit on the spot. The few zombies, along with the third one, left, and Chun Hao quickly pressed against the wall, moving to the corner, then took out another handful of stones and threw them into the corridor. The attention of the zombies was successfully diverted, and even the two zombies still on the stairs curiously followed along. Soon, all the zombies in the stairwell left, and Chun Hao waved to Yang Bin. Yang Bin quickly came down, and the two hurried to the corner of the stairs from the 5th to the 4th floor. "Haozi, don't take such risks next time," Yang Bin scolded. "Don't worry, Brother Bin. I'm confident," Chun Hao replied confidently. "Confidence my foot. You were almost kissing a zombie just now." That was purely an accident," Chun Hao said awkwardly. "Next time, let's discuss things like this first," Yang Bin said seriously. Chun Hao said softly. Yang Bin nodded, and then activated his true sight to look down. There were no zombies on the 4th floor stairs, but there were a few zombies staggering in the 4th floor corridor. This was naturally not a problem for them. Chun Hao went invisible, threw a few stones, and easily lured them into a nearby dormitory. The two quickly went down the stairs, and just as they reached the 4th floor corridor and were about to go down, Yang Bin suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Chun Hao asked quietly. "A group," Yang Bin said with a dark face. "All in the stairwell?" "Yeah, they're having a meal." "Having a meal?" Chun Hao didn't react at first. "Yeah, long legs, pretty white skin. Should be that sissy from 312, Yang Bin said. "Eating people?" Chun Hao finally understood. "Zombies can't eat rice, can they?" "Brother Bin, I've noticed you're becoming more and more perverted." "What's so perverted about it? Haven't we seen this kind of scene many times? But you don't usually look at it so seriously. You could recognize someone just by their leg. It's standard procedure. If one day you're eaten, I can recognize you by a bone." "All right, enough of that. The problem now is that those guys are enjoying their meal and probably won't leave anytime soon." Yang Bin frowned. "Then should we wait?" Chun Hao suggested. "Wait. Our position is painfully awkward. If the zombies from the 4th floor come over, we're done for." "You can go invisible, but I can't," Yang Bin said. "Then what should we do?" "Charge down and fight our way to our dorm," Yang Bin said. "Isn't that too risky? What if there are a bunch of zombies down there? Wouldn't that be a tragedy?" "There's no way. If we get blocked in the hallway, that would really be asking for trouble." "All right, I'll listen to you." Stick close to me later. With our strength, we should be able to rush through without much problem." "Good." Yang Bin tightly gripped the iron pipe, his gaze fixed on the zombies below, who were happily eating. Seeing that they weren't looking up, Yang Bin charged down, jumping up and stepping on one zombie's head, directly leaping over a group of zombies squatting in the stairwell eating. Chun Hao quickly followed. Before the zombie could react, he pushed off its shoulder and jumped over. Roar! A group of zombies spotted the two living people and immediately abandoned their meal, crazily chasing after them. Chapter 18. Hu Wenliang. The two rushed to the 3rd floor corridor. But upon seeing the zombies in the hallway, they immediately felt a chill run down their spines. The entire corridor was filled with zombies, conservatively estimating. There were definitely 30 to 40 of them, with nearly 20 just in the left corridor. "Haozi, we have to fight for our lives. I'll take the front. You take the back," Yang Bin said seriously. Chun Hao nodded earnestly. Yang Bin tightened his grip on the iron pipe and charged forward. Roar! The zombies ahead quickly lunged at him. Yang Bin thrust the iron pipe forward, instantly piercing the first zombie's head. However, Yang Bin's expression darkened. He felt that piercing this zombie offered more resistance than the previous ones. But there was no time to think, so he kicked the zombie away, simultaneously knocking down a few zombies behind him, and the two quickly rushed forward. Soon, those zombies quickly got back up and lunged at the two again. The zombies behind them also quickly caught up. Chun Hao imitated Yang Bin, quickly attacking with the iron pipe. Although he wasn't as skilled as Yang Bin, his improved physical condition gave him enough strength to pierce the head of the zombie at the front. Chun Hao also kicked it away. The two used their hands and feet, constantly attacking with the iron pipe, kicking the advancing zombies away. After killing several zombies in succession, Yang Bin was basically certain that these zombies were definitely stronger than those from yesterday. Their body strength, power, and speed were all superior to yesterday's. Could it be that the zombies downstairs are tougher? Or do zombies grow stronger over time? Yangbin pondered. Bin Ge, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. Chen Hao's anxious voice sounded. Yangbin quickly turned back to look, and immediately his expression darkened. There were more zombies behind than in front. At this point, these zombies had rushed up to Chen Hao. He could no longer stab with the iron pipe and had to push sideways, trying to shove the zombies back. But there were too many zombies to push back. And he could only grit his teeth and hold on, his hands already bloodied from being scratched by the zombies. How's he hold on? Yangbin shouted angrily, thrusting the iron pipe through another zombie's head, then jumping up to kick it several meters away, causing the zombies behind to tumble down. Let us go. Yangbin couldn't afford to finish off the zombies. He directly stepped on them and quickly ran forward. Chen Hao suddenly pushed forward and quickly followed. Ahead, Yangbin changed his thrusting motion with the iron pipe to swinging it, knocking down one zombie after another as he rushed forward. Chen Hao closely followed. And just as they were about to reach dorm room 308, suddenly, a fallen zombie grabbed Chen Hao's leg and bit down on his ankle. Hiss! Chen Hao gasped, a pained expression on his face. How's he? Yangbin was startled. The steel pipe shot out instantly, dispatching the zombie that had bitten Chen Hao. And he quickly pulled Chen Hao up, using his shoulder to push aside the few zombies in front, and charged into the dormitory, quickly closing and locking the door. Roar! Just as the two were about to breathe a sigh of relief, they suddenly heard a roar and discovered that there was also a zombie inside the dormitory. Lubo? Seeing this zombie, both of them showed a look of sadness. They had been roommates for 3 years, and their relationship had been great. Now, seeing their former roommate turned into a zombie felt very uncomfortable. However, Lubo at this moment didn't care whether they were familiar. Upon spotting the living people, he excitedly charged towards them. I'm sorry, brother. Yangbin sighed, and the iron pipe shot out instantly, piercing the zombie's neck. He didn't stab its head, at least leaving it some dignity. Watching Lu Bo fall to the ground, both of them looked somewhat pained. They had killed so many zombies. Yet this was the first time they had killed a brother beside them. Bang, bang, bang. There was a frantic knocking at the door, causing the dormitory door to shake. The zombies behind clearly did not intend to let them go. The two quickly focused their minds and worked together to drag a bed nearby to brace against the door. Just as they secured the door, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Bin Ge, how's he? Hu Wenliang peeked his head out from the bathroom, and upon seeing the two, he was filled with surprise. Liangzi. The two were also excited to see Hu Wenliang. The three big men hugged each other directly. I thought I would never see you again, Hu Wenliang said, his eyes reddening. Yeah, it's so great that you're alive. Chen Hao also exclaimed. Soon, they let go, and Hu Wenliang looked at the two with confusion. There are zombies outside. How did you come back? You don't know the hardships we went through to come back and save you? Chen Hao extended his leg, where it was already bloodied and mangled, with a chunk of flesh bitten off. How's he you? Upon seeing the wound on Chen Hao's foot, Hu Wenliang's eyes immediately turned red. I'm sorry, Howsy. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have sent you the message. If you turn into a zombie, I'll accompany you. Go, go, go. You're not a woman. Who wants you to die with me? Hurry up, get something to bandage me. It hurts so much. You're about to turn into a zombie. What are you bandaging for? You're the one about to turn into a zombie. I'm perfectly fine. Stop cursing me. Chen Hao rolled his eyes. But, all right, Liangzi, Howsy is fine. At this moment, Yangbin had already found some bandages, alcohol, and healing medicine from the cabinet. These things were what he had prepared before. He often worked at construction sites and inevitably got bumps and bruises, so he was accustomed to keeping some medicine on hand. However, just as he was about to treat Chen Hao's wound, he suddenly stopped. Because just now, when he activated his true sight to observe Chen Hao's wound, he inadvertently saw Hu Wenliang, and this glimpse left him dumbfounded. Hu Wenliang actually has a superpower, and it's a healing type. Damn, what a coincidence. Yangbin's eyes widened. What coincidence, Bin Ge? Chen Hao asked, puzzled. This guy Liangzi actually has superpowers. Isn't that a coincidence? Really? Chen Hao was instantly excited. What are you two talking about? What superpower? Hu Wenliang looked at them with a confused expression. Liangzi, try placing your hand on Howzy's injury and concentrate on healing him, Yangbin said. What for? Hu Wenliang was even more confused. Just do as I say. Yangbin smiled. Oh, okay. Hu Wenliang nodded, then squatted down and placed his hand on the spot where Chen Hao was injured, concentrating on healing him. Soon, under the astonished gazes of the three, A white light suddenly appeared at the point where Hu Wenliang's hand touched Chun Hao's wound. Then, to everyone's shock, they discovered that the wound on Chun Hao's foot was visibly healing at a rapid pace, and before long, it was as good as new. Damn, that's amazing, Chun Hao exclaimed. Even Yang Bin looked at this scene in astonishment. It was truly unbelievable. What the hell is going on? Hu Wenliang was even more confused. Yang Bin explained everything he knew to Hu Wenliang, finally giving him some understanding. So, in this apocalypse, there are not only zombies but also superhumans? Hu Wenliang exclaimed with wide eyes. You could say that, Yang Bin replied. That's just unbelievable. By the way, Liangzi, Lu Bo has turned into a zombie. How did you survive? Did you just happen to go to the bathroom? Yang Bin asked curiously. No. That night, I was woken up by your phone ringing and couldn't fall back asleep. I got up to play some games, thinking I'd just play a couple of rounds and then sleep. But I kept losing, and the more I played, the angrier I got. So I didn't want to sleep anymore. I played until after 4 o'clock before finally winning a game. Just as I was about to quit and go to bed, I suddenly saw a bright light outside the window with a red glow. Out of curiosity, I opened the door and went outside. Guess what I saw? Hu Wenliang said in shock. Did you see the Big Dipper and a crimson star? Yang Bin asked tentatively. How did you know? Hu Wenliang stared wide-eyed. Is it possible that we saw it too? Chen Hao laughed. Okay, Hu Wenliang said awkwardly. Seeing that scene completely wiped away my sleepiness. I kept watching until the stars disappeared before going back to the dorm. By then, it was already getting light outside. When I returned to the dorm, I saw Lu Bo's body shaking uncontrollably. I kept calling him, but he wouldn't wake up. Then I watched as his skin slowly rotted. I was terrified and couldn't get through to you guys on the phone. Finally, he suddenly opened his eyes, and they were blood red. It was just like a zombie in a movie, and I was so scared that I quickly hid in the bathroom, repeatedly dialing 911, but I couldn't get through. I later saw online that there was a zombie outbreak, so I just stayed in the bathroom, too afraid to come out, Hu Wenliang recounted, still feeling traumatized. Wow, you witnessed the creation of a zombie firsthand, Chun Hao exclaimed. Meanwhile, Yang Bin fell into deep thought. He had special abilities. Chun Hao had special abilities. Hu Wenliang had special abilities, and the only thing they had in common was that they had seen the Big Dipper and the Crimson Star. Could it be that their abilities were related to this? Chapter 19. The school broadcast bang. 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 The dormitory door continued to be battered by the zombies outside. These zombies seemed to have locked onto Yang Bin and the others, persistently banging against the dormitory door. The three of them watched the bed shake and quickly dragged another bed over. After all, Yang Bin and Chun Hao were strong. With 2 beds propped against the door, the shaking finally diminished, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, do you guys have any food? I haven't eaten for almost 2 days, Hu Wenliang said awkwardly. He had been hiding in the bathroom for a day and night, without eating or daring to sleep, and was now extremely hungry. Yes. Yang Bin took off his backpack and opened it. Inside were plenty of food and water that they had scavenged. Wow, did you guys go robbing? How did you get so much stuff? Hu Wenliang exclaimed in surprise. Pretty much. Hurry and eat. Without hesitation, Hu Wenliang grabbed a pack of bread and a bottle of mineral water and started devouring them. Seeing Hu Wenliang eat like a starving ghost, Yang Bin smiled. Hu Wenliang's special abilities gave him great relief. With him around, their chances of survival had increased. In the apocalypse, injuries were inevitable, and they didn't know much about medicine. Simple bandaging was fine, but if it got serious, it would be troublesome. Now, finding a hospital was impossible. So, Hu Wenliang's abilities were practically a godsend. After a while, Hu Wenliang finally felt full and said with satisfaction, "It's great to have something to eat." Of course, finding food in the apocalypse isn't easy. We found all this after scavenging an entire floor of the dormitory, Chun Hao said proudly. Impressive. Hu Wenliang gave him a thumbs up. Brother Bin, what should we do next? Those zombies are still blocking the door. We can't go out, Chun Hao said worriedly. It's fine. They can't get in. Let's rest for a bit. Eventually, some zombies will leave, and once there are fewer zombies, we can figure out a way to get out. Okay, Haozi. It seems like your hand is pretty injured too. Let me help you treat it as well, Hu Wenliang said, looking at Chun Hao's bloodied hands. Sure. Chun Hao quickly rolled up his torn sleeves, revealing numerous wounds. What were you thinking? You both came together, and Brother Bin is fine, but you ended up all injured. How can I compare to him? If I were as strong as him, I wouldn't be calling him brother. But seriously, Liangzi, your abilities are really impressive. I won't have to worry about injuries anymore. Chun Hao looked at his arm, now healed, excitedly. Hu Wenliang was about to say something when he suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes and almost fell to the ground, but fortunately, he managed to grab the table in time. What's wrong? Shen Hao asked curiously. I don't know. I just feel a bit dizzy and weak, Hu Wenliang replied, puzzled. It should be due to the continuous use of your abilities. Just rest a bit, and you'll be fine, Yangbin said. Ah, using abilities can cause this? No wonder I thought I was feeling fine, but suddenly felt dizzy. Come on, Liangzi, you really need to build up your stamina, Chen Hao teased. Using abilities consumes a lot of energy, and in the early stages, it's hard to use them for long. But it seems like it will get better as your strength increases, Yangbin said. Yeah, I feel that too, Chen Hao nodded. All right, let's all rest for a bit. Especially you, Liangzi. You haven't slept for 2 nights. Your eyes are bloodshot. Sleep for a while, and we'll wake you up later. But what about the zombies outside? It's fine. With the beds blocking the door, they can't get in. You lying on the bed is just perfect. They'll rock you to sleep. Okay, I'll sleep for a bit. Hu Wenliang nodded and then fell onto the bed. He was indeed exhausted. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, Brother Kuan, do you think Yang Bin and the others can survive like this? The skinny monkey asked. I don't know, but they should be fine. Yang Bin is very smart. Zhao Kuan replied. Should we continue scavenging for food on the 6th floor? Our food can only last until tomorrow. If we don't find more, we'll be starving. Just the few of us won't work, unless we bring those 4 guys from room 708 along. Those cowards definitely won't dare. It's fine, their food won't last long either. Once they're starving, they'll naturally come looking for us. Haha, true. On the 2nd day of the apocalypse, shadows could be seen moving in the various dormitory buildings. After a day and night, many people could no longer endure their hunger and had to take the risk to go out in search of food. However, in a dormitory full of zombies, the difficulty of finding food was evident. One misstep, and they could become the delivery for the zombies. Fortunately, around noon, the school's broadcast suddenly rang out, successfully attracting most of the zombies. Zombies are particularly sensitive to sound, and upon hearing the broadcast, a large group rushed towards the source of the sound. Luckily, the zombies couldn't understand the content of the broadcast. The broadcast was issued by a school leader, urging the surviving students to find a way to gather at the cafeteria. The school had 4 dining halls of various sizes, but everyone knew that the big cafeteria could accommodate 3,000 people at once and was the closest to the dormitory buildings. This leader likely knew that the zombies wouldn't understand, which is why they dared to shout over the broadcast. Upon hearing the broadcast, all the students were filled with surprise. The school had not given up on them. However, although the big cafeteria was the closest, there was still quite a distance, and getting there was no simple matter. Soon, the campus forum became lively again. Students from Building 16, if you're still alive, reply so we can gather and go to the cafeteria together. Students from Building 12, I've created a group. Everyone join in to discuss how to get there. Adjacent dormitory buildings are gathering downstairs. The more people, the safer it is. People from each dormitory building are discussing how to get to the cafeteria. Similarly, there are posts being made in Building 21. How many people are still alive in Building 21? Let's tally up and gather everyone's strength to go to the cafeteria together. Soon, many people commented, and after counting, it turned out there were only 53 people left alive in Building 21, not counting Yang Bin and a few others who didn't speak. On average, there were only about 7 or 8 people left on each floor, which made everyone's hearts sink. At that moment, someone suddenly said, there are some people in our building who have already started clearing zombies. All the zombies on the 7th floor have been killed by them, so they can lead the way. Is that true? Are there really such strong people? It's true. There are no zombies left on the 7th floor. They cleared them out, but those few people are really bad. They stole our food. How can they do this? Stealing from classmates. That's too much. Exactly. In this apocalypse when everyone is short on food, how can they steal from others? Such people are truly despicable. One by one, they stood on their moral high ground, pointing fingers at Yang Bin and others as if they had committed some heinous crime. Yang Bin and Shun Hao were also scrolling through their phones and looked speechless at this scene. Did we just eat a few pieces of cake? How did it turn into such a heinous act? Shun Hao said dejectedly. No need to pay attention to these people. They are just sour grapes. If they really encountered a situation, they would only do worse than us. Yang Bin shook his head and said, yeah, I think so too. So, Brother Bin, are we going out? There are a lot fewer zombies outside now. With our strength, we should be fine rushing out. Not so fast. Having more people isn't necessarily a good thing. Let's see how it goes first. Okay, Chapter 20, The Scapegoat on the Forum. Someone finally remembered the main issue. Let's put this aside for now and think about how to get to the cafeteria. Since they could kill zombies, why not let them lead us to the cafeteria? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Hey, those people upstairs, who are they? Come out. 3 of them are from our floor, Zhao Kuan and Lao He from room 716. The other 2 are unfamiliar and probably don't live on this floor. Is Zhao Kuan here? If you are, reply. At this moment, in a dormitory on the 7th floor, Zhao Kuan and his 2 companions looked grim. These guys just called us the most heinous criminals, and now they want us to take them to the cafeteria, treating us like fools, the thin monkey said speechlessly. But we can't say that. More people means more strength, and going together offers more protection, Lao He said. Kuan, what do you think? Ignore them, Zhao Kuan replied. But we need to go to the cafeteria too. Our food won't last much longer. Since everyone has this idea, wouldn't it be better to go together? Lao He said, puzzled. Having more people does provide strength, but it also makes the target bigger, which could increase the danger, Zhao Kuan said. But hiding like this isn't a solution. The internet is going crazy. Let's see how it goes first, Zhao Kuan said irritably. Why can't these guys recognize Yang the madman? How about we expose him? Lao He suggested. If you want to die, go ahead and try. Zhao Kuan rolled his eyes. It seemed the school leaders were smart enough to keep broadcasting loudly, which attracted more and more zombies to the source of the sound, reducing the number of zombies in the dormitory. Many students in the dormitories began to stir. Finally, students from the dormitories closest to the cafeteria, buildings 4, 5, and 6, started to take action. A group of students organized themselves, armed with various weapons, brooms, clothes poles, benches, and fruit knives. Occasionally, some even had steel pipes or even broadswords. There are always a few restless college students. Most of the zombies had already left, and when they encountered 1 or 2, they were quickly knocked down by the crowd. Although most people were too scared to act, a few brave ones led the way, successfully reaching the cafeteria. Seeing others succeed, more students from various dormitories began to take action. As a result, some succeeded, some suffered heavy losses, and some were completely wiped out. Although the zombies were attracted by the broadcast, they were not blind. When they saw living people, they would certainly go after them first. Besides the main loudspeakers on the teaching buildings, there were hidden speakers in the grass and trees. Therefore, although the zombies had left the dormitory buildings, they were still scattered in various places, and if someone carelessly got spotted by a zombie, it would be game over. However, despite the high death rate, this was still a hope for survival, and many people took the risk, especially those who were starving and wanted to go to the cafeteria for food. At that moment, on the campus forum, under the post regarding Building 21, many people had started to criticize Zhao Kuan and his group for not showing up. That Zhao Kuan is just a coward. All he knows is to steal his classmates' food. If he were to fight zombies, he'd shrink back like a coward. Yeah, they say all the zombies on the 7th floor were killed by them. I think that's mostly a lie. I saw many zombies jumping off the building yesterday. They probably jumped themselves. They're just a bunch of cowards. Seeing these comments, Zhao Kuan and his group were almost furious enough to throw their phones. I can't take this anymore. Let's go beat those guys in 708. Lao He's face darkened completely. It's clearly that Yang Bin guy who started it. Yet we have to take the blame. I can't swallow this anger, the thin monkey said. Let's go. I want to hit someone too. Even Zhao Kuan stood up at this moment. Thus, the group directly went to the 708 dormitory. Bang, bang, bang. Lao He knocked on the door. What are you doing? Curly Hair, seeing the angry faces of the group through the window, felt scared. Nothing. Didn't you want us to take you to the cafeteria? Let's go. Zhao Kuan suppressed his anger. Really? The glasses guy was a bit skeptical. These guys didn't look like they were here to take them to the cafeteria. Of course. Many from other dormitories have already gone. Do you want to go or not? If not, we're leaving. Zhao Kuan said. Yes, of course we want to go. The 4 in the dormitory, fearing Zhao Kuan and his group would leave them behind, quickly opened the door. However, as soon as the door opened, they immediately regretted it because they saw Zhao Kuan and his 2 companions showing wicked smiles. What do you want? Don't do anything reckless. Soon. Screams echoed from the 708 dormitory. Although there were 4 people in 708, they were no match for Zhao Kuan and his 2 companions, who had fought zombies for so long. A few minutes later, Zhao Kuan and his companions walked out of the dormitory with satisfied expressions, while behind them, 4 battered individuals lay on the ground, trembling. Let's go. Since there aren't many zombies now, let's head to the cafeteria, Zhao Kuan said. Should we take the others with us? The thin monkey asked. We go our way, don't worry about them. Okay. After they left, Curly Hair and the others quickly got up. They've left. They are probably going to the cafeteria. Let's hurry and follow them. Yeah. Although they were furious with those who had attacked them, they knew that these few people were truly capable of fighting zombies. And following them was definitely better than going alone. Meanwhile, under the post regarding Building 21 on the campus forum, news soon began to appear. They went to the cafeteria. Soon, one by one, the people hiding in the dormitory cautiously emerged and followed suit. In Dorm 308, Yongbin shook his head at the messages on the forum. Zhao Kun, this guy just can't keep his cool. Now that the zombies had mostly left, they had weapons and experience in fighting zombies. So as long as they were careful, getting to the cafeteria should be fine, said Chun Hao. If it's just the few of us, getting to the cafeteria is definitely no problem. But if a crowd is following us, that's a different situation. Yeah, that's true. More people means a bigger target. But since they're all classmates, it wouldn't hurt to take a few along. After all, staying in the dorm could mean starving to death. You better not think that way. This is the apocalypse. It's already hard enough to take care of your family and friends. We can't help anyone else. And any bit of compassion could lead to our downfall. Okay, I understand. So, when are we going over, Brother Bin? Yongbin glanced at Hu Wenliang, who was still asleep, and thought for a moment before saying, we still have enough food. Let's stay in the dorm for one more night, and see how it goes tomorrow. Besides, it might not be good to go to the cafeteria. There might be too many people. All right, I'll listen to you. Chapter 21. Encounter at Dormitory 21. Zhao Kun and the others made their way downstairs, encountering a few zombies along the way, which they easily dealt with. Upon reaching the first floor, Zhao Kun frowned at the large crowd following them, but ultimately said nothing and continued forward. They passed through several dormitory buildings and soon arrived at a greenbelt area. Not far away, a group of zombies were curiously circling a hidden speaker, seemingly confused by the human voice they could hear but not see. Zhao Kun signaled to his group and then stealthily moved to the other side. The people following him quickly kept up, knowing the situation was dangerous and holding their breath to avoid making noise. However, with so many people, accidents were inevitable. Someone accidentally stepped on another person's heel, causing that person to trip, and then several others fell as well. Damn it! Zhao Kun cursed upon seeing this. Sure enough, over a dozen pairs of blood-red eyes turned to look, and the zombies excitedly rushed toward them. Upon seeing the zombies charging, the group panicked, with some running in a frenzy. Stop! Whoever runs will be the first I kill, Zhao Kun shouted angrily. He drew his weapon, preparing for a fight. Having experienced many battles, the three of them remained calm and quickly took out iron pipes. The others were startled by his words, but seeing he was ready for battle, they suppressed their fear. There were over 50 of them, and facing just over a dozen zombies, they should still have the advantage. Soon, the zombies charged in, and Zhao Kun and his two companions struck first, aiming their iron pipes directly at the zombies' necks. Their combat experience shone through as all three managed to accurately snap a zombie's neck. However, the others lacked such experience. Their weapons were varied and inconsistent. Frustratingly, some people didn't even carry weapons, but instead had backpacks or were holding laptops. The zombies surged forward, and while some immediately fought back, others were paralyzed with fear. When they were keyboard warriors, they were all tough, but when faced with zombies, they cowered. Fortunately, they still had the advantage in numbers. And with Zhao Kun and his two companions, they eventually killed all the zombies. However, it wasn't without cost. 6 people had been bitten. Looking at their wounds, Zhao Kun frowned and said, "You either leave on your own, or I'll kill you right now." "No, there must be a way. I won't turn into a zombie." The bitten ones exclaimed in terror. "Yeah, there has to be a way. Don't abandon us." However, just moments ago, those who stood in solidarity with them now began to distance themselves. "You should just leave. It's more dignified this way." "No, you can't do this. We're in this together. Weren't we supposed to go to the cafeteria together?" But the others remained unmoved, looking at them as if they were infected. Before long, the faces of the bitten ones began to rot, their expressions turning agonizing, and their eyes slowly turned blood red. Seeing this, everyone was startled. At that moment, Zhao Kun and his two companions suddenly struck, their iron pipes piercing the bitten ones' necks, shocking the others. However, no one dared to speak up, fearing they would be next. "If you want to survive and reach the cafeteria, all of you better be careful. If anything like that happens again, I'll kill you," Zhao Kun shouted angrily, and then continued toward the cafeteria. The next stretch was relatively uneventful. The occasional zombie they encountered was dealt with by Zhao Kun and his companions. However, as they neared the cafeteria, they encountered a horde of zombies chasing a group of people, and the number of zombies was terrifying, at least 100. Zhao Kuen's face changed dramatically upon seeing this. Retreat. However, at that moment, the group of people spotted them and rushed over as if they had found a lifeline. Help! Fellow students ahead, please save us. There are so many zombies. Damn! Zhao Kuen cursed and immediately told Lao He and Shou Ho, run, we can't help them. The three quickly fled, and the others followed suit, a horde of zombies hot on their heels. What do we do, Kuen Gu? We can't escape. Lao He looked anxiously at the approaching zombies. Go to the library. Zhao Kuen quickly turned and ran toward the library. The others now viewed Zhao Kuen as their lifeline, following him wherever he went. The group madly rushed toward the library, and along the way, they encountered a few scattered zombies. But they were few in number and were taken down by Zhao Kuen and his companions with their iron pipes. After a hard struggle, they finally reached the library, only to find the door locked. Break the door, Zhao Kuen shouted and began to smash the lock with his iron pipe. However, the library's lock was particularly sturdy, and after several strikes, it remained shut. Lao He and Shou Ho quickly came to help. Help, please. Soon, screams came from behind, indicating that the zombies had caught up. Hurry up. The others were in a panic. Stop yelling and help, Zhao Kuen yelled. Oh, okay. Finally, after a frenzied effort, the lock was finally broken. Zhao Kuen quickly opened the door, and the group rushed inside. Once most of them were inside, a few were still being held back by the zombies, and Zhao Kuen decisively shut the door. Quick, move the tables to block the door, Zhao Kuen shouted. Oh, okay. The others were already in disarray. But upon hearing Zhao Kuen's order, they hurriedly moved tables to brace against the door. At this moment, the door was being pounded with loud bangs. Open up. You can't do this. We haven't gotten in yet. This is murder. Let us in. I don't want to die. The people outside screamed frantically, and many showed expressions of sympathy, but no one said they would open the door. At that moment, everyone chose silence. When faced with their own safety versus saving others, everyone chose the former. Before long, the cries from outside gradually weakened, indicating that those locked out had lost their lives. Meanwhile, inside the library, only about 30 people remained. This ordeal had resulted in the loss of over 20 people, leaving despair etched on everyone's faces. However, the fact that they had lost so many and still hadn't reached the cafeteria was the most hopeless part. There was no food in the library. If anything, it was less comfortable than the dormitory. At this moment, many people regretted coming out, wishing they had stayed inside. Zhao Kuen and his companions also had extremely ugly expressions, not expecting such a result. What should we do next, Kuen Gu? The thin monkey whispered. I don't know. We can only wait and see if these zombies will leave. Zhao Kuen replied. What bad luck? Lao He complained. It's not about bad luck. It's about our own problems, Zhao Kuen said. Why? If Yangbin were here, he definitely wouldn't let these people follow us. Chapter 22. Searching for Special Zombies 308 Dormitory. It seems those people have left, Yangbin said, looking out the window. Yeah, it should be just us left in this dormitory building, Chunhao replied. Wake up, Wen Liang. We need to continue searching the dormitories. Bin Gu, is it true that you want to stay in the dormitory for another day just for this? Of course not. Mainly, the bed is more comfortable, Yangbin laughed. Besides, after the zombies leave, those guys should have already looted the nearby dormitories, so we won't find much. But this time, we are mainly looking for daily necessities, like clothes, power banks, lighters, and the like. Got it. Chunhao nodded, and then called Hu and Liang, and the three of them moved the bed to get out. Inside the dormitory building, there were almost no zombies left. The broadcast was still playing, blasting exciting songs that particularly attracted the zombies. However, it shouldn't be long before those speakers are destroyed by the zombies, and at that point, the zombies will start wandering around. The three searched room by room, occasionally encountering a few zombies, but it was not a problem for them. After spending more than 2 hours, they had searched all the dormitories on the 16th floor. As Yangbin said, they didn't find much food, but they did collect a full backpack of daily necessities. Let's put the stuff back in the dormitory and go out, Yangbin said. Where to? Chunhao and Hu and Liang asked curiously, looking for special zombies. Upon hearing Yangbin's words, Chunhao's eyes lit up, while Hu and Liang looked confused. However, he didn't ask more questions and just followed along. After putting their things away, Yangbin also gave Hu and Liang a metal pipe, and then the four of them headed out, while everyone else was hiding from zombies. The three of them actively went to kill zombies, which was quite unusual. However, this was something only they could do. Even if others knew that special zombies had crystals in their heads, it would still be hard to find them. Special zombies looked just like ordinary zombies on the outside and couldn't be distinguished at all, but they were stronger than ordinary zombies. But it was impossible to test the strength of every zombie. Young Bin, however, had an absolute advantage with his true sight. He could see even the special zombies hiding in a crowd of zombies. After leaving the dormitory building, the three soon saw a group of zombies gathered around a speaker listening to music. Young Bin took a glance and shook his head, then continued walking in another direction. After walking for a while, they encountered several waves of zombies but did not see any special zombies. Fortunately, with true sight, Young Bin could spot zombies in advance and avoid them, minimizing the danger. After walking for a long time, they only encountered a few zombies that they couldn't avoid, which were dealt with by Chun Hao and Hu Liang. Finally, as the three passed through a small forest, Young Bin suddenly stopped, his eyes showing a look of surprise. Found something? Chun Hao asked excitedly. Yeah, but it's a bit inappropriate for children, Young Bin laughed. What situation? In the small forest. Lone men and women, you understand. Wow, so bold. Hu Liang's eyes widened. You haven't seen much. Back in the day, I assure ya, stop. Don't brag about your glory days. Shirya is with someone else now, Young Bin ruthlessly interrupted. There are two zombies. The female is a special zombie, and the male is an ordinary zombie. I'll take care of the female, you handle the male, and Liangzi, just stay behind. Quick fight, don't attract other zombies. Young Bin said seriously. Understood. Let's move. The three quickly entered the woods, which were dense enough that it was nearly impossible to see inside from the outside. No wonder they were so bold. If it weren't for Young Bin's true sight, he wouldn't have discovered them. Once inside, they quickly spotted their targets. But upon seeing the situation with the two zombies, Chun Hao and Hu Liang both widened their eyes. Wow, it really is inappropriate for children, Chun Hao exclaimed. Could it be that they were in the middle of something when they turned into zombies? Hu Liang said, also wide-eyed. It's quite possible. All right, enough chit-chat. They're coming for us. The two zombies had no sense of shame. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing living humans, they excitedly lunged at the two. However, their pants were only pulled down to their ankles, not completely off, and after just a few steps, both zombies fell to the ground. Seeing this, the three broke out in a cold sweat. Now I understand why they weren't attracted by the broadcast sound. They couldn't run, Chun Hao remarked. After falling, the two zombies got back up, only to take a few steps and fall again. The female zombie's top was pulled up high, exposing her large breasts to the air, and each time she fell, she had a close encounter with the ground. Hope that doesn't break, Hu Liang said. No, that thing is very soft, Chun Hao, who had experience, replied. All right, enough talking. Let's finish this quickly before other zombies arrive, Young Bin said. Okay. The two immediately took action, stabbing at the heads of the two zombies. After killing so many zombies, this was their first time dealing with such an easy fight. Chun Hao quickly dispatched the male zombie, while Young Bin took 7 or 8 stabs to finally deal with the female zombie. The special zombie was significantly stronger than an ordinary zombie. Moreover, Young Bin felt that this special zombie was even stronger than the 2 special zombies he had killed yesterday. A woman's body strength shouldn't be stronger than a man's. Could it be that zombies really grow stronger? Young Bin pondered. This discovery made him feel a sense of urgency. Ah, what a pity. Hu Liang sighed as he looked at the fallen female zombie. If you want to lose your virginity, now's your chance, while it's hot. Young Bin joked. EW, I'm not that perverted. Plus, I've said many times, I'm not a virgin. Hu Liang retorted anxiously. But you also said you haven't even touched a woman's hand. If you're not a virgin, then who is? Young Bin reached into the zombie's head and felt around for a while, soon pulling out a red crystal. Is this what you call an energy crystal? Hu Liang asked curiously. Yeah. Here, eat it quickly. Young Bin handed the crystal to Hu Liang. Ah, for me? Hu Liang was a bit surprised. Otherwise, you're the weakest among us. Do you want to keep being a burden? All right. Hu Liang understood the importance of the crystal. He didn't say anything further, just looked gratefully at the two, then cleaned the crystal and swallowed it with his eyes closed. After a while, the 3 powerful guys set off again, continuing their search for special zombies. Chapter 23. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The range of the school broadcast was getting smaller, as it was clear that many speakers had been destroyed by zombies. The students in the dormitory either went to the cafeteria or died on the way. Of course, some were too scared to go out and were still hiding in their dormitories, and these people generally had some food on hand. Another group of people like Zhao Kuan and his companions, were forced to hide in other places. However, despite this, many still entered the cafeteria. At this time, the cafeteria's main door was tightly locked, and all the glass windows were covered with newspapers, making it impossible to see anything inside. In the cafeteria, a dense crowd of people filled the space, making it chaotic like a market, with cries and loud noises echoing continuously. The school leaders were trying to maintain order, but a group of students on the verge of collapse couldn't care less. Above them, the principal looked grimly at the statistics that had come in. With over 30,000 teachers and students in the school, fewer than 2,000 had made it to the cafeteria, which he found unacceptable. Are there still people alive who haven't come? The principal asked. There must be, but outside the cafeteria, it's full of zombies, so even if there are survivors, they can't get in, sighed a director. Sighing deeply, the principal said, let us just serve the students. They must be starving. All right. Soon, dishes were served at the counter, and upon seeing the food, the crowd instantly stopped crying and rushed towards it. Students, don't push. Form a line. There's enough for everyone. The principal shouted into a megaphone. However, the students were too hungry to listen. Seeing the food, they couldn't hear him anymore. And some even tried to climb onto the windowsill to grab it. Left with no choice, the principal had to ask the cafeteria ladies to take the food away. This snapped the students back to their senses, and they finally lined up obediently. The cafeteria ladies brought the food back again. Soon, those at the front of the line were eagerly looking at the dishes. I want this one, and this one, and give me more rice. However, the cafeteria lady didn't comply with his request and only scooped a spoonful of rice and a spoonful of potatoes for him before looking at the next person. What does this mean? I have money on my meal card. You could just swipe it for the whole day. Exactly. Is this enough for anyone? The cafeteria erupted into noise again. Students, quiet down, quiet down. The principal shouted again into the megaphone. I know everyone is hungry, but as you can see, we are experiencing one of the most difficult and darkest moments in human history, and food is extremely scarce. We don't know when help will arrive, but we must believe that the country will not abandon us. We need to conserve our food so we can last a few more days and have hope for the arrival of rescue. Hearing the principal's words, the crowd gradually quieted down, clearly understanding the situation. Soon, those who got their food sat down and began to devour it ravenously. Perhaps for the first time in a long while, they found the school food to be so delicious. Many finished their meals and even licked their plates clean, still feeling unsatisfied. The principal looked down at the students who were wolfing down their food and asked a cafeteria worker beside him, how long can we last with the current amount of rice and vegetables? The worker thought for a moment and replied, if we conserve the rice, it can last about 7 or 8 days, but the vegetables spoil easily. We usually only buy enough for the day, and although the number of people has decreased, many vegetables won't last long. I estimate we can only eat for about 3 or 4 days. Hearing this, the principal frowned. He wasn't sure when help would come, and if the food ran out before then, he couldn't imagine the consequences. Let us cook less from now on. We need to stretch it out a bit longer. All right. The worker nodded, also frowning. It seemed they could only make porridge now. In the library, over 30 people sat weakly on the floor. Although they had escaped from the zombies, they still faced the problem of hunger. As there was nothing to eat in the library, outside, the zombies still lingered, and they couldn't go out for a while. Many regretted their decisions, thinking it would have been better to stay in the dormitories. Just then, a loud ripping sound caught everyone's attention. They saw a curly-haired student holding a bag of instant noodles, just opening it and preparing to eat, when he suddenly sensed the strange atmosphere around him and looked up, only to see a sea of eager eyes. What are you doing? The curly-haired student asked timidly. You have food? Share some with me. Yes, we're all classmates. We should help each other. A group of people began to slowly approach him. Seeing this, the curly-haired student, feeling scared, stammered, I only have this one pack. No sooner had he said this than a crowd surged forward, snatching the instant noodles from his hands and rummaging through his backpack and all over him. What are you doing? You can't do this. That's mine. The curly-haired student shouted. However, the crowd didn't hear him at all. Those who initially criticized others for stealing from their classmates had now transformed into hungry wolves, stripping the curly-haired student bare. The other 3 in dorm 708 had planned to eat something too, but upon witnessing this scene, they quickly hid. However, their small action was soon noticed by others, and those who hadn't managed to grab anything pounced on them. In no time, the 3 also met the same fate as the curly-haired student, being completely stripped of their belongings. Serves them right. Seeing this, the tall and thin student felt a sense of relief. I didn't expect they actually had food. The others didn't join in the looting, but merely watched quietly. This is human nature, sighed the tall student, as he took out a piece of bread from his backpack and started eating. His action instantly attracted the attention of those who hadn't managed to grab anything. Seeing them inching closer, the tall student coldly raised a blood-stained iron pipe and warned, "Try getting any closer." The crowd immediately froze, looking at the iron pipe in fear. The blood on it suppressed their hunger. They were certain that this person was capable of killing. Seeing that they were too scared to approach, the tall student started eating right in front of everyone. The tall and thin student also took out some food to eat. After all the fighting, they were starving. Although the others greedily stared at the food in their hands, no one dared to approach. Witnessing this, the curly-haired student and his friends felt like crying. Clearly, this was just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Chapter 24. The Path of Assassination. Meanwhile, Yongbin and his group were once again on the hunt for special zombies. With so many people at school, there were naturally many zombies. They could see them almost every time they walked a short distance. Soon, Yongbin spotted another special zombie. "Do you see that group of zombies? There's a special one among them." Yongbin pointed to a group of zombies wandering on the grass not far away. There were more than 20 zombies, likely attracted by the broadcast, but the speaker on the grass had already been destroyed by them. More than 20 is a bit troublesome, Chenhao frowned. Yes, and there are several other groups of zombies nearby. If we take too long, we could easily attract them all. Should we still kill it? Hu Wenliang asked. We definitely need to kill it. Special zombies aren't easy to find. Haozi, try to lure some away. It'll be easier to deal with fewer of them. All right, I'll give it a try. Chenhao immediately went invisible and slowly approached the group. Once near, he took out a few pebbles and tossed them near the zombies. However, this tactic worked well in the dorms, but was useless on the grass. The pebbles fell on the grass without making a sound, so they couldn't attract the zombies. After several unsuccessful attempts, he had no choice but to return. I couldn't lure them away, Chenhao said awkwardly. Then it looks like we'll have to kill them directly, Yongbin said helplessly. No rush. Maybe I can try the assassination technique I've been studying, Chenhao suddenly said. Assassination technique? What is that? Yongbin asked, puzzled. Just let me rest a bit to regain some energy. Chenhao smiled and didn't elaborate. All right, I look forward to your performance, Yongbin said with a smile. More than 10 minutes later, Chenhao stood up. All right, I'm going. Don't rush in yet. Wait for my news. Is it reliable? Don't push yourself if you can't do it, Yongbin said. Don't worry. I've simulated it countless times in my mind. Okay, be careful, Yongbin nodded. Chenhao became invisible again and quickly approached a group of zombies. This time, he didn't stop but went straight to a zombie's side. His iron pipe struck out in an instant, killing it with one hit. However, as he struck, his body became visible. The group of zombies froze for a moment but quickly reacted, roaring and charging at him. Chenhao was already prepared. After killing the zombie, he retreated instantly and disappeared after running a few steps. Under Yongbin's true vision, Chenhao lightly tapped his toes, minimizing his footsteps to the extreme. Coupled with the grass underfoot, he ran quickly without making a sound. He didn't run in a straight line, but circled around to the other side, avoiding a collision with the rushing zombies. The group of zombies looked at the suddenly vanished person, momentarily confused, clearly unable to understand how he disappeared. Soon, the zombies began to sway again in place. At this moment, Chenhao circled back to another zombie's side, struck again with the iron pipe, killing it instantly, and quickly retreated to disappear again. The group of zombies was completely confused by his antics, unable to find his figure. This is what he calls the way of assassination. It really has some substance, Yongbin said, somewhat surprised. Brother Hao is awesome. Hu Wenliang, unable to see the invisible Chenhao, only saw him suddenly appear, kill a zombie, and then disappear again, soon appearing in another location. Every strike was a kill, and he vanished after each one. It looked really impressive. After continuously killing 9 zombies, Chenhao finally couldn't hold on any longer. He felt a bit dizzy and knew he had reached the limit of his powers. He quickly forced himself to endure the dizziness and ran back. Once he returned to the green belt where the others were hiding, Chenhao quickly released his invisibility and sat down on the ground. Phew, this thing is too exhausting, Chenhao said weakly. Yeah, but Haozi, you've done really well. You've killed almost half, Yongbin praised. Exactly, Brother Hao, you're amazing, Hu Wenliang said with admiration. Of course, but I probably won't be able to use my powers for at least half an hour now, Chun Hao said helplessly. It's fine, there are still 13 left. Wait for you to rest, and then we'll go for a strong kill, Yang Bin said. All right. After resting for a while, Chun Hao stood up. Although he couldn't use his powers for a short time, it didn't affect normal combat. The three of them then charged towards the group of zombies with their iron pipes. As they appeared, the group of zombies quickly noticed them and excitedly rushed towards them. As soon as they got close, the three struck with their iron pipes, quickly taking down 3 zombies. At this point, the remaining 10 zombies had already lunged at them. The three pulled out their iron pipes and changed from stabbing to sweeping, fiercely sweeping towards the group of zombies. Under their powerful strength, the zombies in front were knocked back. At this moment, the special zombie showed its presence. While the other zombies retreated several steps, it only took 2 steps back. I'll deal with the special zombie. You guys handle the others, Yang Bin said. Okay. The two nodded and charged towards the other zombies. Yang Bin's iron pipe fiercely jabbed at the special zombie. The grassland was relatively open, allowing him to use his iron pipe without hesitation. Stabbing, swinging, smashing, various techniques were ruthlessly unleashed on the special zombie. In no time, the special zombie's head was smashed by Yang Bin's strikes, and its body fell to the ground. At this moment, Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang also each took down 2 more zombies, leaving only 5 zombies remaining. Yang Bin quickly extracted the crystal from the special zombie's head and then ran over to help the 2 finish off the remaining zombies. Let's go. After killing them, the group quickly left, running to a safer distance. Once they found a place without zombies, Yang Bin took out the special crystal. Before he could speak, Chun Hao directly said, Brother Bin, don't ask about this one. Just eat it. Yeah, Brother Bin. Hurry up and eat it. Then let us know what changes happen. Hu Wenliang added. All right. Yang Bin nodded, not hesitating, cleaned it, and swallowed it. Soon, the crystal turned into energy and surged into his body. However, when the crystal energy fully integrated into his body, Yang Bin frowned. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Is there no effect? The two asked curiously, noticing Yang Bin's expression. Yang Bin shook his head and said, There is an effect, but it's not as good as I imagined. I originally thought that after eating the second crystal, the second corner on the first star would light up, but it hasn't lit up yet. However, my strength has indeed increased, just not as noticeably as after eating the first one. I see. That's fine. As long as there's an increase in strength, Chun Hao said with a smile. Yeah. I suspect that the crystal is not enough. Maybe the second corner needs more crystals to light up. I think that's possible. Then let's keep looking. The school is so big, and there are so many zombies, so we shouldn't have trouble finding more, Hu Wenliang said. Yeah, let's go continue. Chapter 25. Can zombies swim? Outside the library, Brother Bin, are you sure this will work? Chun Hao swallowed as he looked at the hundreds of zombies ahead. We have to give it a try. It's rare to encounter a special zombie, Yang Bin said, feeling uncertain as well. The numbers were indeed terrifying. Haozi, why don't you use your assassination technique to grind them down slowly? Hu Wenliang suggested. With this many, even if I use the assassination technique, there's no place to hide. They'll just crash into me if they all come at once, Chun Hao said helplessly. Then what should we do? Yang Bin activated his true vision and scanned the surroundings, suddenly brightening as he said, I have a plan. What plan? The two looked at him simultaneously. Yang Bin pointed to the back of the library. Isn't that Uxian Lake over there? The arch bridge in the middle of Uxian Lake is only about 25 meters wide. We can lead these zombies to that bridge and fight them there. It'll be easy to knock them into the lake. But that's more than 1,000 meters away. What if we get blocked by other zombies on the way? Hu Wenliang frowned. I just looked. There aren't many zombies from the library to Uxian Lake. However, I didn't see everything. It's too far, and there are many obstacles. So I can't see it all with my powers. So, I'll go ahead with you to clear the zombies on the way first, and Haozi can stay here. Once we've cleared most of them, you can bring the zombies over. With your current physical fitness, as long as there are no obstructions ahead, those zombies won't catch up to you, Yang Bin said. The reason for having Chun Hao lure them was naturally because he could become invisible. Even if something unexpected happened, he could escape. All right, Chun Hao said without any hesitation, nodding. Yeah, keep an eye on that one in the blue t-shirt with a buzz cut. That's the special zombie. Make sure not to let it slip by, even if the others come or not. Got it. Chun Hao nodded again. After the group discussed, Yang Bin and Hu Wenliang headed towards Uxian Lake. Just as Yang Bin said, there weren't many zombies on this path. The two moved forward, taking down every zombie they encountered to avoid creating obstacles for Chun Hao later. They soon arrived at one of the scenic spots in the school, Uxian Lake. The scenery here was beautiful, with rows of willow trees planted by the lakeside and benches placed under the trees. Many people like to come here during their studies. Reading here could be refreshing. It was also a popular dating spot for couples, with benches often occupied by pairs. At this moment, the two clearly had no intention of enjoying the scenery. They made their way to the arch bridge and immediately sent a message to Chen Hao. On Chen Hao's side, after receiving the message, he casually picked up a stone and stealthily approached a group of zombies. He stopped about 7 or 8 meters away from the zombies, aimed at a special zombie, and threw the stone directly at it. With a thud, the stone accurately hit the special zombie on the head. Although it didn't draw blood, the impact was quite heavy. The special zombie let out a loud roar, causing the entire group of zombies to become chaotic. Hey! Chen Hao revealed himself and politely greeted them. Upon seeing a living person suddenly appear, the group of zombies excitedly lunged towards Chen Hao, especially the special zombie, whose blood-red eyes were fixated on him. Seeing that his plan was working, Chen Hao turned and ran. A large group of zombies crazily chased after him, creating a grand scene. Inside the library, why did these zombies leave? Someone exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this through the crack of the door. Zhao Kuan quickly came over and, upon seeing that the zombies had truly left, was filled with excitement. They really left? That's great. Get ready. We'll leave once they are far enough. Zhao Kuan said to Lao He and Shouho beside him. Okay. Chen Hao led a group of zombies all the way to Yusen Lake. The zombies on the way had been cleared out by Yang Bin and the others. And nothing unexpected happened. After his physical abilities were enhanced, he was much faster than these zombies, and he effortlessly brought them to the agreed location. Yang Bin and Hu Wenliang were already prepared for battle. You've worked hard. Haozi, do you want to take a break? No need. It's just a short distance. I'm not tired at all, Chen Hao replied. The three of them stood at the highest point of the arch bridge with iron pipes in hand, perfectly positioned to defend the 25-meter width. Would inserting a picture make it feel more impactful? Soon, a large group of zombies charged over. But due to the limited width of the bridge, they couldn't rush all at once, and many of the zombies in the front were knocked off into the lake. However, the water beside the bridge wasn't deep, and these zombies quickly swam back to shore. One by one, the zombies climbed onto the arch bridge and lunged at the three of them. Yang Bin was the first to strike, sweeping his iron pipe across, knocking several zombies off the bridge and into the lake. Although there were railings on the bridge, they were only 70 centimeters high, and Yang Bin's strength made it easy for him to sweep them off. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang also joined in, smashing the approaching zombies down one by one. Brother Bin, you're so smart. This method is really good. Chen Hao laughed. Yeah, it's much simpler than killing zombies. Hu Wenliang also laughed. You guys are too early to be happy, Yang Bin suddenly said. What's wrong? You guys should take a look below, Yang Bin said helplessly. The two quickly looked down, and their expressions changed dramatically. What the hell? These zombies can swim. They saw the zombies that had fallen into the water paddling with their hands, slowly swimming towards the shore. To be fair, it wasn't exactly swimming, as their heads remained submerged in the water, with their hands moving almost instinctively. But the key was that they weren't afraid of drowning. They just needed to paddle. What the hell? So our efforts were in vain, Chen Hao said in disbelief. Yang Bin was also quite helpless. This was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that the brainless zombies would be done for once they fell into the water, but he didn't expect them to swim back out and continue to charge at them. Looks like we can't slack off. Let's kill them, Yang Bin said helplessly. All right. Chen Hao and the others shook their heads with wry smiles and switched from sweeping to stabbing. Fortunately, with the advantage of their position and their strength, it wasn't difficult for them to kill these zombies. It was just tiring. Before long, one zombie after another fell under their iron pipes, and the bridge was soon stained red with blood. After continuously killing over 30 zombies, the special zombie finally came charging up. Yang Bin gripped his iron pipe tightly, exerted force, and stabbed it fiercely into the special zombie's head. Although there was great resistance, Yang Bin's iron pipe pierced through the zombie's head, killing it with one blow. After consuming the second crystal, Yang Bin's strength increased again. Even at full strength, the special zombie couldn't withstand his blow. Chapter 26. Dormitory Conflict. After the special zombie fell, Yang Bin directly kicked the zombies behind it off the bridge, then dragged the body of the special zombie over to avoid having to turn back to search through the corpses. Half an hour later, all the zombies were dealt with, and both the bridge and the area below were covered in corpses. The lake water almost turned red with blood. The three of them sat down heavily on the ground, utterly exhausted. After a while, Yongbin finally got up and walked over to the special zombie's body, skillfully extracting the crystal from its head. Before he could speak, Chun Hao directly said, "Brother Bin, no need to ask us, just eat it quickly and see if you can light up the second corner." "Yeah, Brother Bin. I'm also very curious," Hu Wenliang added. Yongbin nodded, not being polite, and directly swallowed the crystal. After a while, however, Yongbin frowned again. "What's wrong, Brother Bin? Did it not light up?" Chun Hao asked. "No," Yongbin shook his head. "Did your strength increase?" "Yes, but it's not as effective as the last one," Yongbin said helplessly. "It's okay. As long as it increases, we can just eat a few more. It will definitely light up," Chun Hao said. After resting for a while, the four of them stood up and headed towards the dormitory. By this time, it was already dark, and they clearly couldn't continue fighting. Just as they returned to the dormitory building, they were surprised to find that the people from their dormitory had actually come back. At this moment, in front of the dormitory, a group of people with serious faces were preparing to go upstairs, clearly just returning. The arrival of Yongbin and the others immediately attracted their attention. Zhao Kuan and the others looked at Yongbin with resentment in their eyes. Yongbin looked at Zhao Kuan curiously and asked, "Why did you guys come back?" "Sigh, too much to say. It's all tears," Zhao Kuan said with a wry smile. Then recounted the situation along the way to Yongbin. "The cafeteria is full of zombies. We can't get in at all, so we had to come back," Zhao Kuan said helplessly. "All right then, that really is quite tragic," Yongbin sympathized. "If it weren't for a fool leading those zombies away, we would probably still be stuck in the library now," Lao He said with lingering fear. Hearing this, Chun Hao immediately became displeased. "I say, Hazy, who are you calling a fool? I didn't say you. What the hell? You weren't the one who led them away, were you?" Lao He's eyes widened. "What do you think? I saved your lives. Tell me, how are you going to thank me?" Chun Hao laughed. It really was you? How did you escape from over 100 zombies chasing you?" "Simple, just kill them all, and you can escape," Chun Hao replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuan and the others looked at each other in disbelief, but they didn't doubt Chun Hao's words because they knew that with Yongbin around, it might really be possible. However, while Zhao Kuan and the others believed it, others clearly did not. Upon hearing Chun Hao's words, some people were immediately displeased. "What are you bragging about? Over 100 zombies, and you killed them all? Why don't you say you can fly? Laughable, are you saying that we, so many of us, are not as good as you few? You really can boast." "Exactly. While we were risking our lives outside, you were hiding in a few dorms. And now you're acting tough here." Hearing their words, Zhao Kuan and the others felt a chill run down their spines and looked at them with pity. How dare these people? Meanwhile, the four from dorm 708 were tacitly silent and did not speak. At first glance, they recognized Yongbin and Chun Hao, but they didn't say anything. Their experience in the library made them aware of the true nature of this group, so they naturally wouldn't remind them. "Brother Bin, I'm itching to do something," Chun Hao said, looking at Yongbin. "Go ahead, don't hold back for my sake." "All right." Chun Hao went straight to the two who had been the loudest, raised his hand, and slapped one of them. Slap. The loud sound of the slap echoed, and the person was knocked down to the ground, losing 2 teeth in the process. "What the hell? How can you hit someone?" "Yeah, why are you hitting people? You can't even let us talk." Seeing Chun Hao make a move, the others immediately became unhappy. Chun Hao ignored them and slapped another person down to the ground. How arrogant. The crowd was instantly furious. Wasn't this a blatant slap in the face? "Zhao Kuan, what do you say?" Although they were very angry, they still wanted to ask Zhao Kuan's opinion, as he knew these people. Throughout the journey, Zhao Kuan's strength had made them wary, so they had to give him face. "If you want to seek death, don't drag me into it," Zhao Kuan said directly. "What do you mean?" "I mean no offense, if you want to seek death. I won't stop you, but don't pull me down with you." Zhao Kuan decisively distanced himself from the group. "How dare you provoke this madman? You must be tired of living." Upon seeing Zhao Kuan's reaction, the group was instantly dumbfounded. They had clearly seen how fierce Zhao Kuan was along the way, as most of the zombies were killed by them. But such a fierce Zhao Kuan seemed to be afraid of these people. Many suddenly realized that these two were not to be messed with. However, while they woke up, the two who had been slapped were consumed by anger. One of them got up and grabbed a fruit knife, while the other snatched a steel pipe from someone nearby and swung it at Chun Hao's head. "I'll kill you," Chun Hao sneered, swinging the iron pipe directly at the one with the steel pipe, knocking him down to the ground. He then kicked the other person, sending him flying several meters away with immense force. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the crowd collectively gasped. To kick someone several meters away, how much strength did that take? Zhao Kuan and the other two exchanged glances, and they could see the answer in each other's eyes. Clearly, Chen Hao's strength had also increased. The two on the ground were clearly injured and took a long time to get back up, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Chen Hao. "This is just a lesson for you. Remember to watch your words in the future," Chen Hao said. After saying this, he returned to stand behind Yang Bin. And then they headed upstairs, with the people in front quickly making way. At this moment, they realized that the one who made the move was not the leader. Was the one in front even stronger? Once they left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Kuan looked at the two lying on the ground and shook his head, saying, "You're lucky. If Crazy Yang had made a move, you'd probably be dead by now. He wouldn't dare kill someone, would he? Haha. What world is this now? Is it hard to kill someone?" Hearing his words, everyone couldn't help but shiver. Indeed, the world had changed, and human lives seemed to be worthless. Outside, there were limbs and severed arms everywhere, and it was uncertain when they might become part of that. It seemed they had to be more cautious with their words in the future. The two who had been hit were also frightened and shut their mouths, no longer daring to speak. Chapter 27. The third day of the apocalypse, Yang Bin and the others returned to their dormitory and took out some bread and water from their backpacks to eat. They were quite hungry since they hadn't brought their backpacks when they went out at noon. "Brother Bin, we don't have much food left. We can only last until tomorrow at most. It looks like we need to go find some food," one said. "Yes, we need to think about where to get food," Yang Bin replied. Looking at Zhao Kuan and their situation, it seemed they couldn't go to the cafeteria. It was obvious that so many people going to the cafeteria would attract a large number of zombies, making it impossible to enter or exit. "It seems it's a good thing that we didn't go to the cafeteria," one said. "Of course, if we had gone in and couldn't get out, that would be one thing. With so many people in the cafeteria, how long could the food last?" Yang Bin shook his head. "Also, if rescue doesn't come, those people inside the cafeteria will be in trouble. That's something for the school leaders to worry about. We should think about where to get food," Yang Bin said. "I actually thought of a place where we can get food," Chen Hao said. "Where?" "The supermarket. There are so many supermarkets in the school. If we take over one, we could eat for 10 days or half a month." "Oh right, the supermarket is a good idea." "All right, then we'll go to the supermarket tomorrow," Yang Bin decisively decided. "Okay, by the way, Howsy, check online for any information about the crystals." "Sure." Chen Hao quickly took out his phone to check. And after a while, he said, "I didn't see anything. Now the internet is full of people calling for help, videos of groups killing zombies, and some teaching how to fight zombies." Yang Bin nodded, saying, "Either no one has discovered it yet, or someone has discovered it, but isn't saying anything. After all, everyone likes to quietly reap huge profits. Yeah, just like us. All right, let us rest early and continue fighting tomorrow." In the deep of night, the Big Dipper reappeared, and the zombies suddenly quieted down. In the zoo, the fierce beasts seemed to awaken their bloodlines and easily broke through the iron bars of the zoo, regaining their freedom completely. On the third day of the apocalypse in the early morning, Yang Bin and the others changed their clothes again and ate a little something before heading out of the dormitory. Just as they walked down the stairs, they found a large group of people standing below, seemingly waiting for them. Yang Bin frowned and looked at Zhao Kuan, asking, "What is going on?" Zhao Kuan smiled bitterly. "These guys are starving and can't stand it anymore. They wanted to go out to find food early in the morning, but they were forced back by zombies. So they're hoping you'll take them out." "I'm not capable of bringing so many dead weights," Yang Bin said bluntly. "We're not dead weights. We can fight zombies." "Yeah, we're not afraid of zombies now." "Haha, then why did you all come back running so pitifully?" Chen Hao laughed. "That's because those zombies have gotten stronger, and we couldn't fight them off." "Haha, do you think I would believe that?" Chen Hao chuckled. "It's true. I'm not lying to you." The group immediately became anxious. Yang Bin's eyes moved, and he said, "Let us go take a look." "What about them? If they can keep up, let them come. But I'll say this up front, it's dangerous to follow us. Don't expect me to save you." Upon hearing his words, the group hesitated a bit. However, Zhao Kuan and the other two immediately followed. Seeing this, the others gritted their teeth and followed as well. The broadcast hadn't played since last night. Perhaps the leaders thought it was meaningless since most of the loudspeakers were broken, and the broadcast couldn't be heard far. As soon as Yang Bin and the others walked out of the dormitory gate, they saw two zombies gnawing on a corpse. Upon seeing a group of living people, they immediately rushed over excitedly. Yang Bin was the first to make a move, smashing one of the zombies' heads with the iron pipe, then quickly stabbing the other zombie, killing it with one blow. The whole process was smooth and fluid. Everyone watching this scene widened their eyes. Killing zombies could be this easy. Even Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang were surprised. They had always used iron pipes to stab zombies, and this was the first time they saw someone use a smashing technique. It seemed Brother Bin's strength had indeed improved a lot. At this moment, Zhao Kuan and the other two were also staring at Yang Bin in shock, clearly feeling that his strength had increased again. Then, the three of them chuckled. It seemed the gap between them was getting larger and larger. Yang Bin looked confusedly at a group of people who were staring blankly and said, "I don't feel any improvement, do you?" The group looked at him speechlessly. It was surprising that he could solve it so easily. Everyone was deeply shocked by Yang Bin's strength and finally understood why he was the leader of this group. Those who were initially a bit dissatisfied quickly retracted their thoughts, fearing that he might hit them. "How about we let the next one try?" Zhao Kuan suddenly suggested. After all, they had fought so many zombies, and if the zombie strength had increased, they would know after trying. All right, Yang Bin nodded. Not long after they set out, they encountered 5 zombies again. Upon seeing the crowd, the zombies charged over frantically. Yang Bin did not intervene. Chun Hao, Hu Wenliang, and Zhao Kuan attacked at the same time. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang thrust their iron pipes directly into the zombies' heads, but did not kill them in one hit. They frowned and exerted force again, finally penetrating the zombies' heads and defeating them. However, Zhao Kuan and his companions found themselves in a bit of a predicament. Their iron pipes were thrust into the zombies' necks, but failed to break them. Instead, they were knocked back several steps by the zombies' powerful force. Fortunately, the group had enough combat experience. They tried again. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Zhao Kuan and the others were repeatedly knocked back by the zombies, while they continued to stab at the zombies' necks. Finally, after stabbing 5 or 6 times, they managed to break the zombies' necks. After dealing with the zombies, they returned to the group. Zhao Kuan said with a bit of trepidation, "These zombies have indeed become much stronger, probably about 50 stronger than at the beginning." Yang Bin nodded, realizing that his guess was correct. The zombies were indeed growing stronger, seemingly increasing in power every day. If this continued, even if humans had food, they couldn't hide. Otherwise, they would eventually face extinction. Yang Bin thought to himself. At this moment, everyone's mood became heavy. It was already difficult to deal with zombies, and now discovering that their strength could improve made survival seem even more daunting. "Let's go." Yang Bin shook his head, trying not to think too much, focusing on the path ahead. Chapter 28. Take him down with Yang Bin's true vision eye. Although the group encountered many zombies along the way, they were usually in groups of 3 to 5. Yang Bin would avoid any group larger than 10. Soon, they arrived at a small supermarket close to the dormitory. Upon seeing the supermarket, everyone was thrilled, as it meant they would finally have food. "Huh, it's not locked?" Chun Hao wondered. "Someone inside locked it," Yang Bin replied. "Oh, no wonder. Should we go in?" "Let them go in. We'll go to another supermarket and not compete with them. Bringing them here is already a kindness," Yang Bin suggested. "All right." Zhao Kuan nodded. He actually wanted to follow Yang Bin, but he knew that after they declined Yang Bin's offer to rescue people together, it would be hard for them to be teammates again. Although Yang Bin didn't say anything at the time, he could sense that Yang Bin was deliberately keeping his distance. Soon, Yang Bin left with Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang. The others did not care where Yang Bin and the others went. For them, the only focus was on the supermarket in front of them. Soon, someone went up to knock on the door. However, after knocking for a long time with no response, the people inside remained silent, hiding in fear. After a while, those outside began to violently bang on the door. Hearing the loud thuds, the people inside were startled. If the door was broken down, it would attract all the nearby zombies. Reluctantly, they had to open the supermarket door. As soon as the door opened, a large group of people rushed in, excitedly starting to scavenge for food. The people inside tried to stop them, but faced with a group many times larger, they could only helplessly give up. Yang Bin and the others were unaware of what happened next. They had already moved on to another, larger supermarket. As they walked, Yang Bin searched for special zombies. Whether due to luck or an increase in special zombies that day, he soon spotted one, along with a small group of 7 or 8 regular zombies. Without hesitation, he led the two toward the group of zombies. Quickly, the two sides clashed. Yang Bin took the lead, smashing one zombie's head with his iron pipe, then swiftly piercing another. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang also acted quickly, rapidly dispatching the zombies in front of them. In less than a minute, they had taken out 4 zombies. At this moment, a special zombie charged at Yang Bin. Just as he thrust his iron pipe, he couldn't pull it back in time and had to kick the zombie away. He then pulled out the iron pipe and, while the special zombie was still unsteady, quickly pierced its head, killing it instantly. Although he had not yet lit up the second horn, he had already consumed 3 crystals. Making him significantly stronger than before, he no longer needed a second hit to take down such special zombies. At this time, Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang had also eliminated the remaining zombies, completing the process in under a minute. Yang Bin approached the special zombie's corpse and extracted the crystal, then handed it to Chun Hao, saying, "Why not eat one more?" However, Chun Hao shook his head and replied, "Brother Bin, I feel my strength is sufficient for now. We need high-end combat power to feel safer, so you should have it." "Yes, Brother Bin, look how much easier it is for us after you improved. Plus, we want to see how strong it is when you light up the second horn." Hearing their words, Yang Bin thought for a moment and nodded. "All right. I'll let you have it once I reach the second tier." After saying that, he swallowed the crystal. After feeling it, he realized that although his strength had increased, the improvement was not significant and was even less effective than the previous one. Yang Bin frowned. If this continued, the crystals would eventually lose their effect. How could he light up the second horn? After thinking for a while without finding an answer, he could only shake his head, realizing he could only take one step at a time. "Let us go, continue." The group continued forward, avoiding zombies when possible and dealing with those they couldn't avoid. After walking for about half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination, Wumei Supermarket. This was considered the largest supermarket near the school. However, like before, this supermarket was also locked from the inside. Yang Bin activated his true vision eye to look inside. Soon, a strange expression appeared on his face. "What's wrong, Brother Bin?" Chun Hao asked curiously. "I ran into acquaintances." "Acquaintances? Who?" "Your old flame. Lucia?" "Yes, and your rival in love." "Haha, we need to get in there quickly," Hu Wenliang said, eager to stir things up. "Just the two of them?" Chun Hao asked again, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "No, there are probably more than 20 people," Yang Bin replied. "But that doesn't stop you from taking him down. Liangzi and I are your strongest backers." "Exactly, Haozi. Take him down. Let us see who else dares to move." Chun Hao took a deep breath and said, "Let us go in." The group arrived at the supermarket entrance and knocked on the door. However, the supermarket, which had been noisy earlier, suddenly fell silent, clearly unwilling to let anyone in. Yang Bin smiled, then kicked the roller shutter hard, instantly creating a hole in the door. He then pried the hole open with his bare hands. And only after making it big enough to enter did he squeeze in. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang quickly followed. Inside the supermarket, a group of people stared wide-eyed at them, clearly frightened. "What is going on? You broke the door. What if zombies come?" At this moment, a well-dressed, relatively handsome man approached with an angry expression. "Ah, sorry, we knocked and no one responded. I thought there was no one inside. My bad. Looks like you'll have to find another place," Yang Bin said with a smile. "There are zombies everywhere. Where can we find another place? Hurry up and fix the door, or don't blame me for being rude." The man shouted angrily. "How rude?" Yang Bin replied calmly. "I'll break your legs and throw you out." The man said coldly. "Oh, got it. I haven't learned how to fix doors. But I know how to fix people." Yang Bin retorted. "What do you mean?" Before the man could respond, a thud echoed as he was sent flying several meters away, curling into a ball. Chapter 29, Supermarket Turmoil. Brother Hao. The others were instantly shocked, and a few women rushed over to help the man up, while the remaining men picked up steel pipes and glared at Yang Bin. "Damn it, you dare to hit Brother Hao? You don't want to live, do you? Are you guys planning to make a move?" Yang Bin pointed his blood-stained iron pipe at the group, coldly saying. The group was momentarily intimidated by Yang Bin's imposing demeanor, and they hesitated to advance. Meanwhile, the beaten man struggled to stand up with the help of a few people, looking at Yang Bin with a fierce expression. "You dare to hit me? You're looking for death. Get him." Just as the two sides were about to clash, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Chun Hao. A girl in a green long dress, looking pure and surprised, stared at Chun Hao. No need to guess, this was Lucia, Chun Hao's ex-girlfriend. Upon hearing her voice, Chun Hao's body stiffened noticeably. Even though he had decided to let go, it still hurt. She was his girlfriend for 3 years, and it wasn't that easy to move on. "I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's Shia's loser ex-boyfriend." "What? Is the humiliation from last time not enough? You still want to come looking for trouble?" The man's eyes displayed mockery upon seeing Chun Hao. Clearly, he was Wang Yuehao, the target of Lu Xia's infidelity. "Chun Hao, just go. It's impossible between us," Lu Xia said coldly, clearly thinking Chun Hao had come to find her. Chun Hao forced a bitter smile and muttered to himself, "I'm such a fool. Still fantasizing that you would change your mind. What? Still thinking about my Xia? Haha, Xia's not someone a loser like you can match. Wang Yuehao said smugly, while also wrapping his arm around Lu Xia's waist. Just wearing second-hand shoes, and look at you being so proud, Yangbin chuckled. He then patted Chun Hao's shoulder and said, forget about that woman. Xia's already not clean. If you're feeling uncomfortable, go collect the tools of the crime. I support you. Yeah, Haozi, I support you too. Hu Wenliang chimed in. Chun Hao shook his head and said, forget it. We are already strangers. There's no need to create more entanglements. Let us go, Brother Bin, let us get food. All right, Yangbin nodded. However, while they let it go, some people were eager to find trouble. Haha, losers are just losers, only know how to back down. Do you think the food here is something you losers can touch? Break their legs for me. If you dare to hit me, I'll make sure you leave lying down today. Hearing Wang Yuehao's words, those who were previously hesitant gritted their teeth and picked up their steel pipes, charging at the group. Self-inflicted harm is inescapable. Yangbin shook his head, swinging his iron pipe and knocking down the first man who charged, leaving him unable to get up. Next, he swept the pipe again, directly hitting the chests of two other men, causing them to spit blood and fall back. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang also sprang into action, swinging their steel pipes at the group, and anyone they hit basically fell down and couldn't get back up. In no time, more than 10 people were sprawled on the ground, howling in pain. Seeing this scene, the remaining people looked at the trio in shock. These guys took down over 10 people in just a few moves. What kind of monsters are they? Chun Hao walked towards Wang Yuehao. What do you want? I'm the son of the Wang group. If you dare to act recklessly, you're dead. Wang Yuehao was now panicking, retreating as he spoke. Yeah, Chun Hao. Don't be impulsive, Lu Xia said nervously. You care about him a lot, huh? Chun Hao looked at Lu Xia. He is my boyfriend. Don't hurt him. Hee. Boyfriend? That word coming out of your mouth is really jarring. You only like him for his money, right? This is the apocalypse. What good is his money now? He.S. just a waste. Chun Hao said coldly, then turned to Wang Yuehao. I originally didn't want to have anything to do with you. But since you want to find trouble, let us settle the score. After saying that, Chun Hao directly kicked towards Wang Yuehao. A very miserable scream echoed, making everyone shiver involuntarily. Remember, in your next life, learn to keep this thing in check and don't let it cause trouble. Wang Yuehao was now unable to respond, rolling on the ground as his pants quickly became stained with blood. Chun Hao, you. Lu Xia stared wide-eyed at Chun Hao, clearly not expecting him to be so ruthless. What? Do you want to kick me too? Chun Hao looked at Lu Xia coldly, instantly scaring her into silence. Chun Hao laughed, feeling the pressure in his heart lift, then turned and walked towards Yang Bin and the others. The others looked at him in terror, not daring to make a move. Well done, Haozi. Yang Bin patted Chun Hao's shoulder. Chun Hao shook his head and said, let us go, we need to get food. Soon, the three walked into the supermarket, leaving behind a group of panicked people. Wang Yuehao was still wailing, and Lu Xia wanted to comfort him but didn't know how. However, at that moment, loud footsteps suddenly sounded from outside, clearly attracted by Wang Yuehao's screams. Hearing this sound, everyone was filled with terror. Hurry, block the door. A woman shouted in panic. First, cover his mouth. Another person urged. Lu Xia quickly covered Wang Yuehao's mouth, while 3 other women hurriedly pushed a nearby shelf against the door. Wang Yuehao's eyes widened in anger as he looked at Lu Xia. I've been crippled, and you still want to let me yell? However, soon after, there was a violent banging on the roller shutter, causing him to shut his mouth. Watching the wobbling shelf, a few slightly less injured men struggled to get up and pushed another shelf over. This scene was naturally seen by Yang Bin and the others who were getting supplies inside, but they didn't pay it any mind. In a place like a supermarket, even if zombies charged in, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. At this moment, the group was busy stuffing food into their backpacks, bread, bottled water, biscuits, and other items, filling their packs to the brim. They still needed to go out to hunt for crystals and wouldn't be staying in the supermarket, so they naturally wanted to pack more food. Yangbin casually took a sip of a soda and said, there are quite a few zombies outside now. It might be a bit troublesome when we go out. We should have just made him shut up earlier. It's just digging a corner. It shouldn't come to killing, Chun Hao said with a bitter smile. Sometimes you have to be ruthless. That's how you survive longer in the apocalypse. Forget it. These things aren't easy to change. Just take it slow. Chapter 30. Second stage zombies. After a few people had their fill at the supermarket, they stood up with their backpacks on. The group nearby saw Yang Bin and the others get up, and their hearts sank, fearing they might get beaten again. However, it was clear their worries were unnecessary. Yang Bin and the others couldn't be bothered with them at all. "Brother Bin, how do we get out?" Hu Wenliang asked. "Let's check the back. I remember this supermarket has a back door. Let's see how many zombies are out there," Yang Bin replied. Okay. After discussing, they headed towards the back of the supermarket. Although they were comfortable with food and drink in the supermarket, they knew very well that comfort was meant for the dead. The zombies were evolving, and if they didn't improve, extinction awaited them. Before long, they found the back door. Yang Bin used his true vision eye to look outside. Although there were some zombies, there weren't too many. Given their strength, they should be able to break through without any issues. The back door was also locked, but Yang Bin easily pried it open and swung the door wide. The sound of the door opening quickly attracted a few nearby zombies. The zombies roared and charged towards the group, who instantly sprang into action and dispatched them at lightning speed. "Quick, let's go. The other zombies must have heard the noise and will be coming soon," Yang Bin urged. "Got it." Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang nodded, and the three of them quickly ran off into the distance. Unknowingly or not, Yang Bin left the door open behind them. As they left, the group inside the supermarket breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure Yang Bin and his group put on them was immense. Although they had nearly 20 people, they couldn't compete with those who could fight. Furthermore, those guys were ruthless. A few of their own still hadn't gotten back up. A few men helped Wang Yuehao with a simple treatment to his lower body. Since they weren't in a pharmacy and had no medicine to use, they could only do some basic bandaging. However, looking at the mangled mess that had been kicked, everyone couldn't help but shudder. It was truly tragic. Another eunuch was born in Huaxia. In this situation, it wouldn't be curable now, let alone before the apocalypse, unless they used some fake prosthetics. Slap. Looking at his mutilated lower body, Wang Yuehao slapped Lu Xia hard across the face. "Damn bitch, it's all your fault." Lu Xia covered her face, staring at Wang Yuehao in disbelief. She never expected that this man would blame her for the situation. Slap. Another slap followed. "What are you staring at, you cheap whore? If I end up crippled, you better not think you'll have it easy." At that moment, Wang Yuehao completely reverted to his true self and stopped pretending to be a gentleman in front of Lu Xia. His brother was kicked away, and he could no longer pretend to be fine. Blood trickled from the corner of Lu Xia's mouth, making it easy to imagine how hard those slaps had been. Seeing the disgust in Wang Yuehao's eyes, Lu Xia lowered her head, not daring to speak again. At that moment, she finally felt some regret. She had given up on the man who had cared for her wholeheartedly for 3 years for someone like him. "One day, I will definitely kill them," Wang Yuehao said angrily. However, just then, a noise came from behind, and Wang Yuehao quickly shut his mouth, thinking Yang Bin and the others had returned. Before long, 2 figures appeared before them. Upon seeing these 2 figures, the group was instantly horrified. Zombies? How did the zombies get in? Damn it. It must be because the back door wasn't closed. The zombies, upon seeing the crowd, became excited and charged at them frantically. The group quickly took out steel pipes to fight the zombies. However, soon more and more zombies rushed in, and the already injured crowd was slowly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Yang Bin and the other 3 were heading towards the cafeteria. They were looking for special zombies, and since there were usually more zombies in the cafeteria, it would be easier to find some there. Zombies appeared continuously along the way. Even though Yang Bin avoided most of them, there were still many he couldn't dodge. The school had over 30,000 people, and there were at least 27 or 8,000 zombies, so they would encounter them wherever they went. If it weren't for Yang Bin's true vision eye, he wouldn't dare to wander out casually. They soon arrived near the cafeteria and gasped at the sight of the zombies surrounding it. Damn, there must be at least a few thousand here, Hu Wenliang swallowed hard. These people must be trapped to death, Chen Hao said, dumbfounded. It seems we should try to avoid places with a lot of people in the future. Yang Bin said quietly. Yeah, the 2 nodded in agreement. Yang Bin activated his true vision eye to scan the zombies and was immediately surprised. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Chen Hao asked. There are nearly 100 special zombies in there, Yang Bin said solemnly. So many. Chen Hao's eyes widened in shock. Yes, it's clear that the number of special zombies is increasing, Yang Bin continued. And there's one very special zombie among them. What is so special about it? The crystals in the heads of other special zombies are only the size of a grain of rice, but this zombie's crystal is about the size of a mung bean. Could it be that special zombies have different variations? This is my first time seeing it. If I'm not mistaken, the special zombies we encountered before were first-stage zombies. And this one is likely a second-stage zombie, Yang Bin said gravely. Does that mean it's stronger? The two exclaimed, wide-eyed. Definitely, Yongbin nodded, feeling a weight in his heart. He initially thought his strength was enough to handle these zombies without any pressure, but he never expected that there would be even stronger zombies. It seems these zombies are indeed continuously evolving. Ordinary zombies slowly become first-stage zombies, and first-stage zombies gradually become second-stage zombies. If humans keep hiding, extinction is inevitable, Yongbin frowned. Should we announce the crystal situation? Shenhao asked. Yongbin thought for a moment and replied, we need to announce it, otherwise humanity will definitely perish, but we should avoid being the ones to do it, or it will definitely lead to endless trouble in the future. The military has probably been clearing zombies these days. After all, they have various powerful weapons, making it easier to deal with zombies. They might have already discovered the crystals. Let us wait a bit. It would be better if it's announced by the officials. That makes sense. Should we still fight? What fight? Let us change locations. This place is impossible to handle. Okay. The few quickly left the area. Inside the cafeteria, why is it porridge again? This won't fill us up. I want rice. Exactly. Eating porridge every day, do they want to starve us to death? Many people started to complain again, as they were extremely hungry. If you don't want to eat, then don't. If you're capable, go find food outside. Someone retorted. Yeah, just be grateful you have something to eat. Do you not understand the situation? Still thinking about the past lavish lifestyle. You're destined to eat porridge. The school must have food, they just refuse to share it. If we don't fight for it, how can we eat our fill? There are zombies outside. Even if there is food, we have to conserve it. Who knows when rescue will come? At this rate, if rescue doesn't arrive soon, we'll starve to death before they get here. The crowd split into two factions, arguing endlessly, which made the principal furrow his brows. It was only the third day of the apocalypse, and it had already come to this. What would happen in a few more days? It must be said that this principal was definitely a responsible one. At least during the apocalypse, he was the first to think of the students, worrying they would starve, which was why he gathered them in the cafeteria. However, human hearts are never satisfied. Chapter 31. Conditions for advancing to second stage after leaving the cafeteria. Yongbin continued to lead Chun Hao and the others in search of special zombies. It had to be said that there were indeed more special zombies today compared to yesterday. After more than half an hour, they had killed another 2 special zombies. 2 crystals were completely consumed by Yongbin, and combined with the 3 from before, he had eaten a total of 5 crystals. Yet still hadn't lit up the second corner. Moreover, the more he consumed, the less effective the crystals became, and the last one provided a pitiful boost. Yongbin frowned, having a premonition that the next one would likely have no effect at all. Brother Bin, still not lit up? Chun Hao asked in confusion. No. Let us eat one more and see, Yongbin replied. Okay. The two had no objections. For them, Yongbin's enhancement was equivalent to their own enhancement. The group searched again and soon found another one. However, the quantity was quite large, around 40 to 50. Thus, Chun Hao's assassination method came into play again. After using up energy twice in a row, he stealthily killed more than 20 zombies, while the remaining ones were taken down by the others. However, they did sustain some injuries, but with Hu Wenliang around, they were quickly healed. Yongbin dug out the crystal again and, under the expectant gaze of the two, swallowed it. How about it, Brother Bin lit up? Chun Hao hurriedly asked. Yongbin shook his head. Still no good? Not that it's not working, but it's ineffective, Yongbin said with a bitter smile. Ineffective? How could this happen? Both Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang frowned. After thinking for a moment, Yongbin suddenly realized something. I think I know the situation now. What situation? If I'm not mistaken, to light up the second corner, it should require a second-tier crystal. Yongbin said seriously. Second-tier crystal? Yes, the one we just saw outside the cafeteria. I think that could be possible, Chun Hao agreed. So should we go get it? Hu Wenliang asked. Let us first check if there are any second-tier zombies in other places. We shouldn't go there unless absolutely necessary, as it could be deadly. Yongbin advised. Okay. The group began searching again. Over the next while, they encountered several first-tier zombies, and the crystals they obtained greatly boosted Hu Wenliang and Chun Hao's strength. However, they still hadn't come across any second-tier zombies. In the cafeteria filled with thousands of zombies, they had only seen one second-tier zombie. Encountering another elsewhere would naturally be more challenging. Brother Bin, I think searching like this isn't effective. We should find a high place. It might be easier to spot them, Chun Hao suggested. Oh, true. Let us go to Zhongyuan Building. Zhongyuan Building was the college's iconic structure and the tallest building, usually off-limits to students. The group cautiously made their way downstairs. At this point, The main entrance of Zhongyuan building was tightly locked, but that was no challenge for them. Inserting an iron pipe into the lock and gently prying it open did the trick. Let us go. Close the door and head upstairs. Zhongyuan building had a total of 18 floors, and while there was an elevator, it was out of service since it wasn't open hours, so they had to climb. Fortunately, they had all leveled up, so climbing 18 floors wasn't too difficult. Upon reaching the rooftop, they had a broad view, overlooking the entire school. Damn, I can't believe I didn't think of this great spot sooner, Yongbin said, feeling a bit frustrated. Wasn't it useless before? It's not too late to find it now, Chenhao laughed. Yongbin nodded, then activated his true sight to scan the zombies throughout the school. This location was excellent, but also quite high. Trying to see the size of a crystal in a zombie's head from such a height would consume a significant amount of mental energy. After only a short while, Yongbin felt dizzy and quickly stopped. Wow, this consumption is a bit terrifying, he said with a bitter smile. Of course, considering how high we are and how far away they are, Chenhao replied. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Yongbin stood up again and continued searching. After 3 consecutive attempts, he finally spotted a second-tier zombie beneath a dormitory. Found it. Let us go take it down. Okay. The group quickly descended the stairs, and under Yongbin's lead, they soon arrived at the base of the dormitory and saw the second-tier zombie. It looked quite similar to a regular zombie, but for some reason, it seemed a bit more agile than the others. There are a total of 11 zombies. I'll hold that second-tier zombie. You guys quickly deal with the others to help, Yongbin said, feeling uncertain about facing the second-tier zombie alone. Got it. Let us go. The group rushed towards the swarm of zombies. As they emerged, the second-tier zombie immediately noticed them and charged at them. Yongbin confronted it directly, thrusting the iron pipe towards the zombie's head. Chenhao and Hu Wenliang quickly veered off to tackle the 10 zombies behind them. Just as Yongbin's iron pipe was about to pierce the zombie's head, it unexpectedly tilted its head slightly. Although it ultimately didn't evade the attack, it startled Yongbin. Previously, he had killed so many zombies that had no intelligence and didn't know how to dodge attacks. Any strike would suffice. However, this zombie actually tilted its head. This was not a good omen. Knowing this was just a second-tier zombie, he couldn't imagine how difficult it would be if they encountered a higher-tier one later on. The difficulty of killing zombies would definitely increase significantly. The iron pipe eventually struck the zombie's head, but only penetrated partway before the zombie shook its head free and lunged at Yongbin with its gaping mouth. Yongbin switched from stabbing to swinging the iron pipe, smashing it down onto the zombie's head. Blood splattered from the zombie's head, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Yongbin frowned, looking at the bent iron pipe in his hand, revealing a bitter smile. Looks like this thing needs to be replaced. With his increased strength, the hollow iron pipe was clearly unable to meet his needs anymore. The zombie didn't care whether his weapon was bent. It quickly lunged at him again. Yongbin hastily dodged to the side. The zombie, failing its first attack, lunged at him again, reacting more than twice as fast as a first-tier zombie. With the iron pipe now bent, he couldn't stab or smash it, leaving only the option to block. However, the second-tier zombie was incredibly strong, and each of its attacks pushed Yongbin back. In an instant, he was nearly overwhelmed, sustaining several wounds in the process. Fortunately, before long, Chenhao and Hu Wenliang had dealt with the other zombies and quickly came to assist. With 3 of them working together, they finally stabilized the situation. Chapter 32. Second tier. The 3 worked together seamlessly, with Yongbin and Hu Wenliang responsible for fending off the zombies' attacks, while Chenhao repeatedly thrust the iron pipe at the zombie's neck. Finally, after several minutes of grueling combat, Chenhao's iron pipe successfully pierced the second-tier zombie's neck, snapping it. The 3 collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. This battle had been extremely difficult. Looks like it's time to change weapons, Hu Wenliang said, looking at his bent iron pipe with some helplessness. The pipe he held had also been bent after fending off the zombies' attacks. This thing is hollow. It's impressive it lasted this long, Chenhao remarked. But where can we get new weapons? Honestly, I've gotten used to this iron pipe. As for weapons, I just thought of something. We could either go get a fire axe, should be great for killing zombies, 1 chop to the neck should do it, or we could grab some barbell rods from the gym. They're sturdy and would shatter a skull with 1 hit. I'm leaning towards the barbell rod since I'm used to the iron pipe. What about you guys? Yongbin asked. I also think the barbell rod is better when we encounter a horde of zombies. 1 swing could take out several, Chenhao said. Yeah, I think so too. The fire axe is too short, and I'd end up covered in blood. Hu Wenliang nodded in agreement. All right, Then let us head to the gym. The three quickly reached a consensus, and Yang Bin approached the zombie's corpse, soon extracting a crystal the size of a green bean from its head. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang looked curiously at the crystal in Yang Bin's hand. Although they couldn't tell much about it, they still felt that this crystal was much stronger than the previous ones. Yang Bin activated his true vision and looked at the crystal in his hand. It was also made of energy, but the energy contained in this crystal far exceeded that of the previous ones. A flicker of excitement flashed in Yang Bin's eyes, and he wiped his body and directly swallowed it. Once the crystal entered his body, it instantly transformed into a vast amount of energy that surged into Yang Bin's limbs and bones. The second corner of the first star in the star map in his mind instantly lit up. As this corner lit up, even more powerful energy feedback surged into his body, and Yang Bin immediately felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. After a while, the energy was completely absorbed. Yang Bin clenched his fist, feeling the immense power within him, and excitement appeared in his eyes. Before consuming the crystal, his punching power was about 50 to 60 kilograms. But after the first corner lit up, his strength directly reached over 100 kilograms. After consuming some crystals midway, he should have reached around 200 kilograms. Now, with the second corner lit up, his strength had significantly increased again, now at least over 300 kilograms. Feeling the powerful energy within him, Yang Bin was also a bit excited. With this, the chances of survival in the apocalypse would greatly increase. It seems that my speculation was correct. As more corners of the star map light up, strength will also increase. There are 9 stars in my mind, each with 5 corners. And every time a corner lights up, strength will significantly increase. I wonder if fully lighting up a star will bring unexpected surprises. What will it be like if all 9 stars are lit? Brother Bin, how's it going? Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang looked at Yang Bin with curious expressions. The second corner is lit. Yang Bin smiled. Has your strength increased a lot? Yes, quite a bit. I estimate that my punching power is now at least over 300 kilograms. That's great. Brother Bin has improved. Our survival is more secure now. Chen Hao said with a smile. Don't be too optimistic. The next improvements will become increasingly difficult. Yang Bin shook his head. No matter how difficult, I believe we can survive, Chen Hao said firmly. Well, we should be like zombies too. Lighting up 1 corner is first tier, lighting up 2 corners is second tier. Next, we need to get you 2 to second tier. You both have eaten 3 crystals now. If you eat 2 more first tier crystals, you can reach the peak of first tier, and then eat 1 second tier crystal to reach second tier. However, first tier crystals are manageable, but there are too few second tier zombies, which is a bit troublesome. Yang Bin frowned. It's okay, Brother Bin. The strength of zombies is growing. There weren't many second tier zombies today, but by tomorrow, there should be some, Chen Hao said. Yeah, that's true. Yang Bin nodded and said, it's getting late. Let's first solve the weapon issue. We should head back to the dormitories soon. It's too dangerous at night. Okay. Soon, they headed towards the gym, which was quite far away. And since their weapons were mostly scrapped, they didn't dare to move too quickly. Under Yang Bin's lead, they took more than half an hour to reach the gym. The lock on the gym was the type with iron chains, and they worked hard to get it open. After entering the gym, they made their way to the equipment room and pried open the door lock. Suddenly, various sports equipment appeared before the 3. However, the 3 had a clear target and directly found several barbells, removed the weight plates, and assembled 3 18-meter-long barbells. They weighed them in their hands and immediately revealed satisfied expressions. These things were made of alloy steel and were solid, significantly heavier than the previous iron pipes, and felt great in hand. This feels great. No worries about bending, Chen Hao said with a smile. With this, plus I'm already second tier. If I encounter a second tier zombie, I can definitely smash its head with 1 hit, Yang Bin said confidently. If I had such good weapons before, I wouldn't have been beaten so badly. It's almost dark. Let's head back to the dormitory. Sure. With weapons in hand, the group felt much more confident. Along the way, whenever they encountered zombies, they just smashed them, and basically, wherever the bat went, brains splattered. This weapon is so satisfying. The impact is incredible, Chen Hao exclaimed excitedly. These ordinary zombies are unranked. Are you 2 first-tier guys okay with bullying unranked ones? There's a first-tier zombie over there. Go try it out. Yang Bin pointed to a group of zombies not far away. All right. The 2 rushed towards the group of zombies. A group of mindless zombies saw the 2 rushing towards them and immediately lunged excitedly. Then, they met a tragic end. The 2 swung the barbell rods, smashing down fiercely. Any zombie they hit had its head crushed, instantly taking them out. More than 10 zombies, including a special one, were eliminated by the two in less than a minute. Which one was the special zombie? Chen Hao asked Hu Wenliang. I didn't notice. It was just a chaotic smash, and they all died. Then how do we find the crystal? We can only ask Brother Bin. Seeing the two clueless, Yang Bin shook his head helplessly and pointed to one of the corpses. Chen Hao hurried over and pried out the crystal. Who should eat this? Whatever, it's fine for anyone. Howsy, you eat it. You should level up first. If we encounter a large number of zombies later, we'll need your assassination skills to sharpen, Yang Bin said. Okay, sure. Chen Hao didn't hold back and wiped it off before directly tossing it into his mouth. After Chen Hao digested the energy, the group headed back to the dormitory. They took a bit of time killing zombies along the way, and by the time they reached the dormitory, it was already dark. At this moment, the dormitory building was quiet. The others probably stayed at the supermarket and didn't come back, as it was dangerous to return. After all, not everyone was as abnormal as the three of them, daring to move around freely in the apocalypse. Of course, strength was one thing. What truly allowed them to move around freely was Yang Bin's true vision. Without it, it would be easy to be surrounded by hordes of zombies. And even if they were strong, they would still be in danger. Chapter 33, The Secret of Zombie Advancement. Back in the dormitory, the group took out the food from their backpacks and had a hearty meal. They had filled 3 large bags with food from the supermarket, enough to last them 2 or 3 days. At this time, their dormitory had quite a lot of supplies, with plenty of food and necessities, all scavenged, allowing them to live comfortably for a short period. Let us rest for a bit, and later we can go out and take a look, Yang Bin suddenly said. It's already dark. What is there to see? The two asked curiously. It seems like these zombies don't advance during the day. Every night, they seem to gain a significant boost in strength by the next day. We should check what the reason is. If we can find a method, maybe we can also improve, Yang Bin said. That makes sense. We should indeed go out and take a look. Yeah. The 3 lay down on their beds, habitually took out their phones, and started browsing. The phone signal was still working, which was the best news for humanity. At least they could encourage each other. Want to play a couple of games? Hu Wenliang suddenly said. Play what? Games. It's boring right now. If you can find teammates and opponents, I'll be impressed. Yang Bin rolled his eyes. I guess that's true. I can play against bots, right? You can play by yourself. Yang Bin and Chen Hao both shook their heads. This guy had too much of a gaming addiction. As a result, as soon as Hu Wenliang opened the game, his face darkened. Can't get into the game. Isn't that pretty normal? It's already a miracle that QQ can keep communication going. Fine. Brother Bin, look quickly. At that moment, Chen Hao suddenly handed his phone over. 3 people gathered in front of a phone where a video was playing. A group of people was fighting against zombies when suddenly, the leader shot a fireball from his hand, instantly hitting a zombie that burst into flames and was soon burned to death. Seeing this, the 3 were visibly shocked. The comments below exploded with reactions. Some saying it was special effects, others claiming it was magic, and some speculating it was a supernatural ability. There were all kinds of opinions, but it was undeniable that this video had gone viral. In this despairing apocalypse, the video acted like a sedative, allowing desperate people to fantasize. The 3 exchanged glances and saw the answer in each other's eyes. Supernatural ability. Chen Hao said solemnly. Yeah, and it's a fire-type ability with strong attack power. Yang Bin replied seriously. Damn, that's what a supernatural ability should be. I feel like our abilities are weak, Hu Wenliang exclaimed, his eyes wide. Who said that? If it comes to a fight, I could take him down in an instant with my invisibility, Chen Hao retorted unhappily. Alright, but I do have something with Bin Ji's ability, Yang Bin said. Without my supernatural ability, how could we be living so comfortably? He added, feeling speechless. That seems to be the case. Actually, our abilities aren't weak. In fact, their rarity far exceeds his. It's just that our abilities aren't combat-oriented, so they don't show in battle as clearly as his. But in this apocalypse, our chances of survival are definitely greater than his, Yang Bin explained. Exactly. What do you think your ability is? In this paralyzed hospital apocalypse, if they get injured, what awaits them? I dare say, as long as someone knows your ability. Even the most powerful person would beg you to join their team, Chen Hao said. Haha, now that you mention it, I feel much more balanced inside. Yeah, but we do lack combat abilities. If we encounter one, we need to think of a way to recruit them, Yang Bin said. Right. But people's hearts are too complicated now. It's hard to find someone with combat abilities who won't stab you in the back. Take it slow. With my keen eyesight, we will surely find one. Haha, indeed. Let's sleep and go explore tonight. Okay. At 11 o'clock at night, The three of them got up again and left the dormitory. Using the dim light from the remaining streetlights, they soon spotted a few zombies. The three hid behind a flower bed, observing the zombies. But after watching for a long time, they didn't see anything different. These zombies are just wandering around like during the day. I don't see anything unusual, Chen Hao frowned. Let's keep watching. We must find out the reason for the zombies' enhancement tonight, Yang Bin said. All right. So, the three patiently waited by the zombies, and an hour passed. When midnight arrived, the previously wandering zombies suddenly stopped, and one by one, they quietly looked up at the sky. Seeing the zombies' actions, Yang Bin and the others immediately looked up at the sky. The Big Dipper, they exclaimed in low voices. Could it be that the Big Dipper only appears at midnight? Yang Bin pondered. Why can't we see the North Star? Hu Wenliang wondered. It seems to have fallen, Chen Hao said. That night, I vaguely saw that the Red Star appeared only after the North Star fell. Yeah, I saw it too, but now the Red Star is also not visible. Yang Bin said, feeling puzzled. In ancient times, the North Star was called the Ziwei Star, and when the Ziwei Star moves, great events are bound to happen. If the Ziwei Star has fallen, won't that cause chaos in the world? Hu Wenliang frowned. It's already the apocalypse. Isn't that chaos enough? That seems to be the case. Yang Bin looked at the nearby zombies and noticed they seemed to be immersed in a certain state. He activated his true vision again and discovered that there seemed to be strands of transparent gas flowing into their bodies. Could this be spiritual energy? Yang Bin thought. If so, it explains why these zombies become stronger every night. But how come zombies can absorb spiritual energy? Why can't humans? Yang Bin looked toward their side, but did not find any presence of spiritual energy. Haozi, Liangzi, you two focus on the Big Dipper in the sky, Yang Bin suddenly said. Oh, okay. Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, the two looked up and seriously watched the Big Dipper. Yang Bin activated his true vision, carefully observing the area around the two. Finally, after a while, strands of spiritual energy began to slowly flow into their bodies. However, the amount of spiritual energy around them was less compared to that around the zombies. My neck is really sore from looking up, Hu Wenliang said, rubbing his neck and shaking his head. As Yang Bin watched, the moment Hu Wenliang moved, the spiritual energy around him instantly disappeared. I see now, I understand. Yang Bin's face lit up with excitement. Let's go to the rooftop. After saying that, Yang Bin headed toward the roof. Although the other two had many questions, they didn't ask much and quickly followed him. Chapter 34. Cultivation Method. The three rushed to the 7th floor, and as they reached the rooftop, they were immediately hit by the stench from the stairwell, making them feel lightheaded. The accumulated bodies were still there, and after several days of fermentation, the smell was unbearable. Yang Bin quickly held his breath. The stairwell was blocked, so he could only climb up using the handrail. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang quickly followed him. Upon reaching the rooftop, the three hurriedly closed the door and breathed in the fresh air. Staying there any longer would have suffocated them. Bin Gu, why did we come to the rooftop? Chen Hao asked in confusion. To look at the stars. Look at the stars? The two were instantly bewildered. I just used my supernatural ability to observe those zombies. When they were looking at the Big Dipper in the sky, spiritual energy flowed into their bodies. I had you try it too. When you focused on the Big Dipper, spiritual energy similarly flowed in. This might be a method of cultivation. So we should give it a try, Yang Bin said seriously. Really? Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, the two's eyes widened. Yeah, Yang Bin nodded. They quickly found a clean spot to lie down and seriously gazed at the Big Dipper in the sky. Before long, strands of spiritual energy began to flow into the three of them. Among them, Yang Bin had noticeably more spiritual energy surrounding him than the other two. Whether due to his eye talent or being at the second stage, or perhaps both, the three didn't feel much. If they didn't trust Yang Bin not to deceive them, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang would have given up. Staring at a single object, especially something glowing, was hard on the eyes. Even though they were already above the first stage, they couldn't hold on for more than 20 minutes. In contrast, Yang Bin seemed completely unfazed, still intently staring at the sky. The two didn't disturb Yang Bin. After resting for a few minutes, they looked back at the sky. Later, they took breaks every 20 minutes, while Yang Bin continued to watch the sky without resting. The two exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Initially, they thought Yang Bin was just stronger and could last longer, but now it was clear it was more than just strength. However, they quickly realized it was understandable given Yang Bin's talent. Since his talent was related to his eyes, it made sense that his eyesight was better. Thus, the three spent the entire night on the rooftop watching the stars. Due to the frequent eye strain, they almost fell asleep several times. But the thought of improving their strength kept them going. During this time, Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang didn't know how many times they had rested. But Yang Bin hardly rested at all, only closing his eyes for a moment. At 5 in the morning, the Big Dipper slowly began to disappear. The three of them could no longer hold back their drowsiness and fell asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, the food crisis erupted completely. Most households had only 2 to 3 days' worth of food, and by the 4th day, many had already consumed all their supplies. Without food, they would soon face hunger. Some took risks and ventured outside to search for food, while others thought of taking advantage of those around them, making food robbery a daily occurrence. In the lawless apocalypse, the dark side of human nature gradually emerged. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, the strength of the zombies increased again. Some teams that could still clear zombies suffered significant losses and had to hide. Those who had been teaching people online how to deal with zombies also became more subdued. Online, videos of fighting zombies became fewer, while cries for help increased. And the entire internet was filled with a sense of despair. Just then, the authorities suddenly announced a major piece of news that would determine humanity's fate. The official news stated that some special zombies had red crystals in their heads, and consuming these crystals could significantly enhance a person's physical abilities, allowing them to easily kill ordinary zombies. The authorities also provided pictures of the crystals and informed that these special zombies were stronger than ordinary ones and would require several people to kill them. The authorities encouraged people to bravely step forward to kill zombies, stating that only by enhancing their abilities could they survive in the apocalypse. As soon as this news was released, it exploded across the internet. At a time when humanity was almost in despair, this news was like a beacon of light in the darkness. Immediately, many people began to leave their rooms to deal with zombies, hoping to obtain a crystal to greatly enhance their strength. Some ambitious individuals even started to form groups. All of this was unknown to the few lying on the rooftop, who slept straight until noon, exhausted from the previous night. Yang Bin was the first to wake up, stretched, felt his physical condition, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. Just as he suspected, this method really could enhance strength. He could feel that overnight, his strength had increased by at least 30 kilograms. He kicked Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang to wake them up and asked, "You guys feel it? Has your strength improved?" The two clenched their fists and showed similar expressions of excitement. "It has improved. I feel like I've gained about 10 kilograms, Chun Hao said. "Yeah, me too," Hu Wenliang replied. Hearing their words, Yang Bin frowned slightly, mainly because their gain was a bit less than his. However, thinking about how they had needed to rest constantly while he had hardly rested, he felt relieved. From now on, let's stick to this training every day. Even if the news about the crystals is released, we can maintain our lead, Yang Bin said. Okay, the two nodded. Let's go down, eat something, and continue killing zombies. Today, I hope you two can reach the 2nd tier, Yang Bin said. What about you, Bingo? I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait until you reach the 2nd tier, he replied. All right. The three then went downstairs, returned to their dorm to brush their teeth, wash their faces, and eat. In this apocalypse, they were probably the only ones living so carefree. Bingo, I think we need to change dorms. This one is a hassle to get to the rooftop, and even with the door closed, you can still smell the stench up there, Chun Hao complained. Indeed. I can smell it too. It's really unpleasant, Hu Wenliang said. Okay, then let's pack our things and find a better dorm, Yang Bin said. Why not just go to the graduate student dorm? I heard those are double rooms, well equipped, much better than ours, and they also have rooftops, Chun Hao suggested. All right, let's go there, Yang Bin nodded. They then organized their belongings, including clothes, food, and daily necessities, packing several backpacks, each carrying one in front and one in the back. After packing, they left the dormitory building and headed towards the graduate student dormitory area. Chapter 35. New living quarters on the way, there were still zombies everywhere. Although the road to the dorm had been cleared several times, zombies wandered aimlessly, and they would reappear after a while. The group determined that the zombies' running speed indicated they had significantly increased in strength. Ordinary people would find it very difficult to defeat them unless they had advantageous weapons. Furthermore, the number of special zombies today had increased significantly. They had only been walking for over 20 minutes when they encountered several, a much higher ratio than yesterday. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang had both reached the limit of the 1st tier, and they could level up to the 2nd tier as soon as they obtained the crystal. Just as they passed a cluster of dormitories, they unexpectedly ran into another group of people. There were more than 20 of them. all tall and wielding iron pipes they had previously used, fighting a group of zombies. What surprised them most was that two of the individuals appeared extremely strong, likely reaching the first tier. Do they know about the crystals? Hu Wenliang wondered. Howzy, check online, Yangbin said. Okay. Chen Hao quickly took out his phone and soon looked up, saying, Bin Gu, you were right. The authorities announced the crystal news this morning. No wonder. I was wondering how these people suddenly had the courage to come out and kill zombies, Hu Wenliang remarked. Profit is the fundamental force that overcomes all difficulties. Just like us, if we didn't know the zombie crystals could enhance strength, would we still come out every day? Isn't it nicer to hide in the dorm? Yangbin said. True, there are probably people everywhere now killing zombies to get crystals. That's a good thing. At least it gives humanity hope for survival. If we keep hiding, we will only face extinction. Yeah, it seems we need to step up too. We can't let others catch up with us, Chen Hao said, clenching his fist. Let's go. Yangbin didn't want to have too much interaction with others, especially in the apocalypse. However, just as they were about to leave, the other group noticed them. Hey, you guys are also here to kill zombies? No, we're just taking a stroll. You're joking, with zombies everywhere. Who would come out for a walk? I see you all have weapons. You must also be here to kill zombies, right? Why not join us? It's safer that way. We just killed 2 special zombies, and 2 of our members have already consumed the crystals, so we can easily handle ordinary zombies. The leader, a man dressed in basketball gear and at least 188 centimeters tall, smiled, casually glancing at the backpacks and barbells in Yangbin's group. If we join, how will the crystals be divided? Yangbin asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. We'll divide them equally. I believe with our strength, everyone will soon have crystals. The man replied with a smile. Well, good luck to you. We want to join, or else we have to divide even more, Yangbin said with a smile. Why not? I see you have 20-kilogram barbells as weapons. You must be quite strong. If you join us, our team's strength will definitely increase. And if you're strong, we could prioritize giving you the crystals, the man said. Thanks, but no need. Yangbin smiled, and then led the 2 away. Seeing them leave, many in the group showed displeased expressions. Who do they think they are? They'll regret it when they get eaten by zombies. Yeah, we kindly invited them. But they didn't appreciate it. They'll be the ones crying later. The leading man frowned, and then asked a similarly tall man beside him, Shiji, why do you think they refused? Our team should be considered strong, yet they rejected so decisively. I see that they have been calm from beginning to end, without a hint of fear. Such people are either very confident or still unaware of the horrors of the apocalypse. Judging by their appearance, it's obviously the former. We should get some stronger weapons, said Jia. Their barbell is much better than our iron pipe. However, it's too far from the gym. Going there would be too dangerous. Let's play it safe for now. Okay. Meanwhile, Yangbin and the others continued walking towards the graduate student dormitory, finding it as easy as slicing through vegetables. Without any pressure at all. Brother Bin, that group of people seem to have their eyes on our backpacks, Chen Hao said with a smile. Is that unusual? Who wouldn't be envious of our big bags? It's already impressive that they can restrain themselves from acting, Yangbin replied with a laugh. They should thank their rationality. If they really tried to attack, 20 of them wouldn't be enough for us to take down with a few hits, Chen Hao added. Keep a low profile. Stop saying such blunt truths. Oh, got it. Soon, they arrived at another dormitory area, where the graduate students usually lived. At least the surrounding environment was quieter than theirs. Let's go directly to the 7th floor. It's easier to access the rooftop, Yangbin suggested. Okay. They found a rather secluded dormitory building and went straight up. Inside, they did not see anyone, but encountered a few zombies that suddenly lunged at them as they ascended the stairs. They quickly reached the 7th floor, where most dormitory doors had been destroyed, and the place was filled with the smell of blood. Fortunately, they found one room at the far end with a door that was still relatively intact. After tidying up the room, they prepared to stay there temporarily. The graduate student dormitory was much better than theirs, equipped with washing machines, water heaters, and even a small balcony. After putting their things away, they were ready to go out. Everyone else was starting to hunt zombies, and they couldn't afford to be lazy. Brother Bin, what if someone comes while our stuff is here? Chen Hao suddenly asked. Right? Even if we lock the door, it can still be pried open. How about we lure a few cute little ones to guard the door? How do we lure them? Simple. We lure them to the 2nd floor. And then we jump down from there. Ordinary zombies shouldn't be able to climb walls. Okay, sounds good. They went downstairs and lured a few zombies to the 2nd floor. Then jumped down from the 2nd floor and left gracefully. Meanwhile, the zombies in the hallway kept roaring but couldn't get out. Next, Yang Bin and the others began searching for special zombies to kill. Today, there were indeed many more special zombies, by their estimates. They made up at least 1/5 of the total. From 1% on the first day to 1/5 on the fourth day, the increase in zombies was remarkably rapid. Before long, they had killed a few first-tier zombies again. Yang Bin ate another crystal, wanting to see if the first-tier crystal would still be useful for him after eating a second-tier one. The results were clear. It was useless. Shen Hao also tried one and found it had no effect either. Brother Bin, what should we do with these? They seem to be of no use, Shen Hao said, holding the remaining crystals with some helplessness. Just keep them for now. Although they're useless to us, others would risk their lives to get them. If we want to expand our team later, they could come in handy, Yang Bin replied. Okay. Shen Hao nodded and put the crystals into his backpack. Let's stop killing first-tier zombies and go find second-tier ones instead, Yang Bin said. So, we're going to the Zhongyuan building again. Yes. Chapter 36. Betting on human nature, they ascended the Zhongyuan building again. Yang Bin immediately activated his true vision eye to take a look. The Zhongyuan building could almost capture the entire school in sight, and under his true vision eye, he could clearly see every corner of the school. Unlike yesterday, today the school was no longer just filled with zombies. After observing for a while, he saw several groups of people fighting zombies, both boys and girls. It seems the temptation of the crystals is really significant, Yang Bin sighed. It's something that relates to survival, Shen Hao said. Yeah, if it weren't for most people being stuck in the cafeteria, this number would probably multiply several times, Yang Bin deduced. I wonder if those trapped in the cafeteria will end up hating the school leaders? No need to wonder. They definitely will. Even if the school leaders had good intentions. The outcome is clearly unacceptable to those students, Yang Bin said. As Yang Bin expected, the school cafeteria was in chaos at that moment. After the official announcement about the crystals, the students who were already somewhat dissatisfied exploded in anger. They had originally thought they wouldn't go hungry after coming here, but found themselves eating porridge every day, never feeling full. Now, with zombies all around outside, they had no way to go out and obtain crystals. Watching numerous videos online of people showing off their increased strength after eating crystals, even some on the campus network, only made them feel worse. They even began to angrily curse the school leaders. It's all your fault. If you hadn't made us gather in the cafeteria, we might have been living freely outside. Exactly. Making us eat porridge every day, are we pigs? These people completely forgot that they had come to the cafeteria precisely because there was nothing to eat. Without the school's porridge, they might have starved to death. The principal watched as these enraged students, filled with despair. Was it a mistake? Perhaps. If I hadn't worried too much about them, would this situation have occurred? The apocalypse truly is terrifying. In the Zhongyuan building, Yang Bin did not take long to identify several targets. As they had guessed, there were indeed many more second-tier zombies today. Just a moment ago, Yang Bin spotted over a dozen, though some were in a group of zombies and couldn't be attacked. The ones he had his eyes on were all killable. Targets confirmed. Let's go? Okay. The three quickly descended the building and headed towards the first target. As they approached, they noticed a group of people already moving towards those zombies. Yang Bin frowned. He had chosen this spot first because he noticed people nearby and was afraid they would get to it first, but it seemed he was still late. He wasn't afraid of these people getting there first. Honestly, over 20 of them wouldn't be able to take down the second-tier zombies. He was just worried that their shouting would attract the surrounding zombies, making it difficult for them to act. At this moment, it was too late for Yang Bin to intervene, as those people had already rushed towards the zombies. They probably thought that with more than 20 people, they had the advantage over 4 or 5 zombies. When the group of zombies saw the crowd, they immediately charged towards them, with the second-tier zombie leading the charge. The two leaders in front, one wielding a fire axe and the other a tang knife, directly swung at the zombies. I must say, those brave enough to come out and kill zombies are quite capable. At least they were well prepared in terms of weapons. However, their misjudgment would cost them dearly. The weapons of the two struck the zombies' heads. If it were a first-tier zombie, they might have been able to kill it. But the one before them was a second-tier zombie. Although the weapon broke its skull, it was not enough to be fatal. In an instant, the zombie knocked one of them to the ground and bit into his neck. The powerful strength of the second-tier zombie left him unable to resist at all. The others were shocked at this scene, and the man with the tang knife struck the zombie again, leaving a cut on its back. However, it was of no use. The zombie turned and lunged at him. This person reacted quickly, rolling aside to avoid the attack. This must be a special zombie. It definitely has crystals, he exclaimed excitedly after dodging. They had already killed several zombies and finally encountered a special zombie. However, someone expressed concern, but we can't beat it. Another person replied, others can defeat it, so why can't we? Let's all attack together. I don't believe we can't kill it. Once we do, we'll stand up. Although the others were a bit afraid, they quickly overcame their fear at the thought of gaining power after consuming the crystal and charged at the zombie. They had come out to kill zombies for crystals, and it was hard to pass up the chance to confront a special zombie. What they didn't know was that special zombies also had levels. Soon, the group began to fight the zombie, attacking it with various weapons. However, these attacks had little effect on the second-tier zombie. Every time it attacked, it either killed or severely injured someone, and in no time, several had already died. A second-tier zombie was not something they could defeat. Instead, ordinary zombies were killed by others in a frenzy. Brother, why don't we intervene? We can get the crystal and save them since they are all classmates, Hu Wenliang suggested, feeling a bit reluctant. Yangbin glanced at him and suddenly said, do you believe that if we save them, they won't be grateful and will try to snatch this second-tier crystal from us? That can't be true. They should know they can't defeat this zombie and that they'll all die if they keep fighting. Let's make a bet. If I'm right, you won't ever mention saving anyone to me again. If not, I'll wash your underwear for a month, Yangbin replied. Hu Wenliang, still a student and inexperienced, saw things too superficially. He thought saving these people would be a piece of cake, but he overlooked human nature. He wasn't like Chen Hao, who always believed what Yangbin said without question. Hu Wenliang was not so blind, so Yangbin took this opportunity to teach him a lesson. From the crazed expressions of those people, he knew how obsessed they were with the crystal. They would never see their intervention as a rescue, but rather as an attempt to seize their crystal. All right, Hu Wenliang nodded, not because he doubted Yangbin's words, but because some things had to be witnessed firsthand to be believed. On the battlefield, more than 20 people had already lost half of their number, and several were injured. It was obvious what would happen to these injured ones. They would soon become part of the zombies. At this moment, the group finally panicked, forgetting about the crystal, and started to flee in a frenzy. However, the zombies had no intention of letting them go and chased after the crowd. Chapter 37. Is it possible this is a cat? The speed of the second-tier zombie was beyond what these people could match, and the leading person was about to be tackled by the zombie. Just then, a barbell suddenly flew over and crashed into the zombie's chest, knocking it back a few steps with immense force. Immediately, 3 people rushed out from behind a nearby wall. Yangbin ran over to pick up the barbell. At that moment, the zombie got back up and lunged towards Yangbin. Yangbin snorted coldly and swung the barbell down hard onto the zombie's head. With a loud crack, the sound of shattering bones echoed, and the zombie's head burst like a watermelon from Yangbin's strike. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. The zombie that more than 20 of them couldn't defeat was killed by this person with a single blow? Yangbin acted as if he had done something trivial. Hoisting the barbell onto his shoulder, walking over to the zombie's corpse, prying the crystal out, and pocketing it, ready to leave with the 2 others. Brother, that crystal is ours too, right? The leader holding a tang knife suddenly grew anxious upon seeing Yangbin's actions. We lost so many people for this crystal, and you just want to take it away? That's not fair. Yangbin remained silent, looking at Hu Wenliang with a smirk. Hearing the other's words, Hu Wenliang's face turned pale with anger as he said, if it weren't for us, you would have all been killed by the zombies. We saved your lives. And instead of thanking us, you want the crystal? You can't say it like that. If we hadn't weakened this zombie, could you have killed it so easily? No matter what, we deserve a share of that crystal. Another person in the group interjected. There is no such thing as weakening a zombie. Hu Wenliang retorted, speechless. Look at it. It's covered in wounds. We did that. You only dealt the final blow. Clearly, you're just picking up the scraps. Hearing their words, Hu Wenliang was so furious he couldn't speak. Everyone knew that to defeat a zombie, you had to hit its head. Nothing else mattered. And these people were claiming they had weakened it? Seeing Hu Wenliang's expression, Yangbin shook his head with a smile and then patted Hu Wenliang's shoulder, saying, how does it feel? Like I ate a pile of crap. Hu Wenliang replied with a bitter smile, genuinely disgusted by these shameless people. Do you know how to deal with such people? Yangbin asked with a smile. Hu Wenliang numbly shook his head. I'll teach you, just watch. Yangbin walked towards the group with a smile and said, you want to share this crystal? Yes, we deserve a share of the credit. Hurry up and show it to us so we can discuss how to split it, the leading man said. Sure, let me show you. Yangbin then actually took out the crystal. Upon seeing the crystal, the leader's eyes lit up with eagerness, and he quickly reached out to grab it. Bang! The barbell swung through the air. Ah! A scream erupted as the man's outstretched hand dropped limply, and it was clear his bones were completely shattered. Everyone was shocked by this scene, not expecting the person to act so ruthlessly. Damn it! The man was also fierce. With his other hand, he grabbed the tang knife and slashed at Yongbin. Bang! Another swing of the barbell, and the man's head burst open like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. Then, the headless corpse fell straight to the ground. This scene left everyone frozen in place, as no one had expected Yongbin to dare kill someone in public. Although it was already the apocalypse, it had only been a few days, and most people still clung to their old beliefs. Killing was still a hard pill to swallow. You. The others pointed at Yongbin, their faces filled with terror, unable to speak for a moment. Get lost, Yongbin said coldly. The others wanted to say something, but upon seeing Yongbin raise the barbell again, they immediately scattered in fear. Yongbin shook his head and turned to find Chun Hao and the others looking at him in shock. He sighed and looked seriously at the two, saying, "To survive in the apocalypse, you must be ruthless. Only by being ruthless will others fear you, and you can survive longer. Do you understand?" "I understand." Chun Hao quickly adjusted his mindset. Hu Wenliang thought for a moment and nodded. "I understand." "Good, let's leave first. A large group of zombies is coming this way," Yongbin said. "All right." The group reached a safe place, and Yongbin handed the crystal to Chun Hao, saying, "Haozi, you go to the second tier first." "Okay." Chun Hao didn't hesitate and swallowed the crystal. In no time, he also reached the second tier, and now 2 of the 3 of them were at that level. "Let's go next." They didn't waste any time and quickly headed to their second target, mainly to avoid another incident like this. Although it posed no threat to them, it was quite disgusting. Fortunately, there was no one at the second target. Among the more than 10 zombies, there was actually 1 second-tier zombie and 2 first-tier zombies, showing how high the proportion of special zombies was now. Fortunately, for the 3 of them, this lineup posed no significant threat, and they resolved it all in a few minutes, gaining 1 second-level crystal and 2 first-level crystals. Hu Wenliang also successfully advanced to second level, and all 3 were now at second level. "Let's go to the next one." The group headed towards another target. That target was under a willow tree near Yusen Lake, and there were only 2 zombies, making it one of the easiest to kill. However, just as the 3 were about to reach Yusen Lake, a black shadow suddenly jumped down from the tree and lunged at Yongbin, who was in the front. The sudden turn of events left the 3 of them unprepared. At the critical moment, Yongbin could only raise his arm to block. Hiss! The intense pain made Yongbin gasp, and he saw 4 deep wounds on his arm, exposing bone. Yongbin didn't have time to look at his injury and immediately turned to see what had attacked him. This sight startled them all. "What the hell? How can there be a tiger in the school?" Chun Hao exclaimed. "Is it possible that this is a cat?" Hu Wenliang suggested. "Your cat is that big?" Chun Hao's eyes widened. "But this is a cat, an orange cat." "Liangzi is right. This is indeed a cat," Yongbin said. "But this cat is too big. I've never even heard of one this size. Clearly, this cat has mutated." Yongbin looked at the orange cat with blood-red eyes and said solemnly, "Be careful. This cat is not easy to deal with." Chapter 38. It has become spiritual. The 2 wanted to say something, but the cat didn't give them a chance to talk. Quickly launching another attack, its figure darting towards Chun Hao with such speed that it was almost invisible. Chun Hao swung the barbell in his hand violently in the direction the orange cat was coming from, but missed entirely. Hiss! Intense pain shot through his shoulder as the cat also left 4 wounds on him. "I can't hit it. This guy is too fast." Chun Hao winced. Cats are already fast, and after mutating, they must be even faster. Hu Wenliang frowned. Yongbin also frowned. In terms of strength, this cat seemed to be about second level at most, but the key point was that its speed was too fast. At this moment, the disadvantage of the barbell became apparent. Hitting zombies with such a heavy barbell is exhilarating, smashing their heads in one hit, but against a fast mutant beast like this, the barbell was nearly useless and almost impossible to hit. "Put down the barbell and use your fists," Yongbin said. The 2 nodded, tossed the barbell aside, and clenched their fists, focusing intently on the orange cat ahead. This cat stood over 60 centimeters tall and was nearly a meter long. No wonder Chun Hao thought it was a tiger at first. He had indeed never seen such a large cat. At that moment, the orange cat noticed their movements and revealed a mocking expression in its eyes. "What the hell? This cat is mocking us," Chun Hao said angrily. "Can we tolerate this? We can't let this go. Let's get it." The 3 of them immediately charged at the orange cat on the ground. However, The orange cat simply pushed off with its legs and dodged, leaving several wounds on Hu Wenliang as well. Hiss, why does this thing hurt so much when it scratches? Hu Wenliang frowned. It seems this cat has some conscience, knowing to spread the pain around. Chun Hao joked. You still have the energy to laugh? You should think about how to fight. At this rate, we'll all be played to death by it. Hu Wenliang rolled his eyes. Yang Bin was also looking at the orange cat with a serious expression. Its speed was simply too fast to touch. It would be quite amusing if 3 second-level fighters were played to death by a cat. Yang Bin then activated his true sight, hoping that this ability would allow him to catch the cat's trajectory. Otherwise, they would really be played to death. Soon, the orange cat moved again, leaping onto a tree, then pushing off with its legs to accelerate directly towards Yang Bin. With his true sight activated to the extreme, Yang Bin clearly captured all of the cat's movements. Just as the cat was about to claw at Yang Bin's face, he suddenly punched out, hitting the cat in the stomach before it could react, sending it flying. Brother Bin is awesome. Seeing this scene, both Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang felt a surge of joy. They had finally hit the opponent. After falling to the ground, the orange cat quickly got up, looking at Yang Bin with a shocked expression, clearly not expecting to be hit. At this moment, it finally became cautious, pacing back and forth not far from the group, looking for an opportunity. Yang Bin dared not relax for a second, keeping a close eye on it, waiting for its next attack. As for taking the initiative to attack, that was out of the question. They couldn't even touch a hair on it. Brother Bin, how did you hit it just now? Chun Hao asked quietly beside him. I activated my ability, Yang Bin replied helplessly. No wonder, Chun Hao nodded. Thinking Yang Bin had some secret technique, it turned out he was cheating, and this cheat was something he couldn't replicate. After a few minutes of stalemate, Yang Bin felt he was about to reach his limit when the cat suddenly launched another attack. This time, it didn't directly pounce at Yang Bin but jumped onto a tree, then pushed off with its legs again, accelerating directly towards Yang Bin. Yang Bin activated his true sight to the max, clearly capturing all of its movements, and then clenched his fists. The moment its claws were about to touch him, he slammed his fist down hard. The orange cat's fur stood on end as it tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Bang! A low sound echoed as Yang Bin's punch landed on the orange cat's waist. This punch was much heavier than the previous one. The orange cat rolled several times on the ground before struggling to get up. Just as it got up, the orange cat's fur stood on end again, instinctively sensing danger, and hurriedly dodged to the side. But it was still too slow. Someone suddenly appeared behind it, and as it just leaped up, a fist landed directly on its head. Bang! The orange cat's body crashed back to the ground, sliding several meters away. The attacker was Chun Hao, who had hidden himself while the orange cat wasn't paying attention. The downed orange cat tried to get up again, but was pinned down by Hu Wenliang, who had been waiting for the right moment. Immediately after, Yang Bin and Chun Hao rushed over, and the 3 large feet were planted on the orange cat, rendering it unable to move. Daring to scratch me? Let's see if you can still act arrogant now, Chun Hao said excitedly. This thing is much harder to deal with than zombies, Yang Bin said with a wry smile. Indeed, if it weren't for you, Brother Bin, we really wouldn't know how to handle it, Hu Wenliang sighed. Meow, with the 3 of them stepping on it. The orange cat struggled wildly. Unfortunately, its strength was no match for the 3 of them, and it couldn't break free. What should we do with this? Kill it, Chun Hao asked. If we don't kill it, do you want to let it go? Aren't you afraid it will scratch you? Hu Wenliang laughed. Let us kill it. This guy has a crystal on its head, and it seems different from the zombies, Yang Bin said. Okay. Chun Hao nodded and picked up the barbell, swinging it towards the orange cat's head. The orange cat seemed to realize its impending fate. There was no fear, no pleading in its eyes. Just a hint of relief and a touch of nostalgia. It's hard to imagine that a mere cat could have so many emotions. Just as Chun Hao was about to smash the barbell down on the orange cat's head, Yang Bin suddenly shouted, Wait. Chun Hao quickly halted. A 20-kilogram barbell couldn't be stopped that easily, so he had to quickly change direction and hit the ground beside the orange cat's head instead. With a loud bang, dust flew up, demonstrating the weight of the strike. The orange cat's entire body stiffened, clearly frightened. Ouch, my old back. Brother Bin, can you speak up next time? You almost made me throw out my back, Chun Hao complained while holding his waist. Sorry, I just thought of it, Yang Bin said awkwardly. Then he looked at the orange cat at his feet and said, This guy seems a bit different from other cats. It seems quite intelligent. Do you think it's possible to keep it as a pet? Brother Bin, you really dare to think. I can say that as soon as we loosen our grip, this thing will definitely run away, Chun Hao said confidently. True, forget it, let's just kill it then. Chun Hao raised the barbell again. Meow meow. At that moment, the orange cat, which had resigned to its fate, suddenly began to call out anxiously, as if it had something to say. What does it mean? Who knows? Could it understand our words? That's impossible, right? However, to the shock of the three, the cat actually nodded, its eyes filled with urgency. Damn, this thing isn't becoming a spirit, is it? Chapter 39. Little Orange. This cat was probably raised by someone before. It must have spent a long time with humans. And after mutating, its brain developed, so it can understand some human speech, Hu Wenliang speculated. Yang Bin nodded in agreement with Hu Wenliang's words, then squatted down to stare at the orange cat and asked, What do you mean? Do you want us to let you go and be our pet? The orange cat quickly nodded. Why should I believe you? What if I let you go and you run away? To be honest, Yang Bin really wanted such a pet. It would be a great help, but if loyalty couldn't be guaranteed, it would be better not to have it. The orange cat thought for a moment, then raised its neck, at which point the others noticed that it had a small bell hanging around its neck. Due to its increased size, the bell was very tight, hidden in its fur, and they hadn't noticed it before. Do you want me to take this bell off? Yang Bin asked, a bit confused. The orange cat nodded, its gaze seeming to suggest it was giving away something very precious. Curious, Yang Bin grabbed the bell and pulled it off, looking at it in his hand. It didn't seem special, just an ordinary bell. However, the orange cat looked at the bell in Yang Bin's hand with reluctance. It was something its owner had personally hung on it, and was its favorite item. Even though it was very painful, it had never thought of taking it off. While most cats are difficult to tame, there are also gentle ones. It had been with its owner for 8 years, relying on each other, with a very good relationship. Unfortunately, when the apocalypse came, its owner suddenly turned into a zombie, which made it aggressive and irritable, leading it to attack Yang Bin and the others. But because of its owner, deep down, it didn't reject humans. It even yearned for a master. Originally thinking it would surely die, it eagerly expressed its stance upon hearing the other party's words. In its mind, giving up its favorite thing should be a sign of sincerity. Yet Yang Bin was bewildered, thinking, how can I trust you? However, seeing the orange cat's gaze on the bell, Yang Bin felt somewhat tempted. He then looked at Chun Hao and the others and said, Why don't you loosen your grip and see? Brother Bin, you can't really believe it, can you? Let us give it a try. If it dares to play tricks, we can just kill it again. If we can catch it once, we can catch it twice. Yang Bin said confidently. The other party's speed was fast, but it still couldn't escape his eyes. All right, the two of them released their feet, ready to act at any moment. As they loosened their grip, the orange cat flipped over and stood up, but it didn't attack them or run away. Instead, it looked at the bell in Yang Bin's hand, and then obediently laid down at Yang Bin's feet. Seeing this scene, everyone was a bit surprised. Yang Bin tried to pat the orange cat's head, and it didn't shy away, seemingly enjoying it. Yang Bin felt a surge of joy and said, From now on, I'll call you Little Orange. Brother Bin, that name is. What's wrong? It's great. Hu Wenliang said insincerely. Hee, it's a must. Brother Bin, is this really okay? Chun Hao still looked worried. It's still uncertain. Let us observe for a while. Yang Bin also felt a bit concerned. If we really have such a pet, it would greatly enhance our strength. Of course, otherwise, I would have just killed it. Let's go find that zombie. The three of them walked toward Yusen Lake again, with Little Orange quickly following. Soon, they found the second-tier zombie that was dating by the lake. Little Orange, go. Yang Bin said directly. He wanted to test how useful this pet was. If it wasn't useful, it would be better to get rid of it early. The orange cat seemed to understand Yang Bin's thoughts and instantly pounced toward the zombie. Before long, the orange cat reached the two zombies, directly clawing at the neck of the second-tier zombie, causing blood to spatter everywhere. The second-tier zombie roared and reached for the orange cat. However, the orange cat was extremely fast. No matter how the zombie tried to grab it, it could never touch it. Each time, the orange cat clawed at the zombie's neck. And in no time, the zombie's neck was severed, and it fell straight to the ground. That's pretty fierce, Chun Hao exclaimed. Yang Bin nodded and said, It really is fierce. Let us go. Let's dig for crystals. By the time they walked over, the orange cat had already dealt with another ordinary zombie. Seeing Yang Bin and the others approach, the orange cat instantly jumped in front of Yang Bin, looking to take credit. Good job, Little Orange. Yang Bin smiled and patted the cat's head. Chun Hao walked over to the zombie's corpse and smashed its head with a stick, then pried out the crystal inside. This crystal should be given to Brother Bin first, Chun Hao said, looking at Hu Wenliang. Of course, Hu Wenliang nodded. Brother Bin here? Chun Hao handed the crystal to Yang Bin. Yang Bin didn't refuse. They were both second tier now, and he indeed needed to level up. After swallowing the crystal, the energy quickly merged into his limbs. Feeling the power increase, Yang Bin sighed. Sure enough, to reach the second tier, you need second tier crystals to level up. The next second tier zombie is near the girls' dormitory. This is the last one we can fight, as the others are in large groups and can't be handled. Brother Bin, if we take down this second tier zombie today, it should be about time. I estimate new second tier zombies will be born tomorrow. Let us go. The group walked toward the girls' dormitory, and as they arrived near the girls' dorm, they were suddenly dazzled. Although they were all zombies, those in pajamas, with their chests bouncing, were clearly more pleasing to the eye than the zombies near the boys' dormitory. Hey, we should have come here to kill zombies earlier, Hu Wenliang said. Do you really want to come to kill zombies? Yang Bin looked at him suspiciously. He probably just wanted to see if the pajamas had corroded underneath. I can tell you that they haven't tea, Yang Bin said. How do you know? I can see. Brother Bin, let us swap abilities. I won't mention yours anymore. Where are you? This is simply a divine skill, Hu Wenliang said eagerly. Haha, too bad we can't swap. Let us go find the second tier zombie. Yang Bin thought about the location of the second tier zombie and then led the two to the bottom of a dormitory. However, when they looked ahead, they were instantly dumbfounded. Brother Bin, are you sure this can be fought? Chen Hao gulped. Can I say that when I saw it, there were only 20 or so? Yang Bin also gulped. At that moment, in front of them, the entire open area was filled with zombies, conservatively estimated to have at least 400 to 500. It's possible someone attracted them, Hu Wenliang said. There are fresh bloodstains in the middle. It should be some fool shouting and attracting all the surrounding zombies. Can we still fight? How do we fight 400 to 500? There are probably about 100 first-tier zombies among them. If we get surrounded, unless we can fly. Alright, it seems we can only wait until tomorrow to see. How about letting Little Orange give it a try? It's fast. And maybe it can kill that second-tier zombie in the midst of the horde. Hearing Chun Hao's words, Little Orange immediately arched its body and looked at him with a vigilant expression. Obviously, it understood what was said. Forget it, it's too dangerous. Yang Bin shook his head and said, it's not worth it. Let's go back, get some sleep, and tomorrow there should be many second-tier zombies. The group discussed and was just about to head back when suddenly they heard countless noisy footsteps behind them. They quickly turned to look, and their faces changed dramatically. A group of girls was madly running towards them, followed by a large number of zombies. At this moment, the girls also saw them and ran even harder in their direction, shouting for help. Damn! The three exclaimed in unison. Soon, the 400 or 500 zombies in front heard the commotion and excitedly ran towards them. Instantly, the three found themselves caught in a pincer attack. This place, the girls' dormitory, shouldn't have been visited, Hu Wenliang complained. Chapter 40, A Tough Battle. Brother Bin, what should we do? Chen Hao looked at the nearly 1,000 zombies in front and behind, finally feeling a bit panicked. They had been so comfortable because Yang Bin's true vision allowed them to avoid large groups of zombies, so they had hardly been surrounded before. But with 27 to 8,000 zombies on campus, how could there not be large hordes? Being surrounded and killed by zombies was the most normal phenomenon in the apocalypse. It was already a miracle that they had survived this long while roaming outside every day. At that moment, Yang Bin's heart was also heavy. He hadn't expected that coming to the girls' dormitory would lead to such a situation. Their position was quite awkward. There were 400 or 500 zombies blocking the front. And behind them, those women were still bringing a large horde of zombies towards them. To the left and right were dormitory buildings. The right side had no way to go at the back of the building, while the left side had the front of the dormitory. But the entrance was amidst that group of zombies. Those women seemed to want to escape back to the dormitory, but they hadn't realized that there were also large groups of zombies here. Haozi, Liangzi, prepare for battle. We must rush to that entrance. Once we get into the dormitory building, we'll be safe, Yang Bin said seriously. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang exchanged glances at the distant entrance, both with serious expressions, knowing there were 400 or 500 zombies ahead. However, they also understood that this was their only option once the zombies on both sides converged. Their chances of escape would be hopeless. Get ready, charge. Yang Bin shouted and charged out first, with Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang quickly following. Soon, they collided with the zombies, and Yang Bin swung the barbell rod at several zombies in front of him. Instantly, the heads of the 3 zombies at the front were smashed. However, there were too many zombies. Before the first 3 had completely fallen, the ones behind pounced on them. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang immediately sprang into action, fiercely striking the incoming zombies. The three of them kept smashing and pushing forward, quickly finding themselves completely surrounded. They stood back to back, each responsible for one direction, frantically attacking the zombies that came at them. As for Little Orange, it had long since climbed up onto the wall. It was clearly impossible to trap a cat in a place with buildings. Watching it leisurely crouch on the second-floor window looking at them, the three could only show envious expressions. Species advantage was unmatched. As for asking it to come down to help, that had no meaning. In this situation, Little Orange couldn't provide any assistance. Zombies crazily lunged at the three, who could only swing their barbell rods wildly to kill them. Each swing of the barbell could kill several zombies, but immediately more zombies would pounce forward. These zombies did not know fear, one after another, and among them were quite a few first-tier zombies, which put immense pressure on the three. The barbell rod was a weapon of great power, but also consumed a lot of energy, especially in such a situation with a massive number of zombies. Each attack required tremendous strength. Moreover, the barbell rod lacked agility. Once zombies got too close, it became very difficult to handle them. If it were just dozens of zombies, they wouldn't be able to approach the three, but with hundreds of zombies continuously coming, they couldn't block them all. Once zombies got too close, they would inevitably get hurt. Yang Bin, leading the charge, felt the pressure immensely. The densely packed zombies in front made it incredibly difficult to break through. As soon as he killed one group, another would immediately take its place. The three could only slowly inch forward. The group of women behind had also noticed their situation, but they continued to run towards them. They had no way out. "Classmates, help us. Our hope increases when we work together," shouted a girl in sportswear who was leading the group. "It's more likely to die faster." Chunhao looked helplessly at the terrifying horde of zombies behind the group of women, estimating there were at least 500 or 600 of them. Even Hu Wenliang didn't think of saving anyone this time, because he knew that in such a situation, trying to save others would only put themselves at risk. Some of the zombies surrounding the three, upon seeing the women, immediately charged towards them, helping to relieve some pressure. However, this was only temporary. Once the zombies behind the women arrived, they would face an even more terrifying impact. Yang Bin was very clear about the situation and was increasingly anxious. They were only 5 to 6 meters from the entrance, but that distance felt incredibly far because every movement was exceedingly difficult. Soon, the group of women was completely overwhelmed by the horde, and within moments, there was no sound. The outcome was self-evident. This was the cruelty of the apocalypse. Such scenes were playing out everywhere around the globe. Crystals were not so easy to mine. To mine crystals, one had to be prepared to risk their life at any moment. The three no longer had the heart to look at the fate of the women because the zombies chasing the women were now rushing towards them. The pressure on Chunhao and Hu Wenliang behind them suddenly increased drastically. Seeing this scene, Yang Bin gritted his teeth, grabbed the barbell rod, and directly pushed it against the front zombies, then pushed forward with all his might. Under his enormous strength, the zombies were pushed back, causing those behind them to tumble over one another. After stacking up more than 20 zombies, Yang Bin could no longer push. This push had moved them forward more than 3 meters, but the cost was also significant, because both hands were holding the barbell rod to push the zombies in front. He couldn't spare any hands to deal with the zombies on the sides, giving the zombies on both sides the opportunity to claw and bite him. In just a short while, Yang Bin was covered in wounds from their attacks. "Brother Bin, switch positions." Seeing this, Chunhao's eyes turned red, quickly pulling Yang Bin behind him, taking his place to block the incoming zombies. "Brother Bin, let me treat you first," Hu Wenliang urged. "No, let's rush inside first." "I can still hold on," Yang Bin gritted his teeth. At this moment, they were less than 2 meters from the entrance, but the zombies in front were mostly crammed together, making it nearly impossible to advance even an inch. "Meow." Just then, Little Orange, who had been watching from above, suddenly pounced down, directly landing on the heads of several zombies in front of them, then jumping around on the heads of the zombies, scratching and biting wildly. It successfully attracted the attention of the zombies ahead, causing many to shift their targets and charge towards Little Orange. Chunhao's eyes lit up as he seized the opportunity, charging forward and directly colliding with the few zombies in front of him, rushing to the entrance. Yang Bin and Hu Wenliang instantly followed, and the three quickly rushed into the door and hurried to close the iron gate before heading straight for the stairs. Chapter 41. No turning back inside the gate. There were still quite a few zombies, but significantly fewer than outside. The group swiftly eliminated the zombies blocking their path and successfully entered the stairwell, making their way up to the 4th floor. At this point, Yangbin could no longer hold on and sat down heavily on the ground. Liangzi, hurry and help Bingu to the nearby dormitory for treatment. I'll guard the stairs, Chunhao urged anxiously. Okay. Hu Wenliang nodded and helped Yangbin into the adjacent dormitory. Looking at Yangbin covered in wounds, Hu Wenliang momentarily didn't know how to begin. However, he quickly noticed a large bite wound on Yangbin's shoulder, which was clearly from a zombie. A chunk of flesh had been bitten off, and if it had gone a little further, it would have bitten into his neck. Hu Wenliang quickly placed his hand on the wound, and soon a white light appeared in his palm, rapidly healing Yangbin's injury at a visible speed. After advancing to the second tier, Hu Wenliang's healing ability had significantly improved, and in no time, Yangbin's shoulder wound was back to normal. Following that, Hu Wenliang began to treat Yangbin's other bite wounds. The areas bitten by zombies were evidently much worse than those scratched, with each bite taking a chunk of flesh and blood gushing uncontrollably, requiring urgent treatment to avoid danger. If it weren't for Yangbin's strong abilities, he would have collapsed from all the wounds. However, Yangbin was also holding on, gritting his teeth to keep himself from passing out. If it weren't for Hu Wenliang being there, he would have definitely met his end. The iron gate downstairs didn't hold for long before it was burst open by a horde of zombies. Immediately, a large group of zombies surged upstairs. Chunhao gripped the barbell firmly at the stairway, exuding an imposing presence as if he could hold back thousands. Before long, zombies rushed to the fourth floor, and Chunhao lifted the barbell to smash their heads, then kicked them down, causing a number of zombies below to topple over as well. The stairway had a geographical advantage, and with Chunhao's second-tier strength, guarding the stairway wasn't too much of a problem. However, he had also sustained considerable injuries. And after fighting for so long, he was already utterly exhausted. Swinging the 20-kilogram barbell consumed a tremendous amount of energy, and his arms were already sore, making it difficult to lift. But thinking of the severely injured Yangbin in the dormitory, Chunhao gritted his teeth and persevered. As the number of corpses in the stairwell increased, it finally slowed down the zombies' momentum somewhat. However, many of the zombies below were first-tier ones, and they had already learned to climb up using the handrails, so Chunhao's pressure remained unrelenting. Inside the dormitory, Yangbin's bite wounds had mostly healed, but Hu Wenliang was also exhausted from the intense consumption. Yangbin didn't rest, and quickly got up, heading to the stairwell. Seeing Chunhao struggling alone at the stairway, he hurriedly picked up the barbell and walked over. "How's it, you go rest?" Yangbin said. "Bingu, you're okay?" Chunhao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Yangbin. "Yeah, with Liangzi here, I won't die. You're in bad shape. Hurry and rest. I'll take care of this," Yangbin insisted. "Okay." Chunhao didn't push himself and nodded before walking toward the dormitory. He really was exhausted. After Chunhao left, Yangbin took over his position, blocking a group of zombies in the stairwell. With his strength, these zombies naturally couldn't break through. Before long, the stairwell was completely blocked by zombie corpses. Seeing that no more zombies were coming up, Yangbin sat down heavily on the ground. This battle had undoubtedly been the hardest one they had faced in recent days. It was even more difficult than the last time they went down to rescue Hu Wenliang. And even he had nearly met his end. Struggling back to the dormitory, he found Hu Wenliang helping Chunhao treat his wounds. However, because treating Yangbin had consumed too much energy, Hu Wenliang had to take a break after treating each of Chunhao's wounds. "Bingu, is it done?" Chunhao asked. "Yeah, the stairway is completely blocked, and zombies won't be coming up for a while. But getting down will be troublesome," Yangbin replied. "It's fine. The most important thing is that we're all alive," Chunhao said happily. "Yeah, I almost thought I was done for," Hu Wenliang said with a bitter smile. "This time, we really owe it to Xiao Juzi. If it hadn't lured the zombies away in the end, we might have really been finished," Chunhao sighed. "Yeah. By the way, where's Xiao Juzi?" At this moment, the three realized that Xiao Juzi seemed to have not followed them. "Is it in trouble?" The three looked outside with some concern. Previously, their attitude toward Xiao Juzi was to keep it if useful, but dispose of it if not. After this incident, their attitude had completely changed. It had saved their lives. Meow? Just then, a weak meow sounded, and soon after, a huge orange cat stumbled in. "Xiao Juzi." The three looked at the orange cat that had entered, their faces filled with surprise. At this moment, Xiao Juzi was covered in blood and had wounds all over its body, making them gasp. Its injuries were not much less severe than Yangbin's. "Liangzi, hurry and treat Xiao Juzi," Yangbin urged anxiously. "Okay." Hu Wenliang quickly placed his hand on Xiao Juzi to start healing it. Meanwhile, Yangbin took a crystal from his pocket and fed it to Xiao Juzi. It seemed that mutated beasts were different from humans. Xiao Juzi had already reached the second tier, but it could still eat first-tier crystals, although it couldn't increase its strength. It seemed to absorb the energy of the crystals to replenish its bodily consumption, so Xiao Juzi was very fond of crystals. I didn't expect Xiao Juzi to be so fast, yet get hurt like this, Chenhao remarked. Jumping on top of zombies is like dancing on a tightrope. With so many zombies clawing at it, there was hardly any place to land. It's fortunate it wasn't he caught and directly killed, Yangbin replied. True. Before long, Hu Wenliang had treated most of Xiao Juzi's wounds, and only then did he have time to treat himself, as he had also sustained quite a bit of injury. After treating himself, Hu Wenliang collapsed onto the bed and passed out. Thank goodness Liangzi was here. Chenhao looked at Hu Wenliang lying on the bed and sighed. Yeah. Without him, with such severe injuries, we would have just been waiting to die, Yangbin said with a bitter smile. This damned apocalypse really takes lives. Oh, Bingu. We didn't bring any supplies over. We won't have anything to eat tonight, Chenhao suddenly said. Yangbin's expression changed as he realized that because carrying a backpack was cumbersome, they had left all their supplies in the dormitory. They hadn't expected to be fine when they came out, but now they couldn't go back. With thousands of zombies waiting below, it was impossible for them to return in the short term. I didn't expect that even after reaching the second tier, I would still have to experience the feeling of hunger, Chenhao said helplessly. How about this, you stay here and guard Liangzi, and I'll scavenge through these dormitories to see if I can find anything, Yangbin suggested. Okay. Chapter 42. There are people in the dormitory after leaving the dormitory. Yangbin began to search through each dorm room. He had always been curious about what the girls' dormitory was like and had wanted to come up to see it, but never had the chance. He didn't expect that in the apocalypse, he would finally have the opportunity to enter the girls' dormitory. Originally, he thought the girls' dormitory would be cleaner and tidier than the boys'. However, he overestimated it. The level of chaos in the girls' dormitory was no less than that of the boys'. Of course, it could also be the work of zombies. However, the sight of bras and panties scattered all over the floor was somewhat eye-watering. Moreover, this also refreshed his perception. Were girls nowadays so open? Yangbin looked at the dormitory in front of him with a bitter smile. But he had no choice but to search for food in the dormitory filled with underwear flying everywhere. After searching for a long time, he found nothing to eat. As he expected, there was no food left in the dormitory now. If there had been, it would have been scavenged clean by others long ago. Yangbin searched several dormitories in a row, and they were all the same. There were all sorts of other items, even a contraceptive pill, but no food. Yangbin sighed helplessly. Under these circumstances, they would probably have to go hungry. After searching the entire 4th floor and finding nothing, he went up to the 5th floor. Searching room by room, and ultimately only found a pack of gum, which he discovered by using his ability to look inside a clothing pocket. Damn, how did these people search so thoroughly? Yangbin complained. When he reached the 6th floor, he was about to continue his search when he unexpectedly found a door that was locked from the inside. He activated his true sight and looked inside, discovering 4 girls holding iron pipes, looking warily at the door, clearly having heard his footsteps. The iron pipes in their hands were stained with blood, indicating that they had killed zombies. Their dormitory was relatively tidy, with a lot of snacks on the beds, if he guessed correctly. The food in this dormitory building had been cleaned out by them. Seeing this, Yangbin understood that there was no need to go up to the 7th floor. There would be nothing to find up there. He thought for a moment and decided not to go over. Just knowing there was food here was enough. They had eaten at noon and were not too hungry yet. With their current physical condition, not eating for one night wouldn't affect them much. If they still couldn't think of a way to leave tomorrow, they could come back and borrow some food from them without any problem. After remembering this dormitory, Yangbin turned and went downstairs. Inside the dormitory, upon hearing the footsteps fade away, the 4 girls breathed a sigh of relief. Not a zombie. It shouldn't be. Could it be a human? But there's no one left in this building. It can't be those few people downstairs, right? No way. How could those people still be alive? Nothing is impossible. They managed to rush into the dormitory building while surrounded by hundreds of zombies, so it's not surprising they survived. What if it really is them? No way. If it is them, even if they want to assault you, you should just spread your legs obediently. We have no qualifications to resist in front of them. Don't think I'm joking. Without the constraints of the law, anything can happen. All right, but since he didn't come over, does that mean he didn't notice us? The other dormitories have their doors wide open, and ours is the only one tightly shut. Do you think he didn't notice us? Then why did he leave? I don't know. Just be careful and hide everything. Ching Ching. How do you think they became so strong? If I'm not mistaken, they should be the second-tier evolvers mentioned by the authorities. Second tier? Yeah, surviving the assault of hundreds of zombies can only be done by second-tier evolvers. I didn't expect 3 second-tier evolvers to appear in our school so quickly. Those guys in the Taekwondo club on the campus forum think they are the strongest team in the school, but if they encounter those 3, they would probably be wiped out in no time. Remember, if they come back, don't resist. Saving your life is the most important thing. Yang Bin returned to the 4th-floor dormitory, where Hu Wenliang was still unconscious, while Chun Hao sat on the bed scrolling through his phone. And Xiao Jizizi was sleeping on the bed. Bin Ge, how did it go? Did you find anything? Chun Hao quickly asked upon seeing Yang Bin return. Sort of. There are 4 girls on the 6th floor, and they have food. If we get really hungry, we can borrow some from them, Yang Bin said. In this apocalypse, food is so scarce. Who would lend out food? Chun Hao rolled his eyes. I feel like they would lend it. Yang Bin wiped the barbell rod. I think so too. Chun Hao nodded. All right, we should rest. We need to go to the rooftop to stargaze tonight. By the way, Bin Ge, the authorities just released a document online about the strength of zombies and the classification of human levels. Oh, how is it classified? Yang Bin asked curiously. Just like you said before, the strength of zombies and humans is defined by 1st and 2nd tiers. Currently, there are basically only 1st-tier and 2nd-tier zombies. No 3rd-tier zombies have been discovered yet. According to the official document, 1st-tier strength is about 100 to 200 kilograms, while 2nd-tier is around 300 to 500. The 3rd tier is still unclear. So the authorities now have 2nd-tier peak existences? Yang Bin frowned. Definitely. We smash with iron rods, and they sweep us with machine guns and bombard us. How can we compare? True, the authorities have an absolute advantage in this regard. Now the internet is full of posts about crystals. Many people have obtained crystals and increased their strength, but even more have paid with their lives. Very normal. It feels like this apocalypse is a major cleansing. And I wonder how many people will survive in the end, Yang Bin sighed. Yeah, by the way, Bin Ge, the campus forum is quite lively now. We have also become a topic of discussion, Chun Hao said with a bitter smile. From your expression, it seems like it's not a good thing? It should be those guys spreading rumors this afternoon, saying we killed people and robbed crystals. Now the campus network is full of denunciations. If I had known, I should have dealt with all of them, Yang Bin said coldly. Do they have our information? They really do. They described our appearance. And then our enthusiastic class monitor exposed us, Chun Hao said with a bitter smile. That guy has never liked us. Forget it. Let them say what they want. These people haven't truly experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse. When they do, they'll realize how gentle we are. Chapter 43. Cooperation. The group slept from evening until nearly midnight at 11:50 before getting up. At this time, Hu Wenliang had also recovered. The 3 of them and the cat made their way to the rooftop. The iron door to the rooftop was still locked, indicating that no one had been up there. They pried the lock open with a barbell rod and closed the door behind them. Finding a clean spot, the 3 of them lay down, waiting for the Big Dipper to appear. When the clock struck midnight, the Big Dipper appeared in the sky on time. Having experienced it once, they quickly got into the mood this time. Xiao Jizizi also lifted her head, gazing at the Big Dipper in a daze. A trickle of spiritual energy slowly flowed into their bodies. Below, thousands of zombies also raised their heads to look at the sky, and the night gradually quieted down. Most of the surviving humans were exhausted and entered dreamland. After a few days of exploration, humans discovered a pattern with the zombies. After midnight, zombies would quiet down and stop searching for humans. This was the time for humans to rest. As last night, Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang took turns watching and resting, while Yang Bin remained focused, staring unblinkingly. At 5 in the morning, the Big Dipper faded away, and Yang Bin increased his strength by more than 30 kilograms, while Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang gained about 10 kilograms. The 3 of them and the cat went downstairs, locked the dormitory door, and lay down on their beds to sleep. This time, they woke up around 9 o'clock because they had important matters to attend to today. They needed to think of a way to leave. Bin Ge, those zombies down there haven't left. How do we get out? Chun Hao looked at the densely packed zombies below, still feeling a bit uneasy. If they haven't left, then we kill them all. We can gradually wear them down using the stairwell, Yang Bin said solemnly. They couldn't remain trapped here forever. They needed to go out and increase their strength. However, the stairwell is too small. With less than 100 corpses, it would be completely blocked. How long will this take? Let's divide the work. One person will be responsible for killing zombies in the stairwell, and 2 people will drag the corpses to the dormitory next door. We can take our time. We will eventually finish. Okay. The 2 nodded. By the way, Brother Ben, didn't you say there are 4 girls upstairs? Why don't we call them down to help move the corpses? We 3 can handle the killing, and they 4 can take care of the moving. That would be faster, right? Oh, that's a good idea. Yang Bin's eyes lit up. You guys really dare to think of that? Letting those delicate girls move corpses? If they agree, that would be a ghost story. Hu Wenliang said speechlessly. Haha, just give them a few crystals. Don't say moving corpses, even if we asked them to dissect a corpse. They would do it. Wow, right? How did I forget about that? Let's go. Xiao Zhizi, you stay in the dormitory or play by yourself. Try not to come out if there are others. Meow? Xiao Zhizi called out, and then jumped a few times in the corridor before disappearing from everyone's sight. Brother Ben, do you think it will run away? Shen Hao asked worriedly. It shouldn't, if it wanted to run. It wouldn't have come down to save us yesterday when it was so dangerous. That's true. The 3 of them arrived at the tightly locked dormitory door on the 6th floor, and Yang Bin directly walked over and knocked on the door. Who? The 4 girls inside the dormitory were startled and looked nervously at the door. We are the ones who came into this dormitory yesterday. Please open the door. We want to discuss something with you, Yang Bin said. Hearing Yang Bin's words, the girls exchanged glances, seeing understanding and tension in each other's eyes. What should we do? Sister Qingqing? They really came, and I don't want to obediently open my legs. A cute-looking girl said with a sad face. The girl called Qingqing took a deep breath. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, you can't avoid it. Just open the door. This door won't stop them. Okay. A short girl cautiously walked to the door and opened it. Seeing 3 bloodied men standing outside, she was startled. This is the girls' dormitory. Yang Bin and the others couldn't find clothes to wear, so they continued wearing the clothes from yesterday. As the dormitory door opened, Chun Hao and the others' eyes brightened. The girls looked pretty good, especially one tall girl who looked like she must be the class flower at least. At this moment, the tall girl, Qingqing, walked over politely and said, Hello, what can we do for you? It's like this. We are preparing to clear the zombies downstairs. If you have nothing to do, why not come down with us to move the corpses? Yang Bin was not swayed by their beauty and went straight to the point. Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, the 4 girls inside the dormitory had expressions of speechlessness. Who asks girls to move corpses right off the bat? If they didn't know these people were not to be messed with, they would have wanted to curse. Qingqing suppressed her urge to curse and still kept smiling as she said, We probably can't help you with that. Oh, that's a pity. I was thinking that if you went, I would give each of you 2 crystals. Since you don't want to, we'll just have to move them ourselves. Yang Bin said regretfully and prepared to leave with Chun Hao and the others. Wait. The girls, who were originally unwilling, suddenly widened their eyes and said excitedly, Is what you said true? Of course. I have no reason to lie to you, Yang Bin replied. All right, we'll move. The girl said excitedly. Well, then let's go. After Yang Bin finished speaking, he directly walked downstairs. Watching their backs, another girl whispered, Sister Qingqing, can we trust them? They have no reason to lie to us. Let's go. This might be our chance. Qingqing said excitedly and quickly led the others to follow. When they reached the 4th floor and saw the stairwell filled with zombies, the girls turned pale, but they didn't vomit. After so many days in the apocalypse, they had seen many scenes and their endurance had strengthened. Yang Bin casually took out 4 crystals from his pocket and handed them to the girls, saying, These 4 can be considered a deposit. After you eat these crystals, your strength will increase, and you can move the corpses faster. These crystals were dug out from the corpses they saw yesterday. Although they couldn't use them for now, they couldn't waste them either. The girls stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin's casual demeanor, momentarily speechless. This was something countless people dreamed of, and he just handed it to them so casually. Indeed, he was rich and unfeeling. The girls quickly took the crystals, their voices trembling as they said, Thank you. Thank you. This thing might have no use for Yang Bin and the others, but for them, it was their hope for survival. Special zombies are not so easy to kill, and with zombies in groups, there aren't enough people to kill them. As the zombie strength increases, the hope for ordinary people to survive becomes increasingly bleak. The crystal in front of them was almost like a life-saving elixir for the girls. All right, stop being amazed. Hurry up and eat it, and let's move the corpses, Yang Bin urged. Okay. The girls quickly wiped the crystals and tossed them into their mouths. As the energy from the crystals was absorbed, the girls reached the 1st tier. Then, the girls consciously ran to move the corpses. Although moving corpses was a huge challenge for them, The temptation of the crystals made it seem insignificant. Yang Bin and the others were also busy moving the corpses into the adjacent room. As the corpses were moved away, the stairwell below was revealed, and soon zombies rushed up. Thus, Yang Bin and the three were responsible for killing zombies while the four girls were responsible for moving the corpses. The cooperation was quite pleasant. Chapter 44. The mobile signal is gone on the 5th day of the apocalypse. Over half of the zombies had become first-tier zombies, and the proportion of second-tier zombies had also increased significantly. The destructive power of zombies was rising sharply, and ordinary doors were becoming difficult to withstand against the zombies' impact, making the survival environment for humans even harsher. The chance of obtaining crystals seemed to have increased, but in reality, it had become harder. Each random group of zombies had over half as first-tier zombies, which ordinary teams could hardly deal with. More critically, on the 5th day of the apocalypse, the mobile phone signal was cut off. I don't know about other cities, but the signal in Star City is gone. Without mobile phone signals, there is no way to obtain external information, no way to contact family and friends, and even mutual comfort is impossible, which further worsens the despair of people. The food shortage problem intensified again. As the mobile phone signal disappeared, the darkness of human nature accelerated. Unable to bear the hunger, those too scared to confront zombies turned their gaze towards the people beside them. Meanwhile, some who had gained strength from the crystals found their inner desires beginning to swell. In the cafeteria, with the disappearance of mobile phone signals, the students' emotions in the cafeteria erupted completely. They were no longer satisfied with just eating a bit of porridge daily. They wanted to be full. They rushed into the kitchen to grab food and fought fiercely for it. At this moment, all thoughts of teachers and school leaders were thrown to the back of their minds. In an instant, the entire cafeteria was in chaos. The principal watched this scene and sighed helplessly. He knew very well that if this continued, it would only accelerate their demise. But he also understood that he could no longer manage these students. There were still many zombies outside the cafeteria, and as time passed, the zombies were becoming stronger, making their hope of escaping increasingly slim. Without rescue, they would ultimately be trapped to death inside the cafeteria. The principal could only pray for the rescue to arrive quickly. Outside, the teams killing zombies in the school had decreased from more than 10 yesterday to only 4 remaining. The others had basically been wiped out yesterday. One of these 4 teams is the group from the sports department that Yang Bin and his friends encountered yesterday. They have grown from more than 20 to over 30 members, with nearly 20 of them already being first-tier evolvers. Another team consists of members from the Taekwondo club, who also have more than 20 members, most of whom have already reached the first tier. Their SA team led by a group of female students from the sports department, which is the largest, with around 70 to 80 members, many of whom have also reached the first tier. The last team is made up of people from dormitory building 21, led by Zhao Kuan. Zhao Kuan and his friends were among the first to learn about the crystals, and they were also some of the earliest to kill zombies. After Yang Bin and his group took them to the supermarket, Zhao Kuan and 2 others, after eating their fill there, took a few people with weapons who were willing to fight zombies and went out to kill them. During that outing, they killed 2 special zombies, and Zhao Kuan and Lao He advanced to the first tier. The next day, when the authorities announced the existence of the crystals, the people from Dormitory 21 clung to Zhao Kuan for support, thus forming this team. At this moment, all 4 teams were cautiously hiding in corners, waiting for zombies to appear. Having learned from bloody lessons, they dared not wander around and instead hid, waiting for zombies to come to them. Meanwhile, in the female dormitory building 12, Yang Bin and Lu Qingqing were methodically killing zombies, with Yang Bin and his 2 friends guarding the staircase. Not even first-tier zombies could get through, let alone second-tier ones. The girls, including Lu Qingqing, had become adept at moving the bodies. Perhaps they had never imagined that one day they would be doing such things, but at this moment, they were enjoying themselves, because as Lu Qingqing said, this was their opportunity. The strength of Yang Bin and his friends completely shocked them. These terrifying zombies were as easy to kill as chickens in front of them. With people like this around, how could they not get crystals? In just a few hours, they had already killed over 200 zombies. Among them, there should be some zombies with crystals. What they didn't know was that more than half of the bodies they dragged into the dormitory had crystals. Suddenly, Yang Bin's eyes lit up. A big one is coming. Is it a second tier? Let us take it down. A voluptuous female zombie pushed through the others and lunged at the 3. However, as soon as she jumped, 3 barbell rods struck her forehead directly. With a dull thud, her head burst open. This second-tier zombie didn't even get a chance to attack before being taken down. Yongbin dragged the zombie's body over and skillfully extracted the crystal from her head. After wiping it on his clothes, he popped it into his mouth. They had already agreed that Yongbin's power would be prioritized for enhancement, and after he consumed the second-tier crystal, they would then elevate Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang's powers, so Yongbin didn't ask any further. The girls were surprised to see Yongbin and his friends extract the crystal for the first time. They had killed so many zombies without seeing them take any crystals. And now they took this one, which must be special. Especially when they saw that this crystal was much larger than those in online pictures. They exchanged astonished glances. A second-tier crystal. Once the crystal entered his body, it transformed into energy and merged within him, enhancing Yongbin's strength once again. He clenched his fist and felt that he had approximately 400 kilograms of power now. Not bad. Yongbin smiled and continued to kill zombies. They kept at it until around 1 in the afternoon, when they finally couldn't hold on any longer, feeling both tired and hungry. Let us stop moving the bodies for now and block the stairway. Let us take a break, Yongbin said. Okay, the girls obediently stopped. Before long, the staircase was once again blocked with zombie bodies, and the three of them sat down on the ground. This barbell rod is indeed effective, but it's too heavy. It's exhausting to use for too long, Hu Wenliang said, panting heavily. I agree. I can barely lift my arms, Chun Hao said with a wry smile. It's okay, you'll be stronger soon, Yongbin said with a smile, as he wasn't as tired as the other two, given his strength. Brother Bin, why don't we let them bring us some food? I'm really starving, Chun Hao whispered to Yongbin. They had only eaten a little the previous noon and hadn't had anything since. If they had been lying still, they wouldn't have felt hungry for a day without food. But they had been exercising beyond their limits, so it was natural they couldn't hold out. Yongbin nodded and then looked at the girls, asking, do you have any food? Can you bring some for us to eat? Just as one girl was about to speak, Lu Qingqing quickly pulled her behind her and said with a smile, yes, we'll go get some for you. With that, she took a few girls upstairs. This Lu Qingqing is quite clever, Chun Hao said with a smile. Yes, she is indeed smart, Yongbin nodded. Chapter 45. The short film upstairs. The short-haired girl who had just been pulled back said in confusion, Sister Qingqing, we worked so hard to scavenge this food. If we give it to them, what will we eat? Yeah, Sister Qingqing, they probably haven't seen our food. Even if we don't tell them, they wouldn't know, right? Another quiet girl with glasses said, you guys are too simplistic in your thinking. If we tell them we don't have any, and then they come up and find it, what will happen? I can guarantee that they must have searched other rooms. If they find those rooms have been searched, do you think they wouldn't suspect it was us? They would. Exactly. Even if we hide the food, they can still guess that we have food in our dormitory. Otherwise, they wouldn't ask us. Finding it themselves is completely different from us giving it to them, understand? Understood, the other three girls nodded. Don't worry. Even if we give them some food, we won't starve. After they clear the zombies downstairs, we can go out to find food. Don't forget, we're first-tier evolvers now. And don't you notice? They seem to look down on even ordinary crystals. As long as we do a good job and perform well, they might even give us a few more crystals. Then our strength will increase again, and we won't have to worry about finding food. Lu Qingqing said with a smile. Oh, you're right, Sister Qingqing, we'll follow your lead. But remember, don't be too clever. If they offer us food, we take it, and if they don't, we won't ask for it, understand? Lu Qingqing said seriously. Understood. Soon, the girls brought most of the food and water from the dormitory downstairs, which consisted mainly of bread, biscuits, and sunflower seeds. Yongbin looked at the large pile of food in front of him and smiled, saying to Lu Qingqing, you're very smart. Don't worry. We won't take your food for free. We'll give each of you a crystal as payment for this meal. How does that sound? Really? The four girls' eyes widened in excitement. Of course, Yongbin nodded. For them, nothing was more valuable than crystals. They had killed over 300 zombies in the morning, and at least 100 of those were first-tier zombies. Extracting crystals from them would certainly be a laborious task. That's great, thank you. The girls were flushed with excitement. Indeed, Sister Qingqing was right. After eating a little, they rested for a while and then continued to kill zombies. This time, the three of them took turns, and they kept at it until after 6 in the evening when it got dark before stopping. In one day, they had killed over 700 zombies, and their hands were numb from the effort. Among those 700 zombies, at least half were first tier, and they encountered 3 second-tier zombies, 1 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Yongbin had consumed all the second-tier crystals. and combined with the one he had eaten yesterday, he had now consumed 4 second-tier crystals since advancing to that level. Like the first stage, the effects diminish as one progresses. By the time he consumed the 4th crystal, his strength only increased by about 30 kilograms. However, at this moment, Yangbin felt confused. The official data stated that the peak strength for the 2nd stage should be around 500 kilograms. Yet, he felt that his strength had already reached 500 kilograms. Although there was no precise data, it should be roughly accurate. Could it be that the 2nd stage only required 4 crystals to reach its limit? Or was it because of his training? Yangbin pondered. It shouldn't be. I feel that the 2nd stage crystals should still be effective. Is it because of my training? Whatever the case, I'll know after training again tonight. Yangbin took out 4 crystals and handed them to the girls. This was the promised payment for them. You can go back now. We'll continue tomorrow. Thank you. The girls expressed their gratitude immediately. No need to thank me. It's just a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yangbin smiled. After Lu Qingqing and the others left, Yangbin and the others looked at the rooms piled with zombie corpses and suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Brother Ben, should we do it ourselves? What else? Why not call them to help? I don't think they'd dare to be greedy. It's unnecessary. They don't know how many crystals are inside. If they saw so many crystals, they'd likely feel a bit uneasy, and then they wouldn't work as hard. Also, crystals are still scarce items. It's better not to let others know we have so many, Yangbin said. But why do we need so many 1st stage crystals? Hu Wenliang asked, confused. Little Orange needs to eat them, and if we want to expand our team in the future, the more we have, the better, Yangbin replied. All right, let's do it. I'll direct, and you two can search. Why you? I know which corpses have crystals. Do you want to check every single one? The group cooperated and spent over an hour extracting all the crystals, totaling 368, leaving the 2 exhausted. All right, put the crystals away, and let's go rest. We need to get up later to stargaze. The 3 moved to a different dormitory. The previous one near the stairs was already used for storing zombies. Lying on the bed, Yangbin habitually took out his phone, but found it had no signal. Great, now this thing can only be used as a flashlight. Shenhao said helplessly. Didn't I tell you to download some movies? Did you? No, where would I find the time? What a pity, Yangbin sighed. His phone was too outdated, and the memory was almost full, making it impossible to download anything. Hey, you guys don't have it, but I do. Hu Wenliang said proudly. Haha, it's still you, hurry show us. The 2 quickly leaned in. Okay. Hu Wenliang generously opened the player. Do you want to watch foreign films or domestic ones? Island movies, the 2 said in unison. All right. Hu Wenliang quickly found an island film. However, when Sadako's figure appeared on the screen, Yangbin and Chunhao immediately lost interest. What's wrong? This horror movie is quite fitting. Don't you have any romantic action films? Chunhao said with wide eyes. Oh, that kind. You should have said so earlier. Hey, do you have it? No. Brother Ben, I feel like hitting someone. I feel the same. Soon, the dormitory was filled with screams, scaring the girls upstairs into huddling in their dormitory, trembling. At 11:50 p.m., the 3 and a cat returned to the rooftop to stargaze, staying until 5 a.m. Yangbin sensed the power within him and felt even more puzzled. He had also gained over 30 kilograms of strength today. Now, his strength had exceeded 500 kilograms, but the 3rd corner had not lit up, meaning he was still at the 2nd stage. Could training allow one's strength to exceed the limit? A look of surprise appeared in Yangbin's eyes. If that's the case, then their strength would far surpass others at the same level. Chapter 46. A fortune for you on the 6th day of the apocalypse. Ordinary zombies were rarely seen outside. Mostly, they were 1st stage zombies. Those who had not gained crystals earlier now found it nearly impossible to obtain them by themselves. Ordinary people couldn't even defeat a single 1st stage zombie, let alone a group. Of course, if one had a gun, it would be a different story. However, gun control in China is very strict, and the chances of ordinary people having guns are slim. Moreover, even if they had guns, typical handguns have too few bullets, and the gunfire is too loud, making them hesitant to use them recklessly. Therefore, those who were too timid to go out and kill zombies in the beginning could only hide in corners, helplessly waiting for rescue. But is rescue really that easy? In a conference room in Star City, several high-ranking officials were engaged in a heated discussion. No, we must initiate a rescue quickly. Every day that goes by, countless citizens are dying. We can't delay any longer. A young man in military uniform shouted. Star City has a population of over 10 million. No one knows how many are still alive, but it is certain that the number of zombies is no less than 8 million. With the ammunition we currently have, We can't do much, another middle-aged man shook his head. If we lack ammunition, we can have our brothers fight up close. I can't just watch those citizens get killed by zombies. Fight up close. Are you trying to get the soldiers killed? Once surrounded by zombies. None of you will make it back. The middle-aged man retorted angrily. If I'm afraid of dying, I wouldn't be a soldier. I'm just a rough guy. Not as smart as you. I only know that my purpose as a soldier is to serve the people. Now the people need us, and I must stand up. The man asserted firmly. Xiaohu, calm down. I understand your feelings, and we feel the same. But in situations like this, calmness is needed more than ever. Let's not discuss whether to rescue or not. Even if you can rescue them, how will you settle them? They need food, water, and shelter. These must all be considered. It's not just about rescuing them, the leading middle-aged man said. Then what do you suggest? The urgent task now is to establish a sufficiently large survival base, providing the citizens with a safe place, and then notifying them to come through broadcasts. Are you saying to let them come on their own? Yes, of course. Rescue is necessary, but it needs to be done in batches. We can't rescue everyone at once. Our current military strength and weapons can't handle that. So it would be best if they could come on their own. Do you think ordinary people have the ability to come? Xiaohu said coldly. If they can't come, then we can only hope they can hold on until rescue arrives. Just as Xiaohu seemed about to say something, the leading person directly stated, all right, it's settled. Next, let's discuss the establishment of the survival base. Okay. At the school, girls' dormitory, Yang Bin stood in the corridor, looking at the zombies below, his expression somewhat serious. What's wrong, Brother Bin? There are only first-stage zombies down there now, and there are at least 7 or 8 second-stage zombies. The growth rate of zombies is quite terrifying. Yeah, it seems we need to speed up. Go call those girls down. Let's continue killing. Okay. After the girls came down, they began their slaughter journey again. There were only over 300 zombies left below, and after spending the entire morning, they finally cleared them all. After no more zombies charged up, the three felt a sense of surviving a disaster. Phew, finally we don't have to be trapped here anymore. Chun Hao sighed in relief. Yeah, now I realize that female zombies are just like male zombies. Seeing too many makes me want to throw up. As Yang Bin observed, among the more than 300 zombies, there were 8 second-stage zombies. After Yang Bin consumed 2 more crystals, he found that any further consumption had no effect. This means that 6 second-stage crystals are needed to reach the limit for the second stage. After reaching his limit, Yang Bin's strength was almost 600 kilograms. A full 100 kilograms more than the officially announced 500 kilograms. It seemed that after practicing for 3 nights, he had precisely achieved this number. The power gained from training was indeed extra, Yang Bin thought. In that case, I might as well start going overboard. The remaining second-tier crystals were divided between Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang, and their strength also increased significantly. After dealing with the zombies, Yang Bin took out a dozen crystals from his pocket and handed them to the girls, saying, "You all performed well, so I'm giving you some more. I hope you can survive in this apocalypse." However, the girls, who were usually excited to see crystals, surprisingly did not reach for them immediately this time. Lu Qingqing looked at Yang Bin seriously and asked, "Can we follow you?" Yang Bin was taken aback and asked, "Why do you want to follow us?" "Because we want to survive," Lu Qingqing replied firmly. Yang Bin looked at Lu Qingqing and the other girl's determined expressions, thought for a moment, and shook his head, saying, "We don't want too many people right now. With your current strength, as long as you dare to kill zombies, it shouldn't be hard to survive. If we meet again next time and your strength has increased, I will consider it." Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, the girl's eyes showed disappointment. "It's okay. I believe we can survive. When we meet next time, we will definitely not let you down." Lu Qingqing quickly adjusted her mindset and smiled at Yang Bin. Looking at Lu Qingqing in front of him, Yang Bin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This woman was quite remarkable. After thinking for a moment, Yang Bin suddenly said, "How about this? I will give you an opportunity. There should be quite a few crystals from the zombies we killed today. We don't have time to dig them out since we have to leave, so I'll give them to you. I hope you can grow stronger." "Oh, you're giving them to us?" The girl's eyes widened immediately. "With so many corpses, it must be at least dozens of crystals, right?" "Yeah, you can dig slowly. I hope when we meet again, you won't let me down." After Yang Bin finished speaking, he took Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang downstairs. The first-tier crystals were already unnecessary for them, so since they could leave, they wouldn't waste time digging for crystals. It was better to quickly find second-tier zombies to kill and improve their strength. The girls watched the 3 leave, feeling a mix of emotions. "They are really good," the cute girl murmured. "Yeah, but why don't they let us follow them? It's obvious. They think we are too weak. Lu Qingqing looked at the three's backs and secretly vowed, I will definitely make you look at me differently. All right, let us quickly dig for crystals. Okay. After moving corpses for 2 days, they had built up their courage, and digging for crystals no longer felt uncomfortable. However, the more they dug, the more shock appeared on their faces. How come there are crystals everywhere? Didn't the official report say that only a few zombies have crystals? Could it be that all the ones we killed are special zombies? The girls exchanged glances, seeing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. This was truly a huge opportunity. Chapter 47. Are you second tier now? Meanwhile, Chenhao said, Brother Ben, I think those girls are pretty good. They work quickly and don't ask too many questions, plus they are beauties. Why don't you want them? It's not suitable to have too many people now. The more people there are, the more resources we need, which isn't beneficial for us unless they have abilities. Otherwise, it's unnecessary. Then why are you giving them those crystals? If we don't give them to them, do you want to dig them out one by one? Now that we can leave, wouldn't it be better to spend that time killing more second-tier zombies? That makes sense. There are first-tier zombies everywhere. And we don't need first-tier crystals at all. It's not worth wasting time on this. It's better to do a favor. Lu Qingqing is quite clever. As long as nothing unexpected happens, they might really surprise us. So this favor is quite meaningful. Aren't you afraid they might repay kindness with malice? She's smart. There's no significant conflict of interest, so she won't go against us. They might surprise us, but they won't surpass us. I still have that confidence. Yongbin smiled. Brother Ben, sometimes I feel like you don't act like you're in your 20s, Hu Wen Liang sighed. Liangzi, you've known Brother Ben for 3 years. How can you still see him as a peer? He just looks like he's in his 20s, Chenhao laughed. All right. You two stop ridiculing me. There's a convenience store ahead. Let us find something to eat. After eating, we'll go to the Zhongyuan building. We want to return to the dormitory for lunch today. Let us aim for all of you to reach the peak of second tier and see if we can find any third-tier zombies, Yongbin said. Okay. When they arrived at the convenience store, they found it was occupied by others. There were 4 people inside, and no matter how they knocked on the door, it wouldn't open. With no other choice, Yongbin kicked the door open. What are you doing? The people inside were startled. Don't be nervous. We're just taking some things and leaving, Yongbin said with a smile. No way. Everything here belongs to us. You can't take anything. A skinny man stood in front of the 3. Step aside. Don't force me to act. Yongbin said coldly. Not letting you. Bang. A figure flew out. Yongbin acted as if nothing had happened and walked directly to the shelves to start taking things. You guys are nothing but a bunch of bandits. The other 3 glared at them. Do you want to fly too? Yongbin coldly glanced at them, and they immediately shut their mouths. The 3 took some food and a few bottles of water and left without further entanglement. They were pressed for time. After finishing their food, they headed to the Zhongyuan building. To their dismay, they found that the main door of the Zhongyuan building was closed. It was obvious that someone was inside. There's no food here. What are these people doing here? Chenhao said helplessly. They probably want to go up and observe the distribution of zombies. If I'm not mistaken, it's likely a team that kills zombies, Yongbin said. Besides zombie killing teams, ordinary people wouldn't come here. All right. Should we just kick the door when they come down? Kick the door. Who knows when they come down? Okay. Chenhao nodded and then kicked the door hard. But it didn't open. Damn, what are these guys using to prop it up? It's so sturdy. They might have replaced the door bolt with iron pipes. They are quite cautious. Let me try, Yongbin said, then kicked the door hard, creating a crack. Through the crack, they could see 4 iron pipes blocking the way. As Yongbin expected, these guys had indeed replaced the wooden door bolt with iron pipes, but under Yongbin's immense strength, the 4 iron pipes bent. After several kicks, he kicked the door open. The group then walked straight upstairs and found a crowd discussing something on the rooftop. There were more than 20 people, each holding weapons, including iron pipes, fire axes, tang knives, and steel pipes. Most importantly, every one of them was covered in blood, clearly having killed quite a few zombies. Upon seeing Yongbin and the others, the group's eyes widened in surprise, clearly not expecting anyone to come up. How did you get up here? A muscular man leading the group frowned and asked. We came up through the door, Yongbin replied casually. Impossible. I changed the door bolt. How could it be opened? The man looked incredulous. There are 4 iron pipes there. Even a second-tier zombie couldn't break it down. So how do you think we got up here? Yongbin smiled. Right now, I'm the one asking you questions. You just need to answer honestly. Don't give me that smirk. The man said coldly. What if I don't? Hee, you probably haven't realized the dangers of the apocalypse yet. Let me tell you, even if we kill you, it would be in vain. No one will take your side. Don't think it's still like before the apocalypse. The man sneered coldly. Kill us? You probably don't have what it takes. Yongbin's tone also turned cold. Oh, pretty arrogant. Looks like you guys are also evolved beings. But so what? There are over 20 of us here. Who isn't an evolved being? You dare to be arrogant in front of us? You clearly haven't seen the situation. The second-in-command said. Teach them a lesson and let them know that even evolved beings have strengths and weaknesses. All right. Another burly man stepped forward, holding a steel pipe, with a cold smile as he approached Yongbin and the others. Kneel, he shouted coldly, swinging the steel pipe directly at Yongbin's feet. Bang! With a muffled sound. The second-in-command was instantly knocked back, crashing into a group of people. Still dare to make a move? All of you, go together and kill them. The leading man shouted angrily. Immediately, over 20 people behind him charged at the three. Yongbin and the others snorted coldly, picking up their own barbell rods to strike back at the group. As soon as the two sides collided, screams filled the air. These people might have some strength, but the strongest among them was only at the peak of the first stage, which was vastly different from the three of them. Under the blows of the barbells, they simply couldn't withstand it. One strike knocked several down to the ground, especially Yongbin, with 600 kilograms of strength. A casual swing of the barbell would either kill or severely injure them, leaving them unable to get back up. Although wielding a 20-kilogram barbell for a long time was indeed tiring, it must be said that fighting with a barbell felt truly satisfying. The longer the weapon, the stronger the impact. Coupled with the weight of the barbell, these people didn't even get close to touching their clothes, and soon they were all knocked to the ground, moaning in pain. The leading man widened his eyes at this scene. He never expected that these three would be this strong. You are already at the second stage? Chapter 48, Third Stage Zombies. Impossible. We've killed so many zombies and haven't reached the second stage. How can you be at the second stage? The leading man seemed unwilling to accept reality. Yongbin smiled but didn't explain. Killing more zombies than them. Not to mention before, just in the last 2 days, they had killed over 1,000 zombies. How could these people compare? Furthermore, reaching the second stage wasn't just about how many zombies you killed, but whether you had killed second-stage zombies. In this regard, no one could compare to Yongbin and his group, as they conducted precise searches while others relied mostly on luck. It was clear that this group didn't have such good luck, or perhaps they hadn't killed enough zombies. Howsy, since they want to teach us a lesson, you should teach them as well, so they know that even evolved beings have strengths and weaknesses, Yongbin said. All right. Chunhao smiled, walked over, and lifted his foot to kick at the opponent. However, the other side reacted quickly, retreating 2 steps to dodge the kick. Humph. So what if you're at the second stage? I'm trained in Sonda. I'm not afraid of you. The man picked up a fire axe from the ground and swung it at Chunhao. Chunhao smiled coldly, meeting the axe with his barbell rod, causing it to fly out of the man's hands. Sonda, huh? Chunhao snorted coldly, dropping his barbell rod and launching a kick at the opponent again. The man quickly crossed his arms to block in front of him. Bang! Chunhao's kick landed heavily on the man's arm, sending him flying several meters away. Crashing against the wall, blood surging up, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. How can you be this strong? The man stared wide-eyed at Chunhao. He had already reached the peak of the first stage, thinking that even if the second stage was stronger, it couldn't be by much. His years of Sonda practice should cover that gap. However, he realized that the opponent's strength was far beyond his expectations. What he didn't know was that Chunhao was not simply at the second stage. Aren't you trained in Sonda? Keep going. Chunhao sneered. I don't believe there's that much of a difference. The man suppressed the surging blood in his body and charged at Chunhao again, leaping up to throw a heavy punch at his head. Chunhao raised his arm to easily block the punch and then kicked the man in the stomach. The man was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground, spitting blood. So weak, Chunhao shook his head. If we were both at the second stage, killing you would be like slaughtering a dog. The man said coldly. Is that so? Chunhao laughed coldly, suddenly disappearing from view. Upon seeing this, everyone widened their eyes, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and the man's figure was sent flying again, crashing against the wall. Uft! A mouthful of blood sprayed out as the man stared at Chunhao with wide eyes. Ability user. After saying this, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Even if we're both at the second stage, how long can you last in my hands? Chunhao said proudly. Watching Chunhao like that, Yongbin felt speechless. Just a first stage, and you even used your abilities. This guy is too infuriating. He must be taught a lesson. Forget it. If you want to use it, go ahead, no one will know. Haven't they already found out? Hu Wenliang asked doubtfully. But the dead can't spread the news. Yang Bin said. Brother Bin, do you mean? They want to kill us, so we don't need to spare them. Remember, once you've made an enemy, don't leave behind future troubles. Otherwise, one day it will bring disaster upon yourself. But there are over 20 people here. Hu Wenliang was a bit conflicted. Do you remember what I said before? I remember, in the apocalypse, you must be ruthless. Chen Hao said. That's it. You've killed quite a few zombies. But you haven't killed many people. These people are up to you. Okay. Chen Hao nodded and directly walked toward the group. He almost always followed Yang Bin's orders without questioning his decisions. Hu Wenliang struggled for a moment, but in the end, he also walked over. Please don't kill us. We realize our mistakes. We beg you, we are all classmates. Please don't kill us. A group of people knelt on the ground, pleading incessantly. Seeing this, Chen Hao took a deep breath and swung the barbell down. A flicker of reluctance passed through Hu Wenliang's eyes, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and lifted the barbell. Instantly, a series of screams erupted. Not long after, the sounds completely quieted down. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang returned to Yang Bin's side, covered in blood. Chen Hao's expression didn't change much, but Hu Wenliang looked a bit heavy-hearted. Yang Bin patted Hu Wenliang's shoulder and said, Liangzi, I hope you understand that in the apocalypse, to survive longer, you must be ruthless. Otherwise, no matter how strong we are, one day we will be taken down by others. Brother Bin, I understand. It's just that I can't quite get over this in my heart. I will adjust. Hu Wenliang said firmly. That's good. Yang Bin nodded and then went to the window, activating his true sight to look down below. They didn't come up to kill people, but to find zombies. After exhausting his energy several times, Yang Bin finally withdrew his gaze, revealing a strange expression. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Chen Hao asked softly. I saw third-stage zombies. Yang Bin said. Third stage. Chen Hao and the other's eyes lit up. Is there a way to deal with them? Yang Bin shook his head. Not really. It's a bit strange. I saw 3 third-stage zombies in the entire school, but each of them had at least hundreds or thousands of zombies around them. What's strange about that? A large number of zombies increases the chance of high-stage zombies being born, Chen Hao replied, puzzled. Maybe, but I don't think it's that simple. Yang Bin frowned and said, How so? I suspect that third-tier zombies have the ability to summon nearby zombies. Yang Bin said seriously, That can't be true. Chen Hao and the others looked at Yang Bin with some disbelief. Aren't zombies supposed to have no intelligence? How could they possibly summon their kind? Maybe I'm overthinking it. But if it's true, then killing a third-tier zombie will be very difficult. Yang Bin sighed. It should be a coincidence. Since we can't take on these few, let's not engage for now. There should be new third-tier zombies born tomorrow. We'll see then. All right. Let's go kill some second-tier ones first and get your strength up to the peak of the second tier. Good. After discussing, they left Zhongyuan building. Yang Bin identified 10 second-tier zombies that could be killed from the upper floor, and after going downstairs, he led the 2 to kill them one by one. After killing all 10 second-tier zombies, Chen Hao and the others finally reached the peak of the second tier. Like Yang Bin, their strength exceeded 500 kilograms after reaching the peak, an increase of over 30 kilograms due to their training. After finishing off the zombies, the 3 returned to their dormitory. Since they couldn't kill third-tier zombies for now, they decided to come back early to rest and see what the situation would be tomorrow. Chapter 49. Killing third-tier zombies. The 3 returned to the dormitory, had something to eat, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and went to bed early. The graduate dormitory was a double room, with only 2 beds. Desks were below and beds above. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang shared one bed, while Yang Bin slept alone. As for Little Orange, it had disappeared during the day but came back at night. Yang Bin gave it a blanket and let it sleep behind the door. Animals are much more alert than humans. With it around, even if something happens, it can detect it immediately. At 11:50 p.m., the 3 of them got up on time to look at the stars on the rooftop, staying out until 5 a.m. before returning to the dormitory for more sleep. As Yang Bin expected, although they could no longer enhance themselves by consuming crystals, their training was not restricted and could still improve. Yang Bin was unsure if there was an upper limit to this enhancement, but for now, there was still room for improvement. After sleeping until around 9 a.m., they got up again to wash up. This regular life felt nothing like being in the apocalypse. After washing up, the 3 headed straight to Zhongyuan building, with only one goal for today, to find a third-tier zombie they could take on. Upon reaching the rooftop, Yang Bin activated his true vision eye to check the zombies below. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze, his expression grave. Bin Ge, how is it? Today there are 5 more third-tier zombies, but like yesterday, there are basically hundreds of zombies surrounding each one. I noticed that some of the scattered zombies from yesterday have gathered around the third-tier zombies today. Therefore, I can conclude that third-tier zombies definitely have the ability to summon nearby zombies, or nearby zombies instinctively gather towards third-tier zombies. Yangbin said seriously. Hearing Yangbin's words, Chun Hao and the others' expressions became serious as well. If that's the case, then killing a third-tier zombie is going to be quite difficult. Yeah, it's quite troublesome. But we have to take action. Otherwise, the longer we wait, the more troublesome it will be. If third-tier zombies are like this, what will happen if a fourth-tier zombie is born? I can't even imagine. Even if it has the ability to command zombies, I wouldn't be surprised. If it gets to that point and our strength hasn't improved, it'll be a tough situation. Bingo, you decide how to attack. I just observed that the third-tier zombie in the lab has the fewest surrounding zombies. Only about 300. Let's start with it. Only 300? The two widened their eyes at Yangbin. Don't look at me like that. That's the least. The others have over 500. Alright. Are there any second-tier zombies among those 300? Yes, about 10 second-tier zombies. Can we really take them on? We need to find a way to enter the lab. Inside, there are many tables and experimental equipment, which will prevent them from surrounding us. That should make it manageable. The only uncertainty now is how strong the third-tier zombie is. So my focus will be on the third-tier zombie, and you two will have to handle the other zombies. Okay, the two nodded seriously. After confirming their target, the group went downstairs again. Under Yangbin's lead, they quickly arrived at the lab entrance. There were no obstructions in front of the lab, so as soon as they appeared, the group of zombies quickly noticed them. With a series of roars, the zombies rushed towards them. Don't get caught up in a fight. Get inside the lab. Got it. The three and the cat quickly rushed towards the lab door. The zombies were not at the lab entrance, so they didn't have to face them directly. However, before they reached the door, the zombies started lunging at them from the sides. The three swung their barbells wildly, quickly dispatching the attacking zombies. After killing over 20 zombies, they finally reached the lab entrance. The lab's door was made of aluminum alloy and swung outward, and Yangbin couldn't open it even after pulling hard enough to break his hands. The zombies were already upon them, and Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang quickly stepped in front to block the charging zombies. Yangbin grabbed one end of the barbell and smashed it hard into the crack between the two doors. After several strikes, he finally broke open the crack. Yangbin inserted the barbell and forcefully pried the door open. Go! With a strong pull, the three and the cat rushed into the lab. The zombies followed closely behind, pouring in one after another. The few who wanted to guard the door realized they couldn't hold it and hurried inside. The lab was large, filled with tables and experimental equipment. Yangbin and the others quickly maneuvered between the tables and chairs. A horde of zombies crashed in, knocking over tables and various experimental equipment, which slowed their advance. The three used the obstacles to occasionally strike back and reduce the number of zombies. Just then, a zombie suddenly leapt up, landing on a table and lunging at the three. Third-tier zombie. Yangbin's eyes narrowed, and he swung the barbell hard at it. Bang! The barbell struck the zombie, successfully pushing it back, but Yangbin also staggered back a few steps. What immense strength! Yangbin muttered. Bingo, can you handle it? Chun Hao asked quietly. No problem. Leave this to me. You guys take care of the other zombies. Alright. The third-tier zombie, pushed back, charged at Yangbin again. Yangbin quickly retreated, leading it to another side. There were too many zombies in this area. It was hard to fight. Soon, Yangbin reached the back of the lab, and the zombie followed closely, lunging at him. Yangbin quickly turned around and thrust the barbell towards its head. Just as he was about to hit, the zombie suddenly tilted its head, causing Yangbin's strike to miss. The zombie's speed did not decrease. Before Yangbin could react, it pounced on him, opening its mouth to bite his neck. At the critical moment, Yangbin quickly pushed the barbell against its mouth and forcefully shoved it away, rolling his body to escape its grasp. After killing so many zombies, I actually got pinned down by one. Yangbin complained, his expression turning more serious. He didn't expect that the third-tier zombie had already learned to dodge attacks, making the challenge significantly harder. The zombie didn't give Yangbin time to think and quickly lunged at him again. Yangbin rolled away, dodging the attack, then grabbed the barbell and struck hard at the zombie's head. At a critical moment, the opponent unexpectedly raised their arm to block their head. Bang! With a single strike, the arm was instantly shattered, and the remaining force struck the zombie's head, causing it to stagger back a few steps. Yangbin's strength was not something an ordinary second tier could compare to. The zombie, having lost an arm, showed no concern and quickly lunged forward again. Yangbin swung the barbell again and smashed it down hard. Bang! Another arm was crushed, and the zombie's body was pushed back again. This time, let's see how you block. Seizing the opportunity, Yangbin took the initiative and swung the barbell towards the opponent's head once more. Bang! This time, the zombie couldn't dodge, and the barbell accurately struck its head, instantly cracking it open and splattering blood. With Yangbin's strength combined with the hardness of the barbell, even a third-tier zombie's head couldn't withstand it. Chapter 50. Third-tier zombies, in terms of body strength, power, and speed, were significantly stronger than second-tier zombies. Most importantly, third-tier zombies had already learned to protect their heads, making them much harder to kill than second-tier zombies. Yangbin sighed. He glanced at Chun Hao and the others. Seeing that Chun Hao, Hu Wenliang, and Xiao Juzi were steadily killing zombies using obstacles, and there was no immediate problem, Yangbin walked over to the corpse of the third-tier zombie and extracted the crystal from its head. The third-tier crystal was slightly larger than the second-tier crystal, about the size of a soybean. Holding it in his hand, he could feel the energy within it even without using his true vision. Yangbin wiped the crystal and then swallowed it directly. Soon, a massive surge of power flooded into his body, and the third corner of the first star in Yangbin's mind was illuminated. An even greater energy feedback continually strengthened Yangbin's body. After a long while, the energy was completely absorbed by his body. Yangbin clenched his fist, a hint of excitement appearing on his face. His strength had definitely exceeded 800 kilograms. The feeling of increased power was truly exhilarating. Yangbin sighed, then grabbed the barbell and walked towards Chun Hao and the others. Bingo, all done. Chun Hao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Yangbin approach. Yangbin nodded, sweeping the barbell horizontally and smashing the heads of several incoming zombies. Third tier? Truly impressive. Hu Wenliang marveled. Stop marveling and hurry up and kill. Chun Hao urged. The three spent over an hour killing all the zombies and then extracted all the crystals. Bingo, shall we continue to hunt third-tier zombies next? Chun Hao asked. But the other third-tier ones won't be that easy to kill. Yangbin pondered for a moment and said, let's first check the back of the teaching building for opportunities. The three left the laboratory and headed towards the teaching building. However, halfway there, they suddenly felt the ground tremble slightly, and countless roaring sounds came from the distance. The three were startled, and Yangbin quickly activated his true vision to look over, his expression changing immediately. What's wrong, Bingo? The zombies in the cafeteria have gone berserk. Thousands of them are running wild. Find a place to hide. Okay. The three quickly ducked into a nearby multimedia classroom. Who is so bold as to provoke the zombies over at the cafeteria? Hu Wenliang exclaimed in surprise. Rats, a group of rats larger than cats. Yangbin said with a wry smile. Rats? Isn't that Xiao Juzi's favorite? Chun Hao glanced at Xiao Juzi, who was licking her lips, seemingly eager to try. Yangbin gave Xiao Juzi a hard knock on the head. You behave yourself. Hundreds of rats, if you dare to go over. They can chew you down to the bone. Don't think the rats now still fear cats. Meow? Xiao Juzi let out a plaintive sound, but settled down. How could these rats have a conflict with the zombies? Chun Hao asked in confusion. It seems these rats wanted to change places, but as soon as they came out, they were chased by the zombies. Yangbin chuckled. It looks like mutated beasts and zombies are natural enemies. In that case, humanity is not completely surrounded. You think too much. The three parties are enemies of each other, but for now, humanity is the easiest to bully. Okay. The chaos continued for over 10 minutes. And eventually, all the rats burrowed back underground, bringing the disturbance to an end. Yangbin activated his true vision to look towards the cafeteria, and his eyes lit up. Good opportunity. What opportunity? Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang hurriedly gathered around. The zombies near the cafeteria close to the teaching building have all gone to chase the rats. But the third-tier zombies did not follow. Does that mean the third tier is isolated? Not exactly isolated, but there are only a few dozen zombies over there. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go for it. Chun Hao said excitedly. Go, quick battle and quick resolution. Kill and then run. I'm afraid those zombies might come back. Okay. The few quickly ran towards the cafeteria. On the other side, around 70 to 80 people were hiding in a classroom, secretly observing the situation. Vivi Jia, the zombies have left. There are only a few dozen zombies left here. Should we take action? Take action. The leading woman decisively ordered. Immediately, the 70 to 80 people quietly left the classroom and cautiously approached the group of zombies. Before long, Both sides unexpectedly arrived at the same time. Yang Bin and his companions were surprised to see a large group of people suddenly appear. The other side was equally astonished to see Yang Bin and his companions. At that moment, the dozens of zombies near the cafeteria charged towards the crowd, completely ignoring Yang Bin and his companions. "Prepare for battle," the leader, resembling a muscular Barbie, shouted, and then the 70 to 80 people charged directly at the group of zombies. This group had both men and women, all of whom were evolvers. And many had eaten more than one crystal, with 2 having already reached second-tier evolver status. 70 to 80 evolvers were easily overpowering the 40 to 50 zombies, pushing them back relentlessly. "What do we do, Bingu?" Chen Hao asked anxiously upon seeing this situation. "We'll take action too. Let us not worry about anything else. Just kill that third tier," Yang Bin said and charged towards that direction. This team was very strong. They could definitely take down the third-tier zombie at some cost. As a classmate, he couldn't bear to see them suffer losses, so he planned to help them kill the third-tier zombie. At this moment, the third-tier zombie was already engaged in combat with the muscular Barbie leader. Yang Bin was shocked to see that the muscular Barbie was actually evenly matched with the third-tier zombie. Something's off. Yang Bin activated his true vision to look at the opponent and quickly realized. It's a strength-type ability user, no wonder. As he saw one zombie after another fall, the others on the opposing side were about to come over to help. Yang Bin no longer hesitated and decisively attacked. While the zombies were engaged with the others, he struck from behind with a powerful blow. Bang! The head shattered, blood splattered. The sudden scene stunned the muscular Barbie. Seizing the moment of her shock, Yang Bin quickly pulled out the crystal and tucked it into his pocket. "You!" The muscular Barbie pointed at Yang Bin, her face showing anger. "How could you do this? What's wrong?" "I'm helping you." Yang Bin feigned innocence. "Who asked for your help? Quickly take out the crystal," the muscular Barbie shouted. "The zombies were killed by me, so it's only natural for me to take the crystal." Yang Bin replied matter-of-factly. "What's going on, Vivijia?" At this moment, the others had already cleared the other zombies and surrounded Yang Bin and his companions. Chapter 51. The Cafeteria Incident. Classmates, isn't it wrong to snatch crystals like this? A handsome man looked at Yang Bin and his companions. "Snatch? I killed the zombies, and I take the crystals. How can it be called snatching?" Yang Bin replied calmly. The man frowned and then looked at the Barbie and asked, "Did he kill this zombie?" "Yes." "Then if he killed it, taking the crystal shouldn't be a problem, right?" "This is a tier 3 zombie," the Barbie whispered. "Oh crap, this is a big problem." The man suddenly became alert and looked at Yang Bin again, saying, "No matter what, if we hadn't held off the other zombies, you wouldn't have been able to kill this one either. Plus, Wei Wei also contributed a lot to killing this zombie. So no matter what, you definitely can't keep the crystal for yourself." Yang Bin shook his head and said, "Honestly, without you guys, we probably would have killed it even faster." "What nonsense are you talking? Wei Wei, why are you being so polite with them? Just grab it," another man in the group said unhappily. The Barbie named Tang Wei Wei frowned and looked at Yang Bin, saying, "That one crystal is very important to us. How about this? I'll give you all the ones on the ground. I just want that one. What do you think?" "Not interested. I'm a person of principle. I'll only take what I killed myself." "You can keep what you killed," Yang Bin replied. "Get your people to step aside. Don't force me to take action. Who do you think you are? 3 people, and you dare to be so arrogant." "Be quiet, Jinxiong," Tang Wei Wei scolded, then turned to Yang Bin again and asked, "What do you want for that crystal? Don't even think about it. That crystal is definitely not for you. Of course, you can have your people try to take it, but I hope you can handle the consequences." Yang Bin's voice turned cold. Tang Wei Wei stared at Yang Bin intently, sighed after a while, and said to the others, "Step aside. Sister Wei Wei, step aside." Seeing Tang Wei Wei was angry, the others had no choice but to reluctantly make way. Yang Bin smiled, and then left with Chun Hao and the others. "Wei Wei, why did you let them go? That's a tier 3 crystal. If you could reach tier 3, our chances of survival would increase greatly." The handsome man who spoke first frowned. "Do you think I don't want it? But if we really fight, we might not be their match." Tang Wei Wei said helplessly, "How is that possible? There are only 3 of them. How can our 70 or 80 people not be able to beat them?" The man said with disbelief. "The leader among them is at least tier 3. Even if I faced him, my chances of winning would be less than 10%. Tang Wei Wei said seriously. "Impossible. Did you see it wrong? How could someone reach tier 3 so quickly?" The man exclaimed, his eyes wide. "I can't be mistaken. The head of the tier 3 zombie was smashed by him in one hit. I can't even do that, and it seems he wasn't even using all his strength." So this person is at least tier 3. Tang Weiwei said in a deep voice. There are only 3 of them, and he is already tier 3. Do you think the other 2 are any weaker? The man found it hard to accept. After all, Tang Weiwei was an ability user with power amplification and could easily kill a tier 1 zombie even before evolving. How could the other party be stronger than them? Tang Weiwei watched the figures of the 3 retreating and murmured, "We will meet again, and when we do, you will know." However, before she finished speaking, the distant figures suddenly turned around and ran crazily towards them. A group of people looked on in confusion. "Quick, let the people in the cafeteria open the door. The zombies are back," Yangbin shouted. Upon hearing Yangbin's words, the group was startled, and soon saw the dense horde of zombies rushing toward them from behind the few people. Oh crap! The crowd's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly rushed to the side door of the cafeteria, banging on the door. "Open the door! Hurry, open the door!" Inside the cafeteria, a group of people who had been desperate showed surprise on their faces when they heard the knocking, and soon someone went to open the door. "Don't open the door! Who the hell dares to open it? I'll chop him up," a man holding a kitchen knife said viciously. Immediately, those who wanted to open the door obediently squatted down again. At this moment, the situation inside the cafeteria had completely changed. The last food scramble had turned into a battle involving thousands, and before the zombies even entered, the internal structure had already collapsed. This battle caused extremely severe consequences, with dozens dead and hundreds injured. In the end, a group of students who liked to fight banded together and became the overlords of the cafeteria. Some of them came with weapons, while others grabbed knives from the kitchen. After killing dozens of people, they completely intimidated the others. After that, they occupied the kitchen and feasted inside. Originally, they didn't plan to let others eat, but fearing a backlash, they eventually let the chef continue to serve porridge to the others. Anyone who had objections would suffer their brutal beatings or even have their limbs chopped off. In the end, the others finally became obedient and dared not voice any objections. After all, they were eating porridge before, and they were still eating porridge now. So they quickly accepted the reality. However, after they accepted it, these people became more and more rampant, beating up anyone they didn't like. Some teachers who had scolded them also suffered their violent attacks. In the end, they even began to make moves on some female classmates. The principal stepped in to stop it, but was beaten half to death, and in the end, they dragged the girl he was protecting into the back. With everyone able to guess what her fate would be, the principal shouted for help, but everyone lowered their heads and chose to remain silent. Ultimately, the principal collapsed from anger and never got back up. Since then, this group became even more uncontrollable, with their suppressed malice completely released. From time to time, girls were dragged into the kitchen, but no one dared to stand up for them anymore. Anyone who did would either be beaten to death or maimed. And in the end, no one dared to intervene, choosing to protect themselves. They originally thought they could only wait for rescue to escape this predicament, but today, someone unexpectedly knocked on the door. Someone knocking meant that the zombies outside might have left, which excited countless people. However, looking at the fierce eyes of that group, the people inside ultimately didn't dare to open the door. Chapter 52. He got anxious outside. Yangbin and the others had returned to the cafeteria. Still not open? Yangbin said anxiously. No, the people inside are not responding. Tang Weiwei shook her head. With your strength, don't you know how to kick the door down? Yangbin said speechlessly. I'm afraid of breaking it. What if we can't block the zombies later? Tang Weiwei said awkwardly. Damn, thinking about later, if you don't kick it. The zombies will help you make a round trip. Yangbin complained and directly kicked the door. Bang! With over 800 kilograms of force. His kick surprisingly couldn't break the door, which surprised Yangbin. He then activated his true vision to look inside, only to find that the door was piled high with tables, chairs, and various heavy objects. Damn, do they have to be this extreme? Yangbin said speechlessly. But he could understand. Without these things, the zombies might have entered long ago. Yangbin thought for a moment and suddenly shouted inside. Open the door quickly. We're here to rescue you. The zombies have left. Everyone can come out now. Tang Weiwei and the others stared at Yangbin with wide eyes. This was too far-fetched. However, what surprised them even more was that as soon as Yangbin's words fell, various sounds of tables and chairs being moved quickly came from inside. The word rescue was enough to make the people inside forget their fear. They had been holding on, waiting for rescue, right? The ruthless group was also startled to hear rescue personnel and wanted to stop them, but at this moment, most people were already in motion, and they couldn't stop them at all. Yangbin watched the movements of the people inside, and then glanced at the increasingly close horde of zombies, feeling extremely anxious. As the zombies were about to chase them, there were still some tables and chairs left to be moved inside. Yongbin could no longer wait and kicked the door hard again. Bang! Instantly, the door was kicked open, and the tables and chairs behind it scattered on the ground. Everyone rushed into the cafeteria and quickly closed the door. "Hurry, move the tables and chairs over," shouted several people holding the door. However, the people inside looked bewildered at the group that had barged in. "Didn't you say all the zombies had left this area? You opened the door too slowly. Those zombies have come back," Yongbin said calmly. "Can we still go out?" "Not for now." Fortunately, Tang Weiwei's team was large, and they quickly moved the tables and chairs to block the door again. Everyone let out a heavy sigh of relief, for the 5,000 zombies were no joke. Then, the group looked around the cafeteria and frowned. It was filled with a bloody smell, and there was actually a pile of corpses in one corner. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Moreover, everyone present had a numb expression, and many had injuries on them. "What happened here?" Tang Weiwei frowned. However, no one answered her. Everyone lowered their heads. Tang Weiwei walked directly to a girl who was crying softly and asked, "What is going on?" The girl wanted to say something, but suddenly glanced in one direction and immediately lowered her head again, too scared to speak. Following the girl's gaze, Tang Weiwei saw a group of people standing there, looking coldly at everyone. When they noticed Tang Weiwei looking over, they quickly put on smiles. "Did you do this?" Tang Weiwei pointed to the pile of corpses in the corner. "How could that be? There was a big fight here 2 days ago over food, and these people were caught in the crossfire." The leading man laughed awkwardly. Each of the newcomers held bloodied weapons, making him wary. "Is that so?" Tang Weiwei looked at a person beside her. "Ah, yes, yes." The person quickly nodded. Tang Weiwei frowned, feeling that things were not that simple. "Weiwei, there are over 1,000 people in the cafeteria. A fight over food is inevitable. This is something we can't control," a man beside her said. Tang Weiwei nodded, still frowning. On the other side, "Brother Bin, what do you think? I feel like there is something fishy about this." Chun Hao looked at Yongbin. "It's definitely fishy," Yongbin said coldly. Then he looked at Tang Weiwei and said, "Fat woman, do you want to check the back of the kitchen?" Hearing Yongbin's words, the group's faces changed instantly, glaring fiercely at Yongbin. "Where am I fat? I'm just strong." Tang Weiwei glared at Yongbin. Okay, strong woman. I have a name. I'm Tang Weiwei." Tang Weiwei shouted angrily. All right, Tang Weiwei. Do you want to go check the back kitchen? What is back there? You'll know when you go in." "Okay." Tang Weiwei nodded and led the group towards the back kitchen. At this moment, the group of people who had just welcomed them suddenly blocked their way. "You can stay outside. There will be food for you. Don't worry about anything else." The leading man's smile turned cold. "What if I want to interfere?" Tang Weiwei said coldly. "That would be bad for everyone. Just you." Tang Weiwei scoffed and then kicked out, sending the man flying. "You dare to attack?" A large group of people behind the man immediately pulled out their weapons, glaring at Tang Weiwei. Tang Weiwei's people also drew their weapons, pointing them at the others. The atmosphere was instantly tense. Although the group had more people than Tang Weiwei's team, they couldn't match their momentum. Tang Weiwei's entire team was at the first level, and most were at the peak of the first level, with 2 at the second level. On the opposite side were just a bunch of fierce ordinary people. They were simply not on the same level. "Step aside," Tang Weiwei said coldly. The group in front was a bit scared but did not move. "Attack," Tang Weiwei said directly. The people behind her rushed at the others, and soon both sides were fighting. However, it was one-sided. This group was completely overpowered by Tang Weiwei's team, and in less than 2 minutes, they were all knocked to the ground. Tang Weiwei stepped over them to enter the back kitchen. "I just realized that having a large team really gives you a presence," Chun Hao suddenly said. "Yeah," Yongbin nodded. "We also need to find a way to expand our team, but we can't rush it. Quality over quantity. My requirement is simple. They must have abilities." "You call that simple? After all, we want to take the high-end route." "Well, with you around, I'm not worried about not finding ability users. It's a pity that this fat woman has a team. Otherwise, she would be quite good," Yongbin said. "Where is she fat?" "She is just healthy," Hu Wenliang said. "Do you like this type?" Yongbin said with a smile. No, Hu Wenliang said, a bit flustered. "If you like her, just admit it boldly. Don't be shy." "But to be honest, this woman is indeed good-looking, just a bit strong. But it matches your skinny frame." "Liangzi, it's okay. Later I'll teach you some tricks to pick up girls. I guarantee you'll win her over." Chen Hao patted Hu Wenliang on the shoulder. "No, that is not picking up girls. That is just being a simp," and in the end, you'll have nothing. I don't want to learn that. If you dare to say this again, do you believe I'll fight you? All right, he is angry. Chapter 53. The Crazy Woman. After a while, Tang Weiwei walked out of the back kitchen with a very dark expression, bringing her team with her. You all deserve to die? Tang Weiwei looked at the group, shaking with anger. The other teammates also had ashen faces. In the apocalypse, everyone is going to die anyway. So why suppress yourself? I dare say many men here want to do this. They just haven't dared to take that step, the leading man raved. Today we'll admit defeat after encountering you. But can you escape? There is not much food left in the cafeteria, and outside are all zombies. Everyone will starve to death. Waiting for rescue? Is that possible? Even if there is rescue, you won't last until that day. That is not something you should care about. You kill them, Tang Weiwei said coldly. As her words fell, a handsome man beside her walked over, swinging a fire axe directly at the opponent. A large head flew high into the air, causing many to scream in shock. Brother Bin, what is in there that made this woman so angry? Chen Hao asked curiously. A group of naked women who have been tortured beyond recognition, Yang Bin sighed. Then these people truly deserve to die. Not long after, several girls from Tang Weiwei's team brought out more than a dozen emotionless women. These women had hollow eyes and ashen faces. However, when they saw the group of men lying on the ground, their expressions suddenly turned frenzied, and they pounced on the men, biting them. Ah, get away! Cries of horror echoed in the cafeteria. After a while, the bitten men managed to escape. But each of them was bleeding, some even having flesh bitten off. After venting their anger, the women suddenly collapsed on the ground and started crying. Sigh, in the apocalypse. If women don't have power, being good-looking is a disaster. Yang Bin shook his head. Yeah, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang nodded in agreement. The few women in front were good-looking and well-built. What a pity. Clang. Several Tang knives were thrown in front of the group of women. And Tang Weiwei's cold voice came out. What is the use of crying? Grab your weapons and chop down those who insult you. A group of women were taken aback, glancing at Tang Weiwei and then at the knife on the ground, momentarily at a loss. However, soon a few women got up, picked up the Tang knives on the ground, and wildly charged at the group of men. In that moment, they forgot their fear, their eyes filled with hatred. They would never forget the atrocities these people had inflicted upon them. The scars on their chests and the pain in their lower bodies constantly reminded them of the humiliation they suffered. Blood splattered, and screams echoed. In no time, several people were chopped to a pulp, losing their voices, while a few women were covered in blood but continued to hack away in frenzy. The others were terrified by this scene, quickly retreating, afraid of getting caught up in it. Women can indeed be frightening when they go mad. Before long, those few men were nearly minced into a paste. Only then did the women stop, the madness slowly fading from their faces, and upon seeing their creation, they immediately vomited. Most people in the canteen were now on the ground, retching. This scene truly exceeded what normal people could bear. Don't kill me, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. The remaining tough guys, who had just acted fearless, finally were afraid at that moment. Death wasn't scary, but being chopped into a paste was terrifying. These people knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads and confessing. A few women picked up the Tang knives, but ultimately didn't dare to strike. Tang Weiwei shook her head and then said to the women who had just acted, "From now on, follow us." Thank you. The women had truly experienced the brutality of the apocalypse, understanding the importance of a strong team even more. The other women looked at Tang Weiwei with expectation, but she did not look back at them. Instead, she looked at Yang Bin, who was watching the show. How do you think we should deal with the remaining people? Yang Bin didn't expect them to suddenly seek his opinion, but judging by this woman's style, she likely wanted to test him. Just kill them. Why keep them alive for the new year? Yang Bin rolled his eyes. Good. Tang Weiwei nodded, and then told the people behind her. Kill them all. Got it. The people behind directly walked towards the group. Soon, screams and pleas for mercy erupted. Tang Weiwei's team showed no mercy. The apocalypse had lasted for so many days. They had long passed the phase of being soft-hearted. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived outside for so long. Killing humans was just like killing zombies. The only difference was that humans were easier to kill, but zombies were not necessarily less terrifying. Sometimes, humans were scarier than zombies. Before long, the screams gradually ceased. That group of people ultimately paid for the crimes they committed. Over 1,000 people in the canteen watched this scene. Some felt relieved, some were scared, and others were numb. After killing those people, Tang Weiwei looked at Yang Bin again and asked, "What should we do next?" The outside is full of zombies. It seems we can't get out. We just checked the kitchen. There isn't much food left. There are still over 1,000 people in the canteen. Even if we eat porridge every day, we can only last 3 days at most. If it's just us, can we last a few more days? Yongbin smiled. You? Everyone present widened their eyes at Yongbin. Hee, just kidding. Don't be so nervous, Yongbin chuckled. However, with so many people, it really is a waste of food. What do you mean by wasting food? Exactly. I see you're no better than those people. Thinking about hoarding food for yourself. People nearby exploded upon hearing Yongbin's words. Hee, am I wrong? This food will only help you live 3 more days at most. What about after 3 days? If rescue doesn't come, won't you still starve to death? Why waste this food? If we eat it ourselves, we can last at least a month, and by then, we can hold out until help arrives. Why are you so selfish? Why should you eat it? Because we're stronger, Yongbin coldly replied. A bunch of bullies who fear the strong. What were you doing when those people were acting recklessly? Now you're all jumping out. What? Do you think we're easier to talk to than those people? Hearing Yongbin's words, some people opened their mouths but didn't know what to say, their faces turning red with anger. The previous victims were not them. So they naturally kept silent, but now that their own interests were involved, how could they not jump out? Chapter 54. The last meal. You're not really planning to monopolize the food and not let them eat, are you? Tang Weiwei stared at Yongbin with wide eyes. Hee, I wouldn't stoop to doing such a thing, but these people are too comfortable. They need to feel some sense of crisis. What do you mean? We can't stay in the canteen forever, we must go out. But with thousands of zombies outside, we definitely can't get out alone. We need everyone to act together for it to be possible. But if they know there's still food, they definitely won't risk everything until the last moment. But you should know that zombies are getting stronger every day. If we wait until 3 days later, the outside might be filled with second-tier zombies. And it will be even more impossible to get out. Got it. Tang Weiwei nodded. However, even if we rush out together now, the losses will still be huge. At least half will die. If these people don't dare to act, a total wipeout is also possible. Yongbin sighed. If it were a couple of days ago, it would have been fine. Most were ordinary zombies, but now, they are basically all first-tier zombies. He had no confidence in these people. But they had to bring everyone along. With over 1,000 people, if each person killed one, that would be over 1,000. And if over 1,000 had to rely on them to kill, who knows how long it would take. Moreover, even if these people didn't dare to kill zombies, just restraining them a little would help a lot. This way, their pressure would be greatly reduced. Hearing Yongbin's words, Tang Weiwei also fell silent. The thought of half of them falling in battle weighed heavily on her heart. But she also understood that Yongbin was right. Every passing day reduced the hope of survival, and in the end, everyone would die. After a long time, Tang Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, "What do you suggest we do? You have many people. Let your people go in and cook. Today, cook all the rice. Cutting off their escape route while also giving them a full meal, so they have the strength to kill zombies later." Okay, but to kill zombies, we need weapons, right? Where will so many people get weapons? The legs of those tables in the canteen are made of iron. After eating, just take them apart. That seems to work too. Hey, you're so stupid. Why not pair up with our Liangzi? Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't survive in the apocalypse. Yongbin sighed. I'm stupid. Tang Weiwei pointed at herself with wide eyes. All this time, she had been the core of the team. And almost all the ideas were hers, which had allowed their team to develop to this point in the apocalypse. Now that someone said she was stupid, how could she accept it? However, she had to admit that this man in front of her seemed to be smarter than her, leaving her at a loss for how to retort. Hearing Yongbin's words, the handsome man beside Tang Weiwei was watching Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang warily. He didn't know which one was Liangzi, but it had to be one of these two. But soon he figured it out, because after hearing Yongbin's words, the skinny man actually blushed. Red? The woman I like could never pair up with you, the man thought to himself. Tang Weiwei forcibly suppressed her anger and gritted her teeth. You don't need to worry about my matters. Even without a man, I, Tang Weiwei, can survive in the apocalypse. Don't be so absolute. My Lianga is quite capable. You never know when you might need him, Yongbin said with a smile. If he really has that ability, then we'll talk, Tang Weiwei replied before leaving with her group. Brother Bin, how can you do this? It's like messing up a couple. Hu Wenliang said, both amused and helpless. Just admit if you have any feelings for her, Yongbin prompted. I do, but you can't just go about it like this. Isn't that counterproductive? Hu Wenliang retorted. You don't understand anything. If Brother Bin doesn't do this, She wouldn't even know who you are. At least she glanced at you because Brother Bin mentioned you. Chen Hao chimed in. I'd rather she didn't see me, Hu Wenliang said with a bitter smile. Lianga, I thought of a way for you to win her over, Yang Bin suddenly said. What method? Hu Wenliang asked, but Chen Hao was already excitedly inquiring. I'll go beat that woman up, and then Lianga can help her heal. Maybe she'll offer herself to him, Yang Bin said wisely. What kind of ridiculous plan is that? You might as well let Lianga force her, Hu Wenliang replied. Forcing her is one thing. But Lianga might not even be her match. That woman is strong. Enough, you two, stop coming up with dumb ideas. It's the apocalypse. We need to focus on survival first, not discuss these trivial matters, Hu Wenliang said, speechless. Fine, but I have to tell you, Lianga, that pretty boy next to that woman has his eyes on her. He has got the advantage since he's close, Chen Hao remarked. No advantage is no advantage. It's just the first meeting. It's not like I'm infatuated with Lu Xia like you are. Why are you dragging me into this? Well, we touched on the topic. All right, let us drop it. I actually understand Brother Bin's intentions. You want me to win her over so she can join us, giving us a strong teammate. But this can't be rushed. It has to happen naturally. All right, do as you wish, Yang Bin shrugged, no longer discussing it, and instead activated his true sight to scan the cafeteria's more than 1,000 people. After a long while, Yang Bin retracted his gaze, shaking his head helplessly. Over 1,000 people, and not a single ability user? Is the probability really this low? Initially, all 3 of them in the dorm had abilities, so he thought the chances should be higher. Only after looking did he realize they were just lucky, or rather, they should thank Chen Hao. His one phone call had created 3 ability users. If it weren't for that call, they would have been asleep by now, and who knows? They might have turned into zombies in their dreams. Even if they didn't become zombies, they would probably have been assimilated by Lu Bo. Thinking of this, Yang Bin suddenly felt a bit grateful to Lu Xia. Green is good. After a while, Tang Weiwei and the others brought back several large buckets of rice and a big plate of potatoes. As the aroma of rice wafted through, everyone in the cafeteria widened their eyes and looked at Tang Weiwei and her group. Everyone must be hungry, right? Today we're serving plenty, Tang Weiwei announced loudly. Really? That's great. Everyone trembled with excitement. After so many days, they could finally have a full meal. Everyone looked at Tang Weiwei with gratitude, unaware that this might be their last meal. But even if they knew, they would still eat because it was their only chance. Chapter 55, Cutting off retreats in the cafeteria, aside from those still in line for food. Most people were already happily eating their large bowls of rice and small plates of potatoes. After so many days, this meal was definitely the tastiest. The potatoes, which were so disliked before the apocalypse, now tasted as good as delicacies. Yang Bin and the others also each had a bowl of rice and a plate of potatoes at the table, not because they wanted special treatment, but because that was all the kitchen had left. Honestly, after eating bread and crackers for days, I realized rice is actually so delicious, Chen Hao remarked. Yeah, the potatoes are good too. It seems their team has a cooking expert, Hu Wenliang mumbled. You just haven't had vegetables in a long time. Everything tastes good to you. These potatoes were just boiled in a big pot, with nothing but oil and salt added. Where do you see a cooking expert? Yang Bin replied speechlessly. Okay. Looks like Brother Bin really knows how to cook, Hu Wenliang said awkwardly. Brother Bin has been cooking for himself since he was 10 and even worked part-time in a hotel kitchen. You think he doesn't know how to cook? Chen Hao rolled his eyes. All right, I forgot about that. Hu Wenliang felt embarrassed. Having a lot of people is good. Meals are prepared quickly for so many. Chen Hao remarked. Yes, Tang Weiwei really knows how to manage her team. The people in her group are very efficient. Yang Bin said seriously. I agree, but I believe Brother Bin is definitely stronger than her, Chen Hao asserted, never doubting Yang Bin's abilities. I believe that too, Hu Wenliang added. You two stop flattering me. Hurry up and eat. After you finish, Haozi, you should eat this crystal. We'll likely need to clear a path ahead, and even if there are many of us, the pressure will be great up front, so you need to level up to tier 3 as soon as possible. Okay, Chen Hao nodded, quickly finishing his rice and then taking the crystal Yang Bin handed him, swallowing it without hesitation. After a while, Chen Hao finally absorbed all the energy from the crystal and became a tier 3 evolver. At the beginning of the apocalypse, a team with 2 tier 3s would definitely crush 99 of teams. Over an hour later, almost everyone in the cafeteria had finished their meals, leaving the place spotless. At this moment, Tang Weiwei stood up again and loudly asked, Is everyone full? Full. Thank you, beautiful Tang. Everyone responded loudly. During this time, everyone had learned Tang Weiwei's name. As they were all from the same school, and there were always some familiar faces. After killing the villains, saving those women, and now cooking for everyone to ensure they were full, Tang Weiwei's image was extremely positive in everyone's minds. I'm glad you're full, but I need to share some bad news with everyone. The meal just now was made from all the remaining rice in the kitchen, meaning there's nothing left to eat now. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, although they had suspected it at first. The delicious aroma of the rice had made them throw all their doubts aside. Now, hearing Tang Weiwei's words felt like a thunderbolt. If you don't believe me, you can go check the kitchen, Tang Weiwei said again. Following her words, quite a few people rushed into the kitchen. After a while, these people came out with grim expressions. There was not a single grain of rice left in the kitchen, not even a leaf of vegetables. The floor was cleaner than their faces. Why would you do this? Many people began to question Tang Weiwei. The food in there could barely last 3 days, even if we ate porridge every day. Instead of starving for 3 days, wouldn't it be better to have a hearty meal? What do you think? Tang Weiwei smiled. If we could last 3 more days, maybe help would arrive. What you've done is effectively cutting off everyone's retreat. Just moments ago, everyone was grateful, but now they glared at Tang Weiwei and the others with anger. Help! Help! Always thinking about help. Don't you know how to save yourselves? Are you just going to wait to die if help doesn't come? Tang Weiwei shouted angrily. We're leaving soon. If you want to leave with us, think of a way to break the table legs into weapons and charge out with us. If you want to stay here and wait to die, feel free. After saying this, Tang Weiwei ignored the others and returned to her team to discuss. As her words fell, the expressions of the people present kept changing. To be honest, after so many days, deep down, they had already lost hope for rescue. They just didn't want to face it. People are like that. As long as it's not the last moment, they want to think about fighting desperately. Although they only ate some porridge in the cafeteria every day, at least they wouldn't starve to death, living one day at a time, hoping that rescue might come at any moment. However, now that the food was gone, staying here only meant the possibility of starving to death. At this moment, these people finally began to face reality. They knew they had to go out to survive. Now that someone was willing to take them out, it was their only chance. If they missed this opportunity, they would just have to wait to die. No one wanted to wait to die, so soon someone started to unscrew the table legs. They flipped the tables over and kicked them hard. With a few more kicks, they could break them, and if that didn't work, they could get a few more people to help. Soon, the table legs were taken off one by one. Although they weren't very sturdy, they were at least decent weapons. After a group of people picked up the weapons, they all looked at Tang Weiwei. Good. It seems you all don't want to wait to die here. In that case, we will charge out together in a while. However, I must warn you in advance. This charge is extremely dangerous. Be mentally prepared. If anyone is afraid to kill zombies, then stay here quietly. Otherwise, going out will be a death sentence. Is there anyone who is afraid to kill zombies? Tang Weiwei shouted. No. The people below showed determined expressions. Since they chose to fight, they would surely overcome this difficulty. Tang Weiwei nodded and then walked towards Yangbin. At this moment, everyone noticed that this strong woman seemed to be seeking that person's opinion. If they guessed correctly, cooking all the rice must have been this guy's idea. After all, he had said he wanted to monopolize all the food. Many people's gazes towards Yangbin were filled with hostility. They couldn't understand why Tang Weiwei, with a team of 70 to 80 people, would seek the opinion of someone with only a team of 3. Tang Weiwei's teammates felt the same. They noticed that their previously calm and decisive Weiwei seemed to lack confidence in everything since encountering this guy. It seemed they needed to distance themselves from these few people quickly, thought the handsome man named Mou. Chapter 56. Breaking out of the cafeteria. No matter what others thought, Tang Weiwei had already arrived in front of Yangbin. When do we start? Yangbin activated his true sight, scanning all 4 directions, and found that the zombies on the side they had just entered were the fewest. And there were no third-tier zombies here, while the other 2 sides had them, making this the best breakthrough point. Give them 10 minutes to prepare, and after 10 minutes, we will charge out through the side door. I will lead my people to clear the way in front, and your people will take care of the sides and the rear. The difficulty of clearing the way in front is immense. Are you sure the 3 of you can handle it? Tang Weiwei asked skeptically. If you doubt our abilities, you can let your people clear the way. I have no objections. Yangbin waved his hand, thinking if others had the ability, he wouldn't want to take this job. I don't doubt your abilities. I just think 3 of you might be a bit too few, as the danger in front is too great. Then you should come to the front as well. Having more people is indeed better, Yangbin said. Okay, Tang Weiwei nodded. All right, then it's settled. Remember, this time the main goal is to escape. Make it clear to them that no one is allowed to retrieve crystals. Anyone who stops to retrieve crystals will be killed. Yangbin said coldly. Why don't you say it? Your prestige is higher. Yangbin laughed. Tang Weiwei rolled her eyes, feeling like she was being treated like an assistant. 10 minutes later, are you ready? Yangbin shouted to the crowd behind him. Everyone nodded solemnly. Yangbin glanced at Tang Weiwei, who nodded back. With a wave of her hand, her team quickly moved the tables and chairs aside. Chunhao then pulled the door open. Yangbin rushed out instantly, swinging the barbell rod and killing several zombies at the entrance who hadn't reacted yet, then charged straight ahead. Behind him, Chunhao, Hu Wenliang, and Tang Weiwei quickly followed. Suddenly, a large group of zombies became excited at the sight of so many people and rushed at them frantically. The group formed a triangular formation, with Yangbin leading the charge, swinging his barbell rod wildly, swiftly killing one zombie after another. On both sides, Chunhao and Hu Wenliang quickly dealt with the zombies coming from the sides, while Tang Weiwei, holding a fire axe, suddenly felt a lack of presence. In the end, she could only step back a bit and fight off the zombies coming from the sides and rear with her teammates. As Yangbin delved deeper, others quickly came into close combat with the zombies. Perhaps the psychological work they had done before was effective, or perhaps these people had come to their senses. At this moment, everyone wielded table legs and viciously struck at the charging zombies. Although their attacks were somewhat chaotic, they prevented the zombies from getting close for the time being. At this moment, the advantage of having more people became evident, with 4,000 to 5,000 zombies. If they all attacked Yangbin and his group, they could wear them out. But now, with so many people sharing the pressure, they at least didn't have to worry about being attacked from behind. However, the current zombies were no longer ordinary zombies, facing the relentless first-tier zombies. How could these ordinary people hold up? Before long, casualties began to appear in the crowd, one after another being knocked down and bitten to death by zombies, making those nearby feel furious. However, as more and more people were slaughtered by zombies, it seemed these individuals were stimulated, changing from fear to frenzy. There was no turning back now. If they didn't fight, they would die. Everyone threw away their fears and madly struck at the approaching zombies. Up ahead, Yangbin had no idea how many zombies he had killed. The front still seemed endless. After killing one, another would immediately pounce, making his progress extremely slow. Fortunately, Yangbin was already at the third tier, with over 800 kilograms of strength, allowing him to stand like a war god among the horde of zombies, unmovable. No matter how many zombies charged at him, he could withstand without taking a step back. Although his speed was slow, he still led everyone forward with determination. Many people were shocked by Yangbin's strength. They finally understood why even a strong woman like Tang Weiwei listened to him. Tang Weiwei was equally shocked. Being closest to him, she could feel Yangbin's power more acutely. Although she had guessed he was already at the third tier, she believed her own abilities wouldn't be too far off. But now, it seemed she was really not on the same level as him. If it came to a fight, she probably wouldn't be able to take even one of his blows. What shocked her even more was that the other two beside him were also extraordinarily strong. 3 people. 2 at the third tier, and 1 at the peak of the second tier. Wasn't that terrifying? The other members of Tang Weiwei's team also fell silent. Previously, when Tang Weiwei said their team might not be a match for Yangbin's group, they were still unconvinced. Now, thinking back, they felt a wave of fear. If Tang Weiwei hadn't stopped them, they would likely be half dead by now. The battle continued, and the number of people in the crowd kept decreasing as the entire team gradually broke through. At this rate, if nothing unexpected happened, breaking out would definitely not be a problem, and perhaps the losses would be smaller than Yangbin had anticipated because he hadn't expected these people to go completely crazy. However, just as everything was going smoothly, someone who had been knocked down by a zombie accidentally touched a crystal. The urge to survive made him forget the rules set before leaving, and he swallowed the crystal directly. Soon, the crystal transformed into energy and fused into his body. Just as he was about to be bitten to death by the zombie, he suddenly erupted with immense strength, pushing the zombie away, and instantly stood up, smashing the zombie dead with a heavy iron pole. This scene caught the attention of many, and their eyes began to search around. Not long after, a person who had been bitten by a zombie and was on the verge of turning into one, with a mindset of trying anything as a last resort, quickly took a crystal from a zombie's head and swallowed it. Soon, amidst everyone's astonished gazes, his body slowly returned to normal, completely escaping the crisis of turning into a zombie. It was said online that a first-tier evolved could withstand the energy erosion of a first-tier zombie. And it turned out to be true. At this moment, The crowd could no longer sit still. There were zombie corpses everywhere on the ground. And as long as they could get their hands on a crystal, not only would their strength surge, but they also wouldn't have to worry about being turned into zombies if they were injured. At this moment, the rules set by Tang Weiwei were completely thrown out the window. In their hearts, they believed that becoming stronger meant a greater chance of escaping. Thus, these people began to sneakily take crystals, and eventually, it escalated into a scramble. By the time Yang Bin and the others noticed the situation, it was already out of control. Damn! Yang Bin cursed angrily. The worst thing he feared had happened. Why aren't your people keeping an eye on them? Everyone is dealing with zombies. Who has that much time to watch them? Tang Weiwei replied helplessly. At this moment, due to the scramble for crystals, the formation was completely disrupted, and under the impact of the zombies, the team was quickly divided into several segments. Without Yang Bin leading the way, those who had been separated could already be declared dead. Those who don't want to die, keep up. Those who want to die can go dig for crystals. Yang Bin shouted angrily, then disregarded everyone else and accelerated his movements. Everyone, keep up. Don't worry about those people. Tang Weiwei shouted to her teammates and quickly followed Yang Bin's pace. Some of the more level-headed individuals hurriedly followed suit. When those who had managed to grab crystals raised their heads, they found themselves surrounded by zombies. Chapter 57. Escaped as the number of people dwindled. The pressure on the crowd increased. Chen Hao also came to Yang Bin's side. Both of them abandoned defense and charged madly into the zombie horde. With two third-tier evolved individuals desperately pushing forward, the group's speed improved significantly. A few minutes later, Yang Bin kicked down 7 or 8 zombies in front of him and then stepped on them to break through the zombie encirclement. The people behind him quickly followed, rushing out before the zombies could form another encirclement. However, from the original 1,800 people, there were now fewer than 500 left, having lost more than 2/3. Run to the teaching building, Yang Bin yelled, then swept his barbell to smash back a group of encroaching zombies. The remaining survivors were all relatively clever. Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, they didn't dare to linger and frantically ran toward the teaching building. Yang Bin, along with Tang Weiwei and the others, also ran in that direction, killing the pursuing zombies as they fled. Before long, they rushed into the teaching building, quickly went upstairs, and began to secure the stairwell. Killing zombies in the stairwell was like second nature for Yang Bin and the others. The stairwell of the teaching building was much larger than that of the dormitories. And fortunately, there were many people now. The 3 of them, along with Tang Weiwei and Mou, 2 second-tier evolved, were enough to secure the stairwell. The 5 of them, dragging their exhausted bodies, guarded the stairway while the others quickly hid in the classrooms. Yang Bin shook his head. He had originally wanted to lower his standards and find some teammates among these people, but now it seemed unnecessary. Half an hour later, the stairwell was completely blocked, and the 5 collapsed onto the ground. This time, they were truly exhausted. Even Yang Bin felt he could hardly lift the barbell anymore. After a while, they finally caught their breath. Tang Weiwei looked at Yang Bin and sincerely said, "Thank you. We owe this to you. Don't thank me. We just wanted to escape ourselves. You were just along for the ride." Yang Bin waved his hand dismissively. "No matter what, without you, we definitely wouldn't have escaped this time," Tang Weiwei said seriously. She was very clear about how difficult this trip had been. Their team had shrunk from 70 or 80 people to just over 40, almost having their numbers. Given how hard it was for them at the back, it was easy to imagine how challenging it was for Yang Bin and the others who had been leading the way. She knew she wouldn't have made it out. "I'm curious. You 3, how did you manage to improve your strength to this level in such a short time? I didn't see you with any special abilities." Tang Weiwei asked, puzzled. "That's not convenient to tell you. You're not Liangzi's wife." "I spoke out of turn," Tang Weiwei replied, speechless. Yang Bin smiled and didn't say anything more. The group sat on the ground to rest. They had all sustained quite a few injuries, but with outsiders present, Yang Bin couldn't let Hu Wenliang treat them. Hu Wenliang's ability was quite special. If it were revealed, it would cause a lot of trouble. So they could only wait until they returned to the dormitory to treat their injuries. After resting for more than half an hour, Yang Bin got up from the ground. "All right, it's getting dark. We need to leave. I don't want to spend the night in the classroom. The stairwell is completely blocked. How are you going to get out?" "Jump down from the second-floor window. The teaching building isn't as enclosed as the cafeteria. There are plenty of ways to get out." "Aren't you worried about them?" "I'm not their parent. Why should I worry about them? Just getting them out is good enough." Yang Bin rolled his eyes. "All right, so you're not going to take those crystals?" Tang Weiwei pointed at the corpses in the stairwell. "They're yours. Yangbin smiled, and then led Chun Hao and the others toward another classroom. They had already lost interest in first-tier crystals. They just wanted to return to the dormitory and heal their wounds as soon as possible. Wei Wei, let us try to keep our distance from them in the future. Mou whispered as he watched the others leave. Why? I think those three are too dangerous, Mou said softly, not daring to mention that he was worried Tang Weiwei might be taken away by them. Actually, it's not so bad. That Yangbin may seem cold and heartless. But he is not without compassion. At least he brought people out, Tang Weiwei said solemnly. Although she didn't want to admit it. She had to say that in terms of strength and ability, that person was stronger than her. Making friends with him would be beneficial. Having more allies in the apocalypse means a greater chance of survival. Alright, with that said, Mou couldn't argue anymore. He could only be more cautious in the future to ensure that no one really got taken away. Yangbin and the others arrived at a classroom window and looked down. The teaching building was a bit taller than the dormitory. From the second floor to the ground was about 35 meters. Although this height was somewhat daunting, it was trivial for the three of them, who were second and third tier. There were more than 10 zombies downstairs, but it wasn't a big problem. Yangbin jumped down first, and as more than 10 zombies noticed him, they quickly lunged at him. Yangbin casually swung his barbell a few times and took them all down. Soon, Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang also jumped down. And then the group cautiously made their way back to the dormitory. Once back in the dormitory, the three collapsed onto their beds, not wanting to move. After a while, Hu Wenliang got up to treat everyone. Although they didn't have fatal injuries, they were all covered in various wounds that needed to be treated quickly. After more than an hour, with several breaks in between, Hu Wenliang finally treated the wounds on everyone, and he himself collapsed from exhaustion, falling asleep on the bed. Yangbin and Chun Hao, however, were feeling more energetic. Thank goodness we have Liangzi here. What would we do if the others got hurt? Chun Hao suddenly said. Actually, evolved individuals have improved physical qualities, so their recovery abilities are also enhanced, as long as they don't suffer fatal injuries. Most minor wounds can heal in a few days. However, being able to treat them is definitely better, so we should try to keep Liangzi's ability from being exposed. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble. Bingu, what should we do next? Continue to improve our strength? Yes. I see others are expanding their teams, clearly wanting to achieve great things in the apocalypse. Shouldn't we also be patient? You should know that the authorities definitely won't allow anyone to become self-proclaimed kings. Although the official control has greatly diminished now, their power is still the strongest. Not to mention firearms, just the number of evolvers under their command is definitely the highest. So we shouldn't touch the bottom line of the authorities for now. Let's see how the situation develops. We should first enhance our own strength. And when chaos truly breaks out one day, we will have the capital to compete. Brother Ben, I'll follow you no matter what you decide. Chun Hao said firmly. Good brother. Chapter 58. 3 bandits at midnight. The three of them and a cat climbed onto the rooftop again to watch the stars. No matter how tired they were, they had to stick to watching the stars every day. This was key to staying ahead of others. They stayed until 5 in the morning before returning to the dormitory to catch up on sleep. For the next few days, they went out to kill zombies during the day and returned to the dormitory at night to sleep and watch the stars. After the cafeteria incident, Yangbin became more cautious, confirming there was no danger before acting every time. Fortunately, the number of Tier 3 zombies was increasing. And although there were many other zombies around each Tier 3 zombie, it became easier to find targets as the numbers grew. In 3 days, Yangbin and the others continuously killed 8 Tier 3 zombies. After Hu Wenliang also reached Tier 3, the remaining Tier 3 crystals were consumed by Yangbin, boosting his strength to the Tier 3 limit. After reaching Tier 3, it required eating 7 Tier 3 crystals to reach the limit. The number of crystals needed increased with each tier, making it harder to level up as one progressed. After reaching the peak of Tier 3, Yangbin's strength broke through 1,000 kilograms, reaching over 1,100 kilograms, surpassing the human limit. Based on Yangbin's guess, the strength of Tier 3 should be around 700 to 900 kilograms. His ability to exceed 1,000 kilograms was due to the additional strength gained from training. He could gain over 30 kilograms of strength each day, accumulating about 100 kilograms every 3 days. Now, after training for 7 or 8 days, he had gained over 200 kilograms of additional strength. This extra power was enough for him to crush other Tier 3 experts of the same level. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang had also gained over 80 kilograms of additional strength. Although it didn't seem like much, it was built up over time, and the advantage would grow as time passed. Currently, there were fewer than 1,000 people still alive in the school, down from over 30,000. This terrifying ratio included the 500 who escaped from the cafeteria last time. With Tang Weiwei's help, they successfully escaped from the teaching building. Now, many powerful teams had emerged within the school, and many members of these teams had already reached Tier 2, able to handle normal zombie hordes. As their strength increased, many people's ambitions began to surface. Coupled with the food shortage in the school, conflicts between teams over resources became frequent. Even Yang Bin and his friends encountered several teams that tried to force them to join because they were outnumbered, but they ended up beating them to tears. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, in the graduate dormitory, Brother Bin, we have run out of food. We need to find some today, Chunhao said helplessly as he rummaged through his backpack. It seems that the entire school has little food left. The larger supermarkets have been occupied by those powerful teams, making it hard to find anything. Hu Wenliang frowned. It looks like we are going to have to leave the school soon, Yang Bin sighed. To be honest, I am a little reluctant to leave the school. Although it is dangerous here, the school is a closed environment, and the zombies outside cannot get in, which is much safer than outside. Moreover, they were familiar with the school, and if they went out, survival would become significantly more difficult. But there is no other choice. There is only so much food here, and staying here indefinitely is not an option. Let us first find a big supermarket to scavenge and solve today's food issue. Then we'll leave the school tomorrow. Okay. The three of them put on their backpacks and walked out of the dormitory toward one of the larger supermarkets. Upon reaching the supermarket entrance, they found the doors tightly shut. Yang Bin activated his true vision and saw that there were about 40 to 50 people inside. However, Yang Bin was more concerned about whether there was food inside. After looking around, he discovered that the shelves outside were almost empty, but there were still many items in the storage room inside. That's good enough. Yang Bin smiled and approached to knock on the door. Who is it? Someone inside exclaimed. Classmates, open the door, we just want to get some food, Yang Bin said politely. There is no food here. You should go somewhere else, the person inside replied. We'll find out if there's food if you let us in. Just open the door. This door isn't very sturdy, and it would be bad if it got damaged. Yang Bin insisted. There is no food, now get lost. If you dare damage the door, I'll kill you. One person shouted angrily. Just as he finished speaking, with a loud bang, a large hole was broken in the rolling shutter door, and a foot appeared from inside. Then, two hands tore the rolling shutter door open, and three figures walked in. Damn, you dare break our door? You must want to die? The leader, a man with brown hair, was instantly enraged upon seeing this. At this moment, someone behind him quickly tugged at the man's shirt and said in fear, Li Gu, it's those three. I don't care who they are. Damn it. The man was taken aback when he recognized the three. It's Captain Yang. I didn't know it was you. I'm sorry. The man quickly apologized. You know me? Yang Bin asked, puzzled. Who in the school doesn't know you? The man forced a smile. What is going on? Am I that famous? You might not know, but our teams have compiled a list of the top teams in the school that shouldn't be messed with. And you three are at the top, the man whispered. There is such a ranking? How come I didn't know? You guys have always acted independently, not interacting much with other teams, so it's normal you wouldn't know. Moreover, this is information we need to grasp. You may not need it. All right, whatever. I can't be bothered with these things. Is there any food? The man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately dared not hide it. There is still some. He then turned to the few people behind him and said, go to the storage room and bring out the food. Go quickly. Oh, okay. The people behind him reluctantly walked to the back. Food is the foundation of survival. They didn't have much left and didn't want to give it to others. But unfortunately, they ran into these three bandits, and they had to comply. In a little while, they brought out 2 boxes, one of biscuits and one of bread. Here. Is this enough? The man said cautiously. Yang Bin threw over the 3 backpacks. Help us pack it up, and also bring a few bottles of mineral water. Okay. The man didn't dare refuse. Before long, all 3 backpacks were filled, and the man handed the backpacks and several bottles of mineral water to Yang Bin, hesitating for a moment before saying, Captain Yang, with your strength, why don't you recruit more teammates? Now, every team is at odds with each other. I think with your strength, you could easily consolidate the school's teams. Not interested. After Yang Bin finished speaking, he left with the 2 without any hesitation. Li Gu. They took so much stuff. When the boss comes back, he is definitely going to kill us, a little brother said with a mournful face. What can I do when we run into these 3 bandits? Just tell the truth if the boss asks. If he has the ability, he can go ask them for it. Chapter 59. Tier 4 zombies after leaving the supermarket. Yang Bin and the others took Little Orange to search for Tier 3 zombies to kill. Little Orange easily attracts strange looks from others because of its size. So Yang Bin told it to play by itself when people are around. Now Little Orange has already reached the 3rd stage, not by eating 3rd stage crystals, but through its own efforts. It seems that mutated beasts and zombies have their own unique ways to advance, while humans have yet to figure out a method and can only rely on eating crystals to level up. However, Yang Bin has a feeling that perhaps they could also break through if they cultivate to a certain level. The school is enclosed, and the zombies outside cannot get in. After so many days of killing, the number of zombies has decreased significantly. It's no longer like before, where there were zombies everywhere as soon as you stepped outside. However, the zombies now are increasingly difficult to kill, as most of them are clustered around 3rd stage zombies, and there are very few solitary zombies left. There are now at least dozens of 3rd stage zombies in the entire school. Basically, whenever they see a large group of zombies, there is definitely a 3rd stage zombie among them. So, 3rd stage zombies are easy to find, but hard to kill. With their current strength, encountering 100 or 200 zombies is not a problem. They can fight them head-on. However, if there are more, they would struggle. Now, the 2nd stage zombies have almost taken up half of the numbers. They are not so easy to kill anymore. With Yang Bin around, the group quickly found a target to take action against. A group of over 200 zombies, among which was a 3rd stage zombie, just within their capacity to handle. The 3 were just about to move when a roar suddenly came from not far away, and the group of zombies in front of them quickly ran towards that direction. What is going on? The 3 looked confused. Could it be that a companion is summoning them? Shenhao said uncertainly, but we haven't seen any zombies that can summon companions for so long. The zombies around the 3rd stage zombie just gather on their own. It's not like it's summoning them, Hu Wenliang said, puzzled. Could it be? Yang Bin's eyes lit up. Let us go take a look. The 3 of them and the cat quickly followed the group of zombies towards the source of the zombie sounds. Before long, they arrived outside the playground and saw over 1,000 zombies gathered together in the playground. Since the people in the cafeteria left, the zombies surrounding the cafeteria had gradually dispersed, and they hadn't seen such a large group of zombies again. They didn't expect it to appear now. And this time it was not because of humans, but simply due to that very ordinary zombie in the center of the playground. At that moment, all the zombies were looking at the zombie in the middle, seemingly waiting for it to give orders. Yang Bin activated his true vision and looked over, and indeed saw that the crystal in its head was larger than that of the 3rd stage zombies, about the size of a peanut. Without a doubt, this was definitely a 4th stage zombie. A flash of excitement crossed Yang Bin's eyes. A 4th stage zombie. As long as he kills it, he can advance to the 4th stage. However, seeing the 1,000-strong zombie horde, Yang Bin felt a bit of a headache. Killing a 4th stage zombie within such a massive horde of zombies would be incredibly challenging. Moreover, among this group of zombies, there were also 4 3rd stage zombies, which increased the difficulty significantly. However, encountering a 4th stage zombie is a rare opportunity, and it feels a bit hard to give up. If they could reach the 4th stage before leaving the school, their safety would be greatly increased. Brother Bin, is it a 4th stage zombie? Shenhao asked in a low voice. Yes. Yang Bin nodded. Shenhao and Hu Wenliang's eyes lit up. But seeing the massive horde of zombies, they felt a bit distressed. Brother Bin, should we go for it? Yang Bin activated his true vision to observe the surrounding situation. It seemed that the roar of this 4th stage zombie had summoned the nearby zombies, and there were no zombies in the vicinity. Yang Bin thought for a moment and nodded vigorously. Go for it. Little Orange, you go first and see if you can lure away some of the zombies. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Little Orange widened its eyes at him, as if saying, Are you asking me to go die? Hurry, you're fast. They can't catch up to you. Led them towards the small forest, and once you get there, you can just climb a tree, right? Meow? Little Orange let out a low meow and rushed forward. Soon, a group of zombies noticed it, and instantly, they charged towards it. Little Orange took off running, moving incredibly fast. Hundreds of zombies followed closely behind. However, just when Yang Bin thought this plan was feasible, the 4th stage zombies suddenly roared again, and the zombies that had chased after Little Orange actually turned back. What the hell? This guy is so smart. Shenhao's eyes widened. Clearly, the 4th stage zombie already has a certain level of intelligence, Yang Bin said solemnly. Before long, Little Orange also ran back, looking at Yang Bin as if to say it wasn't that it didn't try to lure them, but that they wouldn't come. What do we do now? Hu Wenliang asked. Let us wait and see. This guy seems to be gathering the surrounding zombies, probably planning something. The three of them and the cat hid at a distance, quietly observing the zombie horde. Sure enough, not long after, led by the fourth stage zombie, the group of zombies began to sweep through the school. The three quickly followed. At this time, at the entrance of a supermarket, two groups of people were on edge. This place was occupied by us first. You should find another place, Zhao Kuan said, looking at the unfriendly newcomers. In this world, the strong are respected. We have our eyes on this place, so you can leave. The leader of the Taekwondo club, Zhou Xiong, said coldly. You're not much stronger than us. If it comes to a fight, even if you win, you'll lose at least half your people. Zhao Kuan said coldly. Is that so? Zhou Xiong sneered. Then looked at the people behind Zhao Kuan and said, I'll give you an opportunity. Those who don't want to die can join our team. Everyone who joins will receive a second stage crystal, and those who stay with that team, don't blame me for being ruthless later. As his words fell, the people behind Zhao Kuan immediately showed uncertain expressions. These people were already a group that swayed with the wind. They had previously approached Zhao Kuan's group because of their strength, but now seeing an even stronger team, they were tempted. After all, there's a second stage crystal to gain. Staying here might even cost them their lives. Sorry, Kuan Gu, but I don't want to die yet. Soon, someone stepped out, walking towards Zhou Xiong's team. With one person taking the lead, more and more people began to leave Zhao Kuan's group and move towards Zhou Xiong. Before long, except for the big black guy and the skinny monkey, almost everyone else had gone over. Ha ha ha, now I want to see how you fight me. Zhou Xiong laughed heartily. Zhao Kuan's face darkened to the extreme, and he finally had to grit his teeth and say, The supermarket is yours. Big black monkey, we're leaving. After speaking, he prepared to leave with the two. I didn't say to let you leave, Zhou Xiong said coldly. Chapter 60. Battle with the fourth stage zombie. What else do you want? Zhao Kuan stared fiercely at Zhou Xiong. Since they all joined my team, why don't you join us too? Zhou Xiong smiled. Dream on, Zhao Kuan said coldly. Then don't blame me. In this apocalypse, I don't want to leave myself with troubles. Kill them. As his words fell, dozens of people behind him instantly surrounded Zhao Kuan and the two. Just as both sides were about to clash, they suddenly felt the ground shaking. A group of people was startled and quickly looked towards the distance. They saw a large group of zombies rushing towards them not far away. Everyone's expression changed dramatically, and they hurriedly forgot about killing each other, rushing into the supermarket and closing the rolling door. Hurry, drag the shelves over and block the door, Zhou Xiong urged. A group of people quickly got to work, dragging rows of shelves to the back of the door, blocking it tightly. Soon, a horde of zombies reached the entrance of the supermarket and began to violently bang against the door. Looking at the constantly shaking door, everyone's hearts were in their throats. How could there be so many zombies? Zhou Xiong said with an extremely serious expression. Who knows? There must be over 1,000. It's terrifying. Outside, a group of zombies had been crashing into the door for a while without breaking through. At that moment, a fourth-tier zombie suddenly let out a roar. And then four third-tier zombies went over and crashed hard into the door. Bang! The door made a loud noise. Dust fell from above, and several shelves at the back collapsed one after another, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Hurry, brace the top, Zhou Xiong shouted. And a group of people pressed hard against the shelves behind the door. Bang bang. The four third-tier zombies kept crashing into the rolling shutter door, deforming it. However, with dozens of second-tier revolvers holding the door, these few zombies couldn't break it open. Just then, the fourth-tier zombie suddenly walked over, squatted down, grabbed the bottom of the rolling shutter door, and pulled it up. What the hell? Not far away, Yang Bin and the others widened their eyes. This zombie actually knows how to open a rolling shutter door? Zombies had always only known how to crash into doors, and couldn't even open a door outward. This fourth-tier zombie actually knew how to operate the rolling shutter, and this scene directly shocked the three of them. If that's the case, how can people survive? The people hiding inside the supermarket clearly didn't expect this scene either. Seeing the suddenly rising rolling shutter, their jaws dropped in shock. It's over. Despair showed on everyone's faces. As the rolling shutter rose, the zombies quickly rushed inside, immediately knocking over the shelves at the entrance. Everyone grab your weapons and kill, Zhou Xiong shouted, swinging an axe to cleave the head of the zombie at the front. Others quickly regained their senses and hurriedly picked up weapons to kill the invading zombies. The two teams together had over 100 people, all of whom had killed many zombies. Although they were desperate, they still wanted to struggle. However, as the rolling shutter fully opened, more and more zombies rushed in, and their defensive line was quickly broken. A fierce battle broke out inside the supermarket, but fortunately, the space inside the supermarket was limited, so too many zombies couldn't enter at once, allowing the people inside to hold on for a while longer. Not far away, Yang Bin's eyes lit up at this scene. Let's go, we'll stab them in the back. After saying that, he picked up a barbell and rushed forward, with the two behind him quickly following. The three soon charged to the back of the zombies, swinging the barbell wildly and quickly killing the zombies behind. Little Orange's figure also weaved through the crowd of zombies, snapping the necks of one zombie after another. Little Orange's advantage was speed, while strength was not her strong suit. First and second tier zombies were manageable, but third tier zombies were much harder to kill. The zombies quickly noticed these three, and with a roar from the fourth tier zombie, the zombies behind them turned and charged at the three. The three showed no fear, wildly swinging the barbell and quickly killing the charging zombies. With someone drawing the main force, these minor zombies were naturally no problem for them. As they killed more and more, the fourth tier zombie finally sensed something was wrong, feeling that these four were harder to deal with than the large group inside. With a loud roar from it, hundreds of zombies that hadn't charged into the supermarket turned around and pounced toward them. What the hell? This isn't a game. Yang Bin cursed, decisively leading his group to retreat quickly. If you're going to play like this, then I won't play along. A horde of zombies crazily chased after them, conservatively estimated to be at least 600 or 700. Brother Bin, what do we do? Run to the library, lead them to the library, and then we'll jump down from the second floor window, Yang Bin said. Brother Bin, are you thinking? Hee, our target has always been that fourth tier zombie. Got it. The three quickly ran into the library, and a large group of zombies instantly followed. The library was huge, and the group led the zombies around, knocking over row after row of bookshelves, toppling as many as they could. Then, they quickly ran up to the second floor and jumped down from the window without hesitation. Yang Bin rushed over to close the library door immediately. Go. The group quickly made their way back. Before long, they returned to the supermarket entrance. At this time, apart from the zombies inside the supermarket, there were already less than 100 zombies outside. Let's go. I'll take care of the fourth tier zombie. You all hold off the others. Okay. The three in Little Orange rushed toward the group of zombies without hesitation. The fourth tier zombie showed a puzzled expression when it saw the three returning. Where's my large group of minions? However, Yang Bin wouldn't give it time to think, swinging the barbell to smash down on its head. Roar. The fourth tier zombie let out an angry roar, clapping its hand to directly knock Yang Bin's barbell aside. And then it lunged at Yang Bin. Yang Bin was startled, not expecting the opponent to be able to knock his weapon away. However, having faced many battles, Yang Bin wasn't easily flustered. As the zombie was about to pounce on him, he kicked it hard in the stomach. Bang! The force of over a ton instantly sent it flying. The zombie flipped on the ground but quickly got back up, letting out a roar. And the nearby zombies surprisingly abandoned Chun Hao and the others, directly turning to pounce on Yang Bin. What the hell? No martial ethics, Yang Bin complained, swinging his barbell to eliminate several charging zombies. But at that moment, the fourth tier zombie, which had been hiding behind, suddenly lunged at him. Yang Bin's eyes narrowed, and having just used up his strength, he quickly dodged to the side. Although he avoided this lunge, the zombie's claws left his shoulder bloodied and mangled. This bastard. You guys hurry up and deal with the other zombies, Yang Bin shouted to Chun Hao and the others, then turned his serious gaze toward the fourth tier zombie. This guy is definitely much harder to deal with than the third tier ones. Chapter 61. New team member Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang quickly intercepted the zombies rushing toward Yang Bin, allowing him to focus on dealing with the fourth tier zombie. Yang Bin touched the scratch on his shoulder, his expression somewhat grim. That claw injured the bone, making his left arm a bit weak. Just then, the zombie suddenly lunged at Yang Bin again. Yang Bin grabbed the barbell and swung it horizontally. Bang! The zombie couldn't dodge this attack, and it hit squarely in the chest. Under Yang Bin's immense strength, it must have broken many ribs, sending it flying several meters away. However, broken ribs didn't affect the zombie much, and it quickly got back up. But it didn't rush at Yang Bin immediately. Instead, it cautiously watched him. Yang Bin also stayed still, watching the zombie. Eventually, the zombie couldn't hold back anymore, and when Yang Bin deliberately looked elsewhere, it lunged at him. A smirk appeared on Yang Bin's lips, and as the zombie was about to pounce on him, he swung the barbell back down toward its head. The fourth tier zombie had a strong awareness of protecting its head, immediately reaching out to grab the barbell. Fortunately, Yang Bin was strong enough. Its grab not only failed to catch the barbell, but also broke its hand. However, the zombie felt no pain, and its other hand reached for Yang Bin's chest. Its sharp claws instantly leaving deep gashes down to the bone. Yang Bin didn't care about the pain and kicked it away, swinging the barbell down again toward its head. Bang! The blow that was supposed to hit its head instead struck its shoulder due to a last-minute shift. However, Yang Bin's strength was tremendous, even hitting the shoulder. He still knocked it to the ground. Yang Bin gave the zombie no chance. As it was getting up, he swung the barbell down again toward its head. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Even though the fourth-level zombie's head was hard, it couldn't withstand Yang Bin's over 1,000 kilograms of force and was directly crushed. Yang Bin let out a sigh of relief and quickly took out the crystal. Looking at the peanut-sized fourth-level crystal in his hand, a smile finally appeared on Yang Bin's face. At this moment, Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang had also killed the last few zombies outside and came to Yang Bin's side. Seeing the crystal in Yang Bin's hand, both of them looked delighted. "Brother Bin, hurry up and eat it. Let's see how strong the fourth level is," Chun Hao said with a smile. Yang Bin nodded and directly swallowed the crystal. Soon, the massive energy instantly merged into his body. And the fourth corner of the first star in Yang Bin's mind was finally lit up. A greater power feedback surged through his body, making Yang Bin feel refreshed all over. After a while, Yang Bin finally absorbed all the energy, clenched his fist, and smiled. "About 1,500 kilograms. Yang Bin said with a laugh. "Awesome. With this strength, you could probably lift a car," Hu Wenliang laughed. "Pretty much. Let us go in and see what's going on." When the group entered, they saw a scene of devastation inside. There were corpses of zombies and humans everywhere, originally more than 100 people. Only a little over 10 were still struggling. If it weren't for Yang Bin and the others, these people would probably have been gone long ago. There were still 60 or 70 zombies in the supermarket, among which there were actually 2 third-level zombies. If they guessed correctly, the reason why more than 100 people had quickly dwindled down to just over 10 was likely due to these 2 third-level zombies. When the remaining people saw someone coming in, they were instantly overjoyed. However, upon seeing that it was Yang Bin and his group, they felt a bit disappointed. They wanted to call for help, but didn't know how to start. These 3 were known as bandits. Asking them for help would probably be impossible. Zhao Kuan looked at Yang Bin and the others, a look of desolation on his face. They had once been the earliest teammates, having killed many zombies together. After parting ways, he thought he was no weaker than them. However, now any random team could push them to the brink, while these 3 could make any team wary. This was the gap. He didn't want to ask for help, but seeing the already injured Lao He and Shou Ho, Zhao Kuan gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Bin. "Boss Yang Bin, could you save our lives? As long as you save us, our lives will belong to you from now on." Hearing Zhao Kuan's words, Yang Bin finally realized that there were acquaintances among these people. He had only been focused on the zombies before and hadn't noticed who they were. "Let's go. First take the 2 ready-made third-level crystals," he said. Soon, the 3 rushed towards a group of zombies. Like tigers entering a flock of sheep, every swing of the barbell rod in their hands took down several zombies. Yang Bin was even more terrifying. Wherever he passed, there was not a single intact corpse within 2 meters, leaving the others wide-eyed. Soon, 1 third-level zombie abandoned the 10 or so people in front and pounced towards Yang Bin and his group. However, as soon as it lunged, Yang Bin smashed it to death with 1 strike, and Chun Hao promptly took out the crystal. In no time, all 60 or 70 zombies in the supermarket were cleared out. Yang Bin and his group collected the 3rd-level and 2nd-level crystals, ignoring the 1st-level ones as they had too many. The people present looked at the crystals being collected by the 3 with envious eyes. Those crystals could directly elevate 2 people to the 3rd level. Who wouldn't want that? So far, among the known 3rd-level powerhouses in the entire school, there were only 2 or 3 team leaders. Most others were stuck at the peak of the 2nd level because 3rd-level zombies were too hard to kill. It wasn't just because 3rd-level zombies were powerful. The main reason was that 3rd-level zombies were always accompanied by a group of zombies. Without a strong team, it was impossible to kill them. However, now, they could only watch as 2 3rd-level crystals were taken away right in front of them, which was an unbearable feeling. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, they would have taken risks. Unfortunately, these 3 were too strong, so strong that they had no hope at all. At this moment, Zhao Kuan, covered in injuries, dragged his weary body to Yang Bin's group. "Boss Yang Bin, thank you," Zhao Kuan said sincerely. "If you don't mind, my life will be yours from now on. I'll do whatever you ask, with no second thoughts." Yang Bin looked at Zhao Kuan, a thoughtful expression on his face. He indeed needed teammates, but he initially thought not to recruit non-ability users. However, after so many days, he had come to terms with reality. There weren't that many ability users. Moreover, even if there were ability users, they might not necessarily be suitable as teammates. And those who were suitable might not want to follow them. If it were non-ability users, Zhao Kun and his group were clearly the most appropriate. They had collaborated before. And not to mention anything else, they had never backed down when facing zombies. Their relationship had been a bit strained at that time, but they had never acted sneakily. Their character was decent. After coming to this conclusion, Yangbin smiled at Zhao Kun and extended his hand. Welcome, from now on we are brothers. Chapter 62. Eat something to replenish strength. Upon hearing Yangbin's words, Zhao Kun's anxious heart finally settled. He had never thought that one day he would worry about someone not wanting his life in return for his service. But after so many days in the apocalypse, he had recognized the reality. Only by following the strong could he survive. On the other side, Zhou Xiong's face darkened when he saw Zhao Kun cling to Yangbin. Although he acted arrogantly in front of Zhao Kun and the others, he was well aware that against those three freaks, even if they had a crowd, they had no chance at all. He had just seen how they slaughtered third-level zombies as if they were killing dogs. They might have already reached the fourth level. It was terrifying how they had reached the fourth level in just a few days. Their Taekwondo club only recognized strength, but he still had self-awareness. Facing the fourth level, he had no hope at all. He had thought he could be invisible, that the others might not notice them. But now that he saw Zhao Kun getting close to them, he could no longer remain invisible. He had almost killed the other party just moments ago. If they used these three to take revenge, it would be the end for him. Zhou Xiong still had 7 or 8 people from the Taekwondo club behind him and 2 people from Dormitory Building 21. After hesitating for a moment, the 2 from Dormitory Building 21 stepped out from behind Zhou Xiong and approached Yangbin's group with smiles. Boss Yangbin, what a coincidence. We are with Boss Zhao Kun. Why don't we join you in the future? Seeing these 2 people, Zhao Kun's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He wished he could kill these 2 opportunistic guys. However, he did not act. He knew that since he had chosen to follow Yangbin, everything had to be decided by Yangbin. If he tried to overshadow Yangbin, it would definitely make the other party uncomfortable. Yangbin noticed Zhao Kun's strange expression and asked, "What is the situation with these 2? Zhao Kun showed a look of disgust on his face and then recounted what had just happened. After hearing this, a cold light flashed in Yangbin's eyes. He hated betrayal the most. Boss Yangbin, don't just listen to Zhao Kun's one-sided story. We were just taking a temporary measure and had no intention of betraying. The 2 quickly explained. Yangbin ignored them and looked at Zhao Kun. How do you plan to handle this? Zhao Kun glanced at the 2, tightening his grip on the steel pipe, which startled them. Boss Zhao Kun, you're not going to kill us, are you? One of them said with a hint of fear. Boss Zhao Kun, we have been with you for so long. It's not worth it over this, the other said. Zhao Kun raised the steel pipe, but ultimately put it down. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. All right, we're leaving right now. The 2 men let out a sigh of relief and stopped mentioning the matter of joining, quickly heading towards the door. Bang, bang, 2 skulls shattered, and the headless corpses slowly fell to the ground. Yangbin retracted the barbell rod and said coldly, people like this, do we keep them for the new year? Everyone present was startled. They didn't expect Yangbin to be so ruthless. Zhao Kun's heart trembled. He understood that Yangbin was not only killing the opponents, but also expressing an attitude towards traitors. After killing the 2, Yangbin turned to look at Zhou Xiong and the others. I heard you guys are quite arrogant. No, absolutely not. You've already bullied my brother. And you still say you're not arrogant? Zhou Xiong said with a long face. But they weren't your brothers just now, he added. That doesn't matter. They are my brothers now. You've bullied my brother, so this matter has to be addressed. What do you want? Zhou Xiong said in a deep voice, knowing that, judging by the other party's demeanor, this issue wouldn't end well. How about this? Since this is your matter, you can solve it yourselves. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You and Zhao Kun fight. If you win, you can leave. If you lose, you all stay. Are you sure? Hearing Yangbin's words, Zhou Xiong's eyes lit up. Although he and Zhao Kun were both peak 2nd tier, he was a Taekwondo black belt. So he naturally wouldn't lose to Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun was also startled and quickly said, Brother Bin, should we reconsider this? Are you afraid? Not afraid, just. I might not be his opponent. Zhao Kun said awkwardly, I'm afraid of embarrassing you. Just say if you dare to fight or not. I dare. Zhao Kun said seriously. He knew this was Yangbin testing him. Even if he knew he couldn't win, he couldn't back down. Worst case, he would fight with all his might. Good man. Yang Bin patted his shoulder and then looked at Zhou Xiong. What do you say? Agree, must agree. Zhou Xiong hurriedly said. But how do I know you won't go back on your word? What if you can't afford to lose or your other people intervene? Rest assured, I guarantee with my character that this match is just between you two, absolutely fair and just. If you win, you can leave. And my people won't touch you. Yang Bin said seriously. All right. I hope you keep your word and don't let people look down on you later. Rest assured, my character is still trustworthy. Yang Bin smiled. Since you agreed, then it's settled. You're all quite injured. Take 5 minutes to heal before starting. Okay. Both sides nodded and quickly sat down to rest. Zhou Xiong looked at Zhao Kuan with a sneer. Humph, fighting me. I don't know where you got the courage. Zhao Kuan didn't speak, just closed his eyes to recover his strength as quickly as possible. Liangzi, help Zhao Kuan with his injuries. Yang Bin smiled. Okay. Hu Wenliang nodded and walked in front of Zhao Kuan, extending his hand to touch the wound. Zhao Kuan was puzzled but didn't resist, allowing Hu Wenliang to touch him. Soon, a white light shone where they made contact, and Zhao Kuan's wounds healed at a visible speed. Everyone's eyes widened at this scene. A supernatural ability? A healing ability. Zhou Xiong exclaimed. You're cheating. What cheating? Didn't I say to rest for 5 minutes and heal? You agreed to. Zhou Xiong opened his mouth, but didn't know how to refute. The other party had indeed allowed them to rest for 5 minutes to heal. But he hadn't expected it to be this kind of healing method. 5 minutes. He thought they would just rest and recover some strength. But if they played it this way, the opponent would soon be full of energy while he remained severely injured. However, he couldn't refute. This was indeed what he had agreed to, and the other party didn't seem to have violated any rules. So he could only grit his teeth and swallow it down. Even if I'm severely injured, I'm not afraid of you. Zhou Xiong snorted coldly. Hu Wenliang took 2 minutes to treat Zhao Kuan's major injuries. After that, Yang Bin took out a third-tier crystal from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Kuan. Here. Eat something to replenish your strength. You're cheating. Zhou Xiong shouted, his voice cracking. This time, he really couldn't hold it in anymore. If it was just a severe injury against a peak state, he could still grit his teeth and endure, but if a severely injured second tier faced a peak third tier, what was there to fight about? Cheating? No, it's just resting. You have to replenish some strength. Yang Bin smiled. This is called replenishing strength. Zhou Xiong's eyes widened. Yes, you can eat it too. I have no objections. Zhou Xiong was immediately speechless. If he had a third-tier crystal, he wouldn't still be a second tier now. Not counting. This isn't fair. Zhou Xiong shouted. Fair? This kind of thing didn't exist before the apocalypse. Let alone after. I'm giving you a one-on-one opportunity. That's the greatest fairness. Whether it counts or not isn't up to you to decide. In 5 minutes, you could have found a way to improve. If you couldn't improve, that's your problem. You can't blame others. Yang Bin said coldly. Zhou Xiong opened his mouth, but didn't know how to refute. Zhao Kuan looked at the crystal in front of him with mixed feelings. Something they struggled to obtain was given to him so casually by the other party, making him unsure whether to laugh or cry. Hurry up and eat it. If you still can't win, then don't follow me. Yang Bin said. Zhao Kuan didn't refuse and took the crystal, saying very seriously, if I still lose, just kill me directly. He then swallowed the crystal. In no time, his strength rose to the third tier. All right, time's almost up. Let us begin. Yang Bin said. Can we not fight? Zhou Xiong said with a bitter face. Sure, then I'll just declare you surrender, and you all stay. Yang Bin said. Don't make me fight. Zhou Xiong was startled. Can I change someone? Sure, the 3 of us. Pick one. Yang Bin pointed to himself and Shen Hao. Then I'll still fight him. Zhou Xiong was almost in tears. He didn't expect that he, who had always been domineering, would have such a day. Soon, both sides entered the arena. Shen Hao handed the barbell rod in his hand to Zhao Kuan, saying, Your thing isn't useful. Use mine. Zhou Xiong's mouth twitched as he looked at the fire axe in his hand, then at the barbell rod that was 8 meters long in the other's hand, and despair rose in his heart. But he didn't protest further because he knew that protesting against that person was useless. The decision-making power was in their hands, and he could only passively accept it. Soon, both sides stood firm, and before Yang Bin could shout to start, Zhou Xiong instantly charged at Zhao Kuan, swinging the fire axe straight for Zhao Kuan's neck. Yang Bin frowned but didn't stop it. This wasn't a duel, but a fight to the death. If Zhao Kuan didn't learn to adapt, he wouldn't be able to live long in the future. Fortunately, Zhao Kun didn't disappoint him. Just as the fire axe was about to hit his neck, the barbell rod in his hand had already struck Zhou Xiong's chest first. Bang! The tremendous force sent Zhou Xiong flying. He just barely missed landing the strike. Perhaps if Zhao Kun were still at the second tier, Zhou Xiong could have taken the hit and still managed to chop off Zhao Kun's head. However, at the third tier, Zhao Kun's strength was too overwhelming. One hit, and he simply couldn't withstand it. Zhou Xiong, who fell to the ground, quickly rolled and got up. However, Zhao Kun didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, instantly charging over again, swinging the barbell rod at him once more. In a critical moment, Zhou Xiong raised the fire axe to block it. Ding! A piercing sound rang out. Zhou Xiong's grip was shaken, and the fire axe slipped from his hand. Zhao Kun, taking advantage of his momentum, raised the barbell rod again and aimed for Zhou Xiong's head. Zhou Xiong quickly rolled away to evade the blow, then leaped high, delivering a fierce whip kick towards Zhao Kun's head. Zhao Kun grabbed the barbell to block the attack. Zhou Xiong's kick hit the barbell directly, causing him to grimace in pain. Zhao Kun seized the opportunity and delivered a side kick to Zhou Xiong's waist, knocking him to the ground once again. He immediately followed up, bringing the barbell down hard again. Without any weapon, Zhou Xiong could only raise his arms to block it. With a loud thud, Zhou Xiong's arm was smashed and broken. However, before Zhou Xiong could let out a scream, Zhao Kun swung the barbell down once more. No! Zhou Xiong shouted in terror, but it was too late. Zhao Kun's strike landed squarely on his head. With a crunch, Zhou Xiong's head shattered like a watermelon. In his last moments, he finally felt regret for having troubled this person in the first place. The fight ended so quickly that even Yang Bin was a bit surprised. It had to be said that Zhao Kun fought fiercely, not giving the opponent any chance to turn the tables. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang were also taken aback. This guy was really ruthless. The 7 or 8 members behind Zhou Xiong were stunned, staring in horror at Zhou Xiong's headless body. Then, they all suddenly knelt down, repeatedly bowing their heads to Yang Bin and the others. Please, don't kill us. We didn't want to do this. It was him who made us. Seeing them like this, Zhao Kun hesitated for a moment and then looked at Yang Bin. Yang Bin sighed and said, "When you cut grass, you must remove the roots. Either don't kill them, or if you do, leave no future troubles." Understood. Zhao Kun nodded. He knew these people couldn't be spared. Since they had enjoyed the benefits of being with Zhou Xiong, they should also bear the risks that came with it. Given Zhou Xiong's nature, they had probably done quite a bit of bullying as well. Haozi, Liangzi, you guys help out too. Okay. This time, Hu Wenliang didn't hesitate. Some things become easier once you start. With a chorus of curses and screams, it didn't take long for the remaining members to be dealt with. In fact, when Yang Bin asked Hu Wenliang to treat Zhao Kun, it was already destined that these people wouldn't leave alive. He couldn't let Hu Wenliang's abilities be exposed so quickly. Yang Bin was not a killer, but he understood that some people, once offended, must be dealt with thoroughly. Otherwise, even insignificant characters could bring enormous trouble. Hu Wenliang and the others were still students and lacked maturity, but he had experienced the treachery of human nature and wouldn't be as naive as they were. As the team leader, he had to be responsible for the team. Chapter 64. Frenzied slaughter. Seeing that the matter was settled, Zhao Kun hurriedly dragged out Lao He and Shou Ho, who were hidden beneath the bodies. Bin Gu, can you let Liang Gu save Lao He and the monkey? Zhao Kun pleaded. Both were severely injured and still unconscious. If it weren't for Zhao Kun fighting desperately to protect them, they would have been devoured by zombies long ago. Yang Bin looked at their condition and was somewhat shocked. He had to admit that Zhao Kun was truly dedicated to his brothers. Liangzi, save them. Okay. Hu Wenliang quickly went over and placed one hand on each person's wound to begin treatment. After a few minutes, he healed the serious wounds on Lao He and Shou Ho, leaving the smaller wounds for them to heal on their own, as Hu Wenliang was feeling somewhat exhausted himself. If he weren't already at Tier 3, he would have collapsed. Before long, the two slowly woke up, looking around in confusion. Great, you're finally awake. Zhao Kun exclaimed excitedly. Kun Gu, we're still alive? The two said in disbelief, thinking they were done for in that situation. Yes, we're alive. Bin Gu saved us. Zhao Kun briefly recounted what had just happened. The two quickly got up and knelt on one knee before Yang Bin. Thank you, Bin Gu. Kun Ji's decision is our decision. From now on, our lives belong to you. They said seriously. What are you saying? We're all brothers now. We'll support each other and strive to survive in this damn apocalypse. Yang Bin laughed. Yes. The group nodded heavily. Now that we have more people, We should be able to take on those tier 3 zombies we couldn't handle before. Yangbin smiled. Bingo, can you see the levels of the zombies? Zhao Kuan suddenly asked. Yes, I can see through them. I can judge the level of the zombies by the size of the crystal in their heads. Yangbin nodded. Since they were now teammates, there was no need to hide anything. No wonder, Zhao Kuan nodded in understanding. He had suspected before that Yangbin knew from the very first day that crystals could be dug out of those special zombie heads. Who would think of that if they couldn't see it? This ability was simply divine in the apocalypse. You have to understand that the strength of zombies can't be judged by their appearance. They all look the same. And you can only know their strength after you engage them. But once you engage, it's not easy to escape, which has led many teams to suffer heavy losses due to misjudgments. Some teams looking to obtain high-level crystals often found that after killing, they didn't get the crystals they wanted, resulting in wasted effort. Therefore, being able to see the levels of zombies in advance is a coveted ability for any team. It was unexpected that this team had 3 members, not only with healing abilities, but also with the ability to see through. It was no wonder they were progressing so quickly. Zhao Kuan and the others were incredibly excited. Who wouldn't want to be part of a powerful team? How good is your ability, invisibility? Zhao Kuan suddenly looked at Chen Hao. That's right. Chen Hao smiled. It wasn't surprising that they could connect the dots since they had seen him go invisible. You 3 are actually all ability users. Lao He exclaimed in shock. Bingo, is there some secret? Can we become ability users too? Zhao Kuan looked at Yang Bin with eager anticipation. Don't look at me. You guys are out of luck. Ability users probably emerged the night the apocalypse started. If you had it then, you have it now. If not, then you don't. As for whether there are other ways to gain abilities later on, I don't know. Yang Bin shook his head. All right. The 3 nodded, somewhat disappointed. It's okay. Abilities are just a means. As long as you're strong, you can be powerful without them, Yang Bin reassured them. The 3 nodded. Haozi, give the remaining tier 3 crystal to Lao He. Having one more tier 3 will increase our chances against zombies later. Yang Bin said. Okay. Chen Hao didn't hesitate and directly handed the tier 3 crystal to Lao He from his pocket. Thank you, Hao Ge. Lao He received the crystal with excitement. The 3 of them were actually already at the peak of tier 2, but they had never encountered a tier 3 zombie, so they had been stuck at that level. Now that they had joined this team, they were directly promoted to tier 3. This was an incredible benefit. Lao He quickly swallowed the crystal. Soon, his strength also rose to tier 3. With 6 people in the team, 1 at tier 4 and 4 at tier 3, if they added Xiao Juzi. That would make 5 at tier 3, definitely overpowering any team. Half an hour later, everyone had mostly recovered, and then the group followed Yangbin outside. It was difficult to find a horde of zombies with 100 or 200 members that also included tier 3 zombies. But if the number was relaxed to 300 or 400, there were quite a few at the school. As they stepped outside, Yangbin whistled, and Xiao Juzi jumped down from a building, joining the group. Although Zhao Kuan and the others were somewhat surprised by Xiao Juzi's size, they didn't find it strange since Yangbin had mentioned it beforehand. Under Yangbin's lead, it didn't take long for the group to find a horde of zombies, numbering around 400, among which was a tier 3 zombie. Yangbin had seen this horde of zombies before, but since there was no terrain to leverage, he hadn't dared to engage. But this time, because the team had become stronger, and he was already at the 4th tier, he could easily kill without relying on the terrain. Let's do it. Quick and decisive. After Yangbin finished speaking, he charged ahead into the horde of zombies. The others also immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed forward. As soon as the zombies saw them, they surged toward them. Yangbin swung the barbell rod, and the heads of the zombies in front exploded. At the 4th tier, he felt almost no weight with the barbell rod, swinging it with ease, reminiscent of the Monkey King wielding his golden staff. The others were equally fierce. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang had long been accustomed to high-intensity combat. Zhao Kuan and his 2 companions also performed admirably, wielding fire axes, attacking swiftly and accurately, aiming for the zombies' heads, taking one down with each swing. The 6 of them formed a circle back-to-back, continuously killing the zombies that pounced from all directions. Finally, after more than 10 minutes of brutal fighting, all 400 zombies were killed, including a 3rd-tier zombie. Only Zhao Kuan and his 2 companions suffered some injuries, mainly because the fire axe was too short. Even if they killed the zombies could still scratch them just before dying. Brother Hao, this barbell rod of yours is simply a divine weapon, Old Black said enviously, looking at their barbell rods. Of course, this is called foresight. Chen Hao replied with a smile. Don't be envious. I'll help you get a few later, Yongbin said with a smile. Hurry up, clean up the battlefield, and prepare to move to the next one. Okay. Then, under Yongbin's leadership, they entered a frenzy of slaughter, killing zombies from noon until night, taking down more than 2,000 zombies. They collected 8 third-tier crystals, which not only raised the skinny monkey to the 3rd tier, but also elevated Chun Hao's strength to the peak of the 3rd tier. This was Yongbin's decision. Those who could advance should advance first because the benefits of leveling up were the greatest. Once they all leveled up, they would each reach their peak one by one, ensuring the team had high-tier combat power while also ensuring that others would not hold them back. As for who would be promoted first, that was decided by Yongbin, and the others had no objections. In this team, Yongbin had absolute authority. Chapter 65. All lacked food when they returned to the dormitory. They shared the food they had robbed at noon. Originally enough food for 2 days, it was consumed in 1 day because of the extra people. So while having more people meant more strength, it also meant greater consumption. Fortunately, Zhao Kuan and his group had brought some food as well, but for 6 people. It was only enough for 1 meal tomorrow. It seems we need to find a way to get some more food before we leave tomorrow, Yongbin said. It's hard to find food in school now. Basically, every supermarket has been looted a few times, and several cafeterias have been cleaned out. Now there are probably only 2 large supermarkets left with some food, but they are occupied by the 2 strongest teams, Zhao Kuan said helplessly. The strongest teams? Which 2? Yongbin asked curiously. One is led by the sports department. The captain is named Qin Wei. They were among the first to dare to go out and fight zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse. Plus, this guy is good at winning people's hearts. So their team should be close to 200 people now, most of whom are 2nd tier evolved. He himself has already reached the 3rd tier. The other team is led by a woman named Tang Weiwei. She is a psychic, a strength type, and has also reached the 3rd tier. She's very strong. And this woman has some means. I heard she rescued some people from the cafeteria, and many have joined her. Now their team has over 200 members. They occupy the 2 largest supermarkets in the school, but they have many people, and their consumption is also high. I estimate that even if there is food left in the supermarket, it won't be much, Zhao Kuan said. Oh, Liangzi, your wife is quite impressive, Yongbin said with a smile. Brother Bin, can we not bring this up? You're such a coward. No wonder you're still a virgin at over 20. Brother Bin has helped you so many times. If you were a bit more proactive, this matter might have been resolved by now, Chen Hao said. I just find her somewhat pleasing to the eye. It doesn't even qualify as liking. Don't make a fuss about it. For men, as long as they find someone pleasing to the eye, that's enough. If it were me, I'd settle it directly first. That's why you end up wearing a green hat. You went too far. All right, you two stop arguing. Let Liangzi handle this himself. Tomorrow we'll first go to Qin Wei to borrow some food. Then we'll leave the school, Yongbin said directly. Brother Bin, why not go to Liangzi's wife? Chen Hao asked in confusion. Too familiar. It's hard to approach. That seems reasonable. Brother Bin, food is essential for everyone right now, especially for Qin Wei. He definitely won't lend it to us, Zhao Kuan concluded. He will lend it to us, Yongbin said with a smile. Zhao Kuan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood. In this world, strength is respected. All right, get some rest. We'll get up later to look at the stars, Yongbin said. Look at the stars? What stars? Zhao Kuan asked, puzzled. You'll find out when you come with us. Okay. Sister Weiwei, there isn't much food left in the supermarket. We didn't find anything when we went out searching today. At this rate, we might have to leave the school, a woman quietly said to Tang Weiwei. Leaving is definitely necessary. The school's resources are limited, and we can't stay here forever, Tang Weiwei replied. Have everyone pack their things. We'll leave in a couple of days. All right. By the way, what is the situation with the other teams now? Qin Wei's team is still occupying the Wumei supermarket, but the food there probably isn't much left. As for the other teams, they're probably already starting to leave the school. Oh, and Sister Weiwei. We found out today that Zhou Xiong's team was wiped out, surrounded by zombies. It seems so from the scene. But a few of them had crushed heads while their bodies were intact, which doesn't look like the work of zombies, the woman said uncertainly. Crushed heads? Tang Weiwei frowned, and suddenly seemed to think of something, mumbling to herself. Could it be that they provoked those people? Boss, I just counted the food. If we ration it, we might have enough for about 2 days, a tall man said to the equally tall Qin Wei. 2 days? That's a bit too little. Now that there are fewer zombies in the school, it's a good time to level up, and I don't want to leave the school so soon, Qin Wei frowned. There's nothing we can do. Other teams probably don't have much food left either. Only Tang Weiwei's team might still have some food, the man replied. Forget about Tang Weiwei. That woman's abilities are a bit fierce. We can't beat her. Tomorrow, let the brothers search around again. I estimate that in the next couple of days, the others will probably leave the school, so we should stay as long as we can. Okay. Yang Bin and his group got up and also called Zhao Kuan and his companions from the next room. The 6 of them, along with a cat, returned to the rooftop and found a clean spot to lie down. Brother Bin, you called us up to the rooftop in the middle of the night. You can't be serious about looking at stars, right? Old Black said sleepily. Yes, we're looking at stars. Once the Big Dipper comes out, focus and watch closely. It can enhance your strength, Yang Bin said. Looking at stars enhances strength? That sounds a bit unscientific, the skinny monkey said wide-eyed. Since you believe in science so much, then explain how zombies came to be. Just look carefully. We wouldn't be waking you up in the middle of the night for fun, Shenhao said with a smile. All right. Soon, the Big Dipper reappeared in the sky. Yang Bin and the other 3 quickly got into the groove of watching the stars. Zhao Kuan and his 2 companions looked at them, then at the Big Dipper in the sky, and began to watch with some doubt. On the other side, in a certain dormitory, Big Brother, what do you think these zombies are looking at in the sky at night? Who knows? Besides those 9 stars, there's nothing else in the sky. Do zombies like looking at stars? Is this the way zombies cultivate? Otherwise, why do they get stronger every night? Cultivating by looking at the stars? I can't believe you thought of that. Even a novel wouldn't dare to write it like this. Anyway, since the zombies are quiet now, let's go to bed early. We have to get up early to kill zombies tomorrow. I'll give it a try. Maybe it works. A little later, damn it. I'm such an idiot. This thing is useless except for making my eyes sore and my neck hurt, the man complained. Sleep. At 5 in the morning. The Big Dipper disappeared, and Yang Bin and the others got up, stretching lazily, then looked at Zhao Kuan and the others, asking, how do you feel? Zhao Kuan clenched his fist, a bit surprised. It seems like there's some improvement. Old Black and Skinny Monkey also showed looks of disbelief. Brother Bin, how did you find out? Zhao Kuan asked in shock. I was curious and looked before, but I didn't feel any improvement. My ability lets me see energy flow. When I focused on looking at the stars, energy surged into my body, but the amount of energy from humans is too little. So the time I looked was too short to feel any effect. At least you need to keep looking for over an hour to feel it, Yang Bin explained. I see. Brother Bin, your ability is really powerful, Zhao Kuan said enviously. All right, let's go catch up on some sleep. Yeah. Chapter 66. Swallow it even if you can't. At 9 in the morning, the group got up on time, packed what they needed, and headed out. At a supermarket. Old 5, you guys guard the supermarket well and don't let anyone approach. We're going out to kill zombies. Qin Wei instructed a group of people ahead. Don't worry, boss, we'll guard it well. Besides, no one at school dares to mess with us now. Old 5 replied confidently. Okay, we're leaving then, Qin Wei said, preparing to take his people away, but suddenly noticed a few people walking toward them. Qin Wei frowned, looked closely, and quickly recognized the leader, his face darkening. Is it them? Soon, Yang Bin and the others arrived in front of a group of people. Yang Bin looked at Qin Wei ahead, puzzled. Hey, haven't we met somewhere before? Brother Bin, we have indeed met. We ran into them when we were changing dorms. They even wanted us to join them, Shenhao said. Oh, right, I remember now. No wonder it feels a bit familiar. Qin Wei's expression changed several times, but quickly revealed a smile. Sorry, Captain Yang, I didn't recognize you that day. I didn't know you were here today for something. Not much. We ran out of food, so we came to the supermarket to find something to eat, Yang Bin smiled. Qin Wei's smile froze on his face. Then he forced another smile. Captain Yang might not know, but this supermarket has long been occupied by us. Why don't you look for something else? I remember this isn't your family's store. Captain Yang is joking. In this apocalypse, who still cares whose store it is? It's all about who occupies it now, right? You should understand this principle. I understand. So this supermarket belongs to you now. Yes, exactly. Then can you lend us some food? Just fill these few backpacks, that's all. Yang Bin pointed to the backpacks on their backs. The faces of the large group behind Qin Wei changed instantly. They were all troubled by the lack of food. And these people actually wanted to take their food. They could endure it no longer. Several people were about to curse, but they were stopped by a tall guy's glare. Qin Wei took several deep breaths to suppress his anger, maintaining a smile. Captain Yang came a bit late. We don't have any food left. We were just about to go find some. Oh, then you go find it. We'll go in and search. If there's really nothing, we'll leave, Yang Bin said casually, preparing to take his people inside. Qin Wei quickly blocked Yang Bin, unable to maintain his smile. darkly saying, Yongbin, don't go too far. Too far? I don't think so. I just want to borrow some food. Is that too stingy? We have about 200 people waiting to eat. We can't lend you any extra food. You should leave. Since you won't lend it, I can only announce that this place is mine from now on. As you said, whoever occupies it owns it, so you should leave now. It's been occupied by us. Hee. They say you are the team in school that can't be messed with. I want to see how you can't be messed with just a few people. Surround them. As Qin Wei's words fell, the people behind him immediately surrounded Yongbin and the others. Why do I have to rob? I'm not a bandit. Yongbin shook his head. Attack. After Qin Wei said this, he charged at Yongbin first, and the others immediately attacked the group. Bang. With a dull sound, Qin Wei's body was sent flying, knocking down 7 or 8 people along the way. Chun Hao and the others also moved quickly, sweeping the barbell rod. And people were sent flying, unable to get close at all. 4th tier. Struggling to get up from the ground, Qin Wei looked at Yongbin in disbelief. He was already a 3rd tier, and being kicked away like that could only be possible by a 4th tier evolver. However, everyone was still striving to reach the 3rd tier. How could there be someone at the 4th tier? But the evidence was right in front of him, making it hard for him not to believe. Soon, he saw the others fighting, and it was almost entirely one-sided. Qin Wei's face showed even more shock. This group was all above the 3rd tier. Stop! Qin Wei quickly shouted. This shouldn't have escalated into a fight. Hearing Qin Wei shout, those who were about to rush and also retreated. They had realized that this group was a bunch of freaks, completely unbeatable. 3rd brother, go get them some food, Qin Wei said in a deep voice. Yes. 3rd brother didn't dare hesitate, and quickly went into the supermarket. Before long, he came out with several large boxes of bread and biscuits. Why didn't you do this earlier? Why did you have to resort to knives and guns? Yongbin smiled. Qin Wei fell silent. How could he have imagined that this group was so powerful? Help us fill them up. Each backpack should have 2 bottles of mineral water on the sides. Yongbin tossed the backpacks over. 3rd brother didn't dare hesitate, and quickly called people to help fill them. In no time, all the backpacks were filled. 3rd brother handed the backpacks to Yongbin, carefully saying, Is this okay? Thanks. Yongbin smiled, and then the group swaggered away with their backpacks. The crowd watched them leave, sighing in relief, but also feeling a bit unwilling. How could so many of them be bullied by just 6 people? One day, I will settle this score, Qin Wei said fiercely. The strategist beside him, Sijia, glanced at him and frowned. This idea of yours is very dangerous. It could lead our entire team into a place of no return. What? Do you think we are worse than them? Qin Wei said darkly. Yes, we can't compare. They have managed to elevate their strength with just a few people. Not to mention us. I dare say there are not many teams in the world that can compare. 4th tier, think about it. Can you reach it in another 5 days? Sijia said mercilessly. After hearing Sijia's words, Qin Wei fell silent. Forget it. It's just a loss of some food. They only took a few backpacks, which is just a meal for a few dozen people. How big of an impact can it have? Don't risk the entire team over this. You are the team leader. You must consider the bigger picture in everything you do, Sijia said seriously. But I can't swallow this anger. You have to swallow it even if you can't. Chapter 67. Yongbin drives boss. Where are we going now? Stepping out of the school gate, several people felt somewhat lost, unsure of where to go. Do any of you have homes nearby that you need to check on? Yongbin suddenly asked. Upon mentioning this, everyone fell silent. In the apocalypse, nothing is more concerning than family. Especially after communication was cut off and they had no idea what was happening with their loved ones. Old Hei and I are from Liaoji, and Shouho is from Bashu, which is quite far from here. Now that all planes and high-speed trains are down, going back is not easy, Zhao Kuan said with a bitter smile. Well, it seems that Haozi and I are a bit closer, but it's still 400 to 500 kilometers away, making it difficult to return. Liangzi is from Jinling, which is even farther, Yongbin said helplessly. 400 to 500 kilometers should be manageable if we can get a car, but I'm worried about traffic jams. Traffic jams are inevitable. The highway to our hometown is always busy no matter the time. To get back, not to mention zombies. Just the cars on the road would be a problem. Taking the national road is even less realistic, Zhao Kuan sighed. It seems we won't be able to go back for a while. Not necessarily. If we can get some official connections. Using a helicopter or something would make it easy to get home, Old Hay said. But that's unreliable. You have to understand that there are not just zombies now, but also mutated beasts. If a cat can be so formidable, I wouldn't be surprised if a mutated eagle took down a helicopter. That would be the end of it. Yongbin shook his head. That's true. It seems wanting to go back is really a luxury. We can only pray that the local authorities can provide assistance soon. Well, if we want to go back, let's work on improving our strength. Maybe if we enhance our abilities to a certain level, we could even walk on walls. And then we could fly back, Yongbin said. Brother Bin is right. Strength is the foundation of everything. I feel like I could easily outrun Bolt if I run now. With improved strength, anything is possible. All right, let's develop in Xingqing first. We should find a place to settle, preferably with a villa. I've never lived in a villa before the apocalypse, so I should experience it now, Yongbin said. That sounds good. I haven't lived in a villa either, Chen Hao agreed. How about we go to Jingyuan? I heard that it's full of super rich people. And the villas there are huge, with gardens and swimming pools. Living there would definitely be very comfortable, Shouho yearned. You know about that? I used to wander around there when I had nothing to do and often fantasized about living there one day, Shouho said awkwardly. You really dare to dream. All right. Today I'll help make your dream come true. We're going there. Yongbin patted Shouho's shoulder and smiled. That's great. Thank you, Brother Bin. I never expected my old dream could come true in the apocalypse. Shouho was excited. But, Brother Bin, that place is a bit far. How far? More than 20 kilometers. Is that what you call a bit far? More than 20 kilometers in the apocalypse is like being at the ends of the earth. Zhao Kuan rolled his eyes. Yongbin's mouth twitched as he thought about trying to navigate more than 20 kilometers through the city of Xingqing. It was simply a dream. Don't worry. We don't need to go through the city. We can take the outer ring road and bypass the city to get there, Shouho quickly said. You've researched this pretty well. Not bad. If that's the case, then going there is fine. But is there a commercial area nearby? If there's no place to get food, then it's pointless. Yes, about 5 kilometers outside the neighborhood, there's a large Walmart, one of the top supermarkets in Xingqing. Basically, we can find all the daily necessities we need there, and there are plenty of supermarkets in that area, so food will definitely be sufficient, Shouho assured. All right, then we'll go there. I also want to experience the world of the rich. Yeah, no one has any objections. Who doesn't want to live a bit better? Let us go get a car. Okay. After confirming, the group headed off in the distance. Not far from the school, there was a Shenghua Avenue, and when they arrived, they saw that the entire avenue was filled with chaotic vehicles. Most of these cars had crashed into roadside greenery or collided with each other after losing control. At the same time, they also spotted many wandering zombies. Upon seeing the group, these zombies immediately rushed excitedly towards them. Hey, there's even a third-level zombie. Yongbin exclaimed in surprise. That's great. A crystal delivered right to us, the others laughed. They quickly dispatched the dozens of zombies that charged at them and extracted the crystals, handing the third-level crystal to Hu Wenliang. It wasn't that Yongbin was biased. All of them had abilities, and as Hu Wenliang's healing improved with his strength, he could sustain it for a longer time. Zhao Kuan and the others had no objections. They positioned themselves correctly, as long as Yongbin didn't mind them. After searching for a while on the main road, they finally found a relatively intact 7-seater. The owner had already turned into a zombie, but hadn't gone far. After killing the owner and getting the keys, they quickly got into the car. The 7-seater was just enough for 6 people and 1 cat. Brother Bin, when did you get your driver's license? I didn't know, Chen Hao asked, looking puzzled at Yongbin, who was in the driver's seat. Driver's license? Where would I get the money to get a driver's license? Yongbin said, looking innocently. Brother Bin, have you ever driven a car? Zhao Kuan asked cautiously. No, but I used to work part-time at a car wash. Brother Bin, how about I take the wheel? I have a driver's license, Zhao Kuan whispered. Have you driven since you got your license? No. Then it's the same. Don't worry. Just because I've never driven doesn't mean I haven't seen pigs run, right? I can drive. You all can trust me. Yongbin reassured them. The others looked at him with skepticism, but because of Yongbin's long-standing impressive image, they quickly believed him until, hey, why is there a pedal missing in this car? Yongbin lowered his head to look closely. Brother, this is an automatic. It doesn't have a clutch, Zhao Kuan said quietly. Oh, got it. So I just need to press the brake to start it, right? Yeah. Yongbin was quite clever and quickly managed to start the engine. Release the brake. Step on the gas. Not moving? Brother, you didn't release the handbrake. Didn't you see the handbrake lever? This is an electronic handbrake. Zhao Kuan was almost in tears. Seeing this scene, the others quickly tightened their seatbelts to ensure they were secure. Oh, got it. I pressed it once and it didn't release. Press the brake and press it again, it released. Haha, looks like I'm pretty clever. Let us go. Release the brake, step on the gas. The car instantly shot forward. Chapter 68, surrounded on Shenghua Avenue. a seven-seater flipped over, its wheels still spinning rapidly. Shortly after, 6 figures struggled to crawl out of the car windows. Ahem, I say, do you believe me when I say I didn't control the gas pedal well? Yangbin said awkwardly. We believe you. Then should I find another one to try again? I'll definitely control it well this time. The group shook their heads like a wave. Even Little Orange was shaking her head vigorously. Brother Ben, even if we are evolvers, we can't withstand you driving like this, Chunhao said with a dark face. Yeah, Brother Ben, you should just sit back and enjoy. Let me take the wheel. Zhao Kun quickly suggested. Fine, it's not that I want to drive. It's mainly because I can see ahead for zombies and predict in advance, Yangbin argued. Then you can sit in the passenger seat and direct. All right, Yangbin said helplessly. He actually wanted to drive, but these guys wouldn't give him the chance. The group continued to search for a car. Fortunately, there were plenty of vehicles on the road, and before long, they found another van. This time, Zhao Kun immediately sat in the driver's seat. He was really afraid Yangbin would try again. The vehicle started and moved forward slowly. Although Zhao Kun had only passed the driving test without actually driving, at least he had practiced in driving school, so he was steadier than Yangbin. Just a bit slower. However, the road was also slow, with cars rolling over everywhere and scattered zombies. They had to get out occasionally to clear the zombies and move the cars blocking the road. Fortunately, a few of them were strong enough to lift the cars with just 2 people. At this rate, when would they arrive? Chunhao complained. There's no other way. There are too many cars in this area. It will be better once we get out of the city. Let's just treat it as clearing zombies, said the skinny monkey. How about this? Let's not take the car for this section of the road. We'll go ahead and clear the way, and Zhao Kun can drive the car behind us. We can take the car again once we leave the city, Yangbin suggested. Okay. Then, a few of them began to clear the way. This was a main road with houses spaced relatively far apart on either side, and the zombies on the road were scattered, mostly transformed from the people in the cars. So it wasn't too difficult to clear them. However, what they didn't know was that although the houses on both sides were far apart, the noise they made was quite loud, and not far away, a zombie dressed in black was watching them. However, this zombie didn't rush at them like the others. Instead, it turned and went downstairs. Brother Ben, I think this way of killing zombies is quite good. There aren't many large groups of zombies, and we occasionally run into third-tier zombies. It's much more comfortable than the hundreds of zombies we faced at school. Chunhao said as if he had discovered a new continent. I think so too. Why don't we just clear the way all the way? It's only about 20 kilometers, Lao He said. That works, Yangbin replied somewhat distractedly. For some reason, he felt something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The group cleared their way for about 2 to 3 kilometers, and less than 2 kilometers ahead was an overpass. Once they were on the overpass, they could turn onto the outer ring road where the traffic would be much lighter. However, at this moment, they stopped because ahead, there were about 700 to 800 zombies blocking their path. Yangbin frowned, not because of the 700 to 800 zombies, but because the zombies seemed to be specifically waiting for them. Go, run back, Yangbin said seriously. The others looked puzzled at Yangbin's expression, as it was the first time they had seen him like this. 700 to 800 zombies, while troublesome, shouldn't have made him this serious. However, they didn't hesitate and quickly followed him. But soon they stopped again, as a large group of zombies appeared behind them as well. Immediately, a large number of zombies appeared on both sides, surrounding them from all directions. How could this happen? Why did so many zombies suddenly show up? Everyone was shocked. It's obvious that a high-tier zombie is commanding them, Yangbin said in a deep voice. 4th-tier zombies? No, 4th-tier zombies don't have that capability. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a 5th-tier zombie. Yangbin's expression became extremely grave. 5th tier. Everyone's eyes widened. They had barely seen 2 4th-tier zombies. And now they had encountered a 5th-tier zombie. The apocalypse had only been going on for a little over 10 days. How could there be a 5th-tier zombie already? Zhao Kun swallowed hard. Zombies don't rely on crystals like we do. They can cultivate on their own, and there will always be a few with exceptional talent. It's not that surprising. So what do we do now? Everyone's faces darkened. They hadn't expected to encounter such a situation right after leaving campus. Quickly, push a few cars over to use as a barrier. This can reduce the impact of the zombies. Yangbin quickly laid out a plan. The zombies weren't rushing in all at once, but were slowly closing in, so they still had time. The group quickly moved cars from the side and lined them up together, then stood on top of the cars. Once on top, they could see more clearly. But because of that, their faces became even grimmer, especially Yangbin, who saw more than the others. There were at least 3,000 to 4,000 zombies coming from all directions, including dozens of third-tier zombies and 2 fourth-tier zombies. Most importantly, there was a 5th-tier zombie that Yongbin still hadn't seen. Yongbin wasn't sure if he was a match for the 5th-tier zombie. Most likely, he wasn't, as he had just recently advanced to the 4th tier. In the past, when dealing with higher-tier zombies, he had been at the peak of that tier, and combined with the power gained from cultivation, he could compete against higher-tier zombies. Now, he had just reached the 4th tier, and encountering a 5th-tier zombie at this moment gave him no confidence. At this point, the zombies had surrounded them, and what shocked everyone was that they saw many zombies holding weapons. Why do the zombies at school seem simpler than the ones outside? Lao He swallowed hard. It must be the 5th-tier zombie commanding them. This is going to be even more troublesome. Yongbin's expression was extremely serious. Everyone, stay alert. This battle is going to be very dangerous. As soon as Yongbin's voice fell, the zombies seemed to receive a command and charged at the group frantically. The group stood on top of the cars, forming a circle, and their weapons struck fiercely at the zombies rushing in from all sides. The zombies attacked furiously, but fortunately, they were elevated, and the impact of the zombies couldn't reach them. However, the cars below were being deformed with each collision, and at this rate, they probably wouldn't hold out much longer. The battle started off extremely intense. The group had all been through many battles, and they could hold their ground against the 1st and 2nd-tier zombies. However, soon, with the addition of 3rd-tier zombies, the battle became exceptionally perilous. They didn't notice that a black zombie had stealthily blended into the horde from a distance, slowly approaching them. Chapter 69, Soldier for the 3rd-tier Zombies. Aside from Yongbin and Chun Hao, the others didn't feel confident they could kill them with a single strike. In such a situation, not being able to secure a one-hit kill meant facing the overwhelming attack of numerous zombies. Soon, the skinny monkey encountered this situation. He couldn't kill the 3rd-tier zombie in front of him quickly, leading the zombies behind to pounce directly on him, grabbing his leg and pulling him down hard. Fortunately, Zhao Kuan was quick to react, swiftly chopping off the hands of the zombies with several axe strikes. But because of this delay, the zombies on his side also rushed in, and he was instantly covered in blood from bites and scratches, with a chunk of flesh bitten off his thigh. Hiss! Zhao Kuan gasped, gritting his teeth to avoid crying out, while his fire axe quickly struck down the incoming zombies. With Chun Hao's help, he managed to stabilize the situation again. The battle continued, but this situation occurred repeatedly, with the occasional appearance of 3rd-tier zombies catching them off guard. Before long, except for Yongbin, the others had all sustained varying degrees of injury. Yongbin was doing okay. His strength kept him safe from both 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier zombies. However, this situation was completely shattered when a black figure appeared. As Yongbin was in the midst of his rampage, a zombie dressed in black suddenly lunged at him. At first, Yongbin didn't pay it much mind and swung his barbell at it. The opponent raised the fire axe in its hand, directly striking the barbell. Clang! A deafening sound rang out, and Yongbin's expression changed as the immense force almost caused him to fall. Just as he managed to stabilize himself, the zombie had already jumped onto the car roof, swinging its axe down hard towards his head. Yongbin quickly lifted the barbell to block above his head. Clang! The piercing sound rang out again, and Yongbin felt his arm go numb, his body stumbling back a few steps and falling off the car roof. Brother Bin. The others were instantly alarmed, wanting to rush over to help, but they couldn't break free. Yongbin quickly used the barbell to prop himself up off the ground, then flipped over and landed steadily. Immediately after, he swung the barbell horizontally, knocking back all the zombies that were rushing at him. Before he could catch his breath, a zombie lunged at him again. Yongbin blocked it with the barbell once more, but was forced to retreat again. A 5th-tier zombie. Yongbin's expression turned serious. Even without using his abilities, he knew that only a 5th-tier zombie could push him to this extent. Zombies continued to swarm around him, and he had to clear them out. However, every time he made a move, the zombie would swing its axe at him, forcing him to defend quickly. For a moment, Yongbin was in a dire situation, completely suppressed. Moreover, the opponent's strength was considerably greater than his. Conservatively estimating, it was at least 2,000 kilograms. Each time he blocked the opponent's axe, he felt a sharp pain in his arms. He knew very well that if this continued, he would definitely not make it out alive. But he couldn't find a way to escape this predicament. At this moment, he was already deep within the encirclement of zombies. And Chun Hao and the others couldn't come to help either. They were also caught in a tough battle. One 4th-tier zombie had already attacked them, with only Chun-Hao holding the line while the others dealt with other zombies. Wouldn't it be a shame if he just got out and met his end? Yangbin thought reluctantly. Just then, gunfire suddenly erupted not far away. Dozens of armored vehicles came driving over, and more than 100 soldiers in camouflage uniforms got out, armed with assault rifles, and began to fire wildly at the zombies. The power of firearms was still formidable under the barrage of the rifles. The first and second-tier zombies kept falling. These soldiers clearly had engaged the zombies many times, aiming for their heads. Inside the driver's cabin of the first armored vehicle, two men frowned at the situation ahead. How could so many zombies gather here? The middle-aged man in military attire asked, puzzled. I don't know. But this is a necessary route to Zhongxiang Academy. We can only clear the way, replied a young man in his late 20s with a resolute expression. The middle-aged man nodded, then picked up binoculars to look ahead. There's someone in the middle, he exclaimed in surprise. Someone? That can't be, the young man said, his eyes wide. The middle-aged man directly handed the binoculars to him. After a moment, disbelief spread across the young man's face. It was incredible that someone could survive for so long surrounded by so many zombies. Increase firepower. Those few are about to hold on no longer. The young man commanded urgently. Understood. Soon, the soldiers below moved several heavy machine guns out of the vehicles. With the sound of rapid fire, zombies fell like wheat being harvested. Yang Bin and the others, who had been in despair, showed expressions of joy upon hearing the gunfire. Especially when they saw the armored vehicles, their despair was swept away. In Huaxia, some officials might not be trustworthy, but one could always trust soldiers, even in the apocalypse. The dark green camouflage uniform still brought comfort. The fifth-tier zombie, which had been relentlessly attacking Yang Bin, showed a hint of fear upon seeing the heavy machine guns firing. It glanced at Yang Bin, then at its quickly collapsing underlings, and surprisingly, this fifth-tier zombie turned to run. Yang Bin looked at the fifth-tier zombie disappearing into the mass of corpses, his face filled with astonishment. A fifth-tier zombie actually knew how to escape. I remember this debt. I will definitely take your crystal core, Yang Bin said angrily. Although he wanted to keep the zombie, he was currently in no condition to do so. If it weren't for the sturdy barbell in his hands, he would have likely been split in half by now. His palms were already bleeding, and his arms were trembling. Under the frantic fire of the heavy machine guns, within no time, more than half of the zombies had fallen. Subsequently, the soldiers decisively put away their guns, pulled out military daggers, and charged toward the remaining zombies, starting close-quarters combat. The reason they didn't continue using guns was that they were afraid of accidentally injuring people and wanted to conserve ammunition. They didn't have much ammo left and couldn't afford to waste it. Almost all of these soldiers were at the peak of second tier, with some already at third tier. Possessing strong combat abilities, coupled with their seamless cooperation, the speed at which they killed zombies was exceptionally fast, far beyond what ordinary people could match. Soon, with the cooperation of Yang Bin and the more than 100 soldiers, the remaining few hundred zombies were all eliminated in no time. Among them, the fourth-tier zombie that had been fighting Chun-Hao was ultimately killed by him, and the crystal was quickly collected. After eliminating the zombies, the soldiers quickly began to gather the crystals. Yang Bin and the others said nothing. These were what they deserved. At this moment, two individuals got out of the first armored vehicle and walked toward them. When Yang Bin and the others saw the badges on their uniforms, they were all surprised. One was a lieutenant colonel and the other a colonel. Moreover, Yang Bin also noticed that one was at the peak of third tier and the other was fourth tier. Indeed, the officials were the strongest. Chapter 70. Arrival at the destination soon. The two men arrived in front of Yang Bin and the others. The leading colonel, the middle-aged man, looked at them with surprise. I didn't expect to see such young kids, he said. Kids, judging by your age, you must be university students, right? Are you students from Zhongxiang Academy? Yes, Yang Bin nodded. Good, good. Indeed, heroes come from youth. It's impressive that you have such strength at such a young age. But how did you get surrounded by so many zombies? The middle-aged man asked, puzzled. We wanted to escape the school to find a safer place, but unexpectedly, we ran into a large group of zombies here. Thankfully, you arrived in time. Otherwise, we would have been done for, Yang Bin said with a bitter smile. You managed to hold out for so long against thousands of zombies. Your strength must be at least third tier, right? How about it? Are you interested in joining the military? The middle-aged man extended an olive branch. If this were before the apocalypse, the military wouldn't recruit people so casually, but now, in the apocalypse, the government desperately needed powerful evolvers. Sorry, Sir, we're not really interested in joining the military at this time. Yongbin politely declined. There's no need to rush your refusal. You can think it over. If you join the military, they will provide you with crystals to enhance your strength, which is much safer than fighting for crystals on your own. While your strength is decent, you are still too few in number. Situations like today will definitely be unavoidable in the future. Thank you for your kindness. We will consider it, Yongbin replied courteously. He had no intention of joining the military. While it might be safer, there were too many rules in the military, and any crystals obtained would have to be submitted and distributed uniformly. He didn't want that. All right, think it over. By the way, how many survivors are left at your school? We're preparing to head to your school for rescue. There should still be around 600 or 700 people. Is that all? Only that few? The middle-aged man's face showed a look of sorrow. In a school of over 30,000 people, only a few hundred remained. This loss was truly hard to accept. Let's go. Get in the vehicle. Let's head to your school to rescue people. We won't go. We just escaped from the school, and the injuries we have now aren't suitable for any more strenuous activity. Yongbin declined politely. Then you must get in the vehicle. We have medical personnel on board who can help you bandage up first. Once we return to the survival base, we have already re-established a medical system there, and general external injuries can be treated. You've already established a survival base? Yongbin asked, surprised. The exterior walls have been completed, and it is absolutely safe inside. We have broadcasted through various channels to inform all survivors in Star City to head here. How about this? You go to the school for rescue, and we will head to the survival base ourselves. There are still around 20,000 zombies in the school, and we really can't afford to be delayed any further. Yongbin said again. He really didn't want to follow them. If he did, he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. It's more than 10 kilometers to the survival base from here. Although we have cleared the path of zombies, we can't guarantee that new ones won't appear. It's too dangerous for you to go that way. Don't worry, we still have some self-protection capabilities. After all, we survived the siege of thousands of zombies, right? Yongbin smiled. The middle-aged man looked at Yongbin and said after a while, all right, just be careful. Go up the elevated road over there. Take the outer ring road. It's about 15 kilometers. The abandoned factory area has now been transformed into a survival base, and there will be someone to guide you when you get there. Thank you very much. Yongbin sincerely expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for their sudden arrival, they would have been in trouble. At this moment, the soldiers had almost gathered all the crystals from the ground. Be careful, we're leaving now. Soon. The two returned to the vehicle, and a group of soldiers also got back into their vehicles. The troop carriers slowly moved forward. The zombies and cars along the way had been cleared by Yongbin and the others, which made it easier for them. Inside the vehicle, Zhou Feng. What do you think of those people? The middle-aged man asked the young man beside him. Their strength is quite strong, but they are a bit arrogant. The young man replied. It's not just arrogance. Their ambitions are quite significant. The middle-aged man shook his head. I can guarantee that they will never go to the survival base. Why? Because I can see the ambition in their eyes that doesn't want to be subordinate to others. People like this generally don't want so-called protection. They want to develop on their own. Unfortunately, such people often die the earliest. Yes, young people having some ambition is normal. I hope they can recognize reality sooner. On the other side, Bingu, are we really going to that so-called survival base? Shouho asked worriedly. Why go there? The pool villa is much better, and it must still be under construction. Going there means we might have to do hard labor, Yongbin replied. That's good. I still want to go to the pool villa. Let's find another vehicle and continue on. This road has been cleared, so it should be easy to travel. All right. Just as they were looking for vehicles, Yongbin felt someone watching them. He activated his true sight and looked over. Sure enough, he saw a zombie dressed in black standing at a window of a house, coldly staring at them. Yongbin snorted coldly and then made a throat-cutting gesture towards the zombie. He wasn't sure if the zombie understood, but its expression seemed even colder. You have no subordinates left. If you dare to come again, I will destroy you. Yongbin scoffed. Bingu, what's wrong? That 5th-level zombie seems to have set its sights on us, Yongbin said. What should we do? The others were suddenly alarmed. It's fine. It has no subordinates now, so it shouldn't dare to come. Let's leave first, and we'll come back to take it down when our strength has improved. Yongbin said. He was a vengeful person. This guy had beaten them so badly that he wouldn't feel good until he took its crystal. Soon, they found a drivable vehicle again, although it was a 5-seater. It was large enough for people to crouch in the back. The vehicle slowly drove away under the cold gaze of the 5th-level zombie. Inside the vehicle, Hu Wenliang started treating everyone's injuries. In this battle, almost everyone was seriously injured, and even Yang Bin was no exception. He had managed to hold on for so long purely by relying on his strength. The road had indeed been cleared quite well. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 zombies, likely ones that followed behind, but it wasn't a significant issue. After 15 kilometers, they saw the tall city walls in the distance, made of stone and cement, standing 3 meters high. That should be the survival base built by the authorities. They saw many people heading in that direction. There were officials directing people on the roadside. Yang Bin and the others didn't stop and continued on their way. Finally, after driving for another 10 kilometers or so, they finally arrived at their destination, Jinghe Garden. The road from the survival base to Jinghe Garden still had no zombies. And even the cars on the roadside had been cleared. It seemed that the military had also been there. But it was easy to guess. If they had gone to rescue the school, how could they not come to Jinghe Garden for rescue? After all, those living here were the upper class of Star City and would definitely be among the first to be rescued. Chapter 71. Jinghe Garden. The group arrived at Jinghe Garden community, and the gate had long been opened, allowing them to enter the community easily. At this time, the community was filled with zombie corpses and signs of battle. It was clear that officials had already been there. Indeed, even in the apocalypse, class relations could not be escaped. Those living here were either rich or noble, making them the first target for rescue. However, this conveniently benefited them, as they didn't have to clear out the zombies. After searching for a while within the community, they finally found a clean and tidy villa. The people inside the villa were either not home or had been rescued before turning into zombies. However, it seemed there were no signs of cleaning inside, so it was likely that they were simply not home. After all, it's normal for wealthy people to have multiple homes. To avoid damaging the door lock, they climbed up to the second floor and entered through a half-open window. Wow! Upon entering the villa and seeing the luxurious decorations, everyone exclaimed in amazement. Damn! Poverty really limits our imagination. It's truly extravagant. I probably couldn't even afford a single tile here with a month's part-time work. Suddenly realizing that the apocalypse wasn't so bad. Otherwise, people like us poor folks would have to struggle for 10 lifetimes to live in such a villa. Yes, before the apocalypse, the rich got richer, and the poor remained stable in their poverty. Working a lifetime couldn't even compare to someone else's monthly pocket money. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Exactly. Especially with women. You treat them wholeheartedly, and in the end, they just run off with a snap of someone's finger. Such is the charm of money, Hu Wenliang sighed. Hu Wenliang, if you say that again, do you believe I won't get angry with you? Chunhao shouted angrily. Haha, why are you getting angry? I didn't mention you. In the apocalypse, money has no value. Society will be reshuffled, and in the future, strength will be king. So, let's focus on improving our strength. Only with enough strength can we get what we want in the apocalypse, Yang Bin said. Bin Gu is right. Once we're strong enough, we can have those wealthy people serve us. Lao He laughed. Don't underestimate the rich. They managed to thrive before the apocalypse, which shows their vision and means are not something ordinary people can compare to. Plus, with the resources they have, even in the apocalypse, they can do better than the average person. That's true, but with Bin Gu around, I believe we will definitely surpass others, Chunhao said firmly. I believe that too. Zhao Kuan and the others nodded in agreement. All right, stop flattering me. Did you guys manage to get any high-level crystals just now? Yang Bin asked. Yes. I have 1 4th-level crystal and 1 3rd-level crystal. Chunhao took out 2 crystals from his pocket. I also have 2 3rd-level ones. I have 1. The other few also took out their crystals. They didn't have time to collect the 2nd level or below ones, but they managed to grab a few 3rd-level ones in the chaos. I also have a few. Yang Bin also took out 3 3rd-level crystals, which he had picked up after the 5th-level zombie ran away. The group counted the crystals and smiled. Although this battle was quite dangerous, the rewards were also considerable. 1 4th-level crystal and 9 3rd-level crystals. Yang Bin brought a 4th-tier crystal to Chunhao, who is now at the peak of the 3rd tier. Eating this crystal would allow him to directly advance to the 4th tier. Moreover, this 4th-tier zombie was also killed by him alone, so it rightfully belongs to him. The remaining 9 3rd-tier crystals were consumed by Hu Wenliang, who then reached the peak of the 3rd tier, while the other 6 were given to Zhao Kuan. The team's strength was significantly enhanced again. All right, everyone find a room to rest. We'll head to the supermarket in half an hour, Yang Bin said. Okay. The villa was large with many rooms, and they each chose one. After taking a shower and changing clothes, they lay down on the beds. Sleeping on the high-end mattress was much more comfortable than the hard beds at school. while others were struggling to survive in the apocalypse. They were living even more comfortably than before. It could only be said that comparing people makes one feel inferior. Of course, there were indeed dangers. And they almost didn't make it back. This made Yang Bin more cautious. He needed to be careful from now on. In another villa, in Jinghe Garden, two people were standing by the third-floor window watching Yang Bin and his group in their villa. Although official personnel had come to rescue, not everyone had gone to the survival base. Some people were unwilling to go. These two were among them. I thought everyone in this neighborhood had left, and I could act freely. I didn't expect there would still be people coming here from outside. The handsome man at the forefront frowned and said, "Probably a group of poor people who have never lived in a villa, taking advantage of the officials clearing the zombies to experience the life of the rich," said another young man. "I hope they don't ruin my good plans," the man said coldly. "Brother Kai, why not just take them out?" The young man made a gesture of cutting his throat. Brother Kai shook his head. From the fact that these people can so easily climb to the second floor, they should all be evolved beings. Don't act rashly before understanding their strength. But Brother Kai, you are a peak third-tier evolved being and also have abilities. Even if they are evolved beings, how can they stand against you? They can be easily eliminated. Don't be blindly confident. How can you be sure there's no fourth-tier evolved being among them? That is impossible. Besides the officials, how could there be any fourth-tier evolved beings outside? Don't have any delusions. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire, Brother Kai said coldly. Yes, Brother Kai is right. Now is a critical moment. As long as they don't come here, we should try to avoid conflict with them. Once the third-tier zombies in the backyard evolve into fourth tier, I will be able to advance to the fourth tier as well. With my abilities, I won't have to fear anyone at this stage. Yeah, Brother Kai is awesome. By the way, did that woman Lin Yifei also go to the survival base? Yes. Have my dad find a way to control her. Her abilities are very strong. And it's best to have her under our control. Okay. On the other side, after Yang Bin and the others rested for half an hour, they headed out, leaving Little Orange at home to guard it. This time they didn't take a car since it was only 5 kilometers away, which was unnecessary. The Jinghe Garden community was surrounded by greenery, and there were no other buildings within a 2-kilometer radius, emphasizing a beautiful environment. Therefore, there were hardly any zombies nearby except within the community. If it weren't for the food issue, staying inside would be quite comfortable. They walked for over 10 minutes before finally seeing another residential area. Yang Bin activated his true sight and glanced over, his expression darkening. Monkeys. We aren't going to have to pass through this residential area to get to Walmart, are we? Not necessarily. We can take another route. But it might be a bit longer. That's good. Let's take the detour. He had just seen that there were too many zombies over there. It was unrealistic to pass through. The officials had gone to Jinghe Garden for rescue, but they had completely neglected this area. So even in the apocalypse, some people still enjoyed preferential treatment. Chapter 72, Barehanded Catching Bullets. Yang Bin and the others took a long detour and finally arrived at Walmart. Although they avoided the direct path, they still encountered quite a few zombies along the way. Fortunately, the group was strong enough. As long as there weren't large numbers of zombies, it was generally not a problem. This supermarket was indeed one of the top supermarkets in Star City, covering at least over 10,000 square meters. At this moment, the doors of Walmart were tightly closed. Yang Bin activated his true sight and looked inside. Sure enough, it was occupied by people, and there were quite a few of them. However, due to the supermarket size, Yang Bin couldn't see exactly how many people were inside. His powers allowed him to see far in open spaces, but they were greatly reduced by obstacles. Currently, he could see through about 4 or 5 walls. Yang Bin's expression turned grim. Although he couldn't see everything, he still caught sight of some things that angered him. These people were living a life even better than theirs. Not only did they have no worries about food and clothing, but they also had captured a group of women for their own satisfaction. Judging by the women's appearances, they had clearly been tortured for a long time. Brother Bin, what's going on inside? A group of evolved beings, and a bunch of women who have been tortured beyond recognition. Yang Bin's voice was somewhat cold. Damn, another group of scum. Brother Bin, let's just storm in and kill them. Chun Hao exclaimed angrily. We can't storm in. That roll-up door is anti-theft, and there is a layer of iron mesh inside. Most importantly, these guys have blocked the way with shelves. Then how do we get in? From the second floor window. Okay. The group moved to a window below, and Yang Bin jumped up, grabbing onto the second floor window with both hands, then forcefully pulled it open and easily entered the supermarket. The others quickly followed him up. All of them were third-tier and fourth-tier evolved beings, so this height was naturally no challenge for them. Once inside, They faintly heard laughter coming from below. The group quickly walked downstairs. When they reached the scene, they were instantly filled with rage. Below, there were 50 or 60 shirtless men chatting and laughing while eating. These men had tattoos all over their bodies, and some had knife scars. It was clear they were not good people. Not far from them, over 10 women were lying on the ground completely naked, covered in bruises, with hardly a good spot on their bodies. The women's eyes were dull, and their faces showed no expression, only numbness. It was clear they had suffered severe torment to end up like this. At this moment, a man seemed to have finished eating, stood up, and walked in front of the group of women, casually grabbing one to assault. "Beast, let go of that woman," Lao He shouted angrily. His voice instantly alerted the men below, and they all looked over in shock. "How did you get in here?" A heavily tattooed man glared at them with anger. Yang Bin's eyes flashed coldly. "Kill them all." "All right." Chun Hao and the others immediately grabbed their weapons and charged towards them. "Damn it, looking for death. Kill them," the leading man shouted angrily. Immediately, dozens of people quickly pulled out knives from the back shelves and slashed at Chun Hao and the others. These were all evolved beings, and most of them were at the second tier, with the leader already reaching the third tier. However, this lineup posed no threat to Chun Hao and the others. The problem was that the opponents all had knives, which posed some danger to Zhao Kuan and the others who were armed with fire axes. There was no way around it. Their axes were too short, and with so many opponents, they couldn't defend against the chaos of slashing knives. Fortunately, Chun Hao was fierce and charged forward directly, swinging the barbell rod violently. The heads of the few people in front exploded, although they tried to block with their knives. It was completely ineffective. With over 1,000 kilograms of strength, Chun Hao, a fourth tier, was not something these second-tier thugs could contend with. The knives were smashed, and their heads shattered as well. This scene startled the group of people, but they were all desperate outlaws and did not back down. More people rushed towards Chun Hao with weapons. Hu Wanliang quickly joined him. One was at peak level 4 and the other at peak level 3, wildly swinging the barbell rod, knocking all the attackers away. "It seems like we have nothing to do with this," the thin monkey said speechlessly. "I've made up my mind. Once we go out, I'll find a gym and get some barbell rods," Zhao Kuan said firmly. "Yes, we must," came the agreement. Just as Chun Hao and Hu Wanliang were getting into the fight, a gunshot suddenly rang out, startling everyone. The leading man had somehow produced a handgun, pointing it directly at Chun Hao and the others. The two stopped, looking at the smoking gun in the man's hand, feeling a bit scared. Although their strength had greatly increased, they instinctively felt fear in the face of firearms, unsure if they could withstand a bullet. "Got the guts to keep killing?" the man said coldly. "Didn't he expect you little brats to have some skills? But no matter how strong you are, can you stop a bullet?" The group remained silent, only watching the gun in the man's hand with some caution. "I want to give it a try." Yang Bin suddenly walked over and stood in front of Chun Hao and the others. "Brother Bin." The others looked at Yang Bin with concern. "What did you say?" The man thought he misheard. "Do you think the gun in my hand is fake?" "No, I know it's real. I just want to give it a try." Yang Bin stared intently at the gun's muzzle. He wanted to test it. With his level 4 strength, could he withstand a bullet? "Damn it, crazy. Since that's the case, I'll grant you your wish," the man said, pulling the trigger. Bang! With a gunshot, the bullet instantly shot towards Yang Bin's head. The speed of the bullet was hard to see, but under Yang Bin's true vision, he still caught the bullet's trajectory. Yang Bin quickly waved his hand in front of him and caught the bullet. Although it caused a sharp pain in his hand, it wasn't a big issue. When Yang Bin opened his palm to reveal the bullet lying quietly there, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Catching a bullet with bare hands. What kind of god is this? Brother Bin is amazing. Behind him, Chun Hao and the others were starry-eyed. It was so cool. "What the hell?" the man cursed angrily. "I don't believe it." He pulled the trigger again. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots were fired in quick succession. Yang Bin waved his hand quickly in front, then extended his hand palm down, opening it. Clink. 4 bullets fell to the ground with a crisp sound. However, to the man, that sound was like a death knell, instantly turning his face ashen. Chapter 73. Fate is in your own hands. After feeling the power of the handgun, Yang Bin had a clearer understanding of ordinary firearms. He no longer wasted time with these people. The barbell rod instantly jabbed forward, piercing the head of the leading man before he even reacted. Seeing this, the remaining people were startled and immediately scattered, trying to escape. After witnessing Yang Bin catch a bullet, they had lost the courage to fight back. "Leave none alive," Yang Bin said coldly. "Understood." Chun Hao and the others nodded, instantly giving chase. These people wanted to escape, but awkwardly found that every door of the supermarket had been blocked by their own shelves. At that moment, they wished they could slap themselves. Had they known, they should have left one door open. Under Chun Hao and the others' pursuit, one after another fell to the ground. There were still a dozen left. Seeing no hope of escape, they instantly knelt down. Please, don't kill us. This was all the boss's idea. Yes, we were just following him. We didn't do anything bad. A group of people knelt on the ground, pleading incessantly, betting on the mercy of these young people. Unfortunately, they bet wrong. Perhaps Hu Wenliang might have some mercy, but Yang Bin would not. Yang Bin had already given the order, and they would carry it out resolutely. Moreover, after Yang Bin's continuous guidance, Hu Wenliang was quickly adapting to the rules of survival in the apocalypse. This time, even he felt no shred of pity, because what these people had done had already crossed his bottom line. The group completely ignored the pleas of the others, and the barbell rod mercilessly struck the heads of their foes. In no time, 60 or 70 people were all killed. The group returned to Yang Bin, who was carefully examining the man's handgun. This was something he often saw on TV, but it was the first time he held one. Every man seemed to have a special affection for firearms, and Yang Bin was no exception. Unfortunately, the gun was out of bullets, and the guy had no more bullets on him. He didn't know where this guy got the handgun from. Brother Bin, is this thing a big threat to us? Chen Hao asked. The others also looked curiously at the gun in Yang Bin's hand. To be honest, they felt they could withstand it, but deep down, they had an instinctive fear of firearms. This kind of fear was normal for anyone, especially when looking down the dark muzzle aimed at them. Yang Bin smiled and said, "From what I just felt, this thing poses a significant threat to first and second level evolvers, but for third level and above evolvers, it's not much of a threat. With the body strength of a third level evolver, even if hit, it would at most be a minor injury, not much impact. Of course, if shot in the eye, that would be another matter. Fourth level evolvers can almost ignore such ordinary handguns. Even if hit, it would only break the skin and wouldn't reach the muscle layer." After saying this, Yang Bin opened his palm, where there was a small dent, caused by him deliberately catching a bullet with the front of his palm. Seeing the wound on Yang Bin's hand, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that firearms weren't so formidable after all. Seeing their reaction, Yang Bin immediately became serious. "Don't let your guard down. This is just an ordinary handgun. There are plenty of powerful weapons with official might. Just like the assault rifles in the hands of those soldiers we just encountered, which could instantly turn us into a sieve. Not to mention the heavy machine guns they would bring out. That thing scared away the 5th level zombies. So, remember, don't underestimate firearms, at least. We aren't qualified to compete with them yet." "Understood." Everyone nodded. Just then, there was a noise from behind. The group of women had somehow managed to get up. They didn't thank them or anything. Instead, they looked at them with numbed expressions, as if they had accepted this cruel fate. Seeing this, Yang Bin and the others frowned. Clearly, these women had likely gone through several changes of ownership and perhaps regarded them as the same as the previous ones. "Put your clothes on," Yang Bin said. The group of women slowly raised their heads to glance at Yang Bin and the others, then numbly picked up the tattered clothes from the ground to put on. "Go to the clothing section and choose some better clothes to wear," Yang Bin shouted angrily. "Damn, wearing those rags is worse than not wearing anything. Don't you know this place is full of vigorous young men?" This time, the expressions of the women finally changed a bit, seemingly surprised. "Young man, your taste is indeed different." Soon, the group of women walked toward the clothing section. "Let us go, we'll get some food," Yang Bin said. "Okay." The group nodded. Then each pushed a cart toward the direction of rice and oil, preparing to stock up on rice and noodles since the villa had a kitchen where they could cook. Of course, we need to stock up on instant noodles, biscuits, bread, and other fast foods to take with us when going out to fight zombies. This supermarket truly lives up to its reputation as a large store. Almost everything we need is here. However, everyone is mainly focused on food since daily necessities are already available in the villa. Before long, all 6 shopping carts were filled to the brim. Each person grabbed a large mountaineering backpack that can hold a lot and filled it up completely. It won't be long before the authorities arrive. With so many people at the survival base needing food and water, the demand for supplies is enormous. Once their first rescue mission is completed, they will definitely prioritize finding supplies. This place is only a dozen kilometers from the survival base, so it will undoubtedly become the officials' first choice. Therefore, they need to take more supplies. Otherwise, it will probably be emptied out next time they come. After everything was packed, they prepared to head back. At this moment, the group of women had already returned, fully dressed. When Yang Bin and the others saw their attire, they were taken aback. No wonder these women are in such a predicament. It turns out each one has quite an impressive figure and appearance. But what's with the black stockings and uniforms? Are they trying to bully honest people? Clearly, the other party misunderstood Yang Bin's intentions. Yang Bin took a deep breath and said coldly, "We are leaving now. You can continue to hide here. Or pick up the machete on the ground and go kill zombies. Remember, in the apocalypse, if you don't want to be humiliated, you have to become strong yourself." After saying this, Yang Bin and Chun Hao pushed their carts toward the exit. Wait. At this moment, someone from the other side finally spoke. "Aren't you? You think too much. In the apocalypse, although many people have lost their humanity, there are always those who uphold their principles. Congratulations, you finally encountered one. So you are free now. As for whether you will face such situations again in the future, that depends on you. Your fate is in your own hands." Chapter 74. Yang Bin's past. Yang Bin and the others quickly left the supermarket. Before leaving, Yang Bin had Chun Hao leave behind a dozen first-tier crystals. The zombies outside are all at least first-tier. If they don't evolve, even if these women have the courage to go out and kill zombies, it would just be a death sentence. Since they saved them, they might as well give them a chance to survive. As for whether they can ultimately escape the fate of being treated as playthings, that depends on them. At this time, on the way to Jinghe Garden, everyone carefully pushed a shopping cart and carried a large mountaineering backpack on their backs as they made their way back. Fortunately, this road had just been cleared, so there weren't too many zombies. In the end, they safely returned all the supplies home. However, with their shopping carts and large bags, they naturally couldn't escape the notice of the villa across the way. Did they really manage to get that many supplies? Kai Ji's eyes lit up as he looked at the villa not far away. Haha, Kai-gu, these people are pretty good. Our food is almost finished. And we didn't expect them to deliver supplies. Another person laughed. Once I advance to a fourth-tier evolutionist, I'll go over and deal with them. We're neighbors, so borrowing some things shouldn't be a problem, Kai-gu replied with a smile. Inside the villa, everyone looked at the pile of food on the ground and finally smiled with satisfaction. With just a few of them, this food would be enough for them to eat for a month. Let's South treat this place as a base for now. After that, every time we go out to kill zombies, we'll carry a backpack and try to bring something back every day. This way, at least we won't have to worry about going hungry in the short term, Yang Bin said. But what if someone comes while we're out? This security door is sturdy, but it can't withstand high-tier evolutionists, Zhao Kuan frowned. From now on, let Little Orange stay at home and not come out with us. Little Orange's advantage is speed. It can handle one-on-one or a few zombies well, but when faced with a horde of zombies, it doesn't have much of an advantage. So Yang Bin decided to have it guard the house. Meow? Little Orange meowed, clearly agreeing to this task. Cats are inherently lazy, so naturally, it preferred to stay home and sleep rather than go out and fight zombies. Haha, that's fine. With Little Orange's strength, even a fourth-tier evolutionist might not be its match, Chun Hao laughed. Although Little Orange hadn't reached the fourth tier yet, its speed was incredible. The more it progressed, the more pronounced this advantage became, making it difficult for ordinary fourth-tier evolutionists to catch it. All right, it's settled then. Let us hurry and make some cured meat. We're having a good meal today, Yang Bin smiled. Haha, that's doable. While scavenging, they managed to get a lot of cured meat, dried vegetables, and other long-lasting food, so they wouldn't be eating plain rice. The others helped out, with Yang Bin as the chef. In no time, delicious dishes were served. Everyone took out their bowls and chopsticks and happily gathered around the table to eat. In the apocalypse, this kind of scene is quite rare. Brother Bin, your cooking skills are definitely on par with a chef. It's so delicious. Everyone praised as they ate. Yeah, I never imagined we could enjoy such treatment in the apocalypse. All right, stop flattering me. Eat quickly. After eating, go to bed early and wake up to watch the stars. Yang Bin said. Everyone nodded in agreement. In the end, each person finished 3 bowls of rice and polished off all the dishes on the table, reluctantly putting down their bowls and chopsticks. Cleaning the dishes is up to you guys. I'm going upstairs to sleep. All right, no problem. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Soon, Yang Bin went upstairs, and the others quickly started cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks. How's he? What exactly has Brother Bin been through? Why do I feel like he is more mature than us? It seems like he knows everything, Zhao Kuan asked curiously. He used to lead a team, and he made all the decisions for the team. After joining this group, he realized he felt useless. The problems he could think of, Yang Bin could think of too. Whenever something happened, Yangbin could quickly come up with the most reasonable arrangements, which made Zhao Kun very curious about Yangbin's past. If he were a normal person, it would be impossible to have such maturity at just over 20 years of age. Chunhao glanced upstairs and sighed. Brother Bin's childhood was much more tragic than ours. When he was 11, his parents died in a car accident while out, leaving him an orphan. Fortunately, he received a substantial compensation. Later, his aunt became his guardian and promised to raise him, so he went to live with her. However, his aunt was actually after the compensation money. At that young age, Brother Bin didn't understand the situation and ended up giving that money to his aunt for safekeeping. After getting the money, his aunt's family bought a new house and started living better, but from then on, he lived a nightmarish life. He had to do all the heavy and dirty work at home, and his uncle would beat him at the slightest provocation. His cousin would flaunt the toys bought with his money in front of him, and he couldn't even touch them. Chen Hao's eyes turned red as he spoke. Damn, this family is disgusting, squandering the money that Brother Bin's parents earned with their lives, yet treating him like a slave. Everyone was filled with anger, including Hu Wenliang, who was hearing about Yang Bin's past for the first time. What happened next? Later, Brother Bin left that house and never went back. He survived by scavenging garbage and selling things, sleeping in bridge tunnels at night. You can't imagine what he went through, fighting stray dogs for food, competing with homeless people for territory. Once, he got beaten badly for mistakenly taking a drink someone else hadn't finished, and didn't have the money to see a doctor. So he had to grit his teeth and get through it. It wasn't until he reached middle school, when the school had dormitories, that he finally had a bed to sleep in. All the paperwork for his middle school was handled by his primary school teacher. Since Brother Bin excelled academically, the teacher helped him with all the formalities after learning about his situation. However, Brother Bin did not seek any other assistance from the homeroom teacher and continued to rely on himself to make a living. I met him back in middle school. We were desk mates. One time, after seeing him picking up trash outside, I secretly started bringing some food from home to share with him at school. Because of my good deed, when I was bullied by a group of school bullies at the school gate, Brother Bin happened to see it. That was the first time I witnessed what it meant to be fierce. He single-handedly drove away 7 or 8 peers. That fierce energy is something I still remember to this day. After that, I started following him around, and with his help, I, a poor student, surprisingly managed to get into a key university, which brought me great pride at home. From primary school to university, Brother Bin has been supporting himself alone. How can you compare yourselves to him? After hearing Chun Hao's words, everyone fell silent, finally understanding why Yang Bin had a mentality far beyond his peers. Brother Bin's childhood was simply too tragic. Chapter 75, Survival Base in the Late Night. A group of people lay on the open-air balcony on the 3rd floor, watching the stars. There were lounge chairs inside the villa, which were much more comfortable than lying on the floor. Stargazing was the key to their advantage over others. As long as this method remained unknown, they could keep leading, and with each passing day, their lead would grow slightly. Especially Yang Bin, who had already gained over 300 kilograms of extra strength. Even though he was already at the 4th tier, this additional strength was not to be underestimated. Normally, newly evolved 4th tier beings have a strength of about 1,200 kilograms, but he started at 1,500 kilograms, which was enough to crush his peers. And this advantage would only grow over time. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang had also gained over 100 kilograms of strength, while they might not crush their peers. They were at least significantly stronger than others. However, Zhao Kun and the others were just starting and needed time to accumulate. After watching the stars all night, the group took a few hours of rest and left for breakfast around 8 in the morning. They didn't come here just to enjoy themselves. They needed a place to settle down, with their core focus still on improving their strength. This time, their target was the nearby residential building, where there were more zombies than at school, and high-tier zombies were certainly not in short supply. However, the area had dense buildings, and the narrow alleys were already filled with zombies, making it necessary to weigh their options carefully before taking action. Upon arriving in this area, the group felt a bit overwhelmed by the dense mass of zombies. Brother Bin, what should we do? Everyone looked at Yang Bin. Old method. Find a way to rush into a building and use the stairwell to fight, Yang Bin replied. Then activated his true sight to scan around and pointed to a slightly newer building, saying, that one. This residential area was relatively old, and many buildings were in poor condition. He didn't dare to enter the oldest houses, fearing they might collapse during the fight. It was important to note that the current zombies were quite powerful. Most were at the 2nd tier, and there were already a fair number of third-tier zombies. So older buildings might not withstand the impact. The group cautiously approached the building, trying to avoid attracting the zombies' attention. Unfortunately, it was impossible to completely evade their line of sight. Soon, a zombie on the upper floor spotted them, and with a loud roar, other zombies turned to look, resulting in a massive wave of zombies charging toward them. Accelerate. The group remained calm. They had anticipated this outcome. As the zombies rushed toward them, they instantly sped up toward the building. On the way, any zombies blocking their path were swiftly dealt with by Yongbin. Before long, they reached the base of the building, only to find it surrounded by zombies. Without hesitation, they broke in. With the immense strength of Yongbin and Chun Hao, both fourth-tier revolvers, the zombies couldn't stop their advance. In no time, they reached the front door. Chun Hao suddenly exerted his strength and pulled open the iron door. Then the group rushed up the stairs to the second floor. Let's split up. Haozi and I will guard the stairs and kill zombies. Zhao Kuan and the three of you drag the bodies and throw them into the rooms. Liangzi, you're in charge of extracting the crystals. Yongbin quickly laid out the plan. Okay. The others had no objections and quickly began to execute it. With two fourth-tier evolvers guarding the stairs, the zombies naturally couldn't get up. The two waved their barbells casually, rapidly killing one zombie after another. In these old buildings, there were no elevators, and each floor housed 4 households. Zhao Kuan and his group successively opened the doors to all 4 households. Unfortunately, none of them had any survivors. Either they were all zombies or the bodies had been mangled by zombies. After clearing several rooms, Zhao Kuan and the others quickly moved the bodies from the stairwell into the rooms, while Hu Wenliang directly extracted the crystals from the heads of the zombies inside the rooms. The group operated like a production line, quickly and efficiently. The zombies in the entire alley were alerted and rushed toward them, with the lower level already filled with zombies lining up to charge up the stairs. Yongbin and Chun Hao basically accepted all challengers, whether they were first, second, or third-tier zombies. None could withstand their blows. With such efficiency, they soon acquired some third-tier crystals. Hu Wenliang handed the third-tier crystals directly to Lao He and the others for immediate use, allowing them to fight while enhancing their abilities. Star City Survival Base. This was a large base covering hundreds of thousands of square meters, the result of thousands of soldiers working day and night. The survival base had an irregular circular shape, with walls 3 meters high made of stone and cement, surrounded by shattered glass and spikes. Every few meters, there was a lookout tower where soldiers kept watch over the situation outside. It could be said that this was undoubtedly the safest place in Star City at the moment. At least, living inside, one didn't have to worry about zombies suddenly breaking in. However, due to time constraints, the soldiers only managed to build the walls. Inside, there were only simple makeshift shelters, barely able to provide protection from wind and rain. There were already over 10,000 survivors in the survival base, some rescued by the military, while many had come on their own. At this time, these survivors were gathered for construction work. Although there was no threat of zombies inside the survival base, it didn't mean they could relax. Labor was still required. Although the authorities provided food every day, it was just a bun per meal, and to obtain more, they had to exchange labor. Moreover, the authorities promised that if they performed well, they could also receive crystals. This alone stirred countless people's spirits, making them work harder than they ever had before the apocalypse. However, not everyone was pleased. For instance, a group of people brought back from Zhongxiang Academy by the military were now gathered together, looking quite frustrated. Are we just going to sit here and watch? Qin Wei asked Tang Weiwei. What can we do? We can't go out freely here. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come yesterday, Tang Weiwei replied, feeling quite annoyed. She hadn't wanted to come yesterday, but couldn't find a reason to refuse, so she ended up going along. Why don't we break in? Staying here is just wasting time. If you're not afraid of getting turned into a sieve by their rifles, you can try, Tang Weiwei sneered. What do we do then? We can't just keep sitting here. If this drags on, we'll be done for, Qin Wei complained. If I had known, I would have left school earlier to avoid all this mess. They were all ambitious people and naturally didn't want to waste time like this. Going out may be very dangerous, but it can also enhance our strength. They are well aware that in the apocalypse, strength is the key. The base has just been established, and many systems are still not perfect. It is understandable that they do not allow random entry and exit. Let's go find their higher-ups and clarify the stakes. I believe they should let us leave. Chapter 76. Ma Zhonghua in the survival base. Besides the various factory sheds, there is a completed building in the middle, which is currently the only structure inside. This is the command center of the survival base, and also where the high-ranking officials of Star City live. The sudden outbreak of the apocalypse has severely impacted the official authorities of Star City, with many department heads missing and internal systems in chaos. Moreover, with the mobile phone signals cut off, they have lost contact with Kyoto, leading many official higher-ups to start contemplating other ideas. At this time, 7 or 8 people were sitting around the conference table in the command center discussing something. These individuals are high-ranking officials from both the military and political sides of Star City. The first phase of the rescue mission has basically been completed, with over 3,000 students from several key universities, as well as residents from key communities like Jingyuan and Kingswewan, safely brought back to the base. When will the second phase of the rescue mission begin? Deputy Division Chief Liu Yong from the military asked. He is currently the highest-ranking military officer in Star City since both the division commander and political commissar perished in this disaster. So he is in charge on the military side. Deputy Chief Liu, please first discuss the difficulties and losses encountered during this rescue operation, said Ma Zhonghua, the mayor of Star City, who was sitting at the head of the table. The political side has also suffered severe losses, with the deputy mayor and city secretary among those who perished, but fortunately, the mayor survived. Star City is a provincial capital, and Ma Zhonghua holds a relatively high position as mayor. In peacetime, the military and political sides do not interfere with each other. But now, in this special situation, both sides must work together. At this moment, there must be a leader. As the highest official in Star City, Ma Zhonghua naturally became the leader. The biggest difficulty is that our ammunition is not sufficient. Most of the time, the soldiers are engaged in close combat. So they have also suffered considerable losses during this operation, Liu Yong said with some sorrow. Then let's put the second phase of the rescue mission on hold for now. There are 2 more urgent tasks. One is the ammunition issue, and the other is the supply of living materials. There are already over 10,000 survivors in the base, and the daily consumption is enormous. The supplies we prepared are running low, so we must quickly go out to look for materials. The ammunition issue is also urgent. I remember there is an armory in your garrison, right? Find a way to bring those arms back. It should solve the short-term problem. However, there are still many survivors waiting for us to rescue them. The longer we delay, the more the death toll will double. Deputy Chief Liu, rescue is not blind. We need to resolve the main issues first to carry out the rescue better. Without supplies, even if we bring them back, they will starve to death. Another man sitting at the lower end of the table said, All right then, when do we set off? Gather personnel and set out as soon as possible. In 2 batches, 1 batch to the armory to transport arms, and another batch to the Walmart supermarket over 10 kilometers away to transport supplies. Okay, Liu Yong nodded, then exited the conference room to gather personnel. Ma Zhonghua watched Liu Yong's departing figure, his eyes flickering, unsure of what he was thinking. Soon, the others also arranged their tasks and left, leaving Ma Zhonghua alone in the conference room. After a while, the door at the back of the conference room suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man walked in. This middle-aged man is Wang Jinhong, the controller of the Wang family, the largest family in Star City, who has always maintained a very close cooperative relationship with the mayor. Ma Zhonghua was not surprised by his appearance and pointed to the chair beside him, indicating him to sit. Wang Jinhong did not stand on ceremony and directly sat down, then looked at Ma Zhonghua and said, Mayor Ma, how have you considered my previous proposal? This matter is not urgent. Most of the military personnel still listen to Liu Yong. We need to find a way to take control of the military, Ma Zhonghua said, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, seemingly deep in thought. Since this Liu Yong is too obstructive, why not? No, it's not the right time yet. We still need him for the fighting. All right. Just then, there was a sudden commotion outside, and soon there was a knock on the door. The 2 frowned. You hide first. Okay. Wang Jinhong nodded and went back into the room behind. Ma Zhonghua called out to the door, and when it opened, a soldier walked in and saluted him. Mayor, there is a group of college students outside clamoring to see you. College students? Yes, it's that group from Zhongshan University. What do they want? Ma Zhonghua asked, somewhat puzzled. Forget it, let them in. Yes. Soon, Tang Weiwei, Qin Wei, and others walked in. Hello, Mayor Ma. We apologize for the abrupt interruption, Tang Weiwei said politely. What do you want? Ma Zhonghua asked, looking at the group curiously. It's like this, Mayor Ma. We want to go out, but the guards at the entrance won't let us. We were wondering if you could make an exception. It's too dangerous outside with all the zombies. You've just made it into the base. Why are you still thinking about going out? We want to go out to kill zombies and enhance our strength. Staying in the base is a waste of time, Qinwei said. Ma Zhonghua frowned. Without sufficient strength, going out is no different from seeking death. You are the pillars of the country and cannot take risks recklessly. Don't worry, we have strength. We have several third-tier evolvers here, and the others are all peak second-tier. We have no problem dealing with ordinary zombie hordes, Qinwei said confidently. Oh, indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Ma Zhonghua's eyes brightened, then thought for a moment. Since you have such strength, staying in the base would indeed be a waste of time. However, the rule of not going out freely cannot be broken. Otherwise, it will bring serious consequences to the safety of the base. How about this? I will arrange for a few people to go out with you. That way, the guards won't stop you. This Tang Weiwei frowned. You don't have to worry. They have the ability to protect themselves. This is the only solution I can think of. Perhaps in a few days, we can come up with a more complete handling method, and you can go out then. Then please arrange for people to go with us, Mayor Ma. Qinwei quickly said. Waiting a few days to go out, they wouldn't even know if they could still fight zombies. Soon, Tang Weiwei and others left the conference room. Mayor Ma seems to have taken a liking to this group of college students. The back door opened again, and Wang Jinhong slowly walked out. In this world, one must have more powerful evolvers to hold their ground, Ma Zhonghua smiled. On the other side, Captain Tang. What's wrong? Qinwei asked, looking at Tang Weiwei, who had been frowning. I'm wondering what Mayor Ma's purpose is in arranging for a few people to follow us, Tang Weiwei pondered. Didn't he say so? He arranged for a few people to come, and then the guards won't stop us, Qinwei said. Are you an idiot? Do you really not know how you've survived until now? With his power, he could directly say a word and let us go out. Why bother with this extra step? After Tang Weiwei finished speaking, she left, seemingly afraid that staying with Qinwei would affect her intelligence. This Qinwei frowned. It did seem to make sense. Sijia, what do you think? Qinwei looked at Fang Sijia, who had been silent. Fang Sijia glanced at Qinwei and suddenly said, Wei Gu, if Mayor Ma wants to recruit you, how would you choose? Mayor Ma wants to recruit me? Would a dignified mayor look up to us? You don't need to care whether he values you or not. Just say whether you will agree or not. Fang Sijia said. Of course not. We are so free. Why should we follow him? All right, remember what you said today. What's wrong with you? So strange. You don't really think Mayor Ma will recruit us, do you? Not sure, but try not to let the brothers get too close to the people they send. And don't expose everything in front of them. That's troublesome. Why not just not let them follow us? It's not that easy. If you don't let them follow, we can't get out. Okay. Chapter 77. Cut off. Wang Jinhong returned to his residence from the meeting room, and a butler-like person walked in. Sir, the young master has sent word asking you to find a way to control Miss Lin Yifei from the Lin family. Lin Yifei? That wasteful thing is still not giving up on this woman? No, this time it's because the young master discovered she is a supernatural being. So he wants to control her. A supernatural being? Wang Jinhong's eyes lit up, but after thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, the Lin family is too close to the military, and Lin Yifei is currently protected by Lu Yong, so it's not suitable to act against her now. Let us wait for a while. At that time, whoever we want is just a word away. Tell Akai not to think too much. Focus on improving his strength. He will be the key in the future. Okay. Residential area. Yongbin and a few others had been hiding in this building, killing zombies all day. From morning until evening, even skipping meals, gnawing on bread while killing zombies. In one day, they killed nearly 1,000 zombies. This speed was actually quite slow for them, mainly because the stairwells limited their ability to kill zombies, and clearing the bodies was also troublesome. Fortunately, the harvest was decent. They obtained 1 4th level zombie and more than 23rd level zombies, along with over 1,000 crystals. At this point, their team, Hu Wenliang, had also reached the 4th level, and Zhao Kuan and the others were all at the peak of the 3rd level, with 3 4th level and 3 peak 3rd level, still far ahead. However, Yongbin was not very satisfied, mainly because there were too few 4th level crystals. It seems we can't continue killing like this tomorrow. Getting only 1 4th level crystal in a day is too slow, Yongbin frowned. Yeah, now crystals below the 4th level are useless to us. Killing like this is indeed a waste of time. The others nodded in agreement. Let us go back first. Tomorrow there should be more 4th level zombies. And we can think of other methods then. Okay. The stairwell was completely blocked, but it didn't affect them. They entered a room, broke the security net on the window, and jumped down directly. The zombies below rushed towards them in droves. Unfortunately, with their current strength, these zombies couldn't stop them at all. They forced their way through, creating a bloody path. They ran back to the villa, and just as they were about to enter, Yang Bin inadvertently noticed someone moving in a nearby villa. He quickly activated his true vision and looked towards that villa, soon discovering that there were two people inside seemingly watching them. What's wrong, Bingu? There are actually people in this community. People? Yeah, there are two people in that villa. Yang Bin pointed to the luxurious villa not far away. I thought everyone in this community had been rescued, but it seems I need to go to the rooftop to take a good look at this community later. Should we deal with those two? As long as they don't come looking for trouble, just ignore them. Okay. The group returned home, had a hearty meal, and then went upstairs to rest. Yang Bin went directly to the rooftop terrace to check the situation in the community. After looking around, he only found that one villa had people. The other villas were empty. However, while Yang Bin was carefully observing that villa, he discovered something that shocked him immensely. In the center of the yard behind that villa was a huge iron cage, and inside the cage were more than 20 zombies. What surprised Yang Bin even more was that all these zombies were third level. Moreover, there were 4 third-level evolvers hiding in the yard, constantly monitoring the iron cage. What are these people doing with so many high-level zombies? Yang Bin wondered. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Could they be raising zombies? Damn, it's quite possible. How did I not think of that? Yang Bin seemed to have discovered a treasure, and his eyes brightened. This is really a talent. I want that thing later. Yang Bin looked at the huge iron cage with a greedy expression, his bandit nature bursting forth. In the dead of night, the group went to the rooftop terrace again to stargaze. After watching the stars, just as they were about to go downstairs, Yang Bin glanced again at the nearby villa and suddenly showed a look of delight. Liangzi, Zhao Kuan, you guys go downstairs to rest first. Haozi, come with me. I'll take you to get something good, Yang Bin said with a smile. Okay. Although the others were puzzled, they didn't ask too much and just did as Bin Gus said. This was the tacit understanding of their team. Yang Bin took the fire axe from Zhao Kuan and quickly led Chun Hao to the back of the villa, climbing up a nearby tree. At this moment, Chun Hao also saw the huge iron cage in the center of the yard and the zombies inside, his eyes widening in surprise. Yang Bin made a hush gesture and then pointed to the zombie in the cage, saying quietly, "Do you see that zombie in the gray plaid shirt by the edge? It's a recently promoted 4th-level zombie. You'll go down invisibly and kill it, then take the crystal and leave." Chun Hao's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Yang Bin handed the fire axe to Chun Hao and reminded him, there are 4 third-level evolvers hiding in the corners of the yard, but they are napping now. When you strike to kill the zombie, go invisible again. As long as you grasp the timing well, your body shouldn't show up, and they won't notice you. If they do notice, then just kill them all. Understood. Chun Hao nodded, jumped down, and then went invisible, climbing over the wall into the yard in front of the iron cage. He took a swing with the fire axe, and with one blow, he directly decapitated the 4th-level zombie. At the moment Chun Hao struck the zombie, his figure vanished without a trace. The zombies in the cage immediately stirred. The 3rd-level evolvers hiding nearby opened their eyes, glanced around, and seeing nothing unusual, went back to sleep. They were already used to the zombies stirring every time the stars disappeared. Chun Hao took the crystal from the 4th-level zombie's head and left gracefully. Soon, the two returned to the villa. Haha, this 4th-level crystal is definitely the easiest one to obtain since the apocalypse, Chun Hao said, looking at the crystal in his hand with a smile. But Bingu, why do we have to be so sneaky? Why not just take over that villa? All the zombies inside would be ours. No rush. With so many high-level zombies, those few people in the villa definitely can't capture them. They must have more powerful forces behind them. Until we understand their strength, we shouldn't act rashly, Yang Bin replied. But if we act today, doesn't that mean we've alerted them? If we don't act today, tomorrow that 4th-level zombie will be gone. This is a 4th-level crystal. How can we just give it away? As for alerting them, as long as they don't discover you, it doesn't count as alarming them for now. And this zombie just advanced. They don't even know it's a 4th-level zombie. As for what they think about the suddenly decapitated zombie, that's none of our business. Yang Bin seemed to imagine the expressions on their faces when they saw that scene, and a smile crept at the corner of his mouth. Let us go to sleep. Chapter 78. Stealing weapons in the morning, in the luxurious villa. Wang Ruikai's first task after getting up was to call his sidekick Wang Yueming to head towards the backyard. Checking for the birth of 4th-level zombies every day was what he looked forward to the most. However, when they arrived at the backyard, they found that the 4 people hiding there had all run out, looking confused at the iron cage. What is going on? Wang Ruikai frowned. Young Master Wang, there's a zombie that was bitten to death here. One of them pointed at the cage. Bitten to death? By what? Wang Ruikai hurried over. Sure enough, he saw a mutilated corpse. It was bitten by a zombie. We saw quite a few zombies gnawing on its body this morning when we discovered it. That's impossible. Don't zombies not eat their own kind? Wang Ruikai asked in confusion. Maybe it wasn't hungry enough. If they get really hungry, they might eat their own kind. After being trapped for so long, another person whispered. What about the crystal? It seems to have been eaten too. Several people said awkwardly. What were you all doing? Didn't I tell you to keep a close watch? Wang Ruikai shouted angrily. Sorry, young Master Wang. We didn't know zombies would eat their own kind. The group lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Wang Ruikai wanted to curse, but in the end, he held back. These people were the most loyal subordinates of the Wang family, sticking with him even in the apocalypse. He couldn't let them feel disheartened. Taking a deep breath, he said, It's not your fault. I didn't expect this either. Now that we know zombies can eat their own kind, you all need to be extra vigilant from now on. Don't worry, young Master Wang. This won't happen again, they assured, patting their chests. Wang Ruikai nodded and asked, Has there been any fourth-tier zombie born today? Not yet. We just tested each one, they replied. Not yet. Is it that difficult to find fourth-tier zombies? Or are the ones we captured too weak? Wang Ruikai muttered to himself. Brother Kai, fourth tier is indeed hard to find. There aren't many fourth-tier zombies outside. However, our group of zombies are relatively early-stage third tier. So we should have some breakthroughs in a day or two, another person replied. All right. Wang Ruikai sighed, feeling something was off, but unable to pinpoint it. In another villa. Kuan, this is for you. Yang Bin handed over the fourth-tier crystal obtained last night to Zhao Kuan. This was what they had agreed upon beforehand. The first to advance gets priority, and once everyone has advanced, they would prioritize one. Zhao Kuan looked at the fourth-tier crystal in Yang Bin's hand, surprised. Brother Bin, where did you get this crystal? He picked it up nearby. Someone is helping us raise fourth-tier zombies. We might be able to collect fourth-tier crystals every night. Yang Bin smiled. He could see that many of the zombies in that iron cage were at the peak of third tier. So it was likely that some would break through to fourth tier every night. Really? That's amazing. The others exclaimed, their eyes wide. Shen Hao chuckled, and then recounted what had happened the previous night. After listening, everyone was enlightened, not expecting such a turn of events. Let us go. Today we'll first go to the gym to get you guys some barbells, and then we'll hunt in the wild. Hunt in the wild? Yes. Let us find fourth-tier zombies in areas with fewer zombies. There are too many zombies in the residential area, while the probability of encountering fourth-tier zombies is high. The efficiency is too low. Okay, Brother Ben, do you know where there's a gym? Yes, there's a pretty big one in that residential area. I saw it yesterday. Then let us hurry. I've been wanting to change. Zhao Kuan said excitedly. Although they had quite a few weapons now, like fire axes and machetes, fighting in a brawl still felt most satisfying with a barbell. As long as your strength was sufficient. Zombies couldn't approach within a meter of you. Soon, the group left the villa under the watchful eyes of Wang Ruikai and the others. Brother Kai, they've left. Should we go over there to get some food? Wang Yueming was still thinking about the food carts on the other side. No rush. This group goes out during the day and comes back at night, probably hunting zombies. They seem to have decent strength. Let us not make enemies for now. Wang Ruikai replied. Then Brother Kai, should we consider recruiting them? We can consider it. Let us wait until they come back tonight and make contact. Wang Ruikai nodded. All right. Yang Bin led the group around the most densely populated zombie areas of the residential district and arrived at a recreational area. This place had an indoor pool, gym, billiard room, and other entertainment facilities. Once they got here, the number of zombies clearly decreased, but there were still zombie corpses everywhere, indicating that there was definitely a group of evolved beings here. Yang Bin activated his true sight to scan the surroundings and, unfortunately, saw that the group was indeed in the gym, and several of them were holding barbells just like theirs. Judging by their physiques, it was clear they were either gym-goers or people who frequently worked out, with enviable V-shaped bodies. Yang Bin didn't hesitate and led the group upstairs. They were here to get barbells, so they wouldn't turn back just because others had taken them first. What he had his eye on was his. The group quickly reached the second floor and knocked on the gym door. To his surprise, the door was opened immediately, clearly because they had seen them from the window above. Come in. The person who opened the door said and walked inside. Yang Bin and the others were taken aback by how direct that was, but they still followed. The gym was large, equipped with various fitness equipment. At this moment, over 50 people stood inside, looking at them with calm expressions. Yang Bin was shocked to find that among these 50 people, more than 20 were third tier. with 2 at the peak of 3rd tier. No wonder they're fit. They really are strong, Yongbin thought to himself. Put down your backpacks. Let me check if you have enough stuff. If it's enough, I might consider letting you join us, said a muscular man at the front, his arms intimidatingly muscular. What do you mean by joining you? The group was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. Clearly, the other side thought they were there to join them. Sorry, we're not here to join you. We're here to take things, Yongbin smiled. Take things? The muscular man asked in confusion. Exactly, Yongbin smiled. Then turned to Zhao Kuan and the others, saying, go grab the stuff, and we'll leave. We're in a hurry. Got it. Zhao Kuan and the others walked over and, amidst the bewildered expressions of the other group, snatched the barbells from 3 people's hands and turned to leave. This time, it was the other group that was dumbfounded. What the hell? They stole my barbell. The 3 people who had their barbells taken were stunned for a full 2 seconds before reacting. What do you mean by this? The muscular man said darkly. We're taking things. We like these, so we're just taking them. Yongbin smiled and prepared to lead the group away. However, it was clear that the other side did not agree to let them leave, and a group of people quickly surrounded them. Do you think you can just walk away after stealing from us? The muscular man said grimly. If we want to leave, you can't stop us. I advise you to step aside, or else if it comes to blows, you'll regret it. Is that so? I've never been bullied like this in my life. Today, I'll see why you're so arrogant. Get them. Chapter 79. Who provoked who in the gym downstairs? Yongbin and his group each carried a barbell as they walked away. Inside the gym, more than 30 muscular men lay on the ground, rolling around and struggling to get up. Although they were a group of muscle men, unfortunately, they encountered a group of maniacs. After a few strikes, they all fell to the ground, unable to get back up. They had gone easy on them. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just been lying on the ground. After all, they had stolen someone else's belongings, and Yongbin didn't want to kill anyone. Afterward, Yongbin led the group away from this residential area to hunt in places with fewer zombies. Although there would be fewer high-tier zombies in areas with fewer zombies, they wouldn't waste a lot of time killing low-tier zombies, allowing them more time to find 4th-tier zombies. Yongbin, with the eye of true sight, led the group across several streets and finally arrived at a commercial area. Since the apocalypse broke out at night, there were significantly fewer zombies in the commercial zone compared to the residential area. However, due to the zombies wandering everywhere, there were still some present. The group found the tallest building and climbed up to search for 4th-tier zombies, using the elevated vantage point. With the eye of true sight, Yongbin had no trouble locating 4th-tier zombies. Soon, he found 3 4th-tier zombies in the area, and since there weren't many zombies around, these 3 were only accompanied by a handful of others. Sure enough, this method works, Yongbin said with a smile. Then, the group went downstairs, and under Yongbin's leadership, they killed all 3 4th-tier zombies. 2 crystals were given to Old Black and Thin Monkey, while Yongbin consumed the remaining 1. He hadn't eaten a crystal in a long time, and now that everyone was at the 4th tier, he would prioritize consuming the crystals going forward. After clearing this area, the group moved to another location, repeating the same method. Find the highest building, determine the positions of the 4th-tier zombies, and then go down to eliminate them. Although there were often too few zombies in these areas, making it hard to find a 4th-tier zombie even after a long search, this method was still far more efficient than their previous strategy of guarding the stairs and killing zombies. At Walmart supermarket, 7 or 8 trucks, led by 3 military transport vehicles, forcefully arrived at the entrance. Soldiers disembarked from the transport vehicles and broke open the supermarket doors, quickly rushing inside to gather supplies. Inside the supermarket, more than 10 women eating food looked on in confusion at this scene. Just then, a young man in camouflage and a woman in police uniform entered the supermarket. The 2 frowned at the sight of dozens of corpses inside. It was clear that these people had not been killed by zombies. The female police officer approached the group of women and quietly asked, "Are you all okay?" The women glanced at her and then at the soldiers, nodding somewhat numbly. "That's good to hear. You are the survivors here, right? Do you know how these people died?" The policewoman pointed to the bodies on the ground. The women showed a hint of disgust on their faces, but shook their heads. Noticing their expressions, the policewoman furrowed her brows and decided not to ask further. Instead, she said, "You should get in the vehicle. We'll take you back to the base soon." Upon hearing about returning to the base, the faces of the women finally lit up, and they quickly nodded in agreement. They had also gone outside to kill zombies. But the zombies outside were too strong. After losing 2 people, they dared not venture out again and had remained hidden inside the supermarket. where they had enough food and drink to survive. Clearly, Yangbin's earlier words had been in vain. Unfortunately, it was a rare occasion for Yang to show kindness. But some people's fates are not a matter of chance. The soldiers worked quickly, and soon they had nearly cleared all usable supplies from the Walmart supermarket, filling up 7 or 8 large trucks. Afterward, the vehicles began their return journey. However, as they passed through the residential area, a large group of people suddenly charged out, running frantically toward them. Clearly, these people had just seen them pass by. But behind this group followed a horde of zombies. Seeing this, the young man in military uniform furrowed his brow. Rationality told him that they should not help these people and must leave immediately. However, the soldier's instinct made it impossible for him to ignore those in need. "Captain Song, what are you thinking? Stop the vehicle and save them," the policewoman urged anxiously. Hearing her, Captain Song gritted his teeth and ordered the vehicle to stop. The soldiers quickly disembarked from the transport vehicles to assist the people. However, since the main objective was to transport goods, not many soldiers had come, and faced with the swarming zombies, they could only shoot to cover the fleeing group. As the gunfire erupted, the situation in the residential area deteriorated completely. Originally, there were already many zombies in this area, and upon hearing the gunfire, even more zombies rushed over. What was most frustrating was that many of the people running toward them dropped to the ground, trembling in fear upon hearing the gunfire. Seeing this, Captain Song's face darkened. "If you don't want to die, get up quickly. Whoever stays down will be the first to go." At his bellow, the terrified group hurriedly got back on their feet. After a while, they finally reached the soldiers and scrambled into the transport vehicles. "Hurry up," Captain Song shouted. However, by this time, a dense swarm of zombies had appeared on the road ahead. Although the soldiers were shooting frantically, the number of zombies only increased. "Don't go forward. Detour toward the commercial area," Captain Song yelled. The vehicles began to turn toward the commercial district. However, it was not easy for the 7 or 8 large trucks to change direction, and they were quickly overtaken by the zombies, who then swarmed onto the vehicles, overwhelming them in an instant. Captain Song's face turned ashen, and he had no choice but to temporarily abandon the supply trucks and escape in the transport vehicles. However, the road had not been cleared, and various abandoned vehicles blocked their way. The lead transport vehicle could only crash through. Although the transport vehicle was sturdy, the collisions significantly slowed their progress. The soldiers inside the transport vehicles fired wildly at the pursuing zombies to prevent them from getting on board. However, this consumed a massive amount of ammunition, and they could not sustain it for long. After traveling a short distance, a pile of zombie corpses suddenly appeared on the road ahead. Captain Song felt like cursing. "Damn it! Who killed zombies here? Get out and run on foot. Target that building ahead." With such a large pile of zombie bodies in the way, the vehicle clearly could not proceed, and moving it would take considerable time, which they did not have. They had to take shelter inside the nearby building first. The group quickly disembarked and, under the soldiers' cover, ran toward the nearby building. Meanwhile, Yang Bin and his group were at the top of the building looking for 4th-tier zombies when they suddenly heard gunfire and saw 3 transport vehicles approaching. "What's wrong with these officials driving the vehicles here?" Yang Bin said in disbelief. Soon, he spotted the mass of zombies trailing behind the vehicles, and his expression changed dramatically. "Damn it, I just wanted to hunt some wild zombies. Who did I offend?" Chapter 80. All 4th-tier Yang Bin led the group quickly down the building, hoping to leave before the others arrived. Unfortunately, their building had over 20 floors, and since they were on the roof and the elevator was out of service, despite running as fast as they could, they collided with the people rushing up when they reached the 5th floor. Both sides were taken aback, staring at each other. Yang Bin sighed. This unexpected disaster felt like a bucket of shit dumped on their heads, and there was no way to escape. This was not a few hundred or thousand zombies, but a full 10,000 of them. He couldn't understand how these people had stirred up a nest of zombies. Captain Song, seeing Yang Bin and the others rushing down, widened his eyes in surprise, not expecting anyone to be up there. Before he could speak, Yang Bin directly said, "Don't run up any further. Block the stairwell below. The higher you go, the lower your chances of escape." The female police officer beside him wanted to say something, but Captain Song immediately understood Yang Bin's words and shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Don't go up any further. Block the stairwell." Quickly, the soldiers running behind stopped, stowed their rifles, and switched to bayonets, firmly guarding the stairwell. The others no longer stayed in the stairwell and quickly pushed open the fire door to enter the floor. This building was an office building, and the 5th floor housed a large tech company that occupied the entire floor. There were more than 400 people in the crowd along with the warriors, but fortunately, the floor space was large enough, so it wasn't crowded. Just as Yang Bin and the others were feeling overwhelmed, a group of women suddenly appeared in front of them. Hello. We didn't get a chance to thank you before we left last time. We didn't expect to see you again so soon. Thank you for saving us. Several women expressed their gratitude. Yang Bin frowned as he looked at the group of women. He could see that these women had just reached the level of Evolver, meaning they had only consumed the crystals they had left behind and had not gone out to fight for crystals themselves. Sighing, Yang Bin said nothing. As he mentioned, the path is walked by oneself. Their choices determine their future, and no one would always help them. Yang Bin had initially thought to give them a chance on a whim, but it turned out to be a waste. In the future, such things should be avoided. More than 10 crystals were enough for Little Orange to have a meal. Shaking his head, Yang Bin looked at them and said lightly, "No need to thank me. It was just a coincidence." At that moment, a well-built female police officer suddenly walked over. "Was it you who killed those people in the supermarket?" Clearly, the police officer had heard what the group of women had just said. Yang Bin glanced at her and did not deny it, nodding, "That's right. It's already very difficult for everyone to survive, and you still kill people?" The police officer said angrily, "Are you out of your mind? Do you think this world is still the same as before?" Yang Bin replied, speechless. "What's wrong with the world now? Does that mean you can kill people at will?" The police officer became agitated. "Officer, they didn't kill people indiscriminately. That group was a bunch of demons. They deserve to die." A woman beside them spoke up. "Even if that group did something wrong, it is up to us police to handle it. That's not a reason for them to kill. Don't think that with a bit of strength, you can do whatever you want. It's because of people like them that this damned apocalypse has become even more terrifying. You handle it. Where were you when they needed you? Now there are people outside who need you everywhere, and you're hiding here doing nothing? Go save them." Yang Bin was also a bit angry. "You, team leader LV. Enough." Captain Song shouted. "Captain Song, are you trying to protect these murderers?" LV Jiao, however, did not back down. "Do you not realize what time it is? What? Even you think the apocalypse means we can be lawless? Unreasonable." Song Tailin said angrily. He really didn't understand why they sent such a person to carry out the mission with him. This was harmful. "Captain Song, I hope you understand your position. You are a soldier. So what do you want? Kill them?" Song Tailin replied angrily. "At least we should control them. Take them back to the base and wait for the higher-ups to judge. If you want to catch me, catch me. Damn it, I'm not serving anymore." Song Tailin cursed and left directly. Seeing Song Tailin's attitude, LV Jiao's chest heaved with anger, and she thought to herself that she must report him to the higher-ups when she returned. Then, LV Jiao pulled out her handgun from her waist and pointed it at Yang Bin and the others, saying, "Put your hands on your heads and squat in the corner." However, Yang Bin and the others did not move at all, only looking at her with indifference. "Did you hear me? I told you to squat in the corner. What if I don't? Then don't blame me for shooting. You can try," Yang Bin said coldly. Neither side budged, and the crowd around them immediately dispersed, looking at Yang Bin and the others as if they were fools. How dare these people confront the police? However, what they did not know was that if Yang Bin had not been wary of the soldiers with rifles, LV Jiao would already be a corpse. "LV Jiao, have you had enough? Put down the gun." Originally, Song Tailin did not intend to interfere in this mess, but seeing this situation, he had to step up again. If this woman were one of his subordinates, she would have been taken out and shot a long time ago, but unfortunately, this woman was sent by the higher-ups, which left him helpless. "Captain Song, this is a group of dangerous individuals. Let your people take action. Captain Song, I advise you to control this woman, otherwise, I won't hesitate to throw her to the zombies," Yang Bin said to Song Tailin. 010203. "Take her gun and bring her to the other side." "Yes." Soon, 3 soldiers came up, directly snatching the gun from LV Jiao's hands and taking her away. "Song Tailin, how dare you arrest me? Just wait. I will definitely report you to the mayor," LV Jiao shouted loudly. Soon, LV Jiao was taken to another room by 2 soldiers. Song Tailin looked at Yang Bin and the others and said, "I've taken her away, but it is not a concession to you. It is because this is a special time unsuitable for internal conflict. However, do you think that by ignoring official personnel like this, you believe the apocalypse has made the official unworthy of fear?" Captain Song thinks too much. If it weren't for her being an official, she would already be a corpse, Yang Bin said lightly. Song Tailin looked at Yang Bin and the others for a long time before saying, "You all have a heavy killing intent. Do you think that in this world, kindness can help you survive?" Song Tailin fell silent. He did not refute Yongbin because he clearly knew that Yongbin's words were correct. Do you know why I have been stopping her from causing trouble for you? Because you know that attacking us brings no benefit, and it could even lead to heavy losses for you, Yongbin said with a smile. Haha, you are too confident. But I do feel considerable pressure from you. Some of you must be at the 4th stage, right? Yes, all 6 of us are at the 4th stage. Chapter 81. A safe method. Song Tylin stared wide-eyed at Yongbin and the others, and a storm surged in his heart. Even among the officials, there were only a few at the 4th stage, and this entire squad of 6 was all at the 4th stage, which was hard for him to accept. At the same time, Song Tylin felt very fortunate that he hadn't followed that woman into madness. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although they had guns, he was the only one who knew that their ammunition had nearly run out along the way. This was not an open area. The other side wouldn't be foolish enough to let them shoot. Once they ran out of bullets, they would all likely be done for. How did you attract so many zombies? With your intelligence, it shouldn't be possible. It must be that woman's fault again, Yongbin suddenly said. Not entirely. I have my own issues too, Song Tylin said with a wry smile. Damn, it really is her. Old Song, I feel like you should just throw that woman to the zombies. Otherwise, she will definitely make your life miserable when she goes back. Yongbin patted Song Tylin's shoulder and said, let's not talk about this anymore. As soldiers, we have our own bottom line and principles. Sigh, Yongbin sighed. He admired the principles of soldiers, but he knew very well that in an apocalypse, such principles were quite foolish. Shaking his head, Yongbin looked at Song Tylin and said, let's discuss how to leave here. Do you have a plan? Song Tylin asked with some excitement. No, if I had one, I wouldn't be looking for you to discuss it. You are all 4th stage evolvers. Don't you have any ideas? We are humans, not gods, with tens of thousands of zombies. Unless we can fly, going down means death. All right, it seems we can't rely on you either. Don't you military personnel have those powerful grenades? Just throw a few dozen down and it will be resolved, right? If we had those, would we need to hide here? Song Tylin rolled his eyes. What about rocket launchers or Italian cannons? None. Song Tylin's face darkened. Such weapons were usually kept in armories, and how could they be carried around? Then it seems we can't rely on you either. Yongbin shook his head. Can you call for support? Yongbin asked again, somewhat unwilling to give up. We can. But the communication equipment is in the vehicle. We didn't bring it, Song Tylin said awkwardly. The official hasn't come to pick you up after half a day. They should be sending someone to assist you, right? This is definitely the case. This batch of supplies is very important for the base. How long will it take? At the latest, tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yongbin frowned. He didn't want to spend the night here. He still wanted to go back and collect crystals tonight. If he guessed correctly, at least 1 or 2 4th-tier zombies would be born there tonight, and he couldn't let the people in that villa take advantage of it. Looking around at the people, Yongbin suddenly said, why don't I lead you all out? Out. How can we rush out with tens of thousands of zombies down below? Are you trying to lead us to meet the King of Hell? Song Tylin wasn't foolish. I'll just wait here for rescue. You can't wait like this either. At least one person needs to go back and report the situation here. They don't know there are so many zombies. If the rescuers aren't enough, won't that be sending vegetables? Song Tylin frowned, clearly worried about this situation. I have a safer method. You say, there are over 400 of us here. About 100 soldiers and over 300 deadweight. Who are you calling deadweight? Hearing Yongbin's words, the group immediately became unhappy. Fine, since we are not deadweight. Then let us go down and kill zombies together. With that one sentence, they all fell silent. Yongbin ignored them and continued looking at Song Tylin. These deadweights don't need to fight. They would only drag us down. Let them go to the rooftop and throw things down. With over 20 floors, even if they just throw a table, they can kill a few zombies. And it will also attract most of the zombies' attention. At that time, we can break through from the other side with the soldiers. After hearing Yongbin's words, Song Tylin's eyes lit up. He seemed a bit tempted. However, after thinking for a moment, he frowned and said, what will happen to those people if we break through? Are you stupid? Once you break through, you can go back and bring people. Once you understand the situation here, you'll know how many people to bring back. And then you can rescue them. That is true. This method seems feasible, but the risk is also great. If we can't break through quickly and the zombies react, we might get surrounded, and then it would be a complete loss. With 6 of us 4th-tier evolvers here, what are you afraid of? All right, let us do it. Song Tylin wasn't one to hesitate. After some contemplation, he made a decision. Then he turned to the group. You all heard the plan just now. You don't need to kill zombies. You can throw things from a height, right? Yes, 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 but Captain Song, you won't just leave us here, right? I'm not that kind of person. Hurry up, go upstairs, and remember to throw in one direction. Don't throw randomly. All right. The group quickly ran upstairs. Then, Song Thailand looked at Yang Bin and said, "How do we go down? The staircase is full of zombies. It's probably blocked now." "They are blocking at which floor?" "The third floor." "Then it seems we can only jump from the third floor. This building has a high first floor, about 5 meters. And the third floor is over 10 meters above the ground. Jumping down won't be easy. It's difficult, but there's no other way." "Who told you to keep climbing up? If you had gone upstairs directly, there wouldn't be so many troubles." Song Thailand lowered his head and didn't dare to reply, mainly because he hadn't thought of this aspect at the time. The soldiers have trained regularly, and since they are all at least second tier, it might be a bit difficult, but they should be able to manage. "It's doable," Song Thailand said firmly. "All right, then we'll go down. My people will clear the way in front, and you all follow closely." The few of them descended to the third floor, where 4 or 5 soldiers were still guarding the staircase to prevent zombies from rushing up. However, the staircase was already blocked full of zombie corpses, making it very difficult for the zombies to rush up now. The few of them entered the third floor level and approached a window of a company. Just then, a loud crash of a heavy object hitting the ground suddenly came, causing the zombies below to go into chaos. Obviously, the action had started above. Yang Bin looked at the situation below and saw that it was a desk. The zombies that were hit were instantly turned into a bloody mess. Once the first one was hit, soon, the sound of banging continued, with various objects being thrown down from above. The zombies that were hit basically became meat patties. At a height of over 20 floors, even third-tier zombies couldn't withstand it. The zombies below were thrown into disarray, roaring towards the top. The zombies in the other direction also rushed over after hearing the noise. Seeing this situation, Yang Bin's eyes lit up. The effect was even better than he had imagined. But soon Yang Bin became stunned again. It seemed that the ones running away were mostly low-tier zombies, while the ones above tier 3 were still there. Sure enough, the third tier and above zombies weren't that foolish. It seemed a hard battle was inevitable. Chapter 82. Arrival. Gather your people and prepare to go down. Seeing that most of the zombies below had already run away, Yang Bin looked at Song Thailand and said, "All right." Song Thailand nodded, as soon as he issued the order. Soon, teams of soldiers in camouflage uniforms came in, totaling over 100. Looking at these resolute faces, Yang Bin nodded. Indeed, the spirit of soldiers is different. Even when facing such difficulties, they remain fearless. However, soon, Yang Bin's face darkened again because he saw that woman had also come. "What are you bringing this deadweight for? Let her stay here with those people." Yang Bin's disdain was unhidden on his face. "Who are you calling deadweight? I'm a third-tier evolver." El Jiao proudly puffed out her chest. "Third tier, huh?" Yang Bin looked at Song Thailand. "If you bring her, then let her clear the way. I want to take this job." This. Song Thailand suddenly felt a headache. He knew very well that without a few people from the other side clearing the way, they simply wouldn't be able to break through. Clear the way? Who's afraid of who? El Jiao, however, fearlessly walked towards the window. "You are quite brave," Yang Bin chuckled. "I forgot to tell you. Don't think that there are not many zombies left on this side. All of these zombies are at least tier 3. El Jiao's steps froze. "All are tier 3. Song Tianlin's eyes widened as he looked at Yang Bin. "No, I said that at least they are tier 3. There are also tier 4 inside. Captain L, you should stay here." Song Thailand directly looked at El Jiao. "No way, I want to go down and fight." "Captain L, I hope you prioritize the bigger picture." Song Tianlin's tone became a bit heavier. Seeing that she still wanted to say something, Song Thailand shot a glance, and the 2 soldiers, 01 and 02, quickly stepped forward to drag El Jiao away. They were also both third tier. "All right, the troublemakers are gone. Everyone get ready. Soon we will jump down first. And you all hurry to follow," Yang Bin said sternly. "Good." Song Thailand also nodded seriously. Yang Bin carefully observed the situation below. Suddenly, he smashed the window glass with a stick, then leaped out. After landing, he slightly sank before stabilizing his body. As a 4th tier, his physical strength was far beyond before, and this height was naturally not a problem. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding zombies surged towards him. Yang Bin swept through them with a barbell, quickly killing the rushing zombies. At this time, Chun Hao and the others also jumped down one after another, joining the battle. Soon, Song Thailand also jumped down with a group of soldiers. The moment they landed, they rolled on the ground to dissipate their momentum and quickly stood up to join the fight. It must be said that the difference between soldiers and ordinary people was really obvious. If it were ordinary people, they probably wouldn't even dare to jump from such a height. However, these soldiers showed no hesitation at all. From jumping down to dissipating their momentum and joining the fight was seamless, without any pause, making Yang Bin unable to help but admire them. As they joined the battle, Yang Bin's eyes lit up even more. Most of these soldiers were second tier, with only a small number being third tier. However, faced with a horde of third-tier zombies, far outnumbering them, they showed no signs of weakness. The team coordinated seamlessly, with one person fending off the zombies' attacks while another swiftly struck, decapitating the zombies. Yang Bin had experienced tiered battles a few times, but he could not achieve such efficiency. Watching these soldiers, he felt a surge of admiration. This was what a true teammate looked like. Unfortunately, soldiers are loyal to their country, making them difficult to persuade to leave. Although he didn't necessarily want to oppose the authorities, with the collapse of social order, he also didn't want to be constrained by them, knowing that his actions might sometimes conflict with official directives. Just like that woman, it was hard to coexist peacefully, so such teammates could only be a fleeting thought. The soldiers' combat abilities exceeded Yang Bin's expectations, making their breakouts smoother than anticipated. With the strength of Yang Bin's six-person team, they charged through, quickly carving a bloody path. By the time more zombies arrived, they had already broken through the encirclement. Yang Bin and his team had killed 2 fourth-tier zombies and over 100 third-tier zombies. Unfortunately, there was no time to collect the crystals from the third-tier zombies, but Yang Bin managed to grab the fourth-tier crystals. Soon after, they fled quickly, leading a large group of zombies through various alleys, ultimately shaking them off after more than 10 minutes. All right, part ways here. I hope you all can survive. At an intersection, Yang Bin said to Song Tailin, then led Chun Hao and the others to run in another direction. Song Tailin wanted to say something, but saw that they had already run off, only able to sigh. What a strong group. It would be great if they could join the military. It seemed he needed to report to his superiors as soon as he got back. It was terrifying that there was already a group full of fourth-tier fighters. Following that, Song Tailin also led his soldiers towards the base. Although they did not have Yang Bin's true vision, they had their own scouting abilities, so returning was not a problem. Yang Bin and his group circled around a few times before returning to the villa. Despite some minor incidents today, the overall gain was quite good. Not only had everyone reached the 4th tier, but Yang Bin had also consumed 4 4th-tier crystals, including the 2 he obtained during the breakout. He had now consumed 6 4th-tier crystals, significantly boosting his power. He estimated that consuming 2 more 4th-tier crystals would bring him to the peak of the 4th tier. Yang Bin clenched his fists. Just as they were tidying up and preparing to cook, there was a sudden knock at the door. The group immediately became alert. Yang Bin activated his true vision to look outside, and then smiled. Don't be nervous, just a few big fools. The people from that villa? Chun Hao asked suspiciously. What do you mean by stealing? That was taking. Right, it was taking. They don't look like they came to seek justice, probably just trying to gather information. Monkey, go open the door. Okay. The thin monkey hurried over to open the door. Soon, the door swung open, revealing Wang Ruikai and Wang Yueming, along with 2 bodyguard-like individuals behind them. Wang Ruikai was quite cautious. Sorry to bother you. We live in Building 12. Everyone else has already left. And we are the only ones left in our 2 buildings, so we thought we should say hello, Wang Ruikai said politely. You came to visit without bringing anything. That's quite impolite, the thin monkey remarked bluntly. Sorry, we forgot in our haste. We'll make sure to bring something next time, Wang Ruikai said awkwardly. Well then, since we've exchanged greetings, you can head back. After all, it's the apocalypse. We don't have anything to offer you, the thin monkey said, about to close the door. Wait. We're neighbors. No need for hospitality. We just want to come in and sit for a bit. Monkey, let them in, Yang Bin's voice came from inside, as he wanted to see what they were up to. Come in. Chapter 83. Eyeing each other's abilities soon, the thin monkey led them into the living room. Have a seat. Yang Bin gestured towards the sofa. Okay. Wang Ruikai and Wang Yueming took a seat, while the 2 bodyguards remained standing behind them. Yang Bin activated his true vision to scan the group and was immediately surprised. He hadn't paid much attention before, but it turned out the person before him was an ability user, and this guy's ability was quite strong. His ability seemed to belong to the metal category, allowing him to partially metalize his body, significantly enhancing his defense and attack power. This ability greatly amplifies combat effectiveness, and at the same tier, he would likely have no rivals. Moreover, All 4 of them were already at the peak of the 3rd tier, likely waiting for the zombies in the backyard to break through to the 4th tier so they could level up. Indeed, with a powerful background, even in the apocalypse, one could still be ahead of others. Now that the outside is full of zombies, I see you guys still go out every day. You must be quite strong, Wang Ruikai casually remarked, as if in small talk. Strong? What a joke. We have no choice but to go out to find food. Otherwise, we'd starve to death hiding at home, Yang Bin replied with a helpless expression. Haha, you really know how to joke. How could you possibly be lacking food? Wang Ruikai's lips twitched. If he hadn't seen them push several carts of supplies back, he might have believed it. In the apocalypse, who isn't short on food? If you're not lacking, could you lend us some? We're almost out of rice, Wang Ruikai said awkwardly. Sure, he added. Since you're lacking food, why don't you go to a survival base? With your strength, you should be able to make it there on your own, Yang Bin suggested. Why would we go to a survival base when it's more comfortable here? We've never lived in a villa before, and with the apocalypse here, we wanted to experience what living in a villa feels like, Wang Yueming replied. I must say, rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. This villa is indeed comfortable. Yang Bin leaned back on the sofa, looking relaxed. Wang Yueming looked at them with disdain. He had guessed right. These people were just a bunch of poor folks who had never lived in a villa. Haha, the villa is indeed comfortable, but that is only temporary. It's not as safe here as a survival base. If a large number of zombies come one day, it would be over, Wang Rukai laughed. No worries. Enjoying it while we can is enough. Even if we get eaten by zombies, it would be worth it. I see you're just 6 people. Have you ever thought about joining a larger force? At least that would guarantee your safety, Wang Ruikai suggested. What do you mean by a larger force? Yang Bin asked. Like a bigger family. Large families offer good treatment. Not only do they provide supplies, but they also offer crystals. And you can continue living in a villa and even enjoy a superior lifestyle, Wang Ruikai explained. Sounds pretty good. Which family are you from? Yang Bin asked curiously. We are from the Wang family. This is our young master Wang Ruikai, Wang Yueming said proudly. The Wang family is the #1 family in Star City. Oh, so it's young Master Wang. Nice to meet you. But the authorities are still around. Are you planning a rebellion? Yang Bin replied, teasing. Come on. You know what kind of world it is now. The authorities can no longer control us. In this apocalypse, everyone is rising up. In the future, strength will be paramount. Choosing a powerful force will truly elevate your status, Wang Ruikai seduced. So, how strong is the Wang family now? Yang Bin asked. Our Wang family has over 100 3rd-tier evolutionaries and thousands of 2nd-tier evolutionaries. 1st-tier ones are even more numerous, Wang Ruikai boasted. Sounds impressive. I wonder what conditions are needed to join the Wang family. Yang Bin inquired. As long as you reach the 3rd tier, I can directly approve your joining the Wang family and enjoy all its resources. 3rd tier, what a shame. None of us are even at the 3rd tier. Yang Bin said helplessly. Wang Ruikai frowned. This was different from what he had imagined. He thought these people dared to go out every day, so their strength should at least be at the 3rd tier, but it turned out none of them even reached that level. If the combat ability is particularly strong, then a peak 2nd tier is acceptable. Wang Ruikai lowered the standards again. Yang Bin shook his head again and said, Alas, it seems we have no hope. We don't even have a peak 2nd tier among us. Are you joking, brother? How can you dare to go out freely without even a peak 2nd tier? Wang Ruikai clearly didn't believe it. We haven't gone far, just wandering around nearby looking for some food. Maybe we're lucky. We haven't encountered any strong zombies so far. Yang Bin shrugged. Wang Ruikai looked closely at Yang Bin and saw that he didn't seem to be lying, his brows furrowing tightly. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Are these people just low-level evolved? Wang Ruikai thought to himself. If they are low-level evolved, then there's no need to waste time here. Thinking of this, Wang Ruikai suppressed his urge to kill and forced out a smile. We've disturbed you for too long today. We'll head back first and come again when we have time. Can we still join the Wang family? Yang Bin looked at Wang Ruikai with anticipation. Wang Ruikai's mouth twitched. Forcing a smile, I'll go back and discuss it with my family. Okay. Watching the few leave, Yang Bin's mouth curled into a cold smile. Brother Bin, it seems the Wang family is making big moves, Zhao Kuan said thoughtfully. It's normal. These big families have been secretly making small moves before the apocalypse. Now that the apocalypse is here, it's strange if they don't make big moves, Yang Bin replied. It looks like it could really evolve into an era of competing warlords in the future. That's still far off, at least for now. The official side is still the strongest. However, The official side is currently focused on the zombies, and by the time they are done fighting the zombies, these people will probably emerge. So, Brother Ben, what should we do? We should continue to stick to our plan, focusing on improving our own strength. As long as our own strength is strong enough, no matter how they fight among themselves, it won't affect us. Moreover, as the zombies become stronger and smarter, the difficulty of killing them is increasing exponentially. If we don't solve this biggest crisis, what's the point of winning the fight? That's true, everyone nodded. But this Wang Ruikai is too close to us. He could easily drag us into the conflict. So, I'm wondering if we should deal with him, Yangbin suddenly said. Isn't that poking a hornet's nest? The Wang family will definitely retaliate fiercely. Families like this definitely have firearms. We might be in a lot of trouble then. I'm not afraid of that. At worst, we can change places. It's just a pity about this guy's ability. I wonder if there's a way to take his ability away. He's an ability user? Everyone's eyes widened. Yes, and it's a very strong combat-type ability that can metalize parts of his body, significantly enhancing both defense and attack. If I guess correctly, once his strength reaches a certain level, he can metalize his entire body, and then he would definitely be a combat machine. So awesome. Yes, very strong, so I'm a bit reluctant to kill him. Maybe in the future, if we become strong enough, we can find a way to convert abilities. So, should we kill him? Forget it, let's keep him for now. Chapter 84. Running away on the other side. Wang Ruikai's face was gloomy. Damn, I thought they were a group of strong people, but it turns out they are a bunch of useless ones. What a waste of time. Exactly. We were so polite to them. I think we should have just killed them and taken their supplies, Wang Yueming said unhappily. Young master, it's a good thing you didn't act impulsively. A bodyguard behind him frowned and said, Why do you say that? Wang Ruikai looked at him. The people inside gave me a huge sense of pressure. I feel like I couldn't beat any of them. The bodyguard's face was serious. How is that possible? Wang Ruikai and Wang Yueming both widened their eyes, looking at each other in disbelief. He's not wrong. You may not feel it, but we too used to be mercenaries, often hovering on the edge of life and death, so we have an instinctive sense of danger. If we had acted just now, we would have died. Another bodyguard said seriously. Didn't they say they didn't even have a third tier? Brother Kai, I remember he seemed to say there wasn't a single third tier among them. Is it possible they are all fourth tier? Wang Ruikai wanted to say impossible, but couldn't bring himself to say it. Even Asan and the others said they weren't their opponents. What else could it be but fourth tier? However, having 6 people in a team, all fourth tier, was simply too hard to accept. At this moment, Wang Ruikai's expression was extremely colorful. What the hell did I miss? 6 fourth tiers. If they could join the Wang family's strength would definitely increase exponentially. Xiaoming, do you think we would be kicked out if we went back? Wang Ruikai said quietly. Brother Kai, why don't we bring something with us to visit tomorrow? It feels a bit off to go back now. That's true. Let's prepare some things tomorrow before we go back. Luckily, we didn't offend them today, Wang Ruikai said with relief. Late at night, Yang Bin and the others lay on the reclining chairs, watching the stars all night. Although the daily improvement wasn't much, this thing relied on perseverance. As long as they kept at it, they could stay infinitely ahead. Moreover, there was good news tonight. Little Orange had broken through to the 4th tier. Little Orange was different from Yang Bin and the others. He practiced completely independently and didn't need to rely on crystals for improvement. Aside from needing some crystals occasionally as food, he was quite easy to take care of. When they first took in Little Orange, it was just a whim. But now they realized it was a very wise decision. At least with Little Orange guarding the house, they didn't have to worry about being robbed. Now that Little Orange was at the 4th tier, the safety factor was even higher. Unless there was a large number of zombies or high-tier evolved beings coming, they basically didn't have to worry. Yang Bin activated his true sight and looked towards the backyard of the villa not far away, and his eyes lit up. Not bad. There are actually 2. He then looked at the others and said, You guys go to sleep first. I'll go with Haozi to collect some crystals. Okay, soon. Yang Bin and Chun Hao arrived at the back of the villa again. At this time, people were still guarding the surroundings of the villa. Perhaps because of yesterday's mistake, today all 4 were trying hard to keep their eyes wide open to avoid dozing off. Yang Bin led Chun Hao up a tree and pointed at the 2 zombies in the iron cage. Those 2 are 4th tier zombies, but they are in different positions. It will be a bit difficult to take the crystals without disturbing them. Don't worry, Brother Bin. Watch me, Chun Hao smiled, then directly turned invisible and climbed into the yard. Chun Hao picked up a stone in the yard and threw it directly at the glass on the window. With a crash, the glass shattered, instantly startling the few people hiding around, who quickly went over to check. As the sound of shattering glass echoed, the zombies in the cage began to roar one by one. Chun Hao seized the opportunity to swing an axe at one of the zombies, striking its head, and quickly slipped away. He then swiftly pocketed the crystal. The zombies' roars grew louder, but since they were already making noise, the few people did not realize anything was off and continued to look at the suddenly shattered glass with some confusion. Why is this glass so poor? It broke for no reason, scaring me to death, one person said. It must be that the person who installed the glass used inferior materials. I need to have a good talk with young Master Wang about this tomorrow. Yeah, while they were discussing the glass, Chun Hao had already taken the chance to deal with the other fourth-tier zombie and left elegantly. When the few turned back to see the situation inside the cage, they were instantly shocked. What the hell? How could two zombies be dead again? Could these zombies also know we were watching them? They started fighting among themselves when we weren't paying attention? Hurry up, let's dig out the crystals. Otherwise, young Master Wang will definitely not spare us tomorrow. Okay. The few quickly ran to the iron cage and hurriedly reached for the heads of the two decapitated zombies. Nothing? How could there be nothing? Did they get eaten so quickly? These zombies wouldn't have attacked their own kind just because of the crystals, right? But I haven't heard that zombies eat crystals. Is it possible that it wasn't zombies who did this? Looking at the head wound, it does look a bit like it was chopped with an axe. Damn, don't scare me. It's so late at night, and there isn't even a ghost around. Who the hell would use an axe to chop zombies? How would I know? But this wound really looks like it was made by an axe. There can't really be ghosts, right? A few people suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. It's the middle of the night, and out of nowhere, two zombies have their heads chopped off. Just thinking about it makes one's back feel cold. So what do we do now? Should we wake Wang Xiao up? Do you want to get scolded at this hour? And how would you explain waking him up? Just tell him the truth. Tell him the truth? Haha, you don't even believe it. Do you think he will? He might suspect that we stole the crystals ourselves. Given his personality, I don't need to say what the outcome would be. Then what do we do? If we don't wake him, he'll find out tomorrow, and it will still be a disaster for us. The group fell silent. Damn it, it's the apocalypse, and we're still at the mercy of others. I'm done with this. Anyway, money is useless in the apocalypse. With my peak tier 3 strength, where can I not survive? At worst, I'll just leave Star City. I don't believe the Wang family can find me in this world. One person suddenly said. The others were startled. Their long-standing fear of the Wang family had made them hesitant to think this way. However, soon they realized that it was already the end of the world, and the Wang family didn't seem to be as powerful anymore, so their eyes brightened. All right, let's go together. Maybe we can achieve something big. Haha, I wouldn't dare to say it's a big undertaking, but at least we won't live so humbly. So what are we waiting for? Let's go? Should we kill all these zombies before we leave? They are all tier 3 crystals. Forget it, if we make too much noise. They'll wake up, and we won't be able to escape. All right. Chapter 85. Doing something big early the next morning, in a luxurious villa in Jinghe Garden. Wang Ruikai eagerly ran to the courtyard to see if any tier 4 zombies had been born. However, what he saw was that 2 more tier 3 zombies had been gnawed down to just limbs and broken arms. What are you guys doing? How come 2 more zombies were eaten? Wang Ruikai shouted angrily. Yet, the surroundings were silent, and no one responded. Where is everyone? Wang Yueming quickly looked around and returned with a pale face. Brother Kai, those people are gone. Gone. Were they killed? I don't think so. It looks more like they ran away. Ran away? Yes, there are no signs of a struggle, and no blood. They must have run away on their own. Probably afraid you'd blame them, so they took off. Humph. Those who dare to betray the Wang family, you're finished. Wang Ruikai said with a dark expression. Then Brother Kai, what do we do now? No one is guarding this place anymore. We'll have to get my father to send more people. You go see if there are any tier 4 zombies. Wang Yueming conducted a strength test on all the zombies and finally shook his head. It doesn't make sense. How could there still be no tier 4 zombies born? Wang Ruikai frowned. Could it be that the ones who died were tier 4 zombies? Those few were stealing from us and took the crystals and ran away? Ah, you're all dead. No matter where you escaped to, I will find you. Wang Ruikai's roar echoed throughout the villa. In another villa, Yang Bin and the others were leisurely having breakfast. Brother Bin, did you hear any sounds? No. Just hurry up and eat. After we finish, we'll go do something big today. Something big? What big thing? Kill that tier 5 zombie. Yang Bin gritted his teeth. Brother Bin, isn't that a bit risky? Zhao Kuan said worriedly. Last time, we almost got caught, and I still have a shadow in my heart. This matter should be done sooner rather than later. That guy advanced to tier 5 so early. He must be exceptionally gifted. I'm afraid if we delay, he'll advance to an even higher tier, and we won't be able to fight him then. The main thing is, after eating the 2 crystals we got yesterday, I've now reached the peak of tier 4, just in need of a tier 5 crystal. So Brother Ben, if you encounter him again, how confident are you? Chenhao asked. 50-50. My peak tier 4 strength should be around 1600, and with the increase from training, my strength has now reached 2000, about the same as him. However, it's been a few days, and his strength should have increased quite a bit, so I can't say I have complete confidence. If it doesn't work out, Haozi, you come help me. All right, no problem. Chenhao nodded. That guy probably has a lot of subordinates by now. You guys are all tier 4, so you can handle his subordinates. Okay, no problem. All right, after we finish eating, let us set off. On the other side, over 30 military transport vehicles set out from the survival base to the location of yesterday's incident. This time, the person in charge was not Song Tailin, but someone named Lu Xiang, personally appointed by the mayor. Song Tailin naturally had some responsibility for the lost supplies and could only accompany them. With over 30 transport vehicles and thousands of soldiers sweeping through, it didn't take long to arrive at the spot where the supply vehicles were intercepted. There were still quite a few zombies here, but this time the manpower was sufficient. Thousands of soldiers engaged in close combat and quickly cleared the zombies. Afterward, the soldiers quickly checked the supplies and the condition of the vehicles. In no time, a soldier ran up to the 2 men. Report, leaders. Most of the supplies on the vehicles are in good condition. Only a small portion is damaged. Of the 8 supply vehicles, 2 cannot start, but the others, although seriously damaged, can still drive. Good. Tie those 2 non-starting vehicles to the transport vehicles with tow ropes and set off back immediately. Lu Xiang ordered. Yes. Wait. We're just going back like this? Song Tailin frowned. Is there a problem, Captain Song? There are still hundreds of people waiting for our rescue over there. Captain Song, I hope you can see the situation clearly. You said it yourself. There are over 10,000 zombies over there. Even if we can kill them, the consumption will be enormous, and the base is already short on ammunition. There is no need to waste so much ammunition for people who are not crucial. Not crucial. If it weren't for these non-crucial people, we wouldn't have been able to escape at all. I promised them I would call for support to rescue them. And they are still waiting for me. Song Tailin shouted. Captain Song, I hope you can calm down and prioritize the big picture. You should know when to do what. Our main task right now is this batch of supplies. These people must be saved. I, Song Tailin, will never be a person who breaks promises. Song Tailin said firmly. What? Captain Song, are you going to defy orders from above? Have you forgotten the duty of a soldier? Song Tailin opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a moment. Return to the base. Lu Xiang directly ordered. As Lu Xiang's command was issued, the vehicles began to turn around and head back. Song Tailin looked at the distant building, seemingly able to see the pairs of hopeful eyes within. I'm sorry. When I get back to the base, I will report back and definitely come to rescue you. On the other side, Yang Bin and the others watched the departing transport vehicles before slowly driving onto the road. Why aren't they going to rescue those people? Zhao Kuan frowned. They probably gave up on those people. With over 10,000 zombies, it's not that easy to save them, Yang Bin said. No way. That Captain Song doesn't seem like that kind of person. He may not seem like it, but he might not have the final say. Don't think the authorities really prioritize the people. In the apocalypse, many things will gradually be revealed. Sigh. It seems that group of people is finished. Not necessarily. That woman should have some background. Maybe she could be a breakthrough point. Damn, Brother Ben, you didn't guess the result, so you wanted that woman to stay there, right? I'm not a god. How could I possibly guess? I just don't like that woman and didn't want to bring her along. Really? A few people looked doubtful. All right. Stop guessing. Hurry up. They just cleared the way for us. We can just follow behind. Okay. The group drove smoothly toward where they were last time. With over 30 military transport vehicles leading the way, they encountered no obstacles until they reached the survival base. After the survival base, there were a few scattered zombies. But it didn't affect them at all. Soon, they arrived at the place where they were surrounded last time. The group parked the car at the side and got out. Brother Ben, how do we find it? No need to look too hard. We'll just kill zombies here. It'll probably show up soon. That guy holds grudges even more than we do. All right. The group walked while killing the scattered zombies. After a while, they suddenly noticed that the surrounding zombies were getting fewer, as if they had all hidden away. It's coming. Let's go to that house over there. We can't get surrounded in the middle of the road again. Chapter 86. Killing the 5th stage zombie, the group quickly ran toward a house not far from the roadside. Just as they got close to the house, a swarm of zombies suddenly surged out from all sides, surrounding them. Rushed to the stairwell. Yangbin still wanted to use the stairs to fight because it was the safest way. The group swung their barbell rods wildly, killing the zombies blocking their path, and quickly rushed into the stairwell, then held their ground there, killing the zombies that came after them. However, just when Yangbin thought he could easily fend off the numerous zombies using the stairwell, a loud zombie roar suddenly echoed from a distance. Then, all the zombies that were originally chasing them stopped in their tracks, no longer pursuing, but instead gathered downstairs. The intelligence of this fifth-stage zombie is too high. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. They didn't know if this one was particularly smart or if all fifth-stage zombies were like this. If all fifth-stage zombies were this smart, they would have a headache in the future. Brother Ben, what now? If they don't come up, we can only go down and kill them. Once down, we'll lean against the wall to fight, to avoid being attacked from both sides. When we get tired, we can retreat to rest. As long as we don't get surrounded, with our current strength, we don't need to fear them. All right. Then, the group walked down from the stairwell, entering a frenzy of killing the zombies in front of them. Although most of the zombies now were at least second stage, and nearly 1/10 were third stage. All 6 of them were at fourth stage. With their overwhelming strength and the long barbell rod in hand, the zombies found it hard to get close. Although occasionally encountering fourth stage zombies could be troublesome, it wasn't a big deal. With the wall behind them, they only had to face zombies in one direction. Working together, they managed to keep the fourth stage zombies at bay. However, there were still about 2,000 to 3,000 zombies, and it wouldn't be easy to kill them all. While attacking the zombies in front, Yangbin was also searching for the location of the fifth stage zombie. This old six loves to sneak around, so he had to be careful. As the group continued to kill hundreds of zombies, Yangbin suddenly had a glimmer of hope. Found you. He saw a zombie dressed in black slowly approaching among a group of zombies. This zombie looked very ordinary, and among so many zombies, no one would guess it was a fifth stage zombie. But this naturally couldn't escape Yangbin's true sight. Yangbin signaled to the others, then continued to kill the zombies in front of him without making a fuss. As the fifth stage zombie slowly got closer, Yangbin calculated the best moment to strike. The 2 old sixes were thinking about how to ambush each other. Soon, the fifth stage zombie was less than 2 meters away from Yangbin. Suddenly, the fifth stage zombie pushed the 2 zombies in front of it aside, then leapt high, swinging its axe down toward Yangbin's head. "Humph, I've been waiting for you." Yangbin sneered coldly, directly ignoring the 2 zombies that had been pushed aside, and the barbell rod shot out first, smashing down on the opponent. Bang! The fifth stage zombie, just leaping up, crashed down even faster. Yangbin pushed aside the 2 zombies in front of him, grabbed the barbell rod again, and swung it at the fallen fifth stage zombie. The opponent quickly rolled away, dodging the blow. Yangbin quickly followed, not allowing the opponent any breathing room, and swung the barbell rod again. Roar! The fifth stage zombie suddenly roared. Then, the surrounding zombies pounced on Yangbin like crazy. Yangbin's offensive was obstructed, and he had to deal with the zombies rushing at him first. This old six. Yangbin was very speechless. Couldn't this guy fight fairly? As Yangbin was held back, the fifth stage zombie quickly got up, staring intently at Yangbin. "Brother Ben, we're coming. Soon." Chun Hao and the others rushed over to help Yangbin deal with the surrounding zombies, allowing him to focus on the fifth stage zombie. Yangbin nodded to the group, then grabbed the barbell rod and charged towards the opponent. "No matter what, I have to take it down today." Seeing its underlings blocked, the fifth stage zombie knew it couldn't sneak attack anymore and swung its axe at Yangbin. Clang! The axe clashed with the barbell rod, producing a piercing sound. The immense force from the axe made Yangbin stumble back several steps, his arm going numb. Yangbin frowned. This guy's strength had indeed increased quite a bit, at least to 2003 or 4. Luckily, he came early. If he waited a few days, this guy would definitely level up again. After a brief shock, Yangbin swung the barbell rod at the opponent again. In terms of weapons, Yangbin still had the advantage, as the barbell rod was much longer than the fire axe. However, in terms of physical strength, the opponent had an absolute upper hand. When Yangbin's barbell rod struck the opponent, they barely felt it, and every time he aimed for the opponent's head, it was always blocked. It was as if the opponent had an attitude of hit anywhere except the head, which left Yangbin feeling quite helpless. The opponent could do this, but he couldn't. If he got hit by the opponent, even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. It seemed he had to change his strategy. Yangbin thought to himself. Soon, the opponent lunged at him again, the axe swinging toward his head once more. This time, Yongbin didn't use the barbell rod to block the axe. Instead, he gritted his teeth and swung the barbell rod down hard toward the opponent's wrist. Crack! With a sound of bones breaking. The zombie's wrist was directly shattered by Yongbin, and the axe flew from its hand toward Yongbin's head. At a critical moment, Yongbin quickly tilted his head. The fire axe grazed Yongbin's ear and struck his shoulder. Hiss! Yongbin inhaled sharply, his face pale. This risky attempt succeeded in disarming the opponent. But he didn't come out unscathed. However, without a weapon, the opponent was much easier to deal with. Yongbin gritted his teeth against the pain in his shoulder, picked up the barbell rod, and swung it at the opponent's head again. The disarmed zombie could only use its arms to block. Bang! A dull sound rang out as the barbell rod smashed down on the opponent's arm. However, it didn't break through like it did with the third stage and fourth stage zombies. The opponent actually blocked this blow with its arm. Yongbin wasn't surprised and continued his relentless attack. Finally, with a sound of bones cracking, the opponent's arm was smashed. At this moment, the fifth stage zombie finally showed a hint of fear on its face, then quickly ran into the horde of zombies. Still trying to run? Yongbin let out a cold laugh, his body suddenly lunging forward, and he struck fiercely at the opponent's feet. Bang! The barbell slammed directly onto the opponent's foot. Although it didn't break the foot, it caused the opponent to fall to the ground. Just as the opponent was about to get back up, Yongbin brought the barbell down hard on the opponent's head. This blow was heavy, but it didn't crush the skull. It simply knocked the opponent down again, causing a significant amount of blood to flow. So tough, Yongbin remarked, not hesitating for a moment as he swung the barbell down at the opponent's head again. Perhaps due to the recent heavy blow, the zombie's reaction was much slower, and this strike hit the opponent's head again. This time, the skull cracked open. But the zombie was still not dead, continuing to scream for its hands to come and save it. Its subordinates, seeing its condition, went completely crazy. But Chun Hao and the others stood firm in front, not allowing them to rush forward, even using their bodies to block. It's over. Yongbin swung the barbell again. This time, there were no surprises. The zombie's head was smashed like a watermelon. Chapter 87. Tier 5 Yongbin quickly extracted the crystal from the zombie's head and then looked at the others. Retreat to the stairwell. Hearing Yongbin's words, everyone decisively retreated and soon returned to the stairwell. Chun Hao and Zhao Kuan, who were less injured, took the initiative to guard the stairwell, blocking the pursuing zombies, while the others collapsed to the ground. They had fought hard to buy Yongbin enough time, each of them covered in wounds. Hu Wenliang immediately began treating everyone. Yongbin's shoulder injury was severe, having cut into the scapula. If Hu Wenliang hadn't been there, it would have taken at least 10 to 15 days to heal. As a Tier 4 healer, Hu Wenliang was quite fast at treating normal injuries. In a short while, Yongbin, Old Black, and Skinny Monkey's injuries were almost healed. Then Old Black and Skinny Monkey replaced Chun Hao and Zhao Kuan, and Hu Wenliang continued to treat the two of them. By the time everyone's injuries were treated, Hu Wenliang was exhausted. At this time, the stairwell was completely blocked, and the zombies had stopped rushing up. Old Black and Skinny Monkey returned and collapsed to the ground. Brother Ben, what does the Tier 5 crystal look like? Chun Hao asked curiously, looking at Yongbin. The others also looked at him with anticipation. Yongbin smiled and took out the crystal. It was red, but much larger than the Tier 4 crystal, about the size of a marble. Feeling the immense energy contained within the crystal, everyone showed signs of excitement. This is the Tier 5 crystal. Just looking at it feels impressive. Brother Ben, hurry and eat it. I dare say you will definitely be the first to reach Tier 5, probably even ahead of the official people. Chun Hao exclaimed excitedly. Not necessarily. After all, the officials have too many advantages. But based on the strength of a Tier 5 zombie, regular submachine guns and automatic rifles should have no effect on it. Probably only large-caliber machine guns or powerful sniper rifles can kill it. So even if the officials have it, there might be only one or two at most. Yongbin replied with a smile. He then wiped the crystal a bit and swallowed it directly. Soon, an immense energy surged into his body, and the last corner of the first star in his mind lit up. Following that, an even greater energy flowed into his body, continuously enhancing his physical qualities. After a while, Yongbin finally absorbed all the energy. How is it, Brother Ben? Has your strength increased a lot? The others looked at Yongbin with curiosity. It's okay, about 400 kilograms. A Tier 5 evolver's strength should be around 2,000 kilograms. With my training gains, I now have about 2,400 kilograms of strength. Yongbin said. 2,400 kilograms. I'm not even at 1,300 yet. Brother Ben, You could probably crush me with a flick of your finger, Old Black sighed. So, Brother Ben, is the first star in your mind completely lit up now? Shinhao asked. Not yet. 5 corners are lit, but the middle is still dark. I have a feeling that after fully lighting up one star, there should be a qualitative change, and perhaps our abilities will change as well. Really? The others stared wide-eyed at Yongbin. It's just a feeling. I'm not sure yet. We'll find out when we get there. Haha, maybe when we reach tier 6. We'll also have special abilities. Zhao Kuan said excitedly. He was envious of Yongbin and the others' abilities. The next stage being called tier 6 doesn't quite fit. The first star in my mind corresponds to the Yaoguang star in the Big Dipper. I think the next stage should be called the Yaoguang realm. I also think that sounds more fitting. Haha, this way the strength system is indeed clear and straightforward. Yaoguang, Kaiyong, Yuheng, Tianquan, Tianji, Tianxian, Tianju. What about the last two? Let us talk about the last two later. It's uncertain if we can even reach them. If humanity keeps relying on crystals to enhance, it's equivalent to forever being one level lower than the zombies. In the early stages, having the advantage of firearms is fine, but in the later stages, the effectiveness of these firearms will definitely diminish. If we still can't achieve self-cultivation, it will be really dangerous. Currently, humanity can still rely on intelligence and weapons to fight against high-tier zombies, but as the strength of zombies increases, their intelligence will also rise. And they will start using weapons too. This advantage is gradually diminishing. Just like that tier 5 zombie earlier. If I hadn't trained to increase my strength so much, I definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat it, Yongbin said solemnly. Well, Brother Ben, do you think watching the stars every day counts as self-cultivation? Zhao Kuan asked. It counts, but I feel we still haven't grasped the key. The spiritual energy around zombies during their cultivation is much greater than ours, which is why they can improve so much in one night, while we can only improve a little. If we want to rely on cultivation to increase our realm, we probably need to grasp some techniques. Maybe there should be some kind of cultivation method. I saw some verses about the I Ching Jing online before. Brother Ben, do you think we could try that next time? Hu Wenliang suddenly said. I think the sunflower manual suits you better, Chenhao joked. All right, enough joking. The urgent matter now is to quickly increase our strength. Let us rest for a while, and then continue killing, aiming to eliminate this batch of zombies today. I just checked, and there are over a dozen tier 4 zombies in this batch. If we take them all out, at least 2 of you will reach the peak of tier 4. Good. Everyone nodded in agreement, then took out some water and food from their backpacks to eat. After eating and resting for half an hour, they moved some of the zombie bodies away and then rushed down directly. Although killing zombies in the stairwell was safer, it was too slow. What they needed now was efficiency. Our leader is already tier 5. Do we still need to hide in the stairwell to kill zombies? Who do we look down upon? After rushing down, Yongbin took the lead, charging through the horde of zombies with everyone following behind. Without the command of the tier 5 zombie, these zombies became a bit scattered and easier to kill. Wherever Yongbin's barbell went, all the zombies' heads burst open like watermelons. With no one able to withstand a single blow, Chun Hao and the others followed closely behind Yongbin, only needing to kill the zombies that lunged at them from the sides, making it incredibly easy. Finally, after more than 2 hours, this batch of over 2,000 zombies was completely killed by the group. Then, they began the simultaneously exciting and helpless journey of digging for crystals. Brother Ben, when can we recruit more people? Otherwise, picking up so many crystals is such a waste, Chunhao complained. Exactly. I think we should find more beautiful women. It's really boring being a bunch of men together all the time, Old Black said. Are you looking for teammates or a wife? Normally, women's physical strength is weaker than men's, so bringing them in could just be a burden, unless they are like Liangzi's wife, Yongbin replied. Who is Liangzi's wife? Old Black asked curiously. It's that Tang Weiwei from school, Chenhao said. Oh, right. You guys seem to have mentioned it before. Liang Gu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call him over. If there were a few more people just now, would we have to suffer like this? Hu Wenliang looked at the few people with a speechless expression, as if it would never end. Chapter 88. You are 5th tier? Over 2,000 zombies. Collecting crystals is a monumental task for 6 people. At this moment, the pain of having too few people was truly felt. Just as they were diligently collecting crystals, a large bus quickly drove past on the main road. Initially, they didn't pay much attention, but after the bus passed, it turned around and came back. Soon, 4 to 5 dozen people armed with various weapons got off the bus and walked towards them. The group frowned. This was the rhythm of trouble brewing. Before long, The group arrived here, and seeing the large pile of zombie corpses on the ground, there was a gleam in their eyes. Brothers, did you kill these zombies? A man in his 30s, leading the group, looked at Yang Bin and the others. We didn't kill them, did you? Yang Bin rolled his eyes. It seems your team is quite large. I wonder where the others went. Stop testing us. There are only 6 of us here. Just say it. Are you here for these crystals? Yang Bin said directly. Yang Bin's straightforwardness left the group momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to leave or stay. Since you're interested in these crystals, go ahead and take them, Yang Bin smiled. This statement not only confused the people opposite, but also left Chun Hao and the others puzzled. However, due to their trust in Yang Bin, they didn't interrupt. The man frowned, not understanding Yang Bin's meaning. Sengu, I just looked closely. It seems there are no other people around. It's just these 6. A young man behind him whispered. Zhong Yuansen nodded. Perhaps other larger teams had killed these zombies but didn't have time to collect the crystals, leaving the spoils to these few. He would never believe that over 2,000 zombies were the work of these 6 people. These guys must have seen so many of us and got scared, so they proactively gave way, Zhong Yuansen thought to himself. Thinking of this, Zhong Yuansen smiled at Yang Bin and said, since you're so generous, we want to stand on ceremony. Brothers, let us collect the crystals. Immediately, the group behind him excitedly rushed to the zombie corpses on the ground. Yang Bin watched them with a smile, and although Chun Hao and the others were confused, they quietly stood behind Yang Bin. Haha, I found a 3rd-tier crystal. Suddenly, a man looked at the crystal in his hand with excitement. Sengu doesn't need 3rd-tier crystals anymore. The team has rules. Whoever picks it up owns it. Amidst envious gazes from others, the man excitedly prepared to swallow the crystal. However, at that moment, a barbell suddenly struck down, smashing his arm holding the crystal. With a scream, everyone looked angrily at Yang Bin, who had suddenly attacked. What do you mean? Zhong Yuansen glared at Yang Bin with a dark expression. You can collect them, but you can't eat them, Yang Bin said calmly. Whether we eat them or not is our business. It's not up to you to interfere. No. You only have the right to collect, not to eat. You don't think we're going to help you collect crystals, do you? Zhong Yuansen quickly understood. Pretty smart. Do you think you have that qualification? I do. Yang Bin nodded seriously. Damn, so arrogant. Sengu, kill them. Sengu, my arm is broken. You must avenge me. The man with the broken arm cried mournfully. Zhong Yuansen took a deep breath and said coldly, daring to attack my brother. You guys are finished today? Kill them. With Zhong Yuansen's words, the originally furious group immediately picked up their weapons and rushed towards Yang Bin and the others. Don't kill them. We still need them to collect crystals. Yang Bin looked at Chun Hao and the others. Got it. Chun Hao and the others responded with cold smiles as they moved forward. Soon, the two sides clashed, and with a series of screams, a large number of people fell to the ground, leaving only Chun Hao and the others still standing. Zhong Yuansen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chun Hao and the others. They're all 4th tier. If you can be 4th tier, why can't we? Yang Bin smiled. How can this be the same? Our team of over 100 is down a half. And it took great effort to get 1 4th tier, while all 6 of you are 4th tier. Zhong Yuansen thought furiously. Although Yang Bin didn't act, everyone below was 4th tier. How could the leader be any weaker? This was something he couldn't understand at all. Zhong Yuansen's expression kept changing. If there was 1 or 2 4th tier, he wouldn't be afraid, but 6 4th tier could definitely beat him to death. Stop thinking. Our people have already started. Let us move as well. Let me see your Earth-type ability, Yang Bin suddenly said. How do you know I have abilities? Zhong Yuansen exclaimed in shock. Don't worry about that. Just seize the opportunity to act. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to act. Yang Bin said lightly. Since you want to see, then I'll let you see. Even if we are both 4th tier, there is still a huge gap between an ability user and an ordinary person. Zhong Yuansen snorted coldly, and without any visible action. Yang Bin suddenly felt a shift below and instinctively dodged to the side. At the moment Yang Bin dodged, a spike of earth shot up from where he had just been standing, and judging by its height, if Yang Bin had dodged a moment slower, he would have been seriously injured. Seeing this, Yang Bin and Chun Hao all gasped. I just wanted to play with you, and you actually wanted to seriously injure me. Uncle can bear it, but Aunt can't. This time, Yang Bin was angry and grabbed the barbell to smash it towards the opponent. However, the next second, a huge rock suddenly formed in midair and smashed directly towards Yang Bin. Yang Bin's barbell struck the stone, shattering it. But he also felt a tremendous rebound force in his arm. The power of that strike reached 2,000. The combat power of ability users is indeed formidable. Fighting above their level is not a problem, Yongbin thought. Seeing Yongbin shatter his falling rock with one blow, Zhong Yuansen's expression changed drastically. He knew how strong that strike was. When he was 3rd tier, he used the falling rock technique to directly kill a 4th tier zombie, allowing him to successfully advance to 4th tier. However, now at 4th tier, the falling rock technique, which consumed enormous energy, was shattered by the opponent with one blow. How could he not be shocked? Zhong Yuansen seemed to realize something and stared wide-eyed at Yongbin. You are 5th tier. Chapter 89. Slice Research. Congratulations. You got it right. Yongbin smiled. Upon hearing Yongbin's admission, Zhong Yuansen's face turned incredibly colorful. He could never have imagined that a 5th tier evolver would appear at this stage. However, whether he believed it or not, the fact was right before him. Who else could so easily shatter his falling rock? Have you had your fun? Now it's my turn. Yongbin snorted coldly, swinging the barbell again towards the opponent. Perhaps the previous falling rock had consumed too much of his mental energy. Zhong Yuansen didn't cast the falling rock again, but quickly built a wall of earth in front of him to block Yongbin's iron rod. However, it was of no use. The earthen wall had no effect before Yongbin and was directly smashed to pieces by his blow. Following that, Yongbin swung the iron rod again towards Zhong Yuansen. Zhong Yuansen quickly raised his tang knife to block in front. Ding! The tang dao broke with a sound, and Yongbin's barbell directly landed on Zhong Yuansen's chest, knocking him away and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Yongbin did not pursue further but put away the barbell and looked at the group of people lying on the ground, saying, anyone who isn't dead, get up and collect the crystals. If you can't get up, I'll give you another hit. Upon hearing Yongbin's words, those who had been knocked down by Chun Hao and others struggled to get up. They then limped over to the corpses of the zombies to feel for crystals. It was a joke. This was a 5th tier crystal. One hit had knocked Brother Sun into oblivion. If he hit them with a stick, would they still have their lives? With 40 to 50 people helping to collect crystals, the efficiency greatly improved, and it wasn't long before all the crystals were collected. All right, hand over the crystals, Yongbin said as he took off his backpack and laid it on the ground. A group of people saw this and walked over, tossing the crystals from their bags into the backpack. Although they were extremely reluctant, they knew they were just doing the labor, and these crystals did not belong to them. When the first person dumped all the crystals he had collected into the backpack and was about to leave, Yongbin suddenly called out, "Wait, what's wrong?" The man was startled. "You still have 2 crystals in your left pocket. Aren't you going to take them out?" Yongbin said coldly, "These 2 are mine." The man said with a mournful face, "What do you mean mine? Where did your mine come from? Everything here is mine. Hurry up and take them out. Or do you want a beating?" The man felt like crying without tears. These were indeed his personal stash. Exploiting labor is one thing. But not only was he not getting paid, he was being forced to give up his own money. However, in the face of Yongbin's dominance, his resistance felt so powerless that he could only obediently hand them over. Once the first person did so, the others were much more honest. But not all of them complied. There were always a few who thought they were hiding well and wouldn't be discovered. But how could they know that this man in front of them had the ability to see through them? Thus, those who were not honest were caught by Yongbin. And after killing 2 as a warning, the remaining people finally became completely honest. Before long, all the crystals were collected. Yongbin slung the backpack over his shoulder and looked at the group of people, saying, "All right, you should be heading to the survival base. Just go straight for about 10 kilometers and you'll get there." Yongbin pointed the way enthusiastically. "Thank you. Thank you," the group of people said with downcast faces. Realizing too late that they shouldn't have let him reverse the car back then. Now it was good. Not only did they not get the crystals, but they also ended up injured, and all the crystals on them were taken away. They felt like they had lost everything. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world, and the group could only helplessly lift Zhong Yuansen and prepare to leave. "Wait, the others can go. But this person stays," Yongbin pointed at Zhong Yuansen. The group showed a look of difficulty. This was their boss. How could they abandon him? "What's this? Are you leaving or not? If you're not leaving, then all of you stay." Let us go, let us go." The group decisively dropped Zhong Yuansen on the ground and quickly ran towards the bus. What is wrong with the boss? Isn't he just meant to be sold? Soon, the bus hit the gas and took off, disappearing in an instant. This time, they didn't come back. "Brother Ben, do you want him to join us?" Chen Hao looked at Zhong Yuansun lying on the ground with confusion. Yang Bin also glanced at Zhong Yuansun, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I have that thought. This guy has decent abilities, but it depends on whether he knows how to play along. If he does, we'll keep him. If not, we'll slice him up for research and see if we can convert his abilities. Other than Yang Bin, the others didn't notice that as Yang Bin finished speaking, Zhong Yuansun's body twitched slightly not far away. Slice for research. Brother Bin, you're quite ruthless. Lao He swallowed hard. Whether it's ruthless or not, I don't know. If I really find a way, I plan to give his abilities to you. To me? Damn, Brother Bin. Just say the word when the time comes. Leave the slicing to me. I used to slice sashimi often. I guarantee I'll slice him thinner than sashimi. So you can study him well. Lao He's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. As he spoke, Zhong Yuansun, who was on Lao He's shoulder, stiffened. Yang Bin smiled and said, All right, take him to the car. Let us head back. Although it was still early before dark, it wasn't convenient to make a move with an unstable person. Got it. Lao He was extremely enthusiastic, directly going up to carry Zhong Yuansun, muttering to himself, Bro, you have to be strong. That way, Brother Bin can slice you for research. If he figures it out, then I, Lao He, will also have powers. Little did he know, his words were causing a significant psychological shadow for Zhong Yuansun on his shoulder. Soon, the group returned to the vehicle and drove towards Jinghe Garden. At this time, in the villa where Wang Ruikai was located in Jinghe Garden. Akai, is what you said true? A middle-aged man looked at Wang Ruikai with surprise. He was Wang's second-in-command and Wang Ruikai's uncle, Wang Zhendong. Of course it's true. Do you think I would lie to you? Great. We are currently lacking top-level experts. 6 fourth-tier abilities are extremely important to us. No matter what, we must bring them into our camp. Wang Zhendong said excitedly. It might be a bit difficult. Those people aren't very easy to deal with. Wang Ruikai frowned. After returning yesterday, he reflected on the process of interacting with the other party and found that he had not gathered any information at all. Instead, he had been tricked into revealing a lot of information. This made Wang Ruikai, who had always prided himself on being clever, quite unhappy. Let us be polite first. Since they're still here, so there's no rush. Akai, you should interact with them more in the next few days to understand their situation. It's best to find out if they have any relatives in Xingqing. These few people must be controlled. Okay, Wang Ruikai nodded. This 4th-tier crystal is what your father asked me to bring. I originally thought you would be the first to advance to 4th tier since you captured so many 3rd-tier zombies. But unexpectedly, a traitor appeared. But don't worry, those few people want to escape. Wang Zhendong said coldly. If we catch them, we must hand them over to me. I will make them understand the consequences of betraying me. Wang Ruikai's expression turned extremely gloomy. Because those few people had delayed his advancement to 4th tier by 2 days, his killing intent towards them had reached its peak. By the way, how is your father doing? You don't need to worry about your father. He has already reached a cooperation with Mayor Ma. It won't be long before the entire Xingqing is ours. Wang Zhendong said excitedly. Wasn't it said that the military side is difficult to deal with? On the military side, only Lu Yong is left in control. But his position is not as high as Ma Zhongguo was. Ma Zhongguo will likely find a way to eliminate him and take over the military's control. When that happens, the entire situation in Xingqing will be in our hands. Great. It seems our Wang family will soon rise completely in this apocalypse. Wang Ruikai's eyes sparkled. There's no rush yet. Ma Zhongguo is not simple either, so we must cultivate our own strength. This power doesn't need too many people. But they must all be top-level evolvers. If we find any ability users, we must do everything possible to bring them over. The strongest combat power in the future will definitely be the ability users. What about Lin Yifei? Big Brother is already paying attention. As long as we deal with Lu Yong, Big Brother will control her at the first opportunity. That's good. Wang Ruikai breathed a sigh of relief. He must obtain that woman, regardless of the reason. I will leave Wang De and Wang Er here to assist you. Both of them are already at the 4th level. And with you, even if the other side has 6 4th-level opponents, there's no need to be afraid. All right, thank you, Uncle. Well, the people I've brought will stay here to help you guard the backyard. In a couple of days, the enhanced iron cage should be ready, which can trap 4th-level zombies. And it will be sent over together then. Next, we'll consider cultivating 5th-level zombies. That's great. This way, we can upgrade all the way to the 5th level. Well, I'll head back now, and I leave this to you. Don't let any more problems arise. Don't worry, Uncle. Not long after Wang Zhendong and the others left, Yang Bin and the others returned by car. Before entering, Yang Bin habitually glanced at the villa not far away and frowned. It seemed that there were more people in that villa, and they appeared to be quite powerful. It seems the Wang family really has some strength, Yang Bin thought. Upon entering the living room, Lao He directly threw Zhong Yuansen onto the sofa and raised his hand, preparing to slap him awake. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly opened his eyes and stared at him. For a moment, the air seemed to fall silent. After a while, Lao He awkwardly retracted his hand. When did you wake up? Just now, Zhong Yuansen replied cautiously. It's good that you're awake. Brother Bin has something to ask you, and you must answer honestly. I will. Yang Bin smiled and looked at Zhong Yuansen. What did you do before? I used to work as a laborer in a steel factory, Zhong Yuansen answered honestly. Where were you on the night of the apocalypse? I was out drinking because of some family issues, and I drank until late at night before returning to the factory. I ended up too drunk and fell asleep on the road for a night, Zhong Yuansen said, somewhat embarrassed. Yang Bin nodded. It seemed this guy wasn't lying. What was your relationship with those people before? Some were colleagues from the factory, and some were people I rescued along the way. Because I have an ability, they all followed me. How does it feel to be abandoned? It was originally a makeshift team, so this situation is quite normal, Zhong Yuansen said with a bitter smile. Well, last question, are you willing to join our team? Yes. This time, Zhong Yuansen's answer was extremely eager. Brother, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Lao He said with a dark face. No need to think. I'm willing. Think it over carefully. My team is not just talk. Once you join, you can never leave. If there's betrayal, I will kill, Yang Bin said very seriously. Moreover, in my team, everything must listen to me. I understand. In the apocalypse, who wouldn't want to find a strong team? Only by joining a powerful team can there be more opportunities to survive. Your strength is the strongest I have ever seen, without exception. If I can become one of you, I don't think anyone can refuse. I also understand that the reason I have this opportunity is because of my ability. Otherwise, even as a 4th level evolver, you would definitely look down on me. So, I know how rare this opportunity is, and I am willing to join you without needing to consider it further. Rest assured, I, Zhong Yuansen, hate betrayal the most in my life. I will never do anything to betray, Zhong Yuansen said firmly. I say, brother. I had already thought about how to cut him up in my mind, and you just agreed directly, leaving me not knowing what to do, Lao He said unhappily. That, Brother He, from now on, you are my brother. Except for Brother Bin, your words carry the most weight. I will do whatever you say, Zhong Yuansen flattered, genuinely frightened. Well, that seems not too bad, Lao He stroked his chin. Yang Bin looked seriously at Zhong Yuansen. Have you really thought it through? I have thought it through, Zhong Yuansen said firmly. Then all right, welcome to our team, Yang Bin said with a smile and extended his hand. Zhong Yuansen quickly reached out and shook hands with Yang Bin. Soon, the others also shook hands with Zhong Yuansen one by one, agreeing to his joining. However, since it was Yang Bin's decision, they naturally agreed unconditionally. By the way, Brother Bin, what is our team's name? Zhong Yuansen suddenly asked. It seems we don't have a name yet, Yang Bin said awkwardly. Brother Bin, I think with more people, we really need a catchy name. Who knows? This name might resonate globally in the future, Chen Hao said. Well, then let's come up with one. What do you think it should be called? I think it should be called Black Panther. It sounds powerful. Lao He said. Powerful my foot. Don't include the word black. That would tarnish our team's reputation. How about calling ourselves Wolf Pack? Fierce like wolves. Hu Wenliang suggested. No, not powerful enough. After a long discussion, they still couldn't come up with a result. And everyone looked at Yang Bin. How about we call ourselves Starfall? Yang Bin said. Starfall? Everyone looked confused. Well, the stars fall from the sky, symbolizing death. And at the same time, Starfall sounds like luck, hoping it brings us good fortune. Oh, this name is not bad. Everyone's eyes lit up. Haha. All right, we'll call ourselves Starfall. From now on, we are members of the Starfall Squad. Chapter 91. I have a normal orientation. The Starfall Squad was officially established, and Yang Bin indulged himself a bit. Bringing out the long-preserved cured meat and some dried vegetables he had been reluctant to eat, preparing a big meal to celebrate the squad's formation. With Zhong Yuansen's joining, the Starfall Squad finally had a true combat ability. All along, although their team had 3 ability users, they were all support types. And even Chen Hao's invisibility wasn't very useful in combat. Thus, their fighting was quite similar to that of ordinary people. Their only advantage was that Yang Bin could use his true sight to accurately find the zombies they needed, which kept them ahead. However, This time fighting against 5th-level zombies put a lot of pressure on him, so Yangbin urgently needed a combat-type ability user, especially after fighting with Zhong Yuansen. He became even more aware of the terror of ability users, who could absolutely crush ordinary people of the same level. And fighting above their level wasn't difficult at all. It's worth noting that Zhong Yuansen had just advanced to the 4th level. Yet he could exert a force of 2,000 kilograms with a stone, already reaching the standard of the 5th level. It goes without saying that once he reached the peak of the 4th level, he would definitely be able to battle 5th-level opponents. That is why Yang Bin wanted to find a way to bring him into the team. If he could transfer abilities, Yang Bin would choose to do so. After all, he didn't know Zhong Yuansen well. However, the possibility of transferring abilities is quite low, although they talk about slicing and researching, aside from being disgusting. What else can be researched from slices? After all, that thing isn't even in the body. Now that Zhong Yuansen has joined, it's a relatively perfect conclusion, with only his character needing to be considered. However, this will slowly become apparent in the future, and Yang Bin will observe him closely. If it doesn't work out, he will eliminate him without hesitation. After the group finished their meal and played for a while, they went to bed early, leaving Zhong Yuansen, who had been living on edge during the apocalypse, feeling out of place. He even wanted to go out and see if he had returned to the time before the apocalypse. Life was too carefree. Old son, go to bed early, tonight. I'll take you up to see the stars. Lao He patted Zhong Yuansen's shoulder and said, See the stars? That, brother He, my orientation is normal. Why don't you pick someone else? Go if you want or don't go, Lao He said, and went back to his room. Just as Zhong Yuansen looked puzzled, Yang Bin also patted his shoulder and said, Go to bed early. Tonight we'll go see the stars. Since he was now a member of the Starfall squad, some things naturally didn't need to be hidden, otherwise it would be counterproductive. Although this method should only be known to them for now, it would eventually be discovered by others, and for now, they could only strive to establish more advantages. Seeing that Yang Bin said the same, Zhong Yuansen guessed it should be some special code or something. Although he felt a bit confused, he still nodded and then found an empty room to walk into. Looking at the luxurious room, Zhong Yuansen couldn't even dream that in such a harsh apocalyptic environment, he could live in such a house. This is not the end of the world, it's simply a vacation. Survival base under the tireless construction efforts of tens of thousands of people. The construction within the survival base has begun to take shape. In recent days, more and more people have been arriving at the survival base. And now the population has exceeded 40,000. The authorities are also clearing the surrounding zombies and gradually expanding the walls to make the survival base larger. In the conference room at the center of the base, all over 1,000 soldiers heading to the armory were sacrificed. Lu Yong said with a heavy heart. How could this happen? Those over 1,000 soldiers were quite capable, and they were fully equipped with weapons. How could they all be sacrificed? Ma Zhonghua frowned. Arms are extremely important to them. If they had a large supply of arms, they could directly sweep the surrounding zombies. Not only resolving the zombie crisis, but also obtaining countless crystals. They originally thought they could soon obtain a large supply of arms, but unexpectedly, such news came. The urban area is more than 60 kilometers away from the armory. The journey is too far. They almost fought their way there, but halfway through, they encountered a group of mutated beasts and were completely wiped out. Lu Yong said sadly, Mutated beasts? Yes, they are beasts that have mutated from previous fierce animals. They inherently have a huge physical advantage, and after mutation, this advantage becomes even more pronounced, making it impossible for the soldiers to resist. Hearing Lu Yong's words, everyone present frowned. Zombies are already terrifying. It seems that mutated beasts are even more frightening. How could so many mutated beasts suddenly appear in the urban area? They should have taken Furong Road, where there is a large zoo, a middle-aged man said. Tigers and lions are already extremely powerful fierce beasts. Now that they have mutated, it's easy to imagine they are even more ferocious. No wonder they were completely wiped out. In any case, we must find a way to bring the arms back. The ammunition reserves in the base are already severely insufficient. Ma Zhonghua did not discuss the situation of the soldiers sacrificed too much. He was still focused on that batch of arms. As the number of people in the base has increased, so have the zombies brought along. Just dealing with the incoming zombies has consumed a lot of ammunition, not to mention going to other places for rescue. Therefore, the arms situation is urgent. Lu Yong frowned, but still said seriously, I will send more people to the armory. Why not go yourself? Bring more people. This batch of arms is crucial and cannot afford any more mishaps. Okay. Additionally, I arranged for Captain LV Jiao to accompany Major Song Thailand to transport supplies. But Major Song returned and left Captain LV behind. Captain LV is the orphan of Director LV. We have an obligation to protect her. Major Song's actions are somewhat excessive, right? Song Thailand. How could he? You should go back and ask about the situation. This is a special time. And I hope such problems do not arise within our ranks anymore. All right. Lu Yong nodded but still felt skeptical. He knew his soldiers well and believed they shouldn't do such things. Back at his residence, Lu Yong immediately called Song Thailand to inquire about the situation at that time. Song Thailand did not hesitate and recounted the situation clearly. So it was because LV Jiao offended those people, and they didn't allow her to come along? Yes. If you had a good chance against those people back then, I thought we could take some losses and still be able to kill them, but after fighting alongside them. I knew that if I had attacked them back then, our entire team would probably not have survived. Song Thailand said with a bitter smile. I didn't expect there to be such a strong team outside of the official ranks. 6th 4th tier, that's indeed very strong at this stage, Lu Yong said. Somewhat surprised. Yes, Commander, those people are really strong, and they are both courageous and strategic. They are definitely good seeds. Should we recruit them? Lu Yong shook his head with some helplessness. The official ranks may no longer be what they used to be. Let us not trouble them. Commander, what do you mean? It's nothing, Thailand. Although there are reasons for LV Jiao's situation, the fact remains that you abandoned her to come back. This matter has a significant impact. You should take people to rescue her later. Yes, Commander. Chapter 92. Perhaps this is called teamwork in the dead of night. Zhong Yuansen followed everyone to the rooftop terrace. When he realized that the so-called stargazing was really just looking at stars, the expression on Zhong Yuansen's face was quite wonderful. Fortunately, Yangbin explained it to him. After that, Zhong Yuansen watched more seriously than anyone else. Having survived for more than 10 days in the apocalypse, he understands the importance of strength even more. He had just joined the group, and they revealed such a secret to him without reservation, which deeply moved Zhong Yuansen, making him feel that his choice was not wrong. Perhaps he was initially frightened by the slicing, but he really considered joining this team all the way. In the apocalypse, he relied on his abilities and worked hard to kill zombies, which allowed him to reach the 4th tier. He understood how difficult this journey was. And those 6 people, in the same amount of time, had 1 5th tier and 5 4th tier, which speaks volumes. This team definitely has something that others find hard to reach. In the apocalypse, such a team is what everyone dreams of joining, and he is no exception. He initially thought it would take a long time for them to accept him, but unexpectedly, on the very first day of joining, they directly shared such a big secret with him, clearly treating him as one of their own. This warmed his heart. He had led teams before, but he admitted he couldn't do this. From this, it is clear that Yang Bin has a bigger vision. After looking at the stars for a whole night, everyone gained something, especially Yang Bin, who gained 20 kilograms of strength over others every day. Even if this method becomes widespread, he wouldn't have to worry about being caught up by others. After finishing, Yang Bin immediately looked towards the backyard of the villa not far away. However, when he saw the situation over there, a helpless expression appeared on Yang Bin's face. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Can't pick up crystals tonight? Chen Hao asked. Those guys got smart. They are already checking the promotion status of the zombies. Why not just rob them directly? Hearing Chen Hao's words, Yang Bin was somewhat tempted. After all, 4th tier crystals are still in great demand for them. They killed over 2,000 zombies yesterday, but only got 17 4th tier zombies. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang are already at the peak of the 4th tier. But Zhao Kuan and the others, including Zhong Yuansen, still need quite a few 4th tier crystals. However, if they rob directly, it means they are going against the Wang family. It's not that they are afraid of the Wang family, but now is not the time. At least they need to wait until their strength can disregard ordinary firearms. Forget it, 4th tier crystals are not very difficult for us now. Let us wait until they can get iron cages that can cultivate 5th tier zombies. Yang Bin sighed. All right, let them have it. Brother Bin, what are you talking about? Zhong Yuansen asked in confusion. It's nothing. There are people raising zombies over there. But we can't get them now. By the way, you are much older than me, so don't call me Brother Bin anymore. It makes me feel old. Yang Bin said helplessly. Then should I call you boss? Zhong Yuansen said. That works too. Then Brother Bin, how about we call you boss too? I might be older than you as well. Zhao Kuan said. You guys do as you please. I'm off to catch some sleep. At the villa, watching the 4th tier crystals brought up by the people below, Wang Ruikai's eyes lit up. Sure enough, their method was very effective. This way, They would soon be able to reach the peak of the 4th tier. When the special iron cage arrives, they will start cultivating 5th tier zombies. Once they reach the 5th tier, they will definitely be able to dominate in the early stages. Thinking of this, Wang Ruikai couldn't help but smile. He found that he was starting to like this apocalypse. In the following days, Yang Bin continued to lead everyone in hunting. With the addition of Zhong Yuansen, the team's combat power increased significantly, especially when they encountered large numbers of zombies. Zhong Yuansen could directly build a wall on the spot, preventing them from being attacked from all sides. Although it only lasted a few minutes each time, it was crucial. This made others admire Yang Bin's decision to bring Zhong Yuansen into the team. It was indeed very wise. Over these days, Zhong Yuansen also gained a deep understanding of the team. He suspected that there might be supernatural beings in the group, but he didn't expect there to be 3. Although they didn't have combat abilities, both Yang Bin's and Hu Wenliang's powers were far more useful than combat abilities. As for Chun Hao's ability, it filled him with fear. He initially thought he couldn't be beaten by anyone in the team except Yang Bin, but he didn't realize there was such a terrifying presence as Chun Hao. Perhaps when facing large numbers of zombies, Chun Hao's ability might not be as practical, but he understood that if it came to a one-on-one fight, Chun Hao could easily take his life. His seamless invisibility was definitely a nightmare for everyone. Even the 3 who didn't have abilities, Zhao Kuan and the others. He didn't dare to underestimate. They were particularly fierce in fights. Over 3 days, under Yang Bin's leadership, they not only killed more than 44th tier zombies, but also took down another 5th tier zombie. Yang Bin discovered this 5th tier zombie while looking for 4th tier zombies on the rooftop of a building. It was hiding inside another building. After spotting it, Yang Bin secretly led everyone around to the back of that building, climbed inside, and they all ganged up on it. Initially, the zombie wanted to jump off the building to escape, but Zhong Yuansen sealed the windows, and it ultimately died in frustration under their assault. This might be the most frustrating death for a 5th tier zombie. However, Yang Bin noticed that 5th tier zombies seemed to prefer hiding inside rooms rather than wandering outside. This situation had its pros and cons. The advantage was that if you discovered the enemy first, you could directly surround and beat them up. If they discovered you first, you might be ambushed. However, to discover them first, you needed keen eyes like Yang Bin's. Otherwise, you could only be ambushed. After killing this 5th tier zombie, Yang Bin still gave the crystal to Chun Hao. However, Chun Hao shook his head. Brother Bin, after the 5th tier comes the Radiant Realm. Didn't you say that reaching the Radiant Realm could lead to a qualitative change? Therefore, I think you should consume the 5th tier crystal first. Once you reach the peak of the 5th tier and no longer need it, then give it to us. That way, if there really is a crystal for the Radiant Realm, you can upgrade to it immediately. What Hausi said is right, boss. I think we should slightly adjust the distribution of crystals. We must prioritize developing a high-end combat power. Only when you have consumed the crystals that you can no longer use can we get some, so you can always stay ahead. If you distribute it to us while you still need it, it will slow down your progress, Zhao Kuan said seriously. I agree. Actually, Brother Bin, even if you reach the peak of the 5th tier and then give the crystals to us, we will still be ahead of others. But we need a top-tier combat power. It's not just about leading most people, but leading everyone, Hu Wenliang added. Zhong Yuansen looked at these people's willingness to give up the 5th tier crystals and thought about how his subordinates had previously hidden crystals in various ways. It seemed he began to understand what teamwork truly meant. After hearing everyone's words, Yang Bin thought carefully and then nodded. All right, then I will consume it first.